kgs of cocaine. You can imagine the street cost of this cocaine is almost $500 million. So we can understand what these if you want to call them, people from certain area are making networks. These people have networks in Canada. These people have networks in UAE. Now they have made some networks in South American countries, and that's how this whole nexus is being operated.
Right, Mr. Bharadwaj, many thanks for joining me with those insights. And this is one of the major drug busts in recent years. It's one of the biggest in Australia. And now the lens is on those insiders who helped these three criminals smuggle the massive cocaine, meth and other illegal cigarettes into Sydney and other parts of Australia. And the forces, the authorities are now looking to dismantle this mega drug empire that has been set up by these individuals. Let's now move on. Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Imran Khan, the former Pakistan Prime Minister, has made some startling revelations from behind the bars. And Imran Khan has launched a blistering attack on Pakistan's top military brass, directly accusing Asim Munir, who was recently elevated as the Field Marshal, and he has accused him of personal vendetta. Khan claims that Munir, after being ousted as DGISI, targeted his wife Bushra Bibi in campaign of revenge, denied even a scheduled meeting with her on June 1st. And Imran Khan has slammed the establishment, calling the allegations against his wife baseless and branding her a homemaker wrongfully dragged into political crossfire. And the war between Pakistan's former Prime Minister and its military elite is only getting uglier with each passing day. And these are the claims made by Imran Khan from behind the bars. Viewers, this is a fiery revelation from former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan as he takes on Pakistan's top military brass, directly accusing the so-called Field Marshal Asim Munir of personal vendetta. Khan claims that Munir, after he was removed and booted out as the DGISI, targeted his wife Bushra Bibi on personal vendetta. And he has also said that he was denied a scheduled meeting with her on the 1st of June. There are more breaking news coming in. A day after recovering around 2.5 tons of gelatin sticks looted by Maoists in Sundargarh district, Odisha police have intensified raids on different explosive godowns in 3 districts and have arrested 2 persons for allegedly violating the Explosives Act. The raids on explosive warehouses were being conducted in the mineral-rich and bordering police districts of Sundargarh, Rourkela and Keonjhar. These are the 3 places that witnessed intense crackdown after gelatin sticks smuggled by Maoist terrorists were found and recovered. Major crackdown in Odisha, raids at 3 explosive warehouses a day after recovering a staggering 2.5 tons of looted gelatin sticks from Maoist terrorists. Odisha police has now gone into overdrive, cracking down on explosive godowns, and this across 3 sensitive districts. The shadow of insurgency now looming over the mineral-rich belt. Viewers, in a move that could send ripples through the higher judicial system, Justice Verma has not yet resigned, despite him being indicted by the in-house panel that was deputed by the Supreme Court. And now, according to sources, the union government is planning to bring about a motion of impeachment against Justice Yashwant Verma in the upcoming monsoon session. Take a look.
The Parliament's upcoming session may get defined by an explosive development, an impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma for his alleged involvement in the cash haul scam. Sources in the Government of India have confirmed to us that Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju is leading the consultations, reaching out to parties for political consensus.
a decision has been taken by the government that they would bring in an impeachment motion indeed against Justice Yashwant Verma, for which an outreach is going to be made officially by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. He would be connecting with the opposition benches, their respective leaders in both the houses, and most likely the motion would be brought in the Rajya Sabha, and then after its passing there would be taken to the Lok Sabha. Remember, for an impeachment motion to pass, there is a special majority needed in both the houses separately, and so it's important that all the parties are taken into confidence, are on the same page.
Impeaching a judge in India is rare, rigorous and high-stakes process. A notice for impeachment must be signed by at least 100 Lok Sabha MPs or 50 Rajya Sabha MPs. The motion is submitted to the Speaker or Chairman, who can admit it or reject it. If admitted, a 3-member inquiry committee is formed, usually consisting of a Supreme Court judge, a Chief Justice of a High Court, and a jurist. The committee investigates the charges and submits a report. If the judge is found not guilty, the matter is closed. If the judge is found guilty, the process moves ahead. Both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha must pass the motion with a 2/3 majority of members present and voting. Once both the houses pass the motion, the matter goes to the President of India, who formally orders the judge's removal. Once the President signs off, the judge ceases to hold office immediately. There are no appeals or reviews after this point. The removal is final and binding. The judge's conduct becomes part of the official legal and public record, sending a strong message on judicial accountability. Each impeachment sets a constitutional precedent, reaffirming that even the judiciary is not above scrutiny in a democracy. Impeachment is rare, but when it does happen, it reshapes the conversation on integrity, on power, and on public trust in the judiciary.
Viewers, moving on, Tesla CEO and billionaire Elon Musk slams Donald Trump's tax cut and spending bill and called it massively outrageous. And this comes a week after Musk left Trump's administration after expressing displeasure over what Trump calls as a big, beautiful bill.
Tesla titan Elon Musk hits out at Donald Trump's tax cut and spending bill, calling it a disgusting abomination. Musk said that spending and tax cuts proposed in the bill would balloon the US national debt. His comments come a week after Musk abruptly left the Trump administration. Further, Musk called the bill massively outrageous. The tech billionaire left the administration abruptly last week after 129 days working to cut costs with its team known as Doge. Musk also supported Trump in last year's presidential elections with donations more than $250 million. Interestingly, this comes at a crucial time for Trump's big and beautiful bill, which needs to be approved by the Senate if it is to become a law. The deadline ends today, which can define his second term and set the course for the US economy.
It's time for a quick break. Viewers, on the other side, we'll get you inside scoop from Prime Minister's Council of Ministers meeting today at 4:30 p.m. Along with that, we'll also tell you about a source-based, credible information that the Union government is planning an impeachment motion against Justice Verma very soon. Stay tuned.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
China is the most time-tested friend of Pakistan, and they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl.
This is the Pakistani Prime Minister openly admitting that Pakistan has been going around the world with a begging bowl in its hands. And this is not the first time he has admitted to it.
यानी वो जो चूंटी बराबर ममालिक थे वो हमसे कहीं आगे निकल गए और हम आज 75 साल बाद आज किशकोर लेके फिर रहे हैं. Beggars can't be choosers. Please understand that. हमें अपनी कौम का पेट पालना है. खुदा की कसम खा के कह रहा हूँ. यतीमों के सरों पर दस्ते शफ़क़त हमने रखना.
Pakistan is known to be a beggar state, be it to handle floods or restructuring of debts or IMF bailouts time and again. Pakistan's art of begging is no secret.
अगर ये बात ठीक है कि जनरल बाजवा आप टेलीफोन कर रहे हैं उनको अमेरिकनों को कि हमें मदद करें IMF के जरिए, इसका मतलब कि हम कमजोर होते जा रहे हैं, इसलिए आर्मी चीफ, नहीं तो आर्मी चीफ का तो काम नहीं है.
We lost last year $30 billion in economic losses and damages, right? That is an estimate by the World Bank. It's a conservative estimate. $348 billion is needed until 2030. Not far away, 2030.
Each night on Prime Time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your Prime Time starts here.
Sources say government will bring a motion of impeachment against Justice Yashwant Verma during the upcoming monsoon session of the parliament. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will chair a meeting of the Union Council of Ministers today, the first after India's military action against Pakistan under Operation Sindoor. Punjab Chief Minister mocks Operation Sindoor. BJP calls his remarks distasteful. ACB summoned top AAP leaders Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain in alleged Delhi classroom construction scam.
We heard, and quite rightly, the question mark of the money that's sent to Pakistan, what is it used for? What it shouldn't be used for is buying Chinese weapons that would then enable terrorists to attack India.
UK MP Bob Blackman launched a scathing attack on Pakistan, branded it as a failed state. Start this bulletin with some big breaking news coming in. Punjab police have unearthed espionage network linked to Jasbir Singh, a resident of village Malan, Roopnagar. Jasbir Singh, who operates a YouTube channel called Jan Mahal, has now been found associated with PIO, Pakistan intel officer Shakir alias Jute Randhawa, part of a terror-backed espionage network. More and more people are now being arrested by our security forces, and the latest to be arrested is Jasbir Singh, a resident of Roopnagar's Mailan village and the face behind the YouTube channel Jan Mahal. But behind the screen lies a murky web of spies with deep links in Islamabad. Singh's alleged ties with PIO Shakir alias Jute Randhawa, a key cog in the terror-backed spy ring, and his contact with arrested YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra and expelled Pakistani official Ehsanur Rahim raises alarming questions. And this is another spy who has been arrested, and another YouTuber was also in contact with Jyoti as well as a Pakistani intelligence officer Jute Randhawa. On your screens, viewers, we have both the YouTubers in one frame. Both of them were in touch with PIO. Jyoti Malhotra was arrested first, and then now we have Jasbir, who has been arrested by the Punjab police. Two YouTubers who were in close contact of PIOs, and the key cog in the spy network is said to be Jute Randhawa.
बाद इसे गिरफ्तार दिखाया जाएगा। इससे पूछताछ लगातार जारी है। इस पे न सिर्फ पाकिस्तानी जो ऑपरेटिव्स हैं, जट रंधावा जो कि पाकिस्तान का एक आतंक ऑपरेटिव है, पूरा ये जो षड्यंत्र चलाता है कि किस तरह से इंफॉर्मेशन जो है वो भारत से ली जाए, उसके साथ ये लगातार टच में था। इसके अलावा ये है ज्योति मल्होत्रा के टच में था 3 बार 2020, 21 और 24 में जो है वो पाकिस्तान जो है जाना गया था, और इन 4 सालों में 3 बार ये पाकिस्तान का दौरा कर चुका है। इसके अलावा अगर आपको बता दें तो ये जो है पाकिस्तान में कई और लोगों के टच पे था, लेकिन जब ज्योति मल्होत्रा की गिरफ्तारी होती है उसके बाद जसबीर सिंह जो है वो अपने सारे रिकॉर्ड्स डिलीट करता है। अब इसके चैनल पर अगर बात की जाए तो पाकिस्तान के वीडियोस जो हैं वो भी नहीं दिख रहे, तो माना जा रहा है कि वो भी इसने डिलीट कर दिए हैं ताकि एजेंसीज के रडार से बच पाए। इसके अलावा जट रंधावा के साथ जो ये लगातार कॉन्टैक्ट में था पाकिस्तान जाने के बाद और वहां से आने के बाद, लगातार क्या ये षड्यंत्र रच रहा था। पाकिस्तानी दिवस के मौके पर ये दिल्ली गया था, दिल्ली में इसकी तस्वीरें जो हैं वो ज्योति मल्होत्रा के साथ भी थी और बाकी लोगों के साथ। ये जो न्योता दिया गया था ये पाकिस्तानी जो एम्बेसी में दानिश है जिसका नाम निकलकर सामने आ रहा है, उसके न्योते पर ये वहां पहुंचा था और पाकिस्तानी सेना के ऑफिशियल से इसने मुलाकात की थी और पाकिस्तान के कई व्लॉगर से भी इसने वहां पर मुलाकात की थी। हर एक चीज जो है, अब जो एक पूरा षड्यंत्र किस तरह से रचा गया है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से भारत के यूट्यूबर्स का इस्तेमाल कर कई महत्वपूर्ण जो है चीजें, इंफॉर्मेशन हो उसे निकालने के लिए अब इस पर जो है सुरक्षा बल पूरी तरह से एजेंसियां जो है वो काम कर रही हैं। लेकिन पंजाब पुलिस को ये जो है ये पंजाब पुलिस के रडार पर तभी आ गया था जब इसकी तस्वीर जो है ज्योति मल्होत्रा के सामने, ज्योति के गिरफ्तार होने के बाद सामने आई थी, तो इस पर रडार पर था कई वीडियोस। और सबसे बड़ी बात कि ये पूरा नेटवर्क जो चल रहा था इसमें पैसे की इन्वॉल्वमेंट किस तरह से थी, क्योंकि यूट्यूबर्स जो हैं ये बड़े पैमाने पर बड़े लेवल पर काम कर रहे थे। फंडिंग कहां से आ रही थी, क्या फंडिंग के जो ट्रेसेस हैं वो कहीं पाकिस्तान या फिर पाकिस्तान के किसी इंटेलिजेंस ऑपरेटिव से जुड़ रहे हैं। हर एक चीज की जो है गहन जांच अब सुरक्षा एजेंसियों की तरफ से की जा रही है। लेकिन ये जो बड़ी बात पंजाब से निकल कर आई है कि पंजाब के यूट्यूबर्स भी अब इसमें शामिल हैं, तो इसमें 3 से 4 और नाम हैं जो पंजाब पुलिस के सूत्र बताते हैं जिन पर पुलिस जो है अब नजर रखे हुए है। उनकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट किस लेवल की है वो अब देखा जा रहा है, क्योंकि देखिए ये सारी जो कनेक्टिविटी है ये डिजिटल है, यानी कि फ़ोन के जरिए, इंटरनेट के जरिए कॉल्स हुए होंगे, वहीं पर कम्युनिकेशन हुआ होगा। ये लोग कहाँ से कहाँ गए हैं उसकी जाँच अब जो है हर एक एजेंसी मिलकर कर रही है। मोहाली एसओसी के ऑपरेशन में अब इसको जो है हिरासत में लिया गया है, गिरफ्तारी हुई है और कई जो है अहम चीजें निकलकर सामने आएंगी। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण यह है कि वो डेटा जो इसने डिलीट किया है, क्योंकि ज्योति मल्होत्रा की गिरफ्तारी और आज के दिन या कल देर रात आज के दिन में ही जो है काफी लंबा एक समय का गैप है और यही गैप जो है अब सुरक्षा बल इस पर काम कर रहे हैं कि आखिरकार इस गैप में इन्होंने क्या क्या किया, वो चीजें जो हैं वो निकाली जाएं ताकि ये पता चल पाए कि इसने क्या क्या डेटा डिलीट किया, क्या क्या जो कम्युनिकेशन थे वो डिलीट किए और ये कम्युनिकेशन क्या सिर्फ जो है सिर्फ इसके पाकिस्तान ऑपरेटिव से सिर्फ यूट्यूब के लिंक पर ही थे या सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू थे या फिर पूरा पाकिस्तान जो है पाकिस्तानी एजेंसीज के इशारे पर ये कहीं और काम कर रहा था। कुछ महत्वपूर्ण जो पंजाब की इंफॉर्मेशन है वो उनके साथ शेयर की गई, क्योंकि एक व्लॉगर था और व्लॉगर को कई जगह एक्सेस मिल जाता है इसलिए ताकि वो जो है वहां पहुंचकर कुछ दिखाएगा, लेकिन क्या वो पाकिस्तान के लिए काम कर रहा था, ये अब सुरक्षा एजेंसियां इस पर जांच कर रही हैं।
They're bringing us the latest details as far as the investigation is concerned from the day of Jyoti's arrest till today when Jasbir Singh was arrested. All the activities in that time frame between Jyoti's arrest and his arrest is being analyzed by the Punjab police, whether there was any contact between the spies with Pakistan, whether there was another exchange of data, and whether there is an attempt being done by this YouTuber, Jasbir Singh, to delete and get rid of crucial evidence linking him, Jyoti and everybody else to the Pakistan's ISI operatives. So the probe is now intensifying. YouTubers are being scrutinized, especially those who have been spotted or associated with Jyoti Malhotra. Jyoti Malhotra is one of the first spies who were arrested after Operation Sindoor on charges of espionage at the behest of ISI, Pakistan's intelligence agency. And Jyoti Malhotra was in touch with a Pakistani intelligence operator, a member who was part of the High Commission but then later suspended after the fallout post-Pahalgam terror attack. She was in close touch with him. She had visited Pakistan on multiple occasions. Now, the probe has shifted to Jasbir Singh, another Pakistani spy who has been arrested. There are several big questions that are being asked at the moment. Was YouTube channel by these YouTubers, so-called YouTubers, used as a cover for spying? And is Jasbir Singh just the face or the link to Pakistan's spy network? And there are more questions. Why was an expelled Pakistani diplomat in contact with these YouTubers turned spies? Moving on, we have more breaking news coming in. Gangster associated with Himanshu Bao gang has been arrested. Delhi Police Special Cell team arrested the criminal after an encounter. An encounter took place between the Delhi Police's Special Cell and a gangster of Bhau gang in Alipur area. The gangster was shot in the leg in Begumpur. The Delhi Police's Special Cell team shot Bhau gang's shooter Deepak in the leg and captured him. Police have recovered stolen bike, pistol and cartridges from Ghazipur used in the crime by the shooter from his possession. The gangster, identified as Deepak, was involved in a murder in Rohtak, and the Special Cell had received information about him and his whereabouts. And as soon as Deepak arrived in Begumpur, the police intercepted him. And when Deepak tried to run away after firing at the police, the Delhi Police's Special Cell shot him on the leg and nabbed him. After his arrest, they have also recovered pistols, stolen bikes and cartridges from Ghazipur used by Deepak in carrying out criminal activities. In fact, we also have a reaction coming in from the Delhi Police Special Cells team. Let's listen in.
अभी यहाँ पर दो व्यक्ति काले रंग की स्प्लेंडर बाइक पर गौशाला की तरफ से आते हुए दिखाई दिए और पुलिस द्वारा तत्काल ही उनको वहाँ पर रुकने के लिए कहा गया। रुकने के स्थान पर उन्होंने अपनी बाइक को, ये जो आर्मी ग्राउंड का क्षेत्र है, अंधेरा सुनसान क्षेत्र यहाँ पड़ता है, इधर भगाने की कोशिश की। पुलिस पार्टी ने उनका पीछा किया और इसी क्रम में यहाँ पे आगे जो इस ग्राउंड में कई सारे गड्ढे हैं, उस गड्ढे में उनकी बाइक वहाँ पर फिसल गई और पुलिस पार्टी तत्काल वहाँ पर पहुँची व उनको रुकने के लिए कहा गया। लेकिन रुकने के स्थान पर उनके पास तमंचा था और तमंचे से उन्होंने पुलिस के दल पर जान से मारने की नीयत से फायर कर दिया। इसमें पुलिस को रक्षार्थ जवाबी फायरिंग करनी पड़ी है। इसमें एक व्यक्ति के पैर में गोली लगी है जिसे मौके से हिरासत में ले लिया गया है, वह दूसरा व्यक्ति यहाँ पर मौके से भागने में कामयाब हो गया है। जिस व्यक्ति को हिरासत में लिया गया है, प्राथमिक पूछताछ पर उसने अपना नाम सलमान उर्फ डकारू बताया है और इसके पास से यहाँ पर 9320 रुपये इसकी जेब से बरामद हुए हैं, जो इसने बताया कि ये जो चेन की लूटने की घटना इसने कारित की थी, उसे बेचकर ये पैसे वो लेकर
Across to Akhil. And Akhil, a very good morning to you, Akhil. Delhi Police Special Cell has made a major breakthrough in arresting most wanted gang member of the Bhau gang. Tell us about what exactly happened during the wee hours. What are the charges against Deepak, who is one of the shooters of the Bhau gang?
Well, Deepak, if you see earlier what we have seen, the Delhi Police Special Cell team has received some inputs from Haryana Police that there's a movement of a gangster who is a wanted criminal in another case in Haryana's Rohtak. So if you see one person who has been identified as Anil. Anil is a gangster and he was basically in jail for a very long time, and he recently got released in the month of June on June 1st. And when he came out on a bail, at that point in time what has happened, that at the same evening he was shot down by another gangster. So it's a gang war which has been going on in Rohtak. So what has happened that the accused who basically murdered Anil was supposed to come to Rohini area in the national capital. The Delhi Police Special Cell team has received some inputs that that movement is going to happen late Tuesday evening, and then after that a team was formed, and what we have seen that during a late night raid at that point in time in the Rohini district Begumpur area, they have found out that a Splendor is moving towards the Alipur side, and after that the police team tried to stop that person, and in that what we have seen that he has started firing gunshots at the police team, and after that in retaliatory firing what we have seen that he has got some leg injury, and after that he was taken to a nearby hospital, and the person was identified as Deepak. So if you see, the Delhi police team has Delhi Police Special Cell team, which is a special branch of the Delhi police team, has unraveled the murder case which took place in Haryana's Rohtak district on June 1st. So earlier what we have seen, if you just talk about the Himanshu gang, Deepak, this was not just the first case. Earlier what we have seen that in Delhi's Narayana area, what we have seen, there was a gunshot being fired several times just outside a car showroom. So at that point in time what we have seen that the Himanshu Bhau gang has demanded for 5 crore rupees as extortion money, as protection money, and in that case also what we have seen, the Delhi police have arrested 3 sharpshooters from West Delhi's Narayana area. So there have been recently several incidents in which Himanshu Bhau gang's involvement was there. Back to you.
Right, Akhil, thank you for joining me with those details. A major crackdown and breakthrough for Delhi Police's special cell. Like Akhil was mentioning, several shooters of the Bhau gang have now been arrested. Now let's move on to another breaking news that we are tracking. This is another proof of how Pakistani air bases were completely pummeled and also hammered during Operation Sindoor, because another damning confirmation of Operation Sindoor's precision and power has now been accessed, because Pakistan has been forced to issue urgent tenders to rebuild its shattered and completely destroyed air infrastructure. A clear admission of the destruction inflicted by Indian airstrikes from Bhawalpur to Jacobabad. Key Pakistan Air Force air bases are now lying in ruins. They're not operational, and Pakistan has now issued tenders to repair these air bases. Airstrips that were torn apart, completely reduced to rubble, radar sites that were also crippled, and aircraft hangars completely flattened. All of them were completely destroyed during Operation Sindoor, and Pakistan has issued yet another tender admitting that Operation Sindoor was indeed very destructive. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, more and more tenders are being issued by Pakistan to repair those air bases. This shows the scale of operation, the precision and power of Operation Sindoor.
Yes, Deepak, the story that started from the targeting of India to the tendering of Pakistan. This has been the story of the India's precision strikes at the Pakistan bases, because it was what Pakistan has paid for standing by the terror groups. India's first air strikes were on the terrorist launch pads, but Pakistan took it as the strikes on their own, and that's why they tried to retaliate. It was given a befitting reply, and now it is the tendering time for Pakistan. They have issued the tenders, this time for the Pakistan Air Force Airman Training Academy, that is in the Kangur area, and then it is also in the Murid base, Pakistan Air Force base, and the third one being the Masroor Pakistan Air Force base, that have been damaged in the India's precision strikes. Now it is roughly a 3 weeks time that has been given in the tenders, and the bids have been invited for actually the reconstruction of what has been damaged in the India's precision strikes. Once this work will be allocated, then we will be getting more details that what is the extent of the damage that has been done, because a DPR will be made, and that will come out with the reality of what Pakistan has suffered. It is only limited to the infrastructural damage that the Pakistan Air Force has suffered. Apart from this, the aircraft that they have lost in the India's strikes, that is something extra. They have paid the price for actually provoking the India. And now one thing is very clear, that it is not limited to a single airbase that is in the Pakistan, in the heart of the Pakistan, but it is to the from the one corner to the other corner, even to the training academies of the Pakistani Air Force. They all have been hit in the India's precision strikes, and now Pakistan is admitting the same by issuing the tenders.
Right, Gursimran, under Operation Sindoor, India didn't just strike, it dismantled the military backbone, the military infrastructure of Pakistan, and now Islamabad is scrambling to pick up the pieces by issuing back-to-back tenders to repair them. But many thanks, Gursimran, for joining us with those details. Branding Pakistan as a failed state, UK MP Bob Blackman has launched a scathing attack on Islamabad, questioning if either democracy or generals was in charge of Pakistan, referring to the country's unchecked military influence in its governance. He also slammed Pakistan for fostering a breeding ground for terror that undermines regional peace and stability.
We had a meeting, and it's great to see the delegation from India, from all parts of India, both from the top of India, the centre of India, on both sides, and the tip of India, and from all parties, which is important. MPs and members of the House of Lords were given a thorough briefing on the situation with the terrible terrorist atrocity in Birmingham. Everyone from the United Kingdom expresses their condolences and support for the people of India who've suffered this terrorist outrage. Equally, what we've been able to hear is India's response to that by hitting the terrorist bases and sending a very strong message to Pakistan that if they continue to escalate the conflict, then India will strike back. But India actually wants peace and tranquility between the two neighbouring countries. We stand together with India and make sure that what happens is that we cooperate from not only trade, but security and defence cooperation. That was signed several years ago now as a deal between India and the United Kingdom. We want to make that a reality. Equally, we heard, and quite rightly, the question mark of the money that's sent to Pakistan, what is it used for? What it shouldn't be used for is buying Chinese weapons that would then enable terrorists to attack India. And I take a very strong view that our international aid money that should go to Pakistan should be going for the eradication of polio and other infectious diseases that benefits the people of Pakistan rather than being used illicitly for military purposes. The two problems here are that not only did the terrorism emanate from Pakistan, but also that Pakistan seems to take the view that it doesn't emanate from Pakistan. What we've got to try and do is make clear to everyone that Pakistan is a failed state. We don't have democracy in Pakistan. We have the people of parts of Pakistan, so for example Pakistan, who are suffering under Pakistani military rule.
Viewers, Pakistan has been appointed to chair the 1988 Taliban Sanctions Committee of the United Nations Security Council for 2025, and the committee is responsible for enforcing sanctions including asset freezes, travel bans and arm embargoes against individuals and entities associated with the Taliban that pose a threat to peaceful and a secure Afghanistan. In addition to this key role, Pakistan will also serve as the vice chair of the 1373 Counter-Terrorism Committee. This is a controversial move of appointing Pakistan, which itself harbors and breeds terror, as a member and a chief of an anti-terror panel of the 1373 Counter-Terrorism Committee. Now, let's also get in a word from Colonel Santpal Raghav, retired defense expert, to give us more insights on this. A very good morning to you, Colonel. Pakistan, which itself harbors terror and also breeds terrorism, has been appointed as chief of an anti-terror panel. How do you look at this, Colonel?
All right. This is a great, paradox. It is a Pakistan during General Jia's time. It was a breeding ground, and they given a safe haven, as well as they have given them all equipment, as well as the training, as well as it was a breeding ground. It was General Jia's time it started off. Now they are coming to this panel as a chair, and it was a safe haven for the terrorists as on today also, because they have an interconnection. But let's see how because they are also threatened by them. They are Durand line. The Pakistan is threatened, and there will be colossal losses of military posts as well as military casualty. Now, It is a Pakistan. He has to take a judicious call. And this is a time, this is a testing time, acid test for the Pakistan, for this narrative to take it to the line for the humanity. It will be a great effort for the Pakistan to come to the mainstream in the world so that they can justify to the world now they are away from this line. And it will be a great honor for the human right to give a peace and the stability in the region as well as in the world.
That's right, Colonel. Nothing can whitewash the terror taint that Pakistan has, and this decision is a mockery. And also, you know, it mocks the sacrifices made by several nations who have, you know, stood against terror, fought terror, tooth and nail, and now we have this controversial appointment being made. Many thanks, Colonel, for joining us with those details. With that, we'll slip into a very short break, viewers, but on the other side, we'll get you two stories. First focus will be on Aman mocking Operation Sindoor and attacking Prime Minister Modi with his disparaging remarks. And along with that, we'll also get you the latest as far as ACB's heat on top AAP leaders is concerned on a classroom scam in Delhi. Stay tuned.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ?
है अंकल, टिंबर इनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पैडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं। Who's going to start now?
Okay, and go.
Namaskar, this is Shankar. This is Shivam. And this is Siddharth. And today we're here at the biggest stadium in India for the biggest match of the year, which is the IPL Final 2025. But today is really special because we are going to be performing as a tribute to the armed forces. We're going to be singing a garland of melodies for them, and this is a way in which we Indians can offer our gratitude, our salutations, and our appreciation for what the armed forces have done for us, will do for us, and are doing for us.
They are the real heroes, and through our music, if we can even bring out a small smile, I think it will be a huge achievement for us. So we're really looking forward to this, and we are truly honored to be here and experience this.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले
तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं।
Who's going to start now?
Okay, and go.
Namaskar, this is Shankar. This is Shivam.
And this is Siddharth.
And today we're here at the biggest stadium in India for the biggest match of the year, which is the IPL Final 2025.
But today is really special because we are going to be performing as a tribute to the armed forces. We're going to be singing a garland of melodies for them, and this is a way in which we Indians can offer our gratitude, our salutations, and our appreciation for what the armed forces have done for us, will do for us, and are doing for us.
They are the real heroes, and through our music, if we can even bring out a small smile, I think it will be a huge achievement for us. So we're really looking forward to this, and we are truly honored to be here and experience this magical moment.
कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं। अब तो हमें आगे बढ़ते हैं रहना, अब तो हमें साथी है बस इतना ही कहना। अब जो भी हो शोला बन के पत्थर है पिघलाना, अब जो भी हो बादल बन के पर्वत पर है छाना। कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं। भारत माता की जय।
And
China is the most time-tested friend of Pakistan, and they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl.
This is the Pakistani Prime Minister openly admitting that Pakistan has been going around the world with a begging bowl in its hands. And this is not the first time he has admitted to it.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
I want to then perhaps also take it a little further, because there was a lot of talk happening that the nuclear sites were also being targeted. Was that true? Did we actually manage to at least come very close or somewhere close?
Okay, you remember what the DG Air Ops mentioned?
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
In fact, a media person asked him that, did you target? And he said, you tell me. So obviously at the international level, are you going to say that you targeted? Obviously you didn't target. It got hit and it put a lot of fear and apprehension in the mind of the people there as to what is the condition.
Was that the turning point?
Possibly, yes. Possibly, yes.
The very fact that they got nervous that we have come that
Many
close?
things, you know, not only one. In exactly that half night that you think of, if you reached Noor Khan Air Base, what is it?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Another YouTuber and alleged Pakistani spy Jasbir Singh arrested over espionage charges in Punjab. Pakistan appointed to Vice Chair Counter-Terrorism Committee, United Nations Security Council for 2025. Massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders in Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 houses searched in the last 24 hours. Sources say government will bring a motion of impeachment against Justice Yashwant Verma during the upcoming monsoon session of Parliament. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will chair a meeting of the Union Council of Ministers today, the first after India's military action against Pakistan under Operation Sindoor.
It's been 18 years, so we are very happy.
RCB! RCB! RCB!
We are the champions! We are the champions!
And festive celebrations in Bengaluru after Royal Challengers lift IPL trophy after 18 years of long wait. We have breaking news coming in. Punjab police have unearthed an espionage network linked to Jasbir Singh, a resident of a village Mahalan in Roopnagar in Punjab. Jasbir Singh, who operates a YouTube channel called Jan Mahal, has been found associated with the PIO Shakir alias Jat Randhawa, part of a terror-backed espionage network. He also maintained close contact with Haryana-based YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra, who has already been arrested for spying, and also Ehsan-ur-Rahim alias Danish, who is a Pakistani national and expelled Pakistan High Commission official. So big breaking story coming in from Punjab. Another YouTuber called Jasbir Singh has now been arrested over spying for Pakistan, and it has been found that he also had links with Jyoti Malhotra. Now Jasbir Singh runs a YouTube channel called Jan Mahal, and it has come to light that he was in contact with multiple Pakistani handlers linked to the espionage network. This Punjab police has unearthed a major espionage network. Gursimran, our colleague, is now joining us for more details. Gursimran, another YouTuber now held because of his contacts with the Pakistan handlers and he also had links with the Jyoti Malhotra. What details are emerging right now?
See, if you speak of Jasbir Singh, who was running a YouTube and a Facebook channel, that is, he was running as a vlogger. This channel, named as Jan Mahal, was actually focusing on the content from Punjab as well as from the Pakistani side. Though for now the content from the Pakistan has been taken down by him, it came after the arrest of Jyoti Malhotra that he got alert and he deleted his communications across the border. That is what the Punjab police statement is saying. It is an operation that has been carried out by the Mohali SSOC. And yesterday, late last night, he was apprehended and now has been placed under the arrest. That is what we are picking up. How he was connected? That he was connected with one of the Pakistan-based terror handler and who was running an espionage network in India. It was Jat Randhawa. He was in touch with him and he was coordinating with him. To which extent, since the chats have been deleted, attempts are being made to retrieve them. Also, he was in touch with Jyoti Malhotra. A photo of him on the Pakistani National Day Eve with Jyoti Malhotra has also surfaced. And also, Danish, the Pakistani national and the Pakistani High Commission employee who was now sent back by the Indian side, he was the one who was coordinating with them. So he seems to be the one main person who was coordinating with all the YouTubers or the social media influencers in India so that they can actually get the information from the Indian side. Also, he has visited Pakistan thrice. It was 2020, 21 and 24 that he has visited Pakistan 3 times and what were his activities that are now being worked upon. His name surfaced very soon after the arrest of Jyoti Malhotra and the entire network that was exposed by the police and the intelligence agencies. Now what we are getting to know that there are several more YouTubers from the Punjab and other parts of the country that are under the radar of the security agencies, that they are working for their backward and the forward linkages so that it can be tracked that how they were working, whether they were working deliberately on the behest of Pakistan, were they working for any of the handlers of the Pakistan. That is being now worked upon.
Right. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for all those details. A major, in fact, espionage link now. Another YouTuber arrested. And we have more breaking news coming in. J&K police has launched a massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders from Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 houses have been searched in the last 24 hours. Now, searches are underway at multiple locations. A crackdown has been launched in Rajouri, Poonch and districts of Jammu. Associates of Pakistan-based terrorists who are from Jammu and Kashmir are on the radar of forces for their terror activities in Jammu and Kashmir. Isolated houses in a dense forest of Rajouri and Poonch also have been searched. So, massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders from Jammu and Kashmir. Let's go back to Gursimran. Gursimran, tell us more about this massive crackdown that the J&K police has launched on Pakistan-based terror commanders.
See, it is part of a larger crackdown that was actually carried out in the Poonch district a couple of weeks ago when the houses of the relatives and the terror associates, those who are suspected to have links with the Pakistan-based terror commanders who are actually from Jammu and Kashmir but have exfiltrated back to the Pakistan in late 90s or early 2000. Now the search operations, we are told, that started 24 hours prior in the twin districts of Rajouri and the Poonch. This is in the upper reaches where the terrorists, those who have infiltrated from the Pakistan, are still active in the area, are believed to have taken refuge. Now what is happening that over 50 houses have been searched in the last 24 hours and as we speak the searches are underway at more such locations. Also the isolated houses and the dhokes, the temporary sheds that are there in the upper reaches of the Rajouri and Poonch, that are also being searched by the security forces because what they suspect that these areas have been used by the terrorists to take refuge before and after the terror attack, and that's why these intensified operations are continuing. We are told that in the days to come, because there are somewhere close to 500 such terrorists from Jammu region that are active from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So a similar fashion searches will be followed in the different districts of Jammu and Kashmir. But for now, in the twin districts of Poonch and Rajouri, the searches are underway and large-scale searches are being carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police. There is to ensure the deterrence that is there so that no one dares to actually help these terrorists that have come from Pakistan and are operating in the Poonch and Rajouri district. And also massive anti-terror operations are underway to neutralize these terrorists as well.
Right. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for all those details. We'll keep coming back to you in the subsequent bulletins for more on that story. Moving on in the bulletin now, Pakistan has been appointed to chair the 1988 Taliban Sanctions Committee of the United Nations Security Council for 2025. Now, this committee is responsible for enforcing sanctions restrictions, including asset freezes, travel bans, and also arms embargo against individuals and entities associated with the Taliban that pose a threat to peace and security in Afghanistan. In addition to this role, Pakistan will also serve as the vice chair of the 1373 Counter-Terrorism Committee. So Pakistan appointed to chair the 1988 Taliban Sanctions Committee of the United Nations. We have more breaking news coming in. 48-hour office picking protests led by the All Naga Students Union has escalated into violence. News coming in from Manipur. The 48-hour office protest led by the All Naga Students Association has escalated into violence in Senapati district in the state of Manipur. It has resulted in damage to the government vehicle assigned to the Superintendent of Police. The peaceful demonstration took a violent turn when protesters allegedly overturned the official vehicle of the SP after facing strong resistance from the senior government officials. So protest in Manipur turning violent. Let's get more details from our colleague Anirudh, who's joining us for more on this. Anirudh, tell us more about the details about this 48-hour protest by the student union and it turning into violence in Senapati district. What details are emerging at the moment?
This protest was called in order to protest against the scrapping of the free movement regime and sealing of the border fencing, which is coming up in between India and Myanmar, right from Mizoram to Arunachal Pradesh. This border fencing is facing stiff oppositions, particularly in places like Manipur as well as Mizoram and some parts of Nagaland, and it was as a result of this protest against the scrapping of FMR and the border fencing that the student union called a protest for a 48-hour demonstration, and yesterday the protest turned violent when the police tried to disperse the protesters, and as a result they also not only caused damage to the official vehicle of the superintendent of police, but also many government offices, including banks and other establishments, were also in some cases forcibly shut by the protesters. Today also we are getting inputs from Senapati district that the protest continues. However, the situation is very calm compared to the violence that was witnessed yesterday.
All right. Situation there in Manipur restored to normal after peaceful protest turned violent. Thank you so much for all those details there, Anirudh. And we have more breaking news coming in from Odisha. 5 patients have died after being administered wrong injections in Jaipur Government Hospital in Odisha. Family members of the deceased patients allege that they died within a span of just 30 minutes after being administered wrong injections by a nurse, and they are alleging medical negligence. So 5 patients dying after being administered wrong injections in Jaipur Government Hospital in Odisha. Very serious case of medical negligence coming into light, and family members alleged that the patients died within a span of just 30 minutes after being administered wrong injections. Let's get more details. Arianka, our colleague, is joining us for more. Arianka, what details are emerging at the moment? A very gross case of medical negligence there emerging. The family members are saying it is a case of medical negligence and the patients died within 30 minutes. So what is the hospital administration saying?
Well, it is a matter of faulty injection and, of course, the medical negligence that we have seen coming in light from Koraput in Odisha, where in one of the medical hospitals, nearly 5 patients have died because as they were administered a wrong injection dose twice by one of the nurses who was at a late night shift yesterday around 11 p.m. This incident has happened where in an ICU ward, the patients who were stable, as mentioned by the family members, they were stable after their particular surgeries. They were then administered nearly 2 doses of a particular injection by one of the nurses at a late night shift. After that, within a span of 15 to 30 minutes, all these 5 patients had lost their lives. What we understand also from the other hand, as the families continue to allege medical negligence from the side of the hospital authorities are yet to give in a statement. They are continuing to keep silent at this point in time. The bodies, on the other hand, have been sent for post-mortem and autopsy, and after that they will be handed over to the family members. But the police, the local police, the Koraput police have sprung into action. They are investigating this entire matter. And also another thing that needs to be noted here, the hospital authorities have not even issued their death certificates because they are not able to give a clarification regarding the cause of death. But as per the allegations from the side of the family members, they have seen the nurse entering the premise at around 11 a.m. giving a wrong dose of injection to these patients who have lost their lives in an ICU ward.
Right. Thank you so much for all those details there. We'll keep coming back to you. A case of gross medical negligence there. The hospital yet to provide any information on that. Moving on in the bulletin, branding Pakistan as a failed state. UK MP Bob Blackman on Tuesday launched a scathing attack on Pakistan, questioning if either democracy or generals were in charge of Pakistan, referring to the country's unchecked military influence in its governance. He also slammed Pakistan for fostering a breeding ground for terror that undermines regional peace and stability. Take a look at this 2-minute report.
We had a meeting, and it's great to see the delegation from India, from all parts of India, both from the top of India, the centre of India, and both sides, and the tip of India, and from all parties, which is important. MPs and members of the House of Lords were given a thorough briefing on the situation with the terrible terrorist atrocity in Birmingham. Everyone from the United Kingdom expresses their condolences and support for the people of India who've suffered this terrorist outrage. Equally, what we've been able to hear is India's response to that by hitting the terrorist bases and sending a very strong message to Pakistan that if they continue to escalate the conflict, then India will strike back. But India actually wants peace and tranquility between the 2 neighbouring countries. We stand together with India and make sure that what happens is that we cooperate from not only trade, but security and defence cooperation. That was signed several years ago now as a deal between India and the United Kingdom. We want to make that a reality. Equally, we heard, and quite rightly, the question mark of the money that's sent to Pakistan, what is it used for? What it shouldn't be used for is buying Chinese weapons that would then enable terrorists to attack India. And I take a very strong view that our international aid money that should go to Pakistan should be going for the eradication of polio and other infectious diseases that benefits the people of Pakistan rather than being used illicitly for military purposes. The 2 problems here are that not only did the terrorism emanate from Pakistan, but also that Pakistan seems to take the view that it doesn't emanate from Pakistan. What we've got to try and do is make clear to everyone that Pakistan is a failed state. We don't have democracy in Pakistan. We have the people of parts of Pakistan, so for example Balochistan, who are suffering under Pakistani military rule.
And on to the other big story that is unfolding. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has drawn fire from the BJP after directing a very crass remark at Prime Minister Narendra Modi over Operation Sindoor. Now, citing the Prime Minister's invocation of the Indian airstrikes to avenge the Pahalgam terror attack and restore the honour of the Sindoor, Mann questioned if it was a part of a new One Nation, One Husband scheme. Take a look.
ਐ ਯਾਰ ਸੰਦੂਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੰਦੂਰ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਜ਼ਾਕ ਉੱਡਿਆ
ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੰਧੂਰ ਵੀ ਭੇਜਾਂਗੇ ਹਰ ਘਰ 'ਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਘਰੇ ਆਊਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਤੂੰ ਲਾ ਲੇਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿ ਦੇਗਾ ਵੀ ਆ ਲੈ ਮੋਦੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਧੂਰ ਲਾ ਲਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਨ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਨ ਹਸਬੈਂਡ ਇਹ ਸਕੀਮ ਹੈ
And the remarks sparked political ripples called anti-India in spirit. BJP said it was anti-India in spirit and that is their reaction on Bhagwant Man's one nation, one husband remark over Operation Sindoor. Let's take a listen.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो या सुहागन का सिंदूर हो, सेना का पराक्रम हो या एक सनातनी महिला की पहचान हो, इन दोनों का सम्मान करना आम आदमी पार्टी से अपेक्षा की जा सकती है। आम आदमी पार्टी के भगवंत मान की जो टिप्पणी आज सिंदूर को लेकर आई है और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर आई है, वो दिखाता है कि सेना का अपमान, सनातनी का अपमान और महिलाओं का अपमान यही आम आदमी पार्टी की पहचान बन चुकी है। और ये कोई पहली बार नहीं है। आज जिस प्रकार की ऐसी टिप्पणी, भद्दी ओछी टिप्पणी भगवंत मान ने की है, वो भगवंत मान जी क्या जाने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और सिंदूर का महत्व। सिंदूर एक सनातनी महिला की पहचान भी है और सिंदूर बारूद बन जाए तो वो शक्ति भी है, वो श्रृंगार भी है, वो ताकत भी है। जब हनुमान जी पर आ जाए तो वो भक्ति भी है और जब दुर्गा जी के साथ हो तो वो शक्ति भी है। पर इस सिंदूर की महत्वता और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की महत्वता आम आदमी पार्टी जान नहीं सकती। जिस प्रकार से लगातार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का मखौल और मजाक उड़ाया गया, ये वही पार्टी है जिसने कहा कि पाकिस्तान ने हाथ जोड़े, इसका प्रमाण कहाँ है? पाकिस्तान ने तो कहा नहीं, आतिशी मार लेना ने कहा, और अब भगवंत मान ने भी कहा है।
बड़े घटिया किस्म का बयान दिया है भगवंत मान ने। वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी से नफरत करते करते, विरोध करते करते भारतीय सेना से विरोध करने लगे और अब इस कदर आ गया कि देश की बहन बेटियों के प्रति इस तरह के अपशब्द बोल के कहना कि मोदी वाला संदूर लगाओगी, जबकि आप भी जानते हैं कि हमने देश को सबको पता, ना कोई ऐसी बात थी ना कोई ऐसी, लेकिन आगे कहना कि मैं तो मेरे मुंह से तो ऐसे शब्द भी नहीं निकल रहे। जो घटिया बात कही है, वन नेशन वन हस्बैंड, एक चुनाव एक पति, क्या ये घटिया सोच रहेगी आप लोगों की?
And in a move that could send ripples through the higher judiciary, the government is preparing to table an impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma. Now, top government sources tell us that Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has begun consultations with leaders across political lines to garner support for the motion. Watch this report.
The Parliament's upcoming session may get defined by an explosive development, an impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma for his alleged involvement in the cash haul scam. Sources in the Government of India have confirmed to us that Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju is leading the consultations, reaching out to parties for political consensus.
A decision has been taken by the government that they would bring in an impeachment motion indeed against Justice Yashwant Verma, for which an outreach is going to be made officially by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. He would be connecting with the opposition benches, their respective leaders in both the houses, and most likely the motion would be brought in the Rajya Sabha, and then after its passing there would be taken to the Lok Sabha. Remember, for an impeachment motion to pass, there is a special majority needed in both the houses separately, and so it's important that all the parties are taken into confidence, are on the same page.
Impeaching a judge in India is rare, rigorous and high stakes process. A notice for impeachment must be signed by at least 100 Lok Sabha MPs or 50 Rajya Sabha MPs. The motion is submitted to the Speaker or Chairman, who can admit it or reject it. If admitted, a 3-member inquiry committee is formed, usually consisting of a Supreme Court judge, a Chief Justice of a High Court and a jurist. The committee investigates the charges and submits a report. If the judge is found not guilty, the matter is closed. If the judge is found guilty, the process moves ahead. Both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha must pass the motion with a 2/3 majority of members present and voting. Once both the houses pass the motion, the matter goes to the President of India, who formally orders the judge's removal. Once the president signs off, the judge ceases to hold office immediately. There are no appeals or reviews after this point. The removal is final and binding. The judge's conduct becomes part of the official legal and public record, sending a strong message on judicial accountability. Each impeachment sets a constitutional precedent, reaffirming that even the judiciary is not above scrutiny in a democracy. Impeachment is rare, but when it does happen, it reshapes the conversation on integrity, on power, and on public trust in the judiciary.
Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Punjab Chief Minister mocks Operation Sindoor. BJP calls his remarks distasteful. We'll also get you details on ACB summoning top AAP leaders Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain in alleged Delhi classroom construction scam. All the details coming up ahead.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
China is the most time-tested friend of Pakistan, and they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl.
This is the Pakistani Prime Minister openly admitting that Pakistan has been going around the world with a begging bowl in its hands. And this is not the first time he has admitted to it.
यानी वो जो चूंटी बराबर ममालिक थे वो हमसे कहीं आगे निकल गए और हम आज 75 साल बाद आज किशकोर लेके फिर रहे हैं। Beggars can't be choosers. Please understand that. हमें अपनी कौम का पेट पालना है। खुदा की कसम खा के कह रहा हूँ, यतीमों के सरों पर दस्ते शफ़क़त हमें रखना।
Pakistan is known to be a beggar state, be it to handle floods or restructuring of debts or IMF bailouts time and again. Pakistan's art of begging is no secret.
अगर ये बात ठीक है कि जनरल बाजवा टेलीफोन कर रहे हैं उनको अमेरिकनों को कि हमें मदद करे IMF के जरिए, इसका मतलब कि हम कमजोर होते जा रहे हैं, इसलिए आर्मी चीफ, नहीं तो आर्मी चीफ का तो काम नहीं है।
We lost last year $30 billion in economic losses and damages, right? That is an estimate by the World Bank. It's a conservative estimate. $348 billion is needed until 2030. Not far away, 2030, for Pakistan to keep its head as a development and sustain.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Another YouTuber and alleged Pakistani spy, Jasbir Singh, arrested over espionage charges in Punjab. Pakistan appointed to Vice Chair Counter-Terrorism Committee, United Nations Security Council for 2025. Massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders in Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 houses searched in the last 24 hours. Sources say government will bring a motion of impeachment against Justice Yashwant Verma during the upcoming monsoon session of Parliament. Prime Minister Modi will chair a meeting of the Union Council of Ministers today, the first after India's military action against Pakistan under Operation Sindoor.
It's been 18 years, so we are very happy.
And festive celebrations in Bengaluru after Royal Challengers lift IPL trophy after 18 years of long wait. We have breaking news coming in. Chief Justice of India, Bhushan R. Gavai, has sounded a strong note of caution against judges accepting government posts or contesting elections immediately after retirement, warning that such practices raise significant ethical concerns and risk eroding public confidence in the judiciary's independence. So CJI warning that such practices raise ethical concerns and risk eroding public confidence in judiciary's independence. CJI Gavai addressed a high-powered roundtable on judicial independence at the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom on Tuesday. And this is where he made these statements. He said that if a judge takes up another appointment with the government immediately after retirement or retires from the bench to contest elections, it raises significant ethical concerns and invites public scrutiny. And he said that the timing and nature of such post-retirement engagement could undermine the public's trust in the judiciary's integrity. It could create a perception that judicial decisions were influenced by the prospect of future government appointments or political involvement. So his remarks remember coming amid a long-standing debate over whether judges should be eligible for post-retirement positions, which is a concern deepened in recent years by Supreme Court and also High Court judges taking up various roles offered by the executive, and that too soon after demitting office. So very important statements there coming in from CJI Gavai, cautioning judges against accepting government posts and also contesting polls. And he said that such practices raise significant ethical concerns and risk eroding public confidence in the judiciary's independence. Madhurima, my colleague, is now joining us for more on this story. Madhurima, very, very important statements there coming in from the CJI. What can we make out of it, considering that he has said that these practices raise significant ethical concerns and risk eroding public's confidence in the judiciary's independence?
Well, Ashwarya, this is not the first time that this debate has been tabled in front, specifically in the judicial quarters, where this aspect of judges giving, the debate that judges giving verdicts on the basis of job offers as to what they could do post-retirement. Remember that it was Arun Jaitley for the first time who had made that statement on the floor of the House that judiciary should be rid of it, and this aspect of judges keeping in mind post-retirement jobs is a dangerous aspect. So once again, Justice Gavai making that statement on the global platform has raked up this debate as to where does the conscience of the judges lie as far as crucial matters are concerned. So we'll have to wait and watch as to see what is the reaction coming in from the side of the government or the judicial quarters. But yes, this is a serious issue that has been raised time and again, and once again this debate has been rigged up by the Chief Justice of India.
Absolutely. CJI Gawai making these statements in UK during a roundtable on judicial independence in the Supreme Court there. Thank you so much for those details. We have more breaking news coming in there. Pakistan issues fresh tenders to reconstruct war-damaged air bases following hostilities due to Operation Sindoor. The Pakistan Air Force has issued large-scale tenders for the repair and the reconstruction of many of its air bases due to extensive damage. The Indian Army and Air Force had targeted several major air bases in Pakistan, and now Pakistan is issuing fresh tenders to reconstruct them. Let's get more details from our colleague Gursimran, who's joining us live. Gursimran, what we are witnessing is Pakistan itself giving a proof of how much of its air bases were targeted and they were destroyed during Operation Sindoor by the Indian Army. What details are emerging?
See, the cat is out of box now for the Pakistan, that it tried to hide as many as damage and as many as casualties it can, be it to its aircrafts or to its soldiers, and also the damages to its air base. But now with the Pakistan issuing tender, it is wide open that Pakistan Air Force base that is in the Masroor area, that is in the Murid area, and also the Pakistan Air Force Airman Training Academy that has been hit, and that's why Pakistan has now issued the tender for the repair and reconstruction of these bases of the Pakistan Air Force that have been hit. It makes it very clear for the Pakistan that if they dare to provoke India, they will be given a befitting reply, and the extent of the damage can be what Pakistan is witnessing now, and even more than that. Now roughly a 3 weeks tender have been issued by the Pakistani Air Force, wherein they have invited the bids. So it was the India that has done the targeting and the Pakistan is doing tendering. That is what the last 1.5 months has been for the Pakistan side, because they have suffered the casualties on their forces front, they have suffered the casualties on their fighter jets, and also their load carrier aircrafts that were there at their bases. They have been hit in the India's precision strikes, and so does is the case now for the damage that the Pakistani air bases have received. That now, if we speak of the Murid Air Base of the Pakistani Air Force, be it the Masroor Air Base, or if we speak of the Pakistan Air Force Airman Training Academy, they have also been hit in the India strike, and now Pakistan is accepting the same by issuing the tender, the repair tenders.
Absolutely. So Pakistan itself giving us a proof of the massive damage there by issuing fresh tenders to reconstruct all the war-damaged air bases. Thank you so much for all those details there. We have more breaking news coming in. The news from the national capital where the special cell team has arrested the accused in the Delhi encounter. So news from the national capital, there has been a major encounter. The special cell team of the Delhi police has arrested the accused. Gangster associated with the Himanshu Bhau gang has been arrested. The Delhi police special cell team arrested the criminal after an encounter. The encounter took place between Delhi police's special cell and a gangster of the Bhau gang in Alipur area. The gangster was shot in the leg first. In Begumpur area, the Delhi police's special cell team shot the shooter named Deepak in the leg and then captured him. Let's get more details from our colleague.
अभी यहाँ पर 2 व्यक्ति काले रंग की स्प्लेंडर बाइक पर गौशाला की तरफ से आते हुए दिखाई दिए और पुलिस द्वारा तत्काल ही उनको वहाँ पर रुकने के लिए कहा गया। रुकने के स्थान पर उन्होंने अपनी बाइक को, ये जो आर्मी ग्राउंड का क्षेत्र है, अंधेरा सुनसान क्षेत्र यहाँ पड़ता है, इधर भगाने की कोशिश की। पुलिस पार्टी ने उनका पीछा किया और इसी क्रम में यहाँ पे आगे जो इस ग्राउंड में कई सारे गड्ढे हैं, उस गड्ढे में उनकी बाइक वहाँ पर फिसल गई।
Our colleague Akhil is now joining us for more details on the story. Akhil, what details are you getting from Delhi? Because the gangster associated with the Bhau gang has been arrested, and this took place during a late night encounter. What details are the police providing about the criminal who has been arrested?
Well, absolutely. If you see, the Delhi Police Special Cell team has solved the murder mystery which took place on June 1st. So what has happened that on June 1st, a person, there was a gang war which has been going on for a very long time, and one of the accused in this very case just came out on bail on June 1st. When he was out on bail, on that very evening, another person from another gang has shot down the person who just came out on bail. And after that, what we have seen, that the accused who basically fled from Rohtak, Haryana's Rohtak district, was basically trying to come to the national capital, and after that, Delhi Police Special Cell team received some credible inputs from the Haryana Intelligence Input Team, and based on that, acting on those inputs, they have nabbed a person in Rohini district area, where they have found a person moving from Alipur side area towards the Begumpur side area, and the Delhi Police Special Cell team requested that person to stop over there and to avoid the police team, the raiding police team. At that point in time, he fired gunshots, and in retaliatory filing, what we have seen, that Delhi police fired a gunshot in which he has got injuries in his leg, and the Delhi police team took that individual to the hospital, where during the identification process, he identified himself as Deepak. So Deepak hails from the Himanshu Bhau gang, and Himanshu Bhau gang is a gang which has been involved in several cases in the recent past.
Major success there for the Delhi police. They are killed. Thank you so much for those details. We have more breaking news coming in. A day after recovering around 2.5 tons of gelatin sticks looted by Maoists in Sundargarh district, the Odisha police on Tuesday carried out raids on different explosive godowns in 3 districts, and they have arrested 2 people for allegedly violating explosive acts. The raids on explosive warehouses were conducted in the mineral-rich area of Sundargarh, which is bordering police districts of Sundargarh, Rourkela and Keonjhar. And a major success there for the Odisha police. They have intensified raids on different godowns in the 3 districts. And just remember, coming after recovering 2.5 tons of gelatin sticks looted by the Maoists earlier. 2 people have also been arrested. All right, this is a major operation going on in Odisha. Remember, a few days back, there was 4 tons of explosive material that was looted by the Maoists, and the police was able to recover 2.5 tons of it in Sundargarh district. And to recover the rest, the police has arrested 2 people, and now a drive is going on to find the rest of the looted explosives that were found in Sundargarh district of Odisha. And there were raids on explosive warehouses that were conducted in the police districts of Sundargarh, Rourkela and Keonjhar. So Odisha police are going all out to recover that 4 tons of explosives.
कांग्रेस के स्वघोषित स्वनामधन्य सर्वकालीन सर्वोच्च नेता और नेता प्रतिपक्ष राहुल गांधी जी निहायत ही ओछी स्तरहीन बातें कर कर यह विश्व को बता रहे हैं कि नेता प्रतिपक्ष का पद पाने के बाद भी उनके अंदर गंभीरता और नेता प्रतिपक्ष की परिपक्वता का घोर अभाव है। मित्रों, यह विषय सिर्फ उनकी अपरिपक्वता का नहीं है, विषय उससे कहीं गंभीर है। राहुल गांधी जी ने जिस प्रकार से हमारी सेना के द्वारा दिखाए गए अप्रतिम शौर्य और सेना के अधिकारियों द्वारा, जिसमें डायरेक्टर जनरल मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन, डायरेक्टर जनरल एयर ऑपरेशन, डायरेक्टर जनरल नेवी ऑपरेशंस थे, उन्होंने जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता का विवरण दिया है, उसको सरेंडर से तुलना करना यह दर्शाता है कि यह मानसिकता कितनी रोगी और कितनी खतरनाक हो चुकी है। मुझे इस बात पे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि अभी तक कांग्रेस के नेता पाकिस्तानी मीडिया में सुर्खियां बटोरने में लगे हुए थे, पाकिस्तानी संसद में उनके बयान कोट किए जा रहे थे। राहुल गांधी जी का नाम तो और बयान तो भारत के विरुद्ध पाकिस्तान अपने डोजियर में यूज कर चुका है, परंतु पहली बार राहुल गांधी जी ने ऐसा बयान दिया है जो पाकिस्तान के सेना प्रमुख ने भी नहीं बोला, पाकिस्तान के किसी आतंकी संगठन ने भी नहीं बोला, मौलाना मसूद अजहर ने भी नहीं बोला और हाफिज सईद ने भी नहीं बोला। इसमें से किसी ने यह शब्द नहीं बोला है कि भारत ने सरेंडर किया है, बल्कि उन लोगों ने अपनी अपनी तकलीफों का इजहार गाहे बगाहे किया है। अगर इसके बाद ये बोल रहे हैं तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या आप उन नेताओं से एक कदम आगे जाना चाह रहे हैं? यानी अभी तक तो आप पाकिस्तान के लोगों को, पाकिस्तानी सेना और पाकिस्तान के आतंकी संगठनों को कवर फायर देते थे, अब उनके सिरमौर भरने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। एक हिंदी में कहावत होती है, नया मुल्ला प्याज ज्यादा खाता है, मगर यहां गैर मुल्ला इस कदर प्याज खाने में लगा हुआ है कि उसे लग ही नहीं रहा है कि यह देश के स्वाभिमान और सेना के शौर्य और सेना का कितना भीषण अपमान कर रहा है। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, वैसे राहुल गांधी जी की बुद्धिमत्ता और विवेकशीलता पर आप सभी लोग परिचित हैं। मात्र 1 वर्ष पहले की बात है, आज 4 जून है। 4 जून को चुनाव परिणाम आए थे। तीसरे अटेम्प्ट में 3 अंक ना पाने को जिसको अद्भुत सफलता नजर आ रही हो और पटाखे फोड़ने शुरू कर दिए हो, और तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनने पर जिसको पराजय नजर आ रही हो, उसकी कितनी समझ है और उसका कितना विवेक है, यह भली भांति समझा जा सकता है। राहुल गांधी जी का यह कहना सेना का सरासर अपमान है। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहता हूं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता की घोषणा सेना ने की है, भारत सरकार ने नहीं की है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के किसी प्रवक्ता ने नहीं की है। जैसे आपके प्रवक्ता अब अचानक सोकर जागने लगे, अपने जमाने क्या क्या बातें बोले, तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, आपने सरेंडर शब्द यूज करके सेना का अपमान किया है या नहीं? क्योंकि सीधे सीधे जब आपने सेना के बयान को सरेंडर से तुलना किया है, इसका मतलब भारत और भारत की सेना का सर झुकाने का वो काम और इसके लिए वो शब्द जो पाकिस्तान की सेना, पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादी संगठन और यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल के द्वारा डिजिग्नेटेड आतंकवादी जैसे मौलाना मसूद अजहर और हाफिज सईद भी नहीं बन कर पाए हैं, तो आप क्यों उनके मुहाफिज बनने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? और मैं दूसरा बताना चाहता हूं राहुल गांधी जी से कि अगर आपको यह समझना है सरेंडर, तो याद करिए राहुल गांधी जी केवल 2 साल पहले आप विदेश में गए थे और आपने कहा था, व्हाई द डिफेंडर्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी अमेरिका एंड यूरोप आर साइलेंट एंड नॉट इंटरफेयरिंग इन इंडिया। यह था सरेंडर। 15 जुलाई 2011 को आपने कहा, इट्स इम्पॉसिबल टू टोटली कंट्रोल टेररिज्म। यह था आतंक के आगे सरेंडर। 26/11 के हमले के बाद आपकी सरकार ने शर्म शेख में कहा कि कंपोजिट डायलॉग प्रभावित नहीं होगा आतंकी घटनाओं के साथ। यह था आतंक की मानसिकता के साथ सरेंडर। 1995 में नरसिम्हा राव सरकार के समय एक फोन आया और भारत ने अपना एटॉमिक एक्सप्लोजन रोक दिया। यह था सरेंडर। 1971 में 93,000 प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर थे। 1971 में 93,000 प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर थे। फिर भी पीओके क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया? छंब का 160 किलोमीटर का एरिया जीता हुआ क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया? 13,000 किलोमीटर पाकिस्तान के पंजाब और सिंध का जीता हुआ क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया? 54 हमारे सैनिकों को वापस नहीं लिया, उन्हें क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया? 1965 में जीता हुआ हाजी पीर का दर्रा सरेंडर कर दिया। लाहौर से 20 किलोमीटर दूर तक सेना पहुंच गई थी, वो सरेंडर कर दिया। 62 में तो क्या क्या सरेंडर कर दिया। 19 नवंबर 1962 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू का कैनेडी को लिखा गया लेटर है जिसमें उन्होंने सीधे कहा है कि अमेरिका आकर अमेरिकन पायलट्स हमारी एयरफोर्स को संभाले, जो 2010 में डिक्लासिफाइड हुआ है कैनेडी लाइब्रेरी के द्वारा। 1960 में सिंधु का 80% पानी सरेंडर कर दिया। 1948 में आपने कश्मीर का एक हिस्सा सरेंडर कर दिया। 1947 में मुस्लिम लीग के आगे 1/3 सरेंडर कर दिया। तो राहुल गांधी जी, आपकी पार्टी और आपके खानदान के कारनामे आजाद हिंदुस्तान के कैलेंडरों में सरेंडर से भरे पड़े हैं। और जहां तक हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात है, बहुत साफ कह देना चाहता हूं, राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता। हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता है जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी भारत माता के उस शेर की तरह हैं। आपको पता होगा, एक संस्कृत का वाक्य है, न अभिषेको न संस्कारो सिंहस्य क्रियते मृगा विक्रमार्जित राजस्य स्वयं मृगेंद्रता। मृगेंद्र शेर के लिए होता है और उसके अंदर स्वयं वो क्षमता होती है। तो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत मां के शेर अर्थात हमारे नरेंद्र भारत मां के मृगेंद्र हैं। और आप
BJP MP Sudhanshu Trivedi taking a dig at Rahul Gandhi's statement where he had alleged that US brokered the ceasefire between India and Pakistan and talked of surrender. Let's take a listen as to what BJP spokesperson said. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Aman takes a mocks Operation Sindoor, faces BJP's ire. Also coming up ahead, ACB issues summons to top up leaders Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain in alleged Delhi classroom construction scam. Those big stories and much more.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं. Who's going to start now?
Okay, and go.
Namaskar, this is Shankar.
This is Shivam.
And this is Siddharth.
And today we're here at the biggest stadium in India for the biggest match of the year, which is the IPL Final 2025.
But today is really special because we are going to be performing as a tribute to the armed forces. We're going to be singing a garland of melodies for them, and this is a way in which we Indians can offer our gratitude, our salutations and our appreciation for what the armed forces have done for us, will do for us and are doing for us.
They are the real heroes, and through our music, if we can even bring out a small smile, I think it will be a huge achievement for us. So we're really looking forward to this, and we are truly honored to be here and experience this magical moment.
कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं. अब तो हमें आगे बढ़ते हैं रहना, अब तो हमें साथी है बस इतना ही कहना. अब जो भी हो शोला बन के पत्थर है पिघलाना, अब जो भी हो बादल बन के पर्वत पर है छाना. कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते.
फूलनामा है, फिर वो अजरबैजान में भी जाके बोले कि हम तो फजर की नमाज का इंतजार कर रहे थे कि 4:30 के बाद अटैक करेंगे, उससे पहले ही इंडिया ने अटैक कर दिया रात्रि के तीसरे पहर में ही। तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं राहुल गांधी जी से कि शहबाज शरीफ और आसिफ मुनीर के इकबालिया बयान के बाद भी अगर आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है तो आपको क्या कहा जाए, राहुल शरीफ कहा जाए या राहुल मुनीर कहा जाए? क्योंकि आप तो मुनीर और शरीफ से भी ज्यादा बड़े पक्ष में तकरीर देने वाले नजर आ रहे हैं। पुनः रिवर्स ऑर्डर में शुरू करता हूं। मार्च 2023 राहुल गांधी विदेश में जाते हैं और कहते हैं व्हाई द डिफेंडर्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी अमेरिका एंड यूरोप आर साइलेंट ओवर व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन डेमोक्रेसी इन इंडिया, दे आर नॉट इंटरफेयरिंग। यह था सीधा सरेंडर। अब आप आइए 15 जुलाई 2011 को राहुल गांधी कहते हैं इट्स इम्पॉसिबल टू स्टॉप टेररिज्म। यह था टेररिज्म के आगे सरेंडर। 26/11 के मात्र 9 महीने बाद जुलाई 2009 में पाकिस्तान के साथ उस समय की सरकार, मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार, एक न्यूट्रल डेस्टिनेशन, अगेन आई एम री एम्फसाइजिंग, न्यूट्रल डेस्टिनेशन शर्म एल शेख में ज्वाइंट डिक्लेरेशन साइन करती है और वो कहती है टेररिज्म से कंपोजिट डायलॉग प्रभावित नहीं होगा। यह था टेररिज्म की मानसिकता के साथ सरेंडर। 1996 में आपने मोस्ट फेवरेट नेशन का स्टेटस दिया, यह था उनके साथ सरेंडर। अब आप आइए 1971 में 93,000 प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर थे, फिर भी पीओके नहीं निगोशिएट किया। अरे लेना तो छोड़िए, निगोशिएट नहीं किया। यह क्या था, 13,000 किलोमीटर हमारा पंजाब और सिंध का हमारे पास थे, वो छोड़ दिया। यह था शिमला में सरेंडर। और यह मैं हवा में नहीं बोल रहा हूं, बेनजीर भुट्टो ने अपनी किताब डॉटर ऑफ द ईस्ट में लिखा है कि जब वो शिमला समझौते के बाद रावलपिंडी पहुंचे तो उनके और उनके पिताजी का इस गर्मजोशी से स्वागत हुआ कि जंग हारने के बाद वो डिप्लोमेसी में सब कुछ जीत के आ गए। आई एम कोटिंग द बुक ऑफ बेनजीर भुट्टो। अब आइए 1965 एक न्यूट्रल डेस्टिनेशन ताशकंद में समझौता होता है।
Coming up ahead, Justice Verma is impeachment soon. Sources say that an impeachment motion will be brought about in the upcoming monsoon session of Parliament. All details on that big story coming up ahead.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी।
I want to then perhaps also take it a little further, because there was a lot of talk happening that the nuclear sites were also being targeted. Was that true? Did we actually manage to at least come very close or somewhere close?
Okay, you remember what the DG Air Ops mentioned?
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
In fact, a media person asked him that, did you target? And he said, you tell me. So obviously at the international level, are you going to say that you targeted? Obviously you didn't target. It got hit and it put a lot of fear and apprehension in the mind of the people there as to what is
was
the
that
condition.
the turning point?
Possibly, yes. Possibly, yes.
The very fact that they got nervous that we have come that
Many
close?
things, you know, not only one. In exactly that half night that you think of, if you reached Noor Khan Air Base, what is it?
Where were we going further? Because I understand that's when all the calls were essentially being made by the Pakistanis ki ab band karo.
So, if you've hit very valuable targets, so you've chosen your targets well.
Right.
If you hit them so hard that they've got to reach out to you, so you've done your delivery of your arsenal very well. So I think that by itself, what did you hit? How quickly did you hit?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
What was the thinking this time? You're saying there was always a thought behind it as I look at the circumstances that we are talking about. As far as Uri is concerned, you've had a base being targeted. As far as Balakot is also concerned, there too you have a similar sort of a setup. Today, what we saw, many would say that Lakshman Rekha was crossed when you have had civilians being targeted and obviously a narrative that Pakistan wants to build. What was that thing that the Prime Minister had to tell the services, and what was the thought behind it this time? What did we want to achieve?
See, the Prime Minister obviously is a person of the people. How can any Prime Minister accept this kind of barbarity that you create widows, you kill people based on religion? How does anyone ever, an elected Prime Minister obviously cannot accept it? That is one part. What about the other people in the apex leadership? Unanimity. That this aspect of what has been done to our civilians who were tourists, who had come there to do something which had nothing to do with the Kashmir issue or whether it was Pakistan issue, nothing. They had no idea as to what was happening. They possibly wouldn't have known the names of the Tanzims also.
Right.
So you pick up whom? Okay, if you did it in a military base, okay, you have a fight with the military. You did it with the CRPF, okay, you have a fight with the uniformed fraternity. What do you have against the tourists, civilians, innocent people, killing the husbands right in front of the wife, giving a message to the wife? Have you ever heard of this kind of barbarism?
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Another YouTuber and alleged Pak spy Jasbir Singh arrested over espionage charges in Punjab. Pakistan appointed to Vice Chair Counter Terrorism Committee, United Nations Security Council for 2025. Massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders in Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 hours searched in last 24 hours. Sources say government will bring a motion of impeachment against Justice Yashwant Verma during the coming monsoon session of the parliament. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will chair a meeting of the Union Council of Ministers today, the first after India's military action against Pakistan under Operation Sindoor. Festive celebrations in Bengaluru after Royal Challengers lift IPL trophy after 15 years of long wait.
18 years, so we are very happy.
RCB! RCB! RCB!
We are the champions! We are the champions!
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Dhaliwal Bhutto was called out on global platform. Yet another embarrassment for Pakistan. Bhutto's India, he wanted to target India with the aspect that India is targeting Muslims, but Dhaliwal Bhutto was called out on the global platform. Dhaliwal Bhutto was trying to make a statement there on the global platform when he was countered. Dhaliwal Bhutto's anti-India narrative was countered at UN by Muslim journalists citing Indian Muslims officer leading Pahalgam ops at UN. Bhutto claimed that Indian government is demonizing Muslims in India after Pahalgam terror attack, but then this statement of Bhutto was met with a counter response where they say that how it was Muslim officers who were leading the Pahalgam terror attack. Against that attack, those operations were being led by officials. Those were Muslims. It was an embarrassing moment for Dhaliwal Bhutto as he was trying to paint a narrative that India is anti-Muslim, but that very statement was met with a befitting reply there at the United Nations.
A statement you made today saying that the recent terrorist attack in Kashmir is being used as a political tool to demonize Muslims in India. Sir, I have watched the briefings on both sides, and as far as I recall, there were Muslim Indian military officers who were conducting the briefing on the Indian side.
Well, as far as the operation is concerned, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
Moving on, viewers, the all-party delegation that returned from foreign nations after briefing them on Operation Sindoor have launched a scathing attack on Pakistan, calling out their bluff. In fact, the BJP has strongly condemned Pakistan for peddling lies and false propaganda regarding Operation Sindoor and its role in cross-border terrorism. Speaking on the recent Pahalgam terror attack, the BJP stated that all 5 nations acknowledged and appreciated India's stance on terrorism, offering unconditional condemnation of such acts and support for India. So we know, viewers, that yesterday there were multiple delegations that returned after a successful visit of multiple nations that went across the globe and spoke on the success of Operation Sindoor. Let's listen in to this interaction with Minister Aparajita Sarangi.
Please tell us about the entire visit and how you had gone ahead and exposed Pakistan.
At the outset, let me tell you that it's a great feeling to come back to Indian soil. And having said that, let me tell you that we had gone to 5 countries, as you know. We went to Japan, thereafter we went to the Republic of Korea, then Indonesia, then Singapore, then Malaysia. And in every country, one heartening thing was that all segments of population had tremendous regard for the efforts of India, which is making giant strides on the path of progress, and they did appreciate our case. And the case was April 22nd in Pahalgam, reprehensible act of terrorism took place, and we all in one voice talked about the fact that Pakistan has been peddling lies and creating false propaganda as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. And we have to set the narrative right. So we put the facts before them straight away. We talked to them about the zero tolerance for terrorism, which is our policy now.
Moving on, viewers, we're getting more news from Meghalaya. Viewers, what began as honeymoon in the scenic hills of Sora in Meghalaya has turned into a harrowing mystery as newlyweds Raja and Sonam Raghuvanshi from Indore went missing on May 23rd, while Raja's highly decomposed corpse was recovered from a deep gorge near waterfall. Sonam remains untraceable amid growing suspicions and emotional distress. Raja's family alleges that the case involves kidnapping, robbery and murder and is demanding a CBI probe in the matter. Getting in the latest response from his family, viewers, listen in. Well, viewers, as you can see that this is a very serious case. What we are learning from our sources is that the police there in Meghalaya have already confirmed the fact that it was a murder after looking into the corpse that was recovered from that gorge. It has been found that the murder weapon was a machete. We'll be learning more on this as the investigation grows. The family has spoken to media. We'll get that reaction for you very soon. But yes, this mystery, this murder mystery is intensifying by the day. Let's listen in to what the family had to say.
इसमें जब तक सीबीआई नहीं आएगी तब तक मुझे लगता नहीं है कुछ सुराग मिलेगा, क्योंकि किसी पे डेफिनेटली हम लोग बोल सकते नहीं इसने ही करा है, क्योंकि यहाँ कहीं सीसीटीवी कैमरा कहीं पे है नहीं। दूसरी चीज़ जो पार्किंग यार्ड जहाँ पे से बॉडी मिली है वो कुछ बहुत मतलब करीब साल या 2 साल से बंद है, जहाँ पे कोई कैमरे नहीं लगे हुए नहीं है और सरकार द्वारा मतलब उसको बैन किया गया है। तो उसके बाद भी उस पर कोई ना कैमरा लगे हैं ना ही उस पर कुछ अपने पाबंदी की गई है।
Viewers, now we are joined by deceased brother Sachin. Sachin, thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network. अगर आप हमें बता सकें कि घटनाक्रम क्या था, आपको कब पता चला कि आपको कब ये खबर मिली कि आपके भाई की मृत्यु हो चुकी है और पुलिस ने अभी तक आपको अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में क्या बताया है?
पुलिस का जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो तो अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं आया गया वहाँ से। वो जो भाई का मर्डर की बात जो आई है वो कल ही मालूम पड़ी कि भाई का मर्डर हुआ है क्या, और जहाँ इनका मर्डर हुआ है वहाँ पे कुछ चाकू बरामद हुए हैं, मोबाइल भी ऐसा कुछ सुनने में आया है कि वहाँ की मीडिया हो रही है कि मिला है। लेकिन मेरा अब भाई तो मैं चला गया, जैसे भी हालात में बहू को खोज के लाए। दूसरी बात है कि मेरे को सीबीआई की जांच चाहिए। और पहले भी कपल्स या जो लोग मिसिंग हुए हैं तो आज तक वहाँ पे कभी कार्रवाई पे ध्यान देती नहीं वहाँ की प्रशासन भी। तो मेरी सिर्फ एक ही मांग है कि मेरे को सीबीआई ही की जांच करवाई जाए। राज्य सरकार, केंद्र सरकार से मेरी एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है।
जी सचिन, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि आपको ये पता चला है कि ये पहली बार नहीं है कि ऐसा हुआ है, तो क्या आपको ऐसी रिपोर्ट्स मिली हैं कि जिस जगह वो गए थे वो कोई संदिग्ध जगह थी जहां पहले भी ऐसी वारदातें हो चुकी हैं और जो आपके भाई और भाभी के साथ हुआ ये एक रिपीट इंसिडेंट है?
देखो सर, संदिग्ध बात नहीं हो सकती क्योंकि जिस जगह पे उनकी बॉडी मिली है तो जहाँ से गए वहां से बहुत दूर मिली है और इतने दूर चलना एक नॉर्मली सरल बात नहीं है कि वो एक ट्रांसपोर्ट कारोबारी है। वो इतना लंबा नहीं सकता कि 10-15 किलोमीटर तक कंटिन्यू चल जाए। वो जिस तरह से वहाँ की चीज़ें मिली हैं वो मतलब हमको बहुत पेचीदा करी। मैं 10 दिन से जिस दिन से मेरा भाई गायब हुआ था, मैं जब से सरकार से एक ही मांग कराया कि मुझे सेना दी जाए, लेकिन इनने मुझे सेना नहीं दी। इन्हें मुझे सेना का वो नहीं करा दिया था। ठीक है, तो सेना मांगते मांगते जब मेरे भाई की बॉडी मिली तब तक मेरे को सेना नहीं मिली, और अब जब मेरे भाई की बॉडी मिल गई है वो भी जिंदा नहीं मिली है, तो अब मेरी सरकार से, राज्य सरकार, केंद्र सरकार से मेरी एक ही मांग है कि मुझे सीबीआई दी जाए।
सचिन जी, सोनम के बारे में जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि वो लापता है, तो पुलिस ने अभी तक आपको क्या जानकारी दी है कि उनकी वो कहाँ हो सकती है, किधर हो सकती है, रॉबरी हुई नहीं हुई, क्या जानकारी दी है आपको?
अभी तक मैडम आप कुछ भी नहीं दी उनको जानकारी, कुछ भी जानकारी नहीं, 0% है।
तो आपने उनसे क्या बातचीत की है आगे कि आप कह रहे हैं कि सीबीआई का इन्वेस्टिगेशन चाहिए, मेघालय की पुलिस के आपके साथ पूरी तरीके से कोऑपरेट कर रही है, आपको कितनी जल्दी वो अपडेट कर रहे हैं हर सिचुएशन के बारे में?
एक बात जैसे सोचने वाली होती है कि जिस जगह मेरा भाई एक दिन में पहुंच गया, वहां की पुलिस 10 दिन में पहुंची नहीं। ये बहुत सोचने वाली बात है कि सोची समझी साजिश चल रही है वहां पे। हमको जिन पे शक है, जैसे हमने मेरे भाई ने वहां से जो एक्टिवा किराए पे ली थी, जब उन्होंने नाश्ता करा था होटल पे, जिस होटल से वो गायब हुए हैं, तो वहाँ की पुलिस कभी इनसे बातचीत करे, कार्रवाई करे। वहाँ का जो गाइड था, जिन्होंने गाइड करा था, यदि इनसे वहाँ बातचीत कराएंगे तो सर 100% मैडम कुछ ना कुछ सबूत जरूर हाथ में आएगा।
तो क्या पुलिस ने आपको बताया कि उन्होंने गाइड से, जिस होटल में वहां रुके हैं, वहां के मैनेजमेंट से, या जो उन्होंने गाड़ी ली जिसमें उन्होंने ट्रैवल किया, इन सब चीजों की डिटेल या इन सब के साथ जो इंटरोगेशन हुए उनके कुछ डिटेल्स आपके साथ शेयर किए गए अभी तक?
अभी कुछ भी नहीं किया मैडम।
अभी आपके साथ कुछ भी शेयर नहीं किया गया है?
जी मैडम, अभी कुछ भी करा। और कुछ खराब हुआ था मेरे भाई को पता है, विपिन को, जो राजा को लेके आ रहा वहां से। बाकी अभी कुछ भी देने। हमने उनसे सेना की मांग करी, डॉग्स की मांग करी, डॉन की मांग करी। ये सब चीज में मैडम हम कम से कम 8 दिन लग गए। उन्होंने 8 दिन बाद हमको ये चीज दी, और डॉग्स भी एक दिया था, डॉन बाद में 2 4 5 डॉन दिए थे। यदि कार्रवाई को वहाँ वो एक ही दिन में पूरी तरीके से फैलाते हैं तो शायद आज मेरा भाई जिंदा होता।
मैं आपसे बस एक आखिरी सवाल लूंगी कि सचिन जी, आपको क्या लग रहा है कि वाकई हुआ क्या? क्या आपने अपने स्तर पर वहां किसी से बातचीत करने की कोशिश की? आपके हिसाब से क्या हुआ?
मैडम, जिस जो हिसाब से मालूम पड़ा वो तो मर्डर हुआ है, और मर्डर जो हुआ वो सोची समझी साजिश है मर्डर करने की। मेरे भाई ने जो मेरे को बताया कि भैया जिस जगह से भाई मिला गया, तो वहाँ जो जिस तरीके से उसको मार के फेंका गया, इतना नीचे अपना भाई जा सकता नहीं है। आज हम बचपन से साथ में है, छोटे से उसको बड़ा करा मैंने, मैं उसको बड़ा भाई हूँ। तो ये जो भी प्लानिंग से जो करा गया है, तो हम मर्डर 100% मर्डर है।
जी, थैंक यू सचिन जी हमसे बात करने के लिए। आपकी डिमांड ये है कि ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है ये सीबीआई करे।
सरकार राज्य सरकार है, केंद्र सरकार राज्य सरकार से मेरी एक ही मांग है कि इस पर सीबीआई बिठाई जाए। मैं आपसे हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन करता हूँ मैडम जी, इस बात को वहां तक पहुंचाइए कि मेरे को केंद्र सरकार राज्य सरकार की मदद से मेरे को सीबीआई दी जाए।
जी बिल्कुल।
मेरा भाई तो खो दिया, बहू को हम खोना चाहते नहीं है, तो सीबीआई बिठाई जाए इस पर।
जी बिल्कुल, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए सचिन जी। Thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network. Viewers, that was the elder brother of deceased Raja, who is asserting that there is a bigger conspiracy behind this entire case, and he is urging the state and the central government to give this case to CBI for further investigation. Well, viewers, this is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence Richard Marles, who's in India of his 4-day South and South Asia tour that began on June 2nd. Now, he is in India to renew the comprehensive strategic partnership with the country. These are the live visuals of him being received with the protocol over there now. According to the Australian High Commission, Richard Marles is in India. This is on the 5th anniversary of Australia and India's comprehensive strategic partnership, which underpins the relationship between the shared vision for the Indian Ocean. This was a statement that had come from the Australian High Commission. Both the nation are expected to renew and strengthen the joint declaration on defence and security cooperation this year, which would reflect ambition in both countries and elevate the defence and security partnership and strategic convergence. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Aishwarya from the newsroom. Aishwarya, this is a crucial meeting over here. This is a very crucial visit as well, as the two nations will be working on renewing their relationship, as this is the 5th anniversary of the strategic bilateral comprehensive partnership that was inked between India and Australia. Aishwarya.
Absolutely. What we are witnessing is a very significant moment. The two defense ministers are meeting there. What is very significant is the fact that, this is the first meeting between the two leaders after the Labour Party came was elected a government in 2025. And India and Australia are celebrating 5 years of their comprehensive strategic partnership. So this visit in that case gains a great significance, also because of the fact that India, remember, has reached out to several countries and has sent its message about and its anti-terror stance after Operation Sindoor. So in the talks between the two leaders, it is expected that not only the two leaders will talk about the Indo-Pacific area and the security in general, but there will be likely discussions on Operation Sindoor as well, and India's strong stance against terrorism and its a stance on the Operation Sindoor that was carried out. So India and Australia, they are very important partners. They are celebrating 5 years of the comprehensive strategic partnership, and we have the new government in Australia. So considering all these reasons, this meeting gains great significance, and there is a hope that after this meeting, there will be the bilateral relations will be strengthened. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Aishwarya, for those details. Now moving on, viewers, gunfire in North York, a peaceful evening shattered by bullets in the heart of Lawrence Heights. 7 people have been injured in a mass shooting near Flemington Road and Zachary Court. Toronto police and the paramedics rushed to the scene just after the incident happened at around 8:30 p.m. on Tuesday night. Here's a report. Take a look.
7 people were injured in a mass shooting that unfolded Tuesday night in North York's Lawrence Heights neighborhood. The incident occurred just before 8:30 p.m. near the intersection of Flemington Road and Zachary Court. Toronto police say they received multiple 911 calls reporting the sound of gunfire in the area. Emergency responders quickly arrived at the scene, where chaos had erupted. Paramedics transported 7 adults from the location. Injuries range from serious to critical. Of those, 5 individuals suffered gunshot wounds and were rushed to nearby hospitals. Investigators are now combing through CCTV footage and speaking with the witnesses. Police have not yet released any details about potential suspects or the motive behind the shooting. The area remains cordoned off as the investigation continues, with officers urging anyone with information to come forward.
Viewers, breaking news coming in wake of a devastating landslide in North Sikkim. The Indian Army has launched an intensive search and rescue operations battling extreme weather and treacherous terrain to aid affected residents and stranded tourists. With Leshan village, the region's key tourist hub, completely cut off, the army establishment foot connectivity and reached out to 113 stranded tourists on June 3rd. And this has been an ongoing operations since 30 operations including foreign nationals. 13 people including foreign nationals were successfully airlifted to safety by military helicopters as efforts continue to evacuate, rest and restore normalcy. On your screens, these are the visuals that Republic TV has accessed, and the army officials have been at it trying to rescue as many people as possible. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will chair a meeting of Union Council of Ministers today, and this is the first meeting after India's military action against Pakistan under Operation Sindoor. The meeting will be scheduled around 4:30 p.m. at Sushma Swaraj Bhavan in the national capital. We'll get you more on this, but right after a very short break.
What it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
China is the most time-tested friend of Pakistan, and they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl.
This is the Pakistani Prime Minister openly admitting that Pakistan has been going around the world with a begging bowl in its hands. And this is not the first time he has admitted to it.
यानी वो जो चूंटी बराबर ममालिक थे वो हमसे कहीं आगे निकल गए और हम आज 75 साल बाद आज किशकोर लेके फिर रहे हैं. Beggars can't be choosers. Please understand that. हमें अपनी कौम का पेट पालना है. खुदा की कसम खा के कह रहा हूँ. यतीमों के सरों पर दस्ते शफ़क़त हमें रखना.
Pakistan is known to be a beggar state, be it to handle floods or restructuring of debts or IMF bailouts time and again. Pakistan's art of begging is no secret.
अगर ये बात ठीक है कि जनरल बाजवा टेलीफोन कर रहे हैं उनको अमेरिकनों को कि हमें मदद करें IMF के जरिए, इसका मतलब कि हम कमजोर होते जा रहे हैं. इसलिए आर्मी चीफ, नहीं तो आर्मी चीफ का तो काम नहीं है.
We lost last year $30 billion in economic losses and damages, right? That is an estimate by the World Bank. It's a conservative estimate. $348 billion is needed until 2030. Not far away, 2030, for Pakistan to keep its head as a development and sustainable index survivor, literally above water. So that kind of money is not in anybody's pipeline, envelope or plan.
On one hand, Shehbaz Sharif says it is embarrassing to take loans, but his minister, on the other hand, is grateful for arms.
इधर देखते हैं तो कर्जा, इधर देखते हैं तो कर्जा, उधर देखते हैं कर्जा, पीछे देखते हैं कर्जा। आज हम किसी दोस्त मुल्क में जाते हैं तो वो कहते हैं ये आए हैं मांगने के लिए। टेलीफोन किसी को करते हैं तो वो समझते हैं ये मांगेंगे हमसे। कायदे आज़म ने इसलिए तो इतनी बड़ी तहरीक नहीं चलाई थी। जगह जगह हम जाके पाकिस्तान को डिफॉल्ट से बचाने के लिए उधार मांग रहे हैं, IMF की मिन्नतें कर रहे हैं। दुआ करें, सऊदी अरब ने कल ख़जाने में 2 अरब जमा करवाया, $1 अरब इंशाअल्लाह UAE से एक आध दिन में पहुंच जाएगा। लेकिन मेरे बुजुर्गों और मेरे बहनों,
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता। हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता है जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं।
After Rahul Gandhi attacked Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the surrender remark, BJP takes on Congress and Rahul. Chief Justice of India B.R. Gavai warns judges taking government posts post-retirement, says shake the public trust in judiciary. Journalist exposes Bilawal Bhutto at the United Nations for making unsubstantiated claims about the treatment of Muslims in India. Pakistan appointed to Vice Chair of Counter-Terrorism Committee at the United Nations Security Council for 2025. Another YouTuber and alleged Pakistan spy Jasbir Singh arrested over espionage charges in Punjab. Massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders in Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 houses searched in the last 24 hours. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12:30 p.m. this Wednesday afternoon. Our top story remains the Punjab police has now unearthed another YouTuber in the alleged spy network. His name is Jasbir Singh, a resident of the village Mahalan, Rupnagar. Jasbir Singh, who was operating a YouTube channel called Jan Mahal, has been found associated with Pro Shakir alias Jat Randhawa, part of a terror-backed espionage network that has been unearthed in India. He also maintained a very close contact with Haryana-based YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra, arrested for spying, and Ehsanur Rahman, alias Danish, the Pakistani national who was expelled just days ago from the Pakistan High Commission. This is the same network now which has now spread its wing to Haryana, and now another YouTuber who is alleged to be a Pakistan spy, Jasbir Singh, has been caught by the Punjab police. Now, he's the same person who's also had the close ties with this man on your screen, Danish there, and Jyoti Malhotra, and he is now deemed to be one of the very key figures in this deep Pakistan YouTuber espionage nexus that has been unearthed in India after Operation Sindoor. And more details are emerging in this vloggers or spies nexus that is emerging in the country at the moment. On your screen is Jasbir Singh, alias, and Jyoti Malhotra, two YouTubers now from the same state. found to be in close proximity with Danish, a High Commission official who was recently declared as persona non grata by the Indian authorities, and he was sent back for spying charges. And he's the latest link in the Pakistan spy, YouTuber and vlogger nexus that has been unearthed. He was in close contact with Jyoti. He's also had multiple visits to Pakistan. At the same time, there are various other indications that suggest that he was in connection with Pakistan intelligence officers. That is what the Punjab DGP said earlier today. Those are the big breaking news updates that are coming in this spy nexus. And let me also take you through all the facts that are emerging out of this very sensational YouTuber spy case. At the moment, Jasbir Singh is the latest arrest in this entire case. And ladies and gentlemen, this spy nexus is only getting deeper with every passing day. Now, another YouTuber, another vlogger who was caught in this Pakistan espionage nexus, who has had multiple visits to Pakistan, has once again been arrested by the Punjab police. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, here are some exclusive details emerging out of the investigation of Jasbir Singh. Look at the things first. Here, Jasbir Singh was a resident of Roopnagar in Punjab, and he was deeply involved in this Punjab-Pakistan vlogger spy nexus. If you move on to the next slide, you'll see that he operated a YouTube channel called Jan Mahal. And from there on, he went on to visit Pakistan for multiple times. Now, what is the latest information that we are getting? That he was associated with some Pakistan intel operatives, and the name of that operative was Shakir. Moving on, then he was in close proximity again to YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra, who was one of the key faces who was arrested initially when the crackdown on the Pakistan spy network began in the month of April and May. Following on, he was also in touch with Danish, the expelled diplomat from the Pakistan High Commission, who was declared persona non grata because of his close connection to a potential intel network that was cultivated here in Delhi by him of these YouTubers and vloggers. Now, Jasbir has denied any involvement with them. However, Danish had invited Jasbir to the Pakistan National Day event to the High Commission, the same event in which Jyoti Malhotra was also invited, and she was seen in very close proximity to the same Danish, who is at the epicenter now emerging of this Pakistan spy gate. Moving on, he also attended various other events of Pakistan National Day in Delhi at the Pakistan High Commission. Also, he was in close contact with Pakistani army officials and other vloggers who are also part of this close nexus, which is why the Punjab police believes that he is also at the epicenter of this intelligence crackdown. Jasbir travelled to Pakistan on 3 separate occasions, much like Jyoti Malhotra. Also, his electronic devices contained multiple Pakistani-based documents, something that is very suspicious for a YouTuber and a vlogger to be associated with the Pakistan High Commission to visit Pakistan multiple times and then have Pakistani documents on their own devices. At the same time, he attempted to erase traces of communications after Jyoti's arrest, something that directly puts him into the culpability aspect of his alleged role as a potential intelligence operative or a potential Pakistan-cultivated spy, which is why the Punjab police has now acted very rigorously on this entire matter, and he has been arrested in this entire big spy nexus that is emerging in the YouTuber vlogger espionage case. We'll be closely tracking the developments on how Jasbir Singh is going to reveal the facts and factors of under what circumstances did he become an alleged spy for Pakistanis, why did he have Pakistani documents on his device, what was his connection to Jyoti Malhotra, why did he visit Pakistan 3 times. All these questions now will be answered one after the other, as now he's been finally arrested by the Punjab police and the investigation moves on in the entire Pakistan spy espionage case. That's the big breaking news development that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news updates are coming in, but at the moment, the biggest one on your screen at the moment, Pakistan spy, another vlogger, YouTuber, alleged terrorism, arrested by Punjab police. Meanwhile, he's also been produced in the Mohali District Court. That's the biggest breaking news update that we are tracking at the moment. Any moment now, the Punjab police will be requesting for his custody for further investigation and interrogation. Those are visuals live coming from the Mohali court, there where Jasbir Singh has been produced before the magistrate, and now his custody will be decided. The judge will decide whether or not he has to be sent to police custody or judicial custody. Those are live visuals Republic is tracking and leading the investigation into this evolving story of Pakistan espionage nexus. I have also my colleague Gursimran joining us live on this broadcast. Gursimran, now he has been produced, Jasbir Singh has been produced in the Mohali court, and further investigation is expected in this matter. However, his police custody remains crucial. We know Jyoti Malhotra was also sent to police custody. What's the latest that we are picking up on this evolving story. My colleague Lalit also joining us live. Lalit, first take us through the updates coming in from the Mohali District Court.
If you talk about this spy, Jasbir Singh, he has been produced in the Mohali District Court just a few minutes before, where his remand would be asked from the judge. But if you talk about the State Special Operations Cell has arrested him as they have found linkages with the Jyoti Malhotra, the YouTuber who has been arrested from Hisar. Some weeks ago, he was directly in touch with the PIO Jasbir. His name was Shakir, with whom he was directly in touch. Apart from that, if we talk about, he also attended the National Pakistan Day in Delhi, and he has been to Pakistan 3 times in 2020, 2021 and 2024. So there has been number of linkages which has been found that he was directly in touch with the ISI and with the PIOs of Pakistan. So with Jyoti Malhotra, it's a big update that another YouTuber, Jasbir Singh, has been arrested by the Mohali Special Cell Police, and today now he has been produced in the Mohali District Court, from where his remand would be asked. But somehow the confidential and the secret information about the country which has been leaked, these are the allegations on Jyoti Malhotra and Jasbir, as they both have been in touch with each other. Apart from that, if we talk about when he went to attend the National Pakistan Day, that time he was being invited by the Pakistan High Commission person, Mr. Danish, who was sent back to Pakistan by the Indian authorities. So now somehow the linkages are being tried to connect the dots between Jyoti Malhotra and Jasbir Singh, who is a YouTuber from Roopnagar in Mohali.
Thank you very much for those updates, Lalit, that you are tracking from the Mohali court, where now Jaspreet has been submitted and presented for further hearing. I also have Gursimran joining us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, what's the latest that you are taking inputs on, basically on the spy espionage nexus? Now, there is a deep link emerging between Jyoti Malhotra and this YouTuber as well. At the same time, name of Danish is coming up again and again in this investigation. What's the latest that you are picking up in terms of inputs?
See what sources in the Punjab police are saying that his custody is going to be really very crucial for them. Reason being that there have been some content from his phone and digital devices that has been erased over the time, especially after the arrest of Jyoti Malhotra. He was afraid that his name could come up, and that's why he deleted many of the communications that he had with some Pakistani numbers, as well as the data that he had shot in Pakistan, as well as that was shared with the Pakistani numbers. So that is going to be very important, that what the Punjab police is saying, that soon after getting his custody, his devices that have already been sent for the forensic analysis, after retrieval of the data, they will be in a position to share more details. Because see, for now what is that he has visited thrice, as latest as it was in 2024, before it was 2020 and 21 that he has visited Pakistan. Also, he has developed such relations with Danish, the Pakistani High Commission official, who has been declared person non grata by the government of India, that he was invited on his invitation to the Pakistani National Day, and during the Pakistani National Day he has met some of the Pakistani army officials as well as the Pakistani vloggers. So how he was in touch with them, what kind of information was being shared? See, it is very important because Punjab is also a state where Pakistan is always eyeing on. They have been actively involving in smuggling of the narcotics, weapons, as well as using the gangster network in Punjab to carry out the terror activities. So that is also being kept in mind, that how Pakistan is trying to cultivate its asset using their resources, be it their High Commission resources or the resources that are outside Pakistan but are working on the behest of Pakistan. So all this is being worked upon by the Punjab police. The central agencies are also looking into it. See, it's not the Punjab police that has first raised the suspicion on this very person, Jasbir Singh, who runs a channel on the name Jan Mahal. It is the central agencies that gave the clue to the Punjab police, because soon after the arrest of Jyoti Malhotra, some of the photographs surfaced. During these photographs analysis, it came into being that during the Pakistan National Day, it was one of the vloggers from Punjab who was was also there in that video, and he went to Pakistan thrice in last 5 years. So that raised the suspicion. The Punjab police was informed of the same, and their special operations cell of the Punjab police Mohali, they carried out this operation in which they have arrested late last night Jasbir Singh from his house in Roopnagar, and now he has been produced before the court. But the important thing is the data that he has erased, because it also raised suspicion on him, and also it is the destruction of the evidence that also he is liable for.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for tracking those updates coming in. Jasbir now produced in the Mohali court, ladies and gentlemen. His custody is going to be extremely crucial, as there are some matters and documents and other crucial evidences on his device that have been allegedly deleted since the arrest of YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra. Meanwhile, moving on to more breaking news update coming in. 3 youths from Hoshiarpur, Sangrur and Naman Shahid, identified as Amritpal, Husanpreet and Jaspal, who had been kidnapped in Iran earlier this month, have been safely rescued by local police in Tehran. That's a big breaking news update and a big relief coming for the families of these 3 individuals who had gone missing in Iran about a month ago, and the families had not heard from them for several days. And now they are relieved to have received a call from Tehran saying that their family members have been safely rescued. They are emotionally overjoyed. Amritpal's family in Hoshiarpur had been waiting for his return for close to a month now. There was no message or call from these 3 individuals there in Iran. They were missing, they were allegedly kidnapped, and now the Tehran police is confirming that all 3 of them have been rescued. The family members are expressing deep gratitude to the authorities involved in this entire operation. And once again, a big breaking news update coming in, a big matter of relief. 3 youths from Hoshiarpur, Sangrur and Nawan Shahir, identified as Amritpal, Husanpreet and Jaspal, who had been kidnapped in Iran for nearly a month ago, have been safely rescued by local police in Tehran. That's the big breaking news update that's coming in. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in. On June 3rd, fighters from Balochistan Liberation Army attacked in Pakistan Army and Frontier Corps personnel in the Dur area of Mangoshair, Kalat district, resulting in the deaths of 2 security personnel and injuring 2 others in the process. According to a statement now that has been released by the BLA spokesperson Azad Baloch via Baloch Liberation Voice on June 4th, the assault occurred while Pakistan forces had been surrounded the area and a group had described the act of aggression. The BLA claimed responsibility for this attack and reiterated their commitment to continuing armed struggle and independent movement against sovereign Balochistan. But 2 more army soldiers of the Pakistan army killed by the BLA. That's the big breaking news update coming in from the BLA. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman is not just a political leader. He's the founding father of Bangladesh, a symbol of the country's independence struggle for freedom. And his image on currency notes is more than just decoration. It represents national pride, identity and history for Bangladesh. To remove his face from such a visible symbol is viewed by many as an attempt to distance the nation of Bangladesh from its very own roots. My colleague Abhishek Kapoor explains why.
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. You wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of the most iconic statue of Mujib in Dhaka from the famous street named after Bangladesh's liberation, the Bijoy Sarani. The rioters had also stormed the Bangabandhu Museum in Dhanamondi area, which was the residence of Mujib, and also the place where he was assassinated in 1975 by the Pak-backed rebels in the Bangladesh army. Once Hasina was ousted and exiled, the erasure of Mujib and his legacy became institutionalized. His portraits and pictures were removed from all government offices and buildings, and once Yunus and his advisors took control, they went systematically after other markers of Mujib's legacy. The national holidays to mark his birth and death anniversaries, for example, were scrapped. The father of the nation was being reduced to just another political participant of the Bangladesh Liberation War. By the way, does Mujib's assassination date ring a bell? He was killed on August 15 in 1975, which is also India's Independence Day. The Pakis were sending a message that when India celebrates, Bangladesh should be mourning. Though Mujib cut his teeth with the student politics of Jinnah's Muslim League and was active participant in the Pakistan movement, he realized early the fallacies and failures of the ideology. He turned a rebel the day Jinnah, on a visit to Dhaka, announced that Urdu would be the sole national language of the then Pakistan. It was imperialism being imposed on the eastern Bengali half, which in fact was the more populous of the two wings of Pakistan. Mujib picked up from here, and the language movement became the raison d'etre of Bengali nationalism, culminating with the formation of Bangladesh. In between, there were many other fights. The textbooks of Pakistan were full of racist Punjabi chauvinism. In describing the two wings, the children of Pakistan were taught that while those in the West were tall, light-skinned, well-built Punjabis and Pashtuns and ate wheat, those in the West were short, dark, skinny, and ate rice.
I appreciate the significant strides made in our bilateral relationship across a wide range of sectors, from political exchanges to defense partnership, cultural and people-to-people relationship. Excellency, largely due to your personal commitment and leadership in strengthening India-Australia defense and security cooperation, in the past 3 years, bilateral defense cooperation has emerged as an important pillar of our comprehensive strategic partnership. I look forward to productive discussion today and hope that it will lay a firm ground for further cementing of India and Australia defense ties. Excellency, before I conclude my opening remarks, I wish to mention that this meeting is happening at a time when India is facing extreme challenges at our western border, and we have taken steps in response to barbaric incident in Kashmir. We thank Australia for its support on this issue. We shall be talking more about this later in the meeting. Excellency, I now request you for your opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your warm congratulations about our election win, and from my part, what is really exciting is the opportunity to work closely with you again over the next 3 years, and I've deeply appreciated the relationship that both you and I have had over the course of the last 3 and the progress that we've made. Can I start by just passing on my Prime Minister's condolences to India for all of those who were lost in the Pahalgam terrorist attack. Our thoughts, our prayers with the families of those who were killed in what was an appalling terrorist attack. We want to make clear that Australia stands with India and all countries in combating terrorism. We acknowledge and we welcome the stoppage in military activity. We see this as an act of Indian leadership. But we will continue to work with India as we combat terrorism in all its forms. Minister, as you said, today we meet on the 5th anniversary of the comprehensive strategic partnership. And we're deeply grateful to your government, to Prime Minister Modi and his leadership, which has seen the relationship between our two countries move to a completely different level. You know, the world is a challenging, a volatile and unpredictable place. And in this moment, we feel we have never had more strategic alignment with India than we do now. But this is a time to be making common cause with friends, and we certainly see India in that light, which means our relationship with you is of the highest priority. What's been really gratifying over the course of the last 3 years, as you and I have been engaging in our two countries' defence relationship, is that this aspect of the relationship has increasingly become a significant part of the entire bilateral relationship. We've done so much in terms of maritime domain awareness, cooperation with our P-8 aircraft. It really has taken the relationship of our two countries to a new level. As we look forward later this year to the annual Leaders' Summit between our two Prime Ministers, we really see that the defence component of our relationship can play a significant part in the outcome of that summit. We want to be ambitious in relation to the Joint Declaration of Defence and Security. We'd like to be ambitious in respect of the Maritime Security and Cooperation Roadmap. We see both of those as being two really critical steps forward in elevating the defence relationship even further, and there's more that we will be able to talk about across a range of areas: defence industry, intelligence sharing, how we are working together within the Indian Ocean region, and we look forward to the conversation today in respect of that. But perhaps I just conclude in saying that I am very, very grateful for the personal relationship that we have, the way in which we are able to shepherd our defence relationship together, and the contribution that is making to the broader bilateral relationship, which we see as being so profoundly significant to Australia's national interest, and we hope India's national interest as well. Thank you.
Talks about, please, media.
All right, that was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meeting with his Australian counterpart, the Australian Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister Richard Marles in New Delhi, as part of the ongoing efforts to strengthen defence ties and enhance strategic cooperation between the two nations. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, Pakistan appointed to Vice Chair Counter-Terrorism Committee of the United Nations Security Council for 2025. All the details on that big story. Also coming up ahead, journalist exposes Bilawal Bhutto at United Nations for making unsubstantiated claims about the treatment of Muslims in India. Those big stories and much more coming up ahead.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं। Who's going to start now?
Okay, and go.
Namaskar, this is Shankar. This is Shivam. And this is Siddharth. And today we're here at the biggest stadium in India for the biggest match of the year, which is the IPL Final 2025. But today is really special because we are going to be performing as a tribute to the armed forces. We're going to be singing a garland of melodies for them, and this is a way in which we Indians can offer our gratitude, our salutations, and our appreciation for what the armed forces have done for us, will do for us, and are doing for us.
They are the real heroes, and through our music, if we can even bring out a small smile, I think it will be a huge achievement for us. So we're really looking forward to this, and we are truly honored to be here and experience this magical moment.
कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं। अब तो हमें आगे बढ़ते हैं रहना, अब तो हमें साथी है बस इतना ही कहना। अब जो भी हो शोला बन के पत्थर है पिघलाना, अब जो भी हो बादल बन के पर्वत पर है छाना। कंधों से मिलते हैं कंधे, कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे तो दिल दुश्मन के हिलते हैं। भारत माता की जय।
And I want to then perhaps also take it a little further, because there was a lot.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV live and breaking at 1 p.m. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking is BJP now hitting back at Rahul Gandhi after his surrender remark against Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Operation Sindoor. That is the big story that we'll be tracking, and much more also coming up ahead. Let's first take a look at the headlines.
गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता। हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता हैं जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं।
After Rahul Gandhi attacked Prime Minister Modi with a surrendered remark, BJP takes on Congress and Rahul Gandhi. CJI B.R. Gawai warns judges taking government posts post-retirement, says that shake the public trust in judiciary. Journalist exposes Bilawal Bhutto at UN for making unsubstantiated claims about the treatment of Muslims in India. Pakistan appointed to Vice Chair Counter-Terrorism Committee at the United Nations Security Council for 2025. Another YouTuber and alleged Pakistani spy, Jasbir Singh, arrested over espionage charges in Punjab. And massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders in Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 houses searched in the last 24 hours. We have a big breaking news coming in. Action against illegal Bangladesh in Delhi continues. 18 illegal Bangladeshis have been arrested in Northwest District. Now, smartphones with the banned IMO app and 4 Bangladesh IDs have been recovered in a major operation. The foreigners cell, the Northwest District of Delhi Police, has detained 18 Bangladeshi nationals who were living illegally in the national capital. So big action, big crackdown against illegal Bangladeshis in Delhi. 18 illegal Bangladeshis arrested in Delhi's Northwest District. They were arrested, and smartphones with the banned IMO app and Bangladeshi IDs have been recovered from them. The major operation was undertaken by the foreigner cell of the Northwest District of Delhi Police. 18 Bangladeshis who were living illegally in the national capital have been detained. Right, we'll get more details from our reporter, but really a big action against the illegal Bangladeshis in the national capital. This is an ongoing drive against illegal Bangladeshis, and in a fresh crackdown, 18 illegal Bangladeshis have been arrested in the Northwest District of Delhi. We have our colleague Jatin who's joining us live from the national capital for more details. Jatin, what are the details now emerging? We understand that 18 Bangladeshi nationals who were living in the national capital illegally have been detained. What more information can you provide us?
बिल्कुल देखिए 18 बांग्लादेशियों को नॉर्थ वेस्ट दिल्ली से गिरफ्तार किया और पिछले एक हफ्ते की बात कर ले तो 50 से ज्यादा बांग्लादेशियों को इस पूरे मामले में हिरासत में भी लिया गया। दरअसल ये लोग पश्चिम बंगाल का जो बॉर्डर है वो क्रॉस करके भारत में दाखिल हुए थे। कुछ समय से हरियाणा में रह रहे थे और दिल्ली के अंदर वजीरपुर एक इलाका है, वहां के स्लम्स में आकर ये लोग रह रहे थे। पुलिस को इस मामले में जानकारी मिली, जिसके बाद पुलिस टीम वहां पर पहुंची। सबसे पहले एक शख्स से पूछताछ की गई, वो पुलिस को गुमराह करने लगा। हालांकि उसके बाद जब सख्ती से पूछताछ की गई तो उसने कबूला कि किस तरीके से 18 लोग जो कि 3 परिवार से जुड़े हुए हैं, इसमें बच्चे भी शामिल हैं, महिलाएं भी शामिल हैं, ये लोग दिल्ली के अंदर आकर रह रहे थे और यहाँ पर इलीगल तरीके से जो उनका रहना और दस्तावेज बनवाने की कोशिश में ये लोग लगे हुए थे। इन सभी को नॉर्थ वेस्ट दिल्ली का जो फॉरेन सेल है उनको हिरासत में लिया गया और उसके बाद अब पुलिस इनको एफआरआरओ के जरिए डिपोर्ट करने का जो काम है वो किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली में अवैध रूप से जो बांग्लादेशी रह रहे हैं उनको पकड़ने के लिए इस तरीके की जो मुहिम है वो लगातार चलाई जा रही है। और आपको बता दें कि 1000 से भी ज्यादा बांग्लादेशियों को पिछले 3 महीने के अंदर दिल्ली से पकड़ा गया और उसके बाद उनको डिपोर्ट करने का काम किया जा रहा है। लेकिन नॉर्थ वेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट पिछले एक हफ्ते में 50 से भी ज्यादा बांग्लादेशियों को यहां से पकड़ा गया और कहीं ना कहीं ये लोग बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके यहां पर आते हैं और उसके बाद जो आगे की कार्रवाई है वो पुलिस द्वारा यहां पर की जा रही है। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Right, thank you so much for those details there. We'll keep coming back to you in the subsequent bulletins. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Bilawal Bhutto's anti-India narrative has been countered at the United Nations by a journalist citing Indian Muslim officer leading the Pahalgam operations. Now, what happened at the United Nations was Bilawal Bhutto claimed that Indian government is demonizing the Muslims in India after the Pahalgam terror attack in Kashmir. However, a foreign Muslim journalist replied that as far as he recalls, Indian Muslim military official was in fact conducting the briefing for India's Operation Sindoor.
Let me start with a statement you made today, saying that the recent terrorist attack in Kashmir is being used as a political tool to demonize Muslims in India. Sir, I have watched the briefings on both sides, and as far as I recall, there were Muslim Indian military officers who were conducting the briefing on the Indian side.
Well, as far as the operation is concerned, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
And on to the other big story that we are tracking. Pakistan has been appointed to chair the 1988 Taliban Sanctions Committee of the United Nations Security Council for the year 2025. Now, this committee is responsible for enforcing sanctions, including asset freezes, travel bans, and also arms embargoes against individuals and entities associated with the Taliban that pose a threat to peace and security in Afghanistan. Now, in addition to this role, Pakistan will serve as the vice chair of the 1373 Counter-Terrorism Committee as well. All right, we have Major General P.K. Sehgal, who is a defense expert, joining us for more on this story. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in this broadcast. Sir, we'd like to know from you, given that India had chaired the UN Counter-Terrorism Committee in 22 and has been consistently also warning about Pakistan's harboring of many terrorists on its soil, including some those who are also UN designated. Now, this development has taken place. So how do you assess this development, considering the fact that Islamabad may try to use this to manipulate the Taliban for its own regional interests?
This is the greatest shame and travesty that can ever be put across in front of the world. Pakistan has been the greatest perpetrator of terrorism. Wherever terrorism has taken place anywhere in the world, whether in India, whether in France or Russia, or even in America, Britain, Germany, Pakistan has been directly or indirectly involved. The entire world knows of it. And Pakistan heading a sanctions committee when the Pakistanis were hand in glove with the Taliban up to a certain point of time, and now today they pose the greatest threat to peace and tranquility in Afghanistan. Under the circumstances, India has been categorically saying loud and clear time and again that UN Security Council is a defunct organization and any resolution passed by it has no meaning whatsoever. And this clearly indicates in the counter-terrorism, it's being chaired by Algeria, and the co-chair is France and Russia, which are themselves victims of terrorism perpetrated by Pakistan. Absolutely. If you remember in Chechnya what happened, and as well as the bombing of a school some years back in Russia, the person who was involved was found harbored in Pakistan. Similarly, Osama bin Laden was found harbored in Pakistan. And any number of global terrorists who've been put down on the terrorism list by UN Security Council are today still operating in Pakistan. And that notwithstanding, Pakistan heading one of the sanctions committee and being a co-chair of the counter-terrorism committee is the greatest joke on humankind.
Absolutely. Right. And Major General, with Pakistan, ties with the Taliban is currently strained, and there are of course accusations that Taliban is sheltering anti-Pakistan elements as well. So do you see a risk that Pakistan might misuse this chairmanship to selectively tighten or loosen sanctions, not in the interest of global security, but to pressure the Taliban and advance its own bilateral agenda?
Given the opportunity, Pakistan is going to go absolutely flat out to exploit it to the maximum. There's no denying the fact that Pakistan will try and use this opportunity to the maximum. But as far as Taliban is concerned, Taliban will not trust Pakistan under any circumstances, nor would any other country trust them. Russia itself who's also there on the committee, is one of the stakeholders. They've been victims of terrorism ex-Taliban, and they've been also victims of terrorism ex-Pakistan. And under the circumstances, these committees, which are either being headed or being co-chaired by Pakistan, is the greatest, I think, travesty and a shame and a joke inflicted on various nations that constitute the United Nations.
Right.
That statement notwithstanding, Pakistan will try their very, very best to exploit this opportunity to the maximum. But I am very certain, whom would they apply the sanctions? Are they going to apply sanctions on India? Are they going to apply sanctions on America? Or are they going to apply sanctions on Britain or France or Russia? Whom are they going to apply sanctions on? The only country on which they can apply sanctions invariably is Pakistan. And I'm very certain the co-chair will absolutely and totally tell Pakistan that it is they who ought to be sanctioned and not anybody else.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and giving us those insights on that big story. Thank you so much. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Jasbir Singh has been sent to 3 days of police remand. He has been produced in the district court, Mohali. Remember, YouTuber Jasbir Singh from Punjab has been arrested for his alleged ties to Pakistani espionage network. And he has a YouTube channel named Jan Mahal, and he's a Punjab-based YouTuber. And he was arrested for his alleged links with several Pakistani handlers connected to an espionage network. And remember, his arrest follows the arrest of another YouTuber earlier, Jyoti Malhotra, who was also taken into custody last month on similar charges. And now Jasbir Singh has been sent to 3 days of police remand. He has also been produced in district court Mohali. Those visuals you can see. Jasbir Singh being produced in district court Mohali. He runs a YouTube channel named Jan Mahal. He has been arrested for his alleged links with several Pakistani handlers connected to espionage network. And after the arrest of Jyoti Malhotra, who's a YouTuber, Jasbir Singh, he's a Punjab-based YouTuber. He was also arrested for alleged ties to Pakistani espionage network. And he has now been sent to police custody, produced in the District Court, Mohali. Those visuals you can see, he's been produced in District Court, Mohali. And he's a resident of Mahalan in Punjab. He runs a YouTube channel. Let's get more details from my colleague Madhurima, who is joining us from the newsroom. Madhurima, what details can you provide after the arrest? Jasbir Singh has now been sent to 3 days of police remand, so we can expect a lot of information coming out on this entire espionage network.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya. The police had suggested in front of the court the links that Jasbir had with Jyoti Malhotra and Danish. Danish is a common key between, he's a common link between multiple YouTubers who've been arrested on the charges of spying. And once again, as we know that Jasbir was trying to delete all his internet history and links with Jyoti, and the Pakistani embassy official Danish, who was involved in giving and providing everybody visas, phone numbers, and was also involved in other nefarious activities. He was the key link between these YouTubers and the Pak ISI and the Pakistani military. So Jasbir also had links with him, where Jasbir was trying to delete his entire internet history from mobile and his laptop, but he could not. All these facts were presented in front of the court, and the court agreed to give the police, the Mohali police, 3-day remand of Jasbir. We'll have to wait and watch as to what really comes out of this interrogation. But multiple links to be probed, as we already know that Jasbir had links with Jyoti Malhotra and the Pakistani embassy official Danish.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for those details there, Madhurima. And it was found, as Madhurima was telling us, that Jasbir Singh was maintaining close contacts with not only YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra, but also his links in Pakistan as well, including Danish. And let's move on in the bulletin now. Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare sheds light on Prime Minister Modi's briefing to the forces after the Pahalgam terror attack. Prime Minister Modi emphasized a strong strategic response with plans to avoid past mistakes and focus on military targets rather than civilians. The operation included multiple backup plans and also strengthened air defense system. Prime Minister Modi also called for the Indian diaspora and cyber community to combat anti-India propaganda, highlighting India's commitment to a more assertive counter-terrorism approach and national security. Take a look.
What was the thinking this time? You're saying there was always a thought behind it as I look at the circumstances that we are talking about. As far as Uri is concerned, you've had a base being targeted. As far as Balakot is also concerned, there too you have a similar sort of a setup. Today, what we saw, many would say that Lakshman Rekha was crossed when you have had civilians being targeted, and obviously a narrative that Pakistan wants to build. What was that thing that the Prime Minister had to tell the services, and what was the thought behind it this time? What did we want to achieve?
See, the Prime Minister obviously is a person of the people. How can any Prime Minister accept this kind of barbarity, that you create widows, you kill people based on religion? How does anyone ever, an elected Prime Minister obviously cannot accept it? That is one part. What about the other people in the apex leadership?
We have more breaking news coming in. Jammu and Kashmir police has launched a massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders from Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 houses were searched in the last 24 hours. The searches are underway at multiple locations at this moment as well. Now, this crackdown was launched in Rajouri and Poonch districts of Jammu. Associates of Pakistan-based terrorists who are from Jammu and Kashmir are on the radar of forces for their terror activities in Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact, isolated houses in dense forests of Rajouri and Poonch were also searched. Let's get more details from our colleague Gursimran, who's joining us live. Gursimran, J&K police launching a massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders from Jammu and Kashmir, and we understand that searches are also currently underway. What is the information that you have?
See, it is based on some intelligence input that the Pakistan-based terror commanders who are actually from Jammu and Kashmir but have exfiltrated to Pakistan, and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir way back in late 90s and early 2000. They have been operating on the behest of the Pakistani terror group and trying to revive their contacts in Jammu and Kashmir. The recent incidents of terror that have taken place in Rajouri and Poonch, they all have been done on the behest of these terror commanders that include Farooq Nai, his brother Shamsher Nai, and others like Muhammad Qasim. So they have been operating on the modus operandi that they will activate their cadres in Jammu and Kashmir, their old known cadres, and then they will carry out the terror acts. And based on that, the Rajouri police and the Poonch police, that is the Pir Panchal range, there the searches are being carried out. We are told that in last 24 hours, more than 50 houses have been searched and the searches are still underway. These are the upper reaches of the Poonch and the Rajouri, and also the isolated houses that are there. They are also being searched. This is a part of a deterrence to ensure that no one falls in trap of these Pakistani terrorists and help the terrorists, because what has happened over the last couple of years, that these Pakistani terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba in the Pir Panchal area, they have infiltrated into the Indian territory. They have carried out multiple terror acts and they have gone incommunicado with their handlers across the border. Now they are hiding in the upper reaches of the Poonch and Rajouri. Multiple anti-terror operations have also been launched, but also to ensure that they do not get any kind of a ground support, the forces are carrying out the searches, especially the Jammu and Kashmir police, at these locations.
Right. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for getting us all the details on that big story. Thank you so much. And viewers, we'll take a very short break here. And coming up ahead, another YouTuber and alleged Pakistani spy, Jaspir Singh, arrested on espionage charges in Punjab. That big story coming up ahead. Also, CGI BR Gawai warns judges are taking government posts post-retirement, says that shakes the public trust in judiciary. Those big stories and much more coming up ahead.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
I want to then perhaps also take it a little further, because there was a lot of talk happening that the nuclear sites were also being targeted. Was that true? Did we actually manage to at least come very close or somewhere close?
Okay, you remember what the DG Air Ops mentioned?
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
In fact, a media person asked him that, did you target? And he said, you tell me. So obviously at the international level, are you going to say that you targeted? Obviously you didn't target.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
What was the thinking this time? You're saying there was always a thought behind it as I look at the circumstances that we are talking about. As far as Uri is concerned, you've had a base being targeted. As far as Balakot is also concerned, there too you have a similar sort of a setup. Today, what we saw, many would say that Lakshman Rekha was crossed when you have had civilians being targeted and obviously a narrative that Pakistan wants to build. What was that thing that the Prime Minister had to tell the services, and what was the thought behind it this time? What did we want to achieve?
See, the Prime Minister obviously is a person of the people. How can any Prime Minister accept this kind of barbarity that you create widows, you kill people based on religion? How does anyone ever, an elected Prime Minister obviously cannot accept it? That is one part. What about the other people in the apex leadership? Unanimity. That this aspect of what has been done to our civilians who were tourists, who had come there to do something which had nothing to do with the Kashmir issue or whether it was Pakistan issue, nothing. They had.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
China is the most time-tested friend of Pakistan, and they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl.
This is the Pakistani Prime Minister openly admitting that Pakistan has been going around the world with a begging bowl in its hands. And this is not the first time he has admitted to it.
यानी वो जो चूंटी बराबर ममालिक थे वो हमसे कहीं आगे निकल गए और हम आज 75 साल बाद आज कशकोर लेके फिर रहे हैं। Beggars can't be choosers. Please understand that. हमें अपनी कौम का पेट पालना है। खुदा की कसम खा के कह रहा हूँ, यतीमों के सरों पर दस्ते शफ़क़त हमें रखना।
Pakistan is known to be a beggar state, be it to handle floods or restructuring of debts or IMF bailouts time and again. Pakistan's art of begging is no secret.
अगर ये बात ठीक है कि जनरल बाजवा टेलीफोन कर रहे हैं उनको अमेरिकनों को कि हमें मदद करें IMF के जरिए, इसका मतलब कि हम कमजोर होते जा रहे हैं, इसलिए आर्मी चीफ, नहीं तो आर्मी चीफ का तो काम नहीं है।
We lost last year $30 billion in economic losses and damages, right? That is an estimate by the World Bank. It's a conservative estimate. $348 billion is needed until 2030. Not far away, 2030, for Pakistan to keep its head as a development and sustainable index survivor, literally above water. So that kind of
welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 1:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. The Pakistani spy network is only growing. Now there's another Pakistan spy. This one has been caught from the state of Punjab. We learned that he was in touch with Haryana-based YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra. The Punjab-based spy has now been sent to 3 days of police custody. There are more details that are emerging in the case. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition. But first, the headlines.
राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता। हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता हैं जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं।
After Rahul Gandhi attacks Prime Minister Modi with surrendered remark, BJP takes on Congress and Rahul Gandhi. Chief Justice of India B.R. Gavai warns judges taking government post-retirement, says that can shake the public trust in judiciary. Journalist exposes Bilawal Bhutto at the United Nations for making unsubstantiated claims about the treatment of Muslims in India. Pakistan appointed to Vice Chair Counter Terrorism Committee, United Nations Security Council for 2025. Pakistani spy Jasbir Singh, sent to 3 days of police custody, was also in touch with spy and YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra. Massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders in Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 houses searched in last 24 hours. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in. The government has decided to commence the monsoon session of the parliament from 21st of July to 12th of August 2025. This has been confirmed by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. A huge development coming there. The monsoon session is to begin from the 21st of July to the 12th of August. Remember, it is in this same monsoon session of the Parliament that impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma will be brought. Yesterday, we got that information that Kiran Rijiju was going to have an outreach with all the parties, taking all the parties into confidence and briefing them about the monsoon session and the impeachment of Justice Yashwant Verma. And now we have a confirmation today, first on Republic, that the monsoon session will begin from July 21st to 12th of August. The monsoon session, remember, will have certain key topics starting from Operation Sindoor to Justice Yashwant Verma case. The session is all slated to take place from the 21st of July to 12th of August 2025. A lot of fireworks that are expected, a lot of issues that are expected to be brought out by the opposition as well as the government. The opposition, we learn, will mainly be focusing on Operation Sindoor, while also the government is planning to bring out the impeachment against Justice Yashwant Verma, this in the biggest judicial scandal. The session will be held from 21st of July to 12th of August 2025. Riyanka, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Riyanka, what are the key issues that the government is looking to take up in this monsoon session?
Well, certainly we have the dates out for the Parliament's monsoon session, which is slated to begin from the 21st of July, and it will be continued till the 12th of August when it's going to be concluding. Now, the main topics that will be focus of the monsoon session this time, firstly, as you rightly mentioned, Operation Sindoor, one of the biggest topics of discussion, although there has been several meetings after meetings taking place, but it is very important that that particular issue be discussed in the Parliament. And yes, we understand that the Operation Sindoor will be having most of the core agendas surrounding it. On the other hand, of course, impeachment of Justice Yashwant Verma, as we know that the centre has pushed for discussion in the Parliament. That is also the second, issue that will be coming up in the monsoon session. Thirdly, we also know that Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in the previous session had slated that the new income tax bill will also be discussed during the monsoon session. So it's going to be a power-packed scheduled Parliament session that will be taking place starting from the 21st of July.
Right, Priyanka, thank you very much for sharing those details. We move on to the other stories that we're tracking. Now, huge political debate has been sparked after Rahul Gandhi attacked the Prime Minister with the surrendered remark. Now, the BJP has taken on the Congress and Rahul Gandhi, claiming that his mindset is akin to that of terrorists and Pakistan, is what the BJP alleges. Now, the BJP also alleged that Rahul Gandhi's remarks undermine the valor and courage.
गांधी जी का यह कहना सेना का सरासर अपमान है। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहता हूं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता की घोषणा सेना ने की है, भारत सरकार ने नहीं की है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के किसी प्रवक्ता ने नहीं की है। जैसे आपके प्रवक्ता अब अचानक सोकर जागने लगे, अपने जमाने क्या क्या बातें बोले, तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, आपने सरेंडर शब्द यूज करके सेना का अपमान किया है या नहीं? क्योंकि सीधे सीधे जब आपने सेना के बयान को सरेंडर से तुलना किया है, इसका मतलब भारत और भारत की सेना का सर झुकाने का वो काम और इसके लिए वो शब्द जो पाकिस्तान की सेना, पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादी संगठन और यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल के द्वारा डिजिग्नेटेड आतंकवादी जैसे मौलाना मसूद अजहर और हाफिज सईद भी नहीं बन कर पाए हैं, तो आप क्यों उनके मुहाफिज बनने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? और मैं दूसरा बताना चाहता हूं राहुल गांधी जी से कि अगर आपको यह समझना है सरेंडर, तो याद करिए राहुल गांधी जी केवल 2 साल पहले आप विदेश में गए थे और आपने कहा था, व्हाई द डिफेंडर्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी अमेरिका एंड यूरोप आर साइलेंट एंड नॉट इंटरफेयरिंग इन इंडिया.
அவர் இன்னைக்கு அவர் எங்க கூட பயணம் உட்கார் சீட்டு கிடைச்சாச்சு உட்காந்துருந்தோம். அது ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். அந்த நிலையில இருந்து வந்து அவருக்கு தான் தெரியும். இன்னைக்கு இங்க ஜோஜோ இல்ல, இப்ப இந்த முன் வரிசை இல்லாமல் இருக்கிற அவர் ஜூனியர் ஆர்டிஸ்டா இருந்த போது நாங்க கண்டெடுத்து இவர் அப்படின்னு பார்த்து கூப்பிட்டது அவர். இன்னைக்கு அவர் எங்க கூடயே பயணம் உட்கார் சீட்டு கிடைச்சாச்சு உட்காந்துடணும். அது ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். அந்த நிலையில இருந்து வந்த அவருக்கு தான் தெரியும். இன்னைக்கு இங்க ஜோஜோ இல்ல, இப்ப இந்த முன் வரிசை இல்லாமல் இருக்கிற எல்லாருமே என் நண்பர்கள் தான். அவங்களுக்கு இந்த வாய்ப்பு கிடைச்சது எனக்கு பெருமையா இருக்கு. நீங்க படம் பார்த்துட்டு இவங்க எல்லாம் பத்தி நான் பேசுறேன். ஏன்னா இப்ப பேசும்போது அவர்கள் பெயரை மட்டுமே குறிப்பிட வேண்டி வரும். அவர்கள் திறமையும் பத்தி பேசுவதற்கு இன்னொரு விழா நடக்கத்தான் போகிறது என்று எனக்கு தோன்றுகிறது. அந்த விழாவில் உங்களுடன் பேசுகிறேன். மற்றபடி எனக்கு உறுதுணையாக இருந்த தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கே நன்றி சொல்ல வேண்டும். நான் மேடையில் பேசும்போது உயிரே உறவே தமிழே என்று சொன்னதற்கான அர்த்தத்தையும் நான் முழுமையாக உணர்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
That was Kamal Hassan's briefing. He was referring to his movie Thug Life, which has been banned in Karnataka after Kamal Hassan, the actor, refused to apologize for the remark that he had made just days back, where he said, and I quote, "Kannada is born from Tamil Nadu." Remember, the High Court had pulled him up yesterday after which he refused to apologize, after which we learned that his movie Thug Life had been banned in Karnataka from further release. Today, addressing a press conference, Kamal Haasan yet again has refused to apologize. Sharda, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast on that. Sharda, take us through some of the main pointers that Kamal Haasan was addressing. It was, of course, in the regional language. We believe that he has refused to apologize yet again, and this has come after the High Court had wrapped him. Okay, I believe I have lost that connection with Sharda, but just to take you back about Kamal Haasan's controversy, just days back he had said that Kannada was born out of Tamil Nadu, soon after which there were protests that broke out in Karnataka against Kamal Haasan's remark, demanding him to apologize for the language that he has used, for the language war that had reignited. There was a hearing that was done in the High Court, Karnataka High Court yesterday, after which the Karnataka High Court wrapped Kamal Haasan, asked him to apologize and said, be it Kamal Haasan or anybody else, the question is why not an apology? Now, soon after Karnataka High Court's that statement, we learned that his movie Thug Life had been banned from further release in the state of Karnataka, after which today there is a fresh press briefing that Kamal Haasan was holding just a few seconds back, wherein again he reiterated that he will not apologize for the statement he had made. He said that it is cinema that must win, thereby remaining completely defiant. Sharda, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast on that. Sharda, please take us through the important points that Kamal Haasan has made in his press briefing.
Today in the press briefing, Kamal Haasan stated that this particular film is done wonders only on the film. However, he's not spoken anything about the language where that's happening. He also mentioned that it was only a meeting that was to thank the press, and he did not speak anything about the Karnataka issue that is ongoing. However, yesterday speaking in the High Court, his team has revealed that Kamal Haasan would not be seeking forgiveness and he would not be giving an apology no matter what, because he believes in his statement, and that's the latest we are getting.
Well, absolutely, Sharda. To also talk us through about the repercussions that this defiance of the actor Kamal Haasan could have on his movie and on further actions of the actor, because we learned that his movie Thug Life has already been banned from further release in the state of Karnataka.
Thug Life is now banned in Karnataka because of the statement made by Kamal Haasan. It is expected that Kamal Haasan team will be approaching the Karnataka High Court again on June 10 for the second plea they have been filing, and it's expected that after the first 5 days, the second court case will be heard, and that on 10th, following which they're expecting the movie will be again taken up in the Karnataka High Court.
Right, absolutely. Sharda, talk us also about the hearing that was held yesterday in the Karnataka High Court, where the High Court had given some very strong word against the actor regarding his defiance and regarding his move not to apologize for his statement.
Well, it continues to say that Kamal Haasan will not be apologizing, which says the lawyer's team is he's going to fight out the film in the Karnataka High Court. Because even MD, writing to the Karnataka Federation, he's implied that he would not be seeking forgiveness for the statement, but would have a conversation with them.
Right, Sharda, thank you very much for sharing those details with us. That's the story that we're going to keep a close watch on. But for now, we move on to the other stories that we are tracking. Now, Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, has made a very strong statement. He has essentially cautioned the judges against taking government post-retirement. Now, he says that this could break the public trust in the judiciary, thereby cautioning judges to take government post after retirement. That's a very strong statement that has come from the Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, a very straight talk. He has sounded a strong note of caution against judges, and this is on accepting government posts or contesting elections immediately after retirement, warning that such practices raise significant ethical concerns and risk eroding public confidence in judiciary's independence. Rhythm is joining us on the phone line on that. Rhythm, what do we make out of the strong statement that the Chief Justice of India has given? It's a direct word to the judges. He has cautioned the judges against taking contesting elections and taking up government jobs soon after retirement. What do we draw out of CJI's this statement?
Well, this is not the first time that the Chief Justice of India is stating this. There have often been several people talking about how a judge behaves once he is out of office. So the post-retirement benefits that are given to any judge once he's not in office have been questioned many, many times by every Chief Justice when in office and one outside office. In this speech, the Chief Justice of India is giving caution to the judges and saying that as public functionaries, we have to be accountable to the people. Remember, these words are very critical because they are coming in the aftermath of the Justice Yashwant Verma controversy. Yesterday, we broke the news that our government sources are telling us Yashwant Verma could also be impeached. Our government sources telling us Judge Yashwant Verma could possibly, in this session, also face impeachment proceedings in the parliament. So very, very critical at this point that the propriety of a judge has to be maintained. How a judge conducts himself, herself, has to be seen. The Chief Justice therefore saying there should be no erosion of public trust in the judiciary because it has seen a massive hit in the last few months where we've seen the question mark being put on the image of the judges, whether it's the corruption scandal, whether it's the cash that was found, or whether it was trying to be hushed up and he was only merely going to be transferred to the Allahabad High Court. All these things put into perspective, the judges and the judiciary's image has taken some sort of a beating. The Chief Justice cautioning judges don't take post-retirement jobs. Also earlier he spoke about the collegium system, which is at the very heart of this thing. Should the collegium system continue in India? Because it is only something very peculiar to India. There is no other system like the collegium system in the world. Judges appoint judges. Also a big question mark being raised on that. We have seen the Vice President and the Jagdeep Dhankar speak about it and say it needs to go. We need the NJAC to be in place. That also has to be seen very critically. Chief Justice of India, Justice Gavai, telling us one has to caution, telling the judges also, be careful when you take post-retirement jobs. But the largest picture, two things. One, how is this impeachment proceeding going to go against Justice Yashwant Verma? Because we do want, India does want that corruption-free image of the judiciary back.
Right, absolutely, Rhythm. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Rhythm, for sharing those details. It's time for us to slip into a short break right now, but after the break, we'll get you all the details of how journalist has exposed Bilawal Bhutto at the United Nations for making unsubstantiated claims about treatment of Muslims in India. Also after the break is Pakistan has now been appointed to Vice Chair Counter-Terrorism Committee, United Nations Security Council for 2025. The UN's hypocrisy is now out there in the open. All those and much more after a break.
Amongst all the political parties, and I have started a discussion with prominent leaders, and I'll reach out to everybody.
Sir, as Rahul Gandhi has, commented yesterday against Operation Sindhu, the comment has been...
No, that I will not talk about the Operation Sindhu. The another information I would like to share is government has decided to convene the monsoon session of the Parliament from 21st July till 12th of August, and all our business and other subject matters to be taken up during the monsoon session are ready, and we have taken a decision and it will be conveyed to Rashtrapati Ji for the summoning of the House.
Sir, as you are in discussion with all the parties on impeachment motion, so what kind of response you are getting from these parties?
No, very positive. As I said, in this matter, there is no scope for taking a political stance by each party. The matter is very serious and it is extremely important for the nation. So when we discuss about corruption, whether it's corruption in judiciary or anywhere, it has to be taken in best consideration of the nation. We are not going to have a partisan view on that.
So, जैसे कि आपने सभी पार्टियों से इंक्लूडिंग कांग्रेस चर्चा शुरू कर दी है जस्टिस वर्मा के अगेंस्ट जो इम्पीचमेंट मोशन लाने की जो अभी ये पार्लियामेंट सेशन शुरू होने वाला है, तो किस तरह का रिस्पांस मिल रहा है और क्या सब बातचीत हुई है आपकी?
देखिए, कोई भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट का जज को अगर इम्पीच करना है तो वो पार्लियामेंट ही कर सकता है। इसलिए जस्टिस यशवंत वर्मा का मैटर सरकार के संज्ञान में आया है, तो हम चाहते हैं कि इसमें कोई दलगत राजनीति के नज़रिए से नहीं देखे, हर पार्टी मिलकर के चर्चा करना चाहिए, फिर हम उसको महाभियोग का मोशन को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मैं मेजर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के नेताओं से मेरा संपर्क शुरू किया है और हमने ये भी कहा है कि जो जुडिशरी में करप्शन का मामला है, ये देश के लिए बहुत गंभीर मामला है। इसमें कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो अपना अपना एक व्यू लेने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। हम सब मिल करके एक कलेक्टिव व्यू लेकर के चर्चा करके फिर जो इम्पीचमेंट होना है पार्लियामेंट ही कर सकता है, तो इसमें एकजुट एक आवाज़ में हम करें, इसका प्रक्रिया हमने शुरू कर दिया है।
सर, मॉनसून सेशन भी शुरू हो
जी, मैं ये सूचना देना चाहता हूं कि जो मॉनसून सेशन हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है और मॉनसून सेशन का तिथि हमने तय किया है। हम राष्ट्रपति जी को प्रपोजल भेजेंगे समन करने के लिए। 21 जुलाई से 12 अगस्त तक मॉनसून सेशन को चलाने का हमने डेट तय किया है। और हम ये भी कहना चाहता है कि कुछ लोग स्पेशल सेशन के बारे में बात करते हैं, तो इसमें ऐसा है, हर सेशन स्पेशल ही होता है। विंटर सेशन हो, मानसून सेशन हो, बजट सेशन हो, हर पार्लियामेंट सेशन बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है, वो स्पेशल सेशन होता है और देश का दिशा तय करने के लिए, कानून बनाने के लिए, नीति बनाने के लिए और बहुत ही जो अपने अपने मेंबरों का इम्पोर्टेंट बातें करने का भी प्लेटफॉर्म है। तो इसमें मैं चाहता हूं कि हर पार्टी मानसून सेशन जब आएंगे, फिर हम जो भी महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं फिर पार्लियामेंट में हम चर्चा करेंगे।
Coming up next after the break is the details on Justice Yashwant Verma's impeachment soon, which will be brought in the monsoon session of the Parliament. Kiran Rijiju, they're giving a confirmation. Also after the break, we'll get to the details of how there has been a massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders in Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 houses have already been searched in the last 24 hours.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. We wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of the most iconic statue of Mujib in Dhaka from the famous street named after Bangladesh's liberation, the Bijoy Sarani. The rioters had also stormed the Bangabandhu Museum.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. We wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of the most iconic statue of Mujib in Dhaka from the famous street named after Bangladesh's liberation, the Bijoy Sarani. The rioters had also stormed the Bangabandhu Museum in Dhanamonde area, which was the residence of Mujib, and also the place where he was assassinated in 1975 by the Pak-backed rebels in the Bangladesh army. Once Hasina was ousted and exiled,
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
this This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and the focus is on Justice Yashwant Verma's case because the government has made it very, very clear that the monsoon session will begin from 21st of July and there will be a discussion on impeachment of Justice Yashwant Verma. We'll get you all this and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Day after Karnataka High Court wraps, Kamal Hassan, actor, refuses to apologize over Kannada insult.
Impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma is a matter related to the corruption in judiciary. So there is no scope for any politicking. There is no scope for taking a separate political position for every party. So
it's the official confirmation from the centre. Kiran Rijiju confirms that a discussion on Justice Verma's impeachment will be held in the monsoon session of the parliament.
राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता। हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता है जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं।
After Rahul Gandhi attacked Prime Minister Modi with surrendered jibe, BJP takes on Congress and calls out Rahul's pro-Pakistan mindset. CJI B.R. Gawai warns judges taking government posts after retirement, says that shakes public trust in judiciary. Journalist exposes Bilawal Bhutto at UN for making unsubstantiated claims of the treatment of Muslims in India. Mega crackdown on Pak spy network. Pakistani spy Jasbir Singh sent to 3-day police custody. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Singh, part of a multi-party delegation to OIC countries, stated that nations like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Algeria and Kuwait, long considered as sympathetic to Pakistan, were receptive to India's first-hand briefing on Operation Sindoor and the Pahalgam attack, highlighting a shift in global perceptions. He noted that these countries appreciated India's outreach through a cross-party delegation and also acknowledged a new normal in India's counter-terrorism posture. India's counter-terrorism posture is now being supported by many countries which were earlier seen as sympathizers of Pakistan. The OIC nations in specific have expressed solidarity with India's stand against terror. Let's now listen in to Harshvardhan's reaction.
You visited Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain as well as Algeria. Do you see any kind of significant change at the global stage?
So you're right in saying that all of these countries are members of the Organization of Islamic Countries, the OIC, and they all are also influential in many other multilateral and international forums. For example, Kuwait, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are members of the Gulf Cooperation Council. They also, GCC is a member of the Financial Action Task Force. Bahrain will be a member of the Security Council next year. Algeria is a current member of the Security Council. Algeria is also the second largest economy in Africa, so it's an influential member of the African Union. So all four countries have a certain importance, not only from a regional and global perspective, but also, as you mentioned, in terms of their influence or the influence that they can bring to bear on Pakistan. So from that perspective, I think all of these four countries were receptive to our first-hand briefing of them on Op Sindoor, the heinous attack at Pahalgam, our response and our future policy with regard to terrorism as in a new normal. I have to say, of course, that the fact that we had a high-level all-party parliamentary delegation visiting these countries also had its own resonance, because all of these countries, I think, appreciated the fact that India had sent a delegation all the way to their countries to brief them in person. Secondly, of course, my own sense as someone who's been in diplomacy for the past almost 4 decades is that there is a great change in the way many of these countries view India. Our relationship with the Gulf countries, in the past has been one of, a certain level of mutual suspicion and indifference.
In fact, viewers, we also have statements from BJP calling out Pakistan's bluff. Let's listen in.
Please tell us about the entire visit and how you had gone ahead and exposed Pakistan.
At the outset, let me tell you that it's a great feeling to come back to Indian soil. And having said that, let me tell you that we had gone to 5 countries, as you know. We went to Japan. Thereafter, we went to the Republic of Korea, then Indonesia, then Singapore, then Malaysia. And in every country, one heartening thing was that all segments of population had tremendous regard for the efforts of India, which is making giant strides on the path of progress. And they did appreciate our case. And the case was April 22nd in Pahalgam. Reprehensible act of terrorism took place. And we all, in one voice, talked about the fact that Pakistan has been peddling lies and creating false propaganda as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. And we have to set the narrative right. So we put the facts before them straight away. We talked to them about the zero tolerance for terrorism, which is our policy now. We talked about the new normal that we are talking of. And at the same time, I must tell you that we did request them, they being the member of the Organization of Islamic Countries and the Financial Action Task Force, we did request them to put forth our views on terrorism and the role of Pakistan in instigating terrorist activities in India in these forums, since we are not members of these forums. So I think the best part was that all the countries have their own set of internal issues, but despite that, all the countries issued unconditional statements in favor of India, and they understood the plight of India. We also tried to talk about our complete focus on development. We are trying to become a developed nation by 2047. That is the agenda before us set by Prime Minister Modi and his government.
Moving on, we also have visuals from Patna where the Congress is staging protests against Bihar government over the Muzaffarpur rape case. A 10-year-old rape victim had lost her life after being denied critical medical treatment. In fact, it was delayed, and because of the medical apathy, the 10-year-old succumbed to her injuries. The survivor was denied timely medical treatment in Patna. The family alleges that the victim was shifted from one hospital to another and the victim was left unattended, and the Congress workers are staging a protest against the Bihar government over this medical apathy. There you can see it's a mega showdown drama unfolding in Patna. It's a showdown between Congress workers and the state government in Patna. Congress workers are raising slogans, but they're being pushed back by the police. As you can see on your screens, this is the dramatic scene that we have for you from Patna, where the Congress workers are staging a protest. They're up in arms against Nitish Kumar government. And this after a 10-year-old rape survivor lost her life after she was taken to multiple hospitals but was left unattended. And because of that apathy, the 10-year-old lost her life. And now the Congress workers are up in arms against the Nitish Kumar government. There you can see the police there trying to push back these protesters. In fact, yesterday as well, we showed you pictures of Congress workers being detained during these protests, and today as well there's a massive police deployment in Patna. It has turned into a fortress. There are barricades and heavy police deployment, as you can see on your screens, and Congress workers holding up placards and raising slogans are being pushed back by the police. And this protest has given rise to a major traffic jam in Patna. There you can see vehicles are stranded and the police are trying to clear these protesters from getting in the way of the commuters, but the Congress workers are unrelenting. They're demanding action, and they're also protesting against the Bihar government. A minor, a 10-year-old, was made to wait for 6 hours without a hospital bed, and this untimely medical treatment resulted in the survivor losing her life. And this has enraged the Congress workers who are up in arms against Nitish Kumar's government. They're demanding justice and action against the culprits. They're also questioning why the government hospital did not facilitate the treatment on time. Calling out the apathy of the state government, the Congress workers are staging a protest. But the Bihar police there, who have been deployed, they are now resisting these protesters. There you can see. We also have Prakash joining us live from Patna to give us a sense of what's happening on ground zero. Prakash, we can see dramatic scenes on our screens. Tell us what's happening.
Well, these Congress workers are protesting in Patna against the rape incident that took place in Muzaffarpur, in which the main culprit has been arrested. Yesterday, Tejasvi Yadav also visited Muzaffarpur. And in the interview, he said that strict action should be taken against the culprit and charge sheet should be done immediately. And
कि मंगल पांडे जी जो स्वास्थ्य मंत्री है उनको खुद इस्तीफा देना चाहिए.
Prakash, if you could hear me, what are the demands of these Congress workers, and what are the slogans that they are raising? They have held placards as well. If you could give us the details of this protest that we are seeing in Patna.
क्या दलित अति पिछड़ा वर्ग में पैदा होना कलंक है? मैं पूछना चाहता हूं नीतीश सरकार से कि आप मंगल पांडे एज स्वास्थ्य मंत्री कब इस्तीफा देंगे? ज्ञान रंजन, कांग्रेस प्रवक्ता.
Viewers, today Patna is witnessing rage and a firestorm of questions from the Congress party. There you can see dramatic visuals on your screens. The Congress is on the streets holding the state government responsible, and they're raising several questions, but the police is now pushing them back. We have Prakash back with us. Prakash, Congress is raising several questions. What are their demands?
They are now demanding that Mangal Pandey should resign from the health minister's post. And yesterday action was taken by Mangal Pandey against the PMCH deputy superintendent. And now I think we get to know that the act would also fall on Muzaffarpur superintendent as well. Because if at all the patient was referred from Muzaffarpur to Patna after 5 days of treatment in Muzaffarpur, the superintendent of Muzaffarpur should have informed the superintendent of Patna Medical College and Hospital. So an investigation is being done. The suo motu cognizance by the NCW has been taken, and a report would be sent to them. And the government of Bihar is also doing its own investigation, and based on that report, more action would likely to be taken. Now that the Congress party had hit the streets for the second consecutive day before yesterday also, under the leadership of Rajesh Ram, the state Congress president, now again they are protesting on the streets of Patna, trying to enter into the prohibitory area. They're trying to break open the barricade, but the police forces are resisting. We'll wait and watch what kind of situation unfolds. Back to you.
Well, these are dramatic scenes being witnessed in Patna, and the Congress workers are demanding the resignation of the state health minister. Despite action being taken, the Congress has alleged failures at multiple levels. They have claimed that there were lapses, medical negligence, and that's what led to the death of the 10-year-old rape survivor. Viewers, Bilawal Bhutto's anti-India narrative has fallen flat at the United Nations because he was countered by a Muslim journalist citing Indian Muslim officer leading Pahalgam ops. At the UN, Bilawal Bhutto had claimed that Indian government is demonizing Muslims in India after the Pahalgam terror attack in Kashmir. And a foreign Muslim journalist replied that as far as he recalls, Indian Muslim military official was conducting the briefing for India's operation, exposing Bilawal Bhutto's false narrative. Let's now also tell you how Bilawal Bhutto has been peddling anti-India narrative at the United Nations, and every single time he has been called out, and this time too it was no different. A Muslim journalist who was replying to Bilawal Bhutto's claims said that a Muslim military official was leading the Operation Sindoor briefing. And let's now listen in.
Let me start with a statement you made today saying that the recent terrorist attack in Kashmir is being used as a political tool to demonize Muslims in India. Sir, I have watched the briefings on both sides, and as far as I recall, there were Muslim Indian military officers who were conducting the briefing on the Indian side.
Well, as far as the operation is concerned, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. This time from Bangladesh. In a controversial move, the interim government of Bangladesh has issued an ordinance amending the National Freedom Fighters Council Act, redefining the term freedom fighter and effectively excluding Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the founding father and leader of the Liberation War, along with 4 national leaders of Mujibnagar government from the official recognition as freedom fighters. The amended law issued by the Ministry of Law, Justice and Parliamentary Affairs reclassifies them as collaborators of the Liberation War and introduces sweeping changes to 10 sections of the original act. And this move comes days after Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's face was dropped from Bangladeshi currency notes as well. This is Yunus government trying to erase the legacy of Mujibur Rahman. First, they took out Mujibur Rahman's face from Bangladeshi currency notes. Now they're altering his status as a freedom fighter as collaborators of the Liberation War. Massive changes by the Yunus regime. He has revised the Freedom Fighters Council Act, thereby reducing Mujibur Rahman from a freedom fighter to the collaborator of Liberation War, and has also introduced sweeping changes in this act. Moving on, viewers, 2 days from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will travel to Jammu and Kashmir to inaugurate what is nothing short of an engineering marvel. The inauguration of the Chenab Bridge, the world's highest railway bridge, will be followed by the opening of Katra-Srinagar Vande Bharat train service. Here's all you need to know in the run-up to PM's visit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating the Chenab Bridge on June 6th. This is the world's highest railway bridge located in Jammu and Kashmir. The bridge is a part of the Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla railway link, a 272-kilometer long railway project. The iconic Chenab railway bridge, the world's highest railway arc bridge, will be part of the Katra to Sangaldan stretch, connecting New Delhi directly to Kashmir via Katra. Situated in the Riyasi district of Jammu and Kashmir, the Chenab bridge is an engineering marvel, standing at a height of 359 meters above the riverbed. It will officially connect the Kashmir Valley with the rest of India via rail for the first time in history.
We have fresh breaking news coming in. It's BLA now claiming responsibility for the June 3rd attack in Pakistan. Fighters from Baloch Liberation Army launched an attack on Pakistani Army and Frontier Corps personnel in the Dur area of Mangochair, Kalat district, resulting in the deaths of 2 security personnel and injuries to 2 others, according to a statement issued by BLA spokesperson Azad Baloch via Baloch Liberation Voice on June 4th. The assault occurred while Pakistani forces had surrounded the area for what the group described as the act of aggression. The BLA claimed responsibility for the attack and reiterated its commitment to continuing its armed struggle for an independent and sovereign Balochistan. We have Kruta joining us live from our newsroom. Kruta, the BLA has once again claimed responsibility for the June 3rd attack. If you could tell our viewers what exactly happened on June 3rd.
This is an ongoing struggle that is ongoing in the Kalat district of Balochistan province, which is one of the biggest districts in Balochistan. And the latest is that 4 army personnel of the Pakistan army were targeted in an attack by the BLA forces on June 3rd. Now, an official confirmation and an acceptance of the attack has come on from the side of the BLA, where BLA spokesperson has accepted that it was the BLA indeed that carried out this attack. So far, the information that we have is that 2 Pakistani soldiers have lost their lives, as well as 2 others were injured in this severe attack. Now, this is a very strong attack happening in the Mangochair area of Kalat district in Balochistan. This was in a place called as Dur. And most significant factor here is that just a couple of days ago, there was also another city here that was allegedly captured by the BLA forces. That was at least the claim made by them. Now, it is very significant also because Pakistani Prime Minister was also in Quetta just yesterday or day before. So it is a very significant escalation that both Field Marshal Asim Munir and Pakistan's Prime Minister were in Balochistan province after all, and an attack was carried out right under their nose. 2 Pakistan soldiers, beg your pardon, were killed by BLA freedom fighters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to more breaking news updates coming in from across Bharat in the next 2 minutes. Security has been deployed in Ranchi as tribal community outfits called for a bandh. They are opposing the construction of Siramtoli Mekkan flyover ramp, which is situated near the Sarna Sthal, a sacred site for the tribals. They are demanding the removal of the ramp as the tribal community outfits feel that it disturbs the sanctity of their place of worship. Devotees show up in large numbers at Ayodhya's Ram temple in light of the ongoing Pran Pratishtha rituals of the Ram Darbar. The rituals of the ceremony started yesterday on June 3rd and will continue until tomorrow, that is June 5th. Devotees are seen immersed in the spiritual environment as they chant Jai Shri Ram. Jammu and Kashmir police has launched a massive crackdown on Pakistan-based terror commanders from Jammu and Kashmir. More than 50 houses have been searched in the past 24 hours. Searches are also underway at multiple locations. The crackdown has been particularly launched in the Rajouri and Poonch districts of Jammu. Houses located and isolated in dense forests are also under search. Associates of Pakistan-based terrorists are from Jammu and Kashmir are on the radar of the forces for terror activities in the region. Two accused have been arrested after a jeweler was robbed 2 days ago in Katanil, Delhi. He was robbed for a total of 35 lakh rupees. The money has been recovered by the police as well as the weapons that were used for the robbery. All four of the accused fled for different countries after executing the robbery. However, the police arrested them from Jind, Rohtak, Baghpat and Bahdod. 9 individuals have been declared dead after a big attack took place under the Meghnagar in town of Jhabua in Madhya Pradesh. A cement-filled trolley overturned on an eco-van which caused the accident. The accident took place at around 3 o'clock at night. A total of 11 people were on the eco-van and 2 people have been hospitalized in the Thandla hospital. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, despite the Karnataka High Court's pulling up of actor Kamal Haasan, he refuses to apologize for his Kannada Tamil remarks. Up next on Live and Breaking, also a mega crackdown on Pakistan spy network. Spy Jasbir Singh now sent to 3 days police custody. More updates only on Republic. Stay tuned as we come right back after the short break.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. You wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of the most iconic statue of Mujib in Dhaka from the famous street named after Bangladesh's liberation, the Bijoy Sarani. The rioters had also stormed the Bangabandhu Museum in Dhanamonde area, which was the residence of Mujib, and also the place where he was assassinated in 1975 by the Pak-backed rebels in the Bangladesh army. Once Hasina was ousted and exiled, the erasure of Mujib and his legacy became institutionalized. His portraits and pictures were removed from all government offices and buildings, and once Yunus and his advisors took control, they went.
Each night on Prime Time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your prime time starts here.
Despite Karnataka High Court pulling up actor Kamal Hassan, he refuses to apologize over Kannada remark.
Impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma is a matter related to the corruption in judiciary. So there is no scope for any politicking. There is no scope for taking a separate political position for every party. So
Government has spoken on Justice Verma. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju confirms that a discussion on Justice Verma's impeachment will be held in the monsoon session of the Parliament.
राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता। हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता है जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं।
After Rahul Gandhi attacked Prime Minister Modi with surrendered remark, BJP takes on Congress and Rahul. Chief Justice of India B.R. Gawai warns judges taking government posts retirement, says that it shakes public trust in judiciary. Journalist exposes Bilawal Bhutto at the United Nations for making unsubstantiated claims about the treatment of Muslims in India. Mega crackdown on Pakistani spy network. Pakistani spy Jasbir Singh sent to 3 days police custody. Further developments are now taking place in the spy ring that has been busted by the police across the country. In fact, the latest arrest has now been made in the state of Punjab, where we are given to understand Punjab police have uncovered an espionage network that's linked to Jasbir Singh, a resident of village Mahalan in Roopnagar, who runs a YouTube channel named Jan Mahal. Singh, in fact, has been found connected to a PIO, that's a person of interest, Shakir alias Jat Randhawa, who's part of a terror-backed espionage ring and maintained close contact with the Haryana-based YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra and Ehsan ur Rahman alias Danish, a Pakistan nationalist and expelled official from the Pakistan High Commission. As per the FIR that has been registered, we are given to understand that the case involves 3 major allegations. Number 1, it's foreign funding. Number 2, links to Pakistan's ISI. And the third is with regards to sharing of sensitive information. Now, while Punjab police have sought a 7-day remand for Singh, only 3 days have been granted. Let me also bring in my colleague Gursimran, who is joining us on this broadcast. Gursimran, a quick check with regards to what is it that the Punjab police have been able to establish in the investigation that has been carried so far?
See, Shavan, in the investigation that has been carried out so far, there are links with the Jat Randhawa, who is based in Pakistan and has been running the espionage network on the behest of the Pakistani intelligence. He has been one of those persons who are Pakistani intelligence operatives, and they have been running this entire module so that they can fetch some data, crucial information from these kind of YouTubers who they have access to. And also the 3 visits of the Jan Mahal to Pakistan, Jasbir Singh to Pakistan, they are also under scanner of the Punjab police. But one thing that the Punjab police is looking into is the forensic data, because some of the data that Jasbir Singh has erased after the arrest of Jyoti Malhotra, that the Punjab police believes is going to be crucial. See, it was not a standalone operation of the Mohali police, but it was the central agencies that provided the tip-off to the Punjab police soon after the arrest of Jyoti Malhotra, because her photograph with Jasbir Singh was seen inside the Pakistani High Commission on the Pakistan National Day. He was invited by Danish. Danish is the common link between Jyoti and Jasbir Singh. So that is being worked upon by the Punjab police, and also some 3 to 4 YouTubers are still there that are under the radar of the police of various states after the tip-off that was given by the central agencies, because they believe that these Pakistani intelligence operatives, be it the Danish or the others, they are running a complete network that has multiple YouTubers or the social media, so-called social media influencers that are part of it. So knowingly or unknowingly, many of them are indulged in this. But in this case of Jasbir Singh, it is believed that since he had paid multiple visits and also he was in contact with not only the Pakistani YouTubers but also some of their army officials, so it is believed that he had a larger role to play, and that is what is being probed by the Punjab police now.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. Now we'll put focus with regards to what's really happening in the northeastern states, flood-ravaged states like that of Sikkim and Assam. In fact, the latest coming in from Sikkim, where the rescue operations are basically underway. The army, in fact, has now released fresh visuals and a video statement that has come in from the site, with the Indian Army basically stepping in. Brigade commander has now given us details about the current situation in Sikkim, particularly areas in North Sikkim that have been completely inundated. Tourists have already been evacuated. Stranded tourists are now being assisted by the army personnel, while efforts are being made to restore the connectivity. There is also search that is underway as we speak with regards to missing individuals. And we're given to understand that Indian Army has basically stepped up the operations. Take a look at this report coming in from Sikkim.
The flood situation continues to remain grim across the state of Assam, though some relief have been witnessed from the floods in Upper Assam. Most parts of Lower Assam as well as the Barak Valley remains underwater. Right now we are reporting from the border areas of Morigaon and Mongoloi district. These are the riverine waters of the Brahmaputra, and I would like to show you the visuals, the exclusive first glimpse of the riverine area. These areas are not accessible anymore now, and Republic TV is the only channel which have managed to come to this remotest riverine area on the heart of Brahmaputra. Then you can see these visuals here. Each and every house have been completely inundated. The entire village in the riverine area have been completely submerged. Most of the people have went to the safe locations in search of food and rehabilitation. You can see this vegetable farms completely destroyed by the floodwaters. Here boats are the only way of transportation now, and people are living in immense hardship. Some people have made their homes on the stilted bamboos, and on this bamboo stilts now they are living day or night. It doesn't matter here, because all that they can see 24/7 in this riverine area is the rising level of the Brahmaputra. The flood have so far claimed 6 lives across the state of Assam, and the situation continues to remain grim.
Well, in fact, we are now going to take you through the report coming in from Sikkim. What we showed you a short while back was the report coming in from Assam, where various districts are completely submerged. We are given to understand that the centre is now providing all necessary assistance to ensure that the rescue operation is carried out as soon as possible. In fact, the Indian Air Force has also now stepped in along with the Indian Army as far as Sikkim is concerned. In fact, we're going to put out right now the visuals coming in from Sikkim, where the Indian Air Force has included the Mi-17, the Mi-17 helicopters, which are now carrying out the HADR operations. Now, these are operations that are part of the humanitarian assistance that has been provided by the Air Force. They're essentially airdropping relief materials, inserting NDRF teams, and also evacuating 33 stranded individuals, including 2 US nationals from the remote Chaten region. In fact, we're going to just quickly put out the visuals that we have just got from the Indian Air Force. The first images coming in from the Indian Air Force of the tourists who were stranded, and we are given to understand that the rescue operation is underway. The rescue operation being carried out by the Indian Air Force along with the Indian Army. That's the latest coming in with regards to the situation on the ground. In fact, as far as Chaten region in Sikkim is concerned, the Army, and in fact you've had the brigade commander now stating that the rescue operations are underway, and the Army has basically increased their reinforcement. We're given to understand that the brigade commander, Brigadier H.S. Lider, has just spoken to Republic TV, and these are the latest visuals that have just come in. We'll play all of that for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, as these, ladies and gentlemen, the current situation on the ground with regards to the rescue operation that is being carried out. Brigadier H.S. Lider, the brigade commander, says the situation has been brought in control as far as the Chaten region is concerned. We are just going to, in a short while from now, take you through the latest images that are coming in from Sikkim as well as from Assam. In Assam, Assam Chief Minister has now spoken to the divisional commissioners to basically speed up the rescue operation, because several of the districts are inundated. Landslides have also been reported from various northeastern states. In the last 24 hours, reports have essentially come in from the state of Meghalaya as well as Arunachal Pradesh. Now, on your screens, these are the latest images now coming in from Sikkim, from Chaten region, where we are being told that the rescue operation is underway. These are the latest images. We are also going to play out the first response that has come in from Brigadier H.S. Lider, the brigadier commander on Chaten, as the rescue operation is underway. Take a look, and then we're going to come back with these latest images coming in from Sikkim.
I'm at the location where there was a massive landslide which occurred on the night of 1st of June. But as a prelude to this, I must tell you that very, very heavy rains have been experienced in this area from 30th of May onwards. And the rains were so heavy and unprecedented that if you take your attention, which is on this on the other side of the mountain, you can see this huge waterfall and the huge river which has been created on the landslide, which never existed before. And because of which we carried out certain precautionary evacuations. However, this area being stable and totally nothing was anticipated here. So there were around 50 to 70 personnel who were residing here. But on the unfortunate night of 1st of June, there was a very heavy landslide, because of which we had to carry out evacuation. But unfortunately, 9 of our personnel, the nature got the better of them. And in this period, in the last 3 days, we mobilized all our resources, and we've been able to recover 3 mortal remains.
Well, in fact, this is the latest now coming in from the brigade commander, Brigadier H.S. Lider, where the landslides have been reported from various parts of Chaten region in Sikkim. I'm going to now take you through a consolidated report that we are playing out right now with regards to the situation, particularly in Sikkim as well as in Assam. Remember, the flood situation has only worsened in states like Sikkim, where landslides have been reported in the last 48 hours. In fact, a high-level meeting was also carried out by the Sikkim Chief Minister, speaking to the local divisional commissioners as well as the NDRF that has now been brought into the picture to carry out the rescue operation. I'll also get to my colleague Anirudh, who's been tracking the flood situation in the state of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh and Sikkim. Anirudh, what's the latest that you're picking up in terms of the situation in Chaten region? As we're being told, a fresh landslide has also now been reported.
Yes, so in Chatin, the situation is very grim because the road connectivity to the certain area has not yet been restored, and efforts are being pushed in by the army as well as the NDRF and the SDRF. In fact, on a war mode, the army and the NDRF are working closely to restore the road connectivity. Meanwhile, even as the army continues to search for its own missing personnel who have been missing since the landslide, they are also actively helping the tourists who are stranded there, and efforts are being made in order to restore the connectivity to the other parts of Sikkim, so that the stranded tourists can be taken to safer places like Gangtok, and they can return to their homes. Sawan.
Well, in fact, Anirudh, I'll request you to stay on with us because I'm given to understand that the army has also reached Lachen area where 113 stranded tourists have also been evacuated. If we can also put that out as the breaking news now coming in. 113 stranded tourists have been just evacuated a short while back. We're given to understand that the army personnel have established a walkway, and this walkway is towards the northern Sikkim's Lachen village. Now this village was completely cut off due to the multiple landslides that were triggered by the raid in Mangan district, and there we are being told that 113 tourists were stranded, and in fact they have been evacuated right now. They were stuck in the village for the last few days and they've been evacuated a short while back. Search operations are also underway because the breaking news now also coming in. Search operations are underway to trace 6 missing people after a landslide struck a military camp at Chatin on 1st of June. Now that's the latest now coming in with regards to, can we just go back to the visuals that were coming in from the Chatin region where landslides have also been reported, because those are dramatic images coming in, giving us a sense of what's really happening on the ground. We'll try also we'll also play out the first response that is coming from the brigade commander who's overseeing this entire operation there, Brigadier HS leaders. First response on how far have they been able to control the situation and whether at all they have been able to also evacuate those tourists who have been completely stranded. Let's play out the response coming in right now from Brigadier HS leader. Also, as we are getting a confirmation that 113 tourists who have been evacuated from Lachen, that's from North Sikkim. Remember, North Sikkim has been one of the worst affected areas. Brigadier HS leader's first response after we did send a question to the brigade commander with regards to what's the current situation like on the ground. And this is the response coming in from the army commander.
I'm at the location where there was a massive landslide which occurred on the night of 1st of June. But as a prelude to this, I must tell you that very, very heavy rains have been experienced in this area from 30th of May onwards. And the rains were so heavy and unprecedented that if you take your attention, which is on this on the other side of the mountain, you can see this huge waterfall and the huge river which has been created on the landslide, which never existed before. And because of which we carried out certain precautionary evacuations. However, this area being stable and totally nothing was anticipated here. So there were around 50 to 70 personnel who were residing here. But on the unfortunate night of 1st of June, there was a very heavy landslide because of which we had to carry out evacuation. But unfortunately, 9 of our personnel, the nature got the better of them. And in this period, in the last 3 days, we mobilized all our resources, and we've been able to recover 3 mortal remains.
Well, let me also now take you through these latest images that are coming in from Chatin region as the landslides have just been reported a short while back. We're also getting in the first statement coming in from the Indian Air Force. The Air Force has now responded saying that they have pressed into action Mi-17 helicopters and they're carrying out the humanitarian assistance operations, airdropping relief materials, and they have also brought in NDRF, additional NDRF teams have been brought in. And from another region, from where these latest visuals are coming in, 33 stranded individuals have been taken out. They've been evacuated from the Chatin region. Can we put this breaking news now coming in? A confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force. 33 tourists stranded individuals, which also includes 2 US nationals. That's the breaking news now coming in. 33 of them have been evacuated from Chatin region, and that's the latest visuals that you see on your screen. Let's fire the breaking news now coming in. We have a confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force of 33 tourists, including 2 US nationals who have now been saved. They have been evacuated, taken to a safer area. Let me also bring in Anirudh, who's getting us the latest details. Anirudh, another breaking news now coming in. The Air Force has confirmed that 33 tourists have been evacuated, and this includes 2 US nationals. Can you help us understand which are the worst affected areas in Sikkim right now?
North Sikkim has been the worst affected area as far as these landslides are concerned, and heavy downpour of rain had also been difficult for the Air Force or the Army to use helicopters in the rescue mission. But as the weather condition has improved slight today, the Mi-17 helicopters were pressed into action, and they have been able to rescue more than 30 stranded tourists, as you have already said. Meanwhile, efforts are also on to clear the roads so that more and more tourists can be rescued. And there were at least close to 1,000 tourists who got stranded, and out of them more than 100 have been already rescued, and a huge number of tourists are still stranded, and they are being catered by the Army, and all the medical assistance are also being provided to them. And as there is an emergency-like situation in North Sikkim and areas like Lassen, which was completely cut off. In fact, Saten was also cut off because multiple minor landslides have also blocked several stretches of the road that goes to Chatin and Lassen. So that is the reason why a lot of challenges are being faced, but all the agencies are on war footing, and they have been able to mitigate a lot of the stress that initially which was caused.
Well, in fact, we'll also just quickly play out the report coming in from Assam, because one of the worst affected areas currently in Northeast also happens to be the state of Assam, where my colleague Anirudh has filed this report. In fact, particularly in North Assam, where we are given to understand several areas are completely inundated. However, having said that, the centre has now provided assistance to the Assam government to basically carry out further relief materials to be provided to those who have been stranded. These are some of the latest details now coming in from the state of Assam.
The flood situation continues to remain grim across the state of Assam, though some relief have been witnessed from the floods in Upper Assam. Most parts of Lower Assam as well as the Barak Valley remains underwater. Right now we are reporting from the border areas of Morigaon and Mongoloi district. These are the riverine waters of the Brahmaputra, and I would like to show you the visuals, the exclusive first glimpse of the riverine area. These areas are not accessible anymore now, and Republic TV is the only channel which have managed to come to this remotest riverine area on the heart of Brahmaputra. Then you can see these visuals here. Each and every house have been completely inundated. The entire village in the riverine area have been completely submerged. Most of the people have went to the safe locations in search of food and rehabilitation. You can see this vegetable farms completely destroyed by the floodwaters. Here, boats are the only way of transportation now, and people are living in immense hardship. Some people have made their homes on this bamboos, and on this bamboo stills now they are living day or night. It doesn't matter here because all that they can see 24/7 in this riverine area is the rising level of the Brahmaputra. The flood have so far claimed 6 lives across the state of Assam, and the situation continues to remain grim.
Kamal Hafsan defiant despite Karnataka High Court pulling up the actor. He refuses to apologize over Kannada remark. Journalist exposes Bilawal Bhutto at United Nations for making unsubstantiated claims about the treatment of Muslims in India.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. We wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of the most iconic statue of Mujib in Dhaka from the famous street named after Bangladesh's liberation, the Bijoy Sarani. The rioters had also stormed the Bangabandhu Museum in Dhanamonde area, which was the residence of Mujib, and also the place where he was assassinated in 1975 by the Pak-backed rebels in the Bangladesh army. Once Hasina was ousted and exiled, the erasure of Mujib and his legacy became institutionalized. His portraits and pictures were removed from all government offices and buildings.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ।
है ना अंकल, टिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पेडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
This is Dr. Hitendra Mehta, member of Nationalist Collective. First of all, I would like to congratulate Arnab Goswami for launching a very important, much-needed forum like Nationalist Collective in today's era. India is presently facing threat from outside forces as well as inside forces. These forces are trying to create instability within India. They are trying to divide India. I trust this forum, Nationalist Collective, will create content, spread content, which raises the unity index to a new level, which raises the patriotism index to a new level. Arnab, we are there with you in your this venture. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
India's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Despite Karnataka High Court pulling up actor Kamal Hassan, he refuses to apologize over the Kannada remark.
Impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma is a matter related to the corruption in judiciary. So there is no scope for any politicking. There is no scope for taking a separate political position for every party. So
Official confirmation from the centre. Kiran Rijiju, Union Minister, confirms a discussion on Justice Verma's impeachment will be held this monsoon session.
राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता। हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता हैं जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं।
After Rahul Gandhi attacked Prime Minister Modi with the surrender, saying India surrendered to Pakistan, BJP takes on Congress and Rahul as they give Pakistan another comment to feast on. Chief Justice of India B.R. Gawai warns judges taking government posts post-retirement, says that shakes public trust in judiciary.
Journalist exposes Bilawal Bhutto at the United Nations for making unsubstantiated claims about treatment of Muslims in India. Crackdown continues on Pakistan's spy network in India. Another spy, Jaspir Singh, sent to 3-day police custody. Starting this edition of the news with a comment that was made by the Congress party. They went to town putting out what they thought was funny, saying that India had surrendered to Pakistan. And the Congress doubled down on its claim in the last few days that the Prime Minister had surrendered and agreed to a ceasefire with Pakistan after a call from US President Donald Trump, despite our armed forces being in a dominant position. Rahul Gandhi made that statement. Here's what he said, and here are the responses that are now coming in.
इस वालों को अब मैं अच्छी तरह जानता हूं। इन पर थोड़ा सा दबाव डालो, थोड़ा सा धक्का मारो, डर के भाग जाते हैं ये लोग। जैसे उधर से ट्रंप ने एक इशारा किया, फोन उठाया, कहा मोदी जी क्या कर रहे हो? नरेंद्र सरेंडर, और जी हजूर करके नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ट्रंप के इशारे का पालन किया। इनका कैरेक्टर है ये सारे के सारे ऐसे हैं। आजादी के समय से सरेंडर वाली चिट्ठी लिखने की आदत है। एक सेकंड में थोड़ा सा दबाव पड़े, भैया ये लो, कांग्रेस पार्टी सरेंडर नहीं होती है।
And the BJP has labeled the Congress MP, a self-proclaimed, styled supreme leader, while criticizing Rahul Gandhi for casting aspersions on the Indian Armed Forces and what they have said officially on record on the success of Operation Sindoor. Here's what the BJP said this morning.
राहुल गांधी जी का यह कहना सेना का सरासर अपमान है। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहता हूं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता की घोषणा सेना ने की है, भारत सरकार ने नहीं की है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के किसी प्रवक्ता ने नहीं की है। जैसे आपके प्रवक्ता अब अचानक सोकर जागने लगे, अपने जमाने क्या क्या बातें बोले, तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, आपने सरेंडर शब्द यूज करके सेना का अपमान किया है या नहीं? क्योंकि सीधे सीधे जब आपने सेना के बयान को सरेंडर से तुलना किया है, इसका मतलब भारत और भारत की सेना का सर झुकाने का वो काम और इसके लिए वो शब्द जो पाकिस्तान की सेना, पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादी संगठन और यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल के द्वारा डिजिग्नेटेड आतंकवादी जैसे मौलाना मसूद अजहर और हाफिज सईद भी नहीं बन कर पाए हैं, तो आप क्यों उनके मुहाफिज बनने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? और मैं दूसरा बताना चाहता हूं राहुल गांधी जी से कि अगर आपको यह समझना है सरेंडर, तो याद करिए राहुल गांधी जी केवल 2 साल पहले आप विदेश में गए थे और आपने कहा था, व्हाई द डिफेंडर्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी अमेरिका एंड यूरोप आर साइलेंट एंड नॉट इंटरफेयरिंग इन इंडिया। यह था सरेंडर। 15 जुलाई 2011 को आपने कहा, इट्स इम्पॉसिबल टू टोटली कंट्रोल टेररिज्म। यह था आतंक के आगे सरेंडर। 26/11 के हमले के बाद आपकी सरकार ने शर्म शेख में कहा कि कंपोजिट डायलॉग प्रभावित नहीं होगा आतंकी घटनाओं के साथ। यह था आतंक की मानसिकता के साथ सरेंडर। 1995 में नरसिम्हा राव सरकार के समय एक फोन आया और भारत ने अपना एटॉमिक एक्सप्लोजन रोक दिया, यह था सरेंडर। 1971 में 93,000 प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर थे। 1971 में 93,000 प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर थे, फिर भी पीओके क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया, छंब का 160 किलोमीटर का एरिया जीता हुआ क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया, 13,000 किलोमीटर पाकिस्तान के पंजाब और सिंध का जीता हुआ क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया, 54 हमारे सैनिकों को वापस नहीं लिया, उन्हें क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया, 1965 में जीता हुआ हाजीपीर का दर्रा सरेंडर कर दिया, लाहौर से 20 किलोमीटर दूर तक सेना पहुंच गई थी, वो सरेंडर कर दिया, 62 में तो क्या क्या सरेंडर कर दिया। 19 नवंबर 1962 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू का कैनेडी को लिखा गया लेटर है, जिसमें उन्होंने सीधे कहा है कि अमेरिका आकर अमेरिकन पायलट्स हमारी एयरफोर्स को संभाले, जो 2010 में डिक्लासिफाइड हुआ है कैनेडी लाइब्रेरी के द्वारा। 1960 में सिंधु का 80% पानी सरेंडर कर दिया। 1948 में आपने कश्मीर का एक हिस्सा सरेंडर कर दिया। 1947 में मुस्लिम लीग के आगे 1/3 सरेंडर कर दिया। तो राहुल गांधी जी, आपकी पार्टी और आपके खानदान के कारनामे आजाद हिंदुस्तान के कैलेंडरों में सरेंडर से भरे पड़े हैं। और जहां तक हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात है, बहुत साफ कह देना चाहता हूं, राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता। हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता है जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं।
Getting in some breaking news now as Pakistan seeks more funds, begs for more funds. India has opposed the Asian Development Bank, the ADB, funding to Pakistan. India has expressed concerns about misuse of ADB resources by Pakistan and has raised concerns that ADB resources could be used for military purposes by Pakistan. Now, this is not the first time that India has spoken out, especially on the back of Operation Sindoor, after the IMF funding, despite the strict conditions that were put forward by the IF, not this time around, but a year after year, Pakistan has flouted norms, and there is a reason why they're asking for money. They need it for their military. It's clear. Abhishek, can Pakistan be taken at face value, given all the funding over the years and the different conditions that were set? Have they followed any of them?
Absolutely not. They should not be taken at their face value, Niranjan, and it's really unfortunate that it keeps happening again and again and again. Remember, 33 years of IMF, out of which 24 years Pakistan has taken loan. Obviously, had they met the conditions, had they used those funds judiciously, they would have come out of this vicious cycle of taking loans, but they have not. Recently, we had Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, just I think 3 or 4 days back, saying that the nation has become habitual of begging, going out with a begging bowl and seeking loans from organizations and even friendly nations. Also, it has been seen, and this is part of India's, petition, so to say, to the Asian Development Bank, that the number of years, the years in which Pakistan has got these loans, either from the IMF or the ADB, there has been a commensurate spike in their defense budget. Also the fact that if you look at last 10 years of their financial mismanagement, their tax to GDP ratio has gone down, and it's way below the Asia Pacific benchmark of about 19%. The Pakistani figure is standard about 9 or 10%. So this is the clear case of absolutely irresponsible government there, fully in the grip and control of the Pakistan army. And so whatever loans they give, given the fungibility, the nature of these loans and the manner in which they can be siphoned off through those development projects. We have seen, for example, some of these funds in Niranjan directly going to what is called charitable organization in Pakistan, but essentially acts as front for fundraising for these terror organizations like the Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So I think it's really unfortunate that again and again those loans keep coming. Maybe there is an element of geopolitics there, and China's role could be there. United States might be winking, but unfortunate that this keeps happening. India, of course, registering its protest like we did in the case of IMF, so this time in the case of ADB also.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Abhishek. Disturbing, in fact, billions being pumped into Pakistan on the back of Operation Sindoor and the terror attacks that are being carried out on Pakistani soil. Pictures that have shown that terror groups are active once again, especially and even on the sites where India struck. They have started to realign. Moving on to the other fallout of Operation Sindoor, the strikes by India. Technical analysis of the data available with our forces. The Indian Air Force has reportedly destroyed 6 Pakistani fighter jets, including 2 F-16s and a JF-17 Thunder. So that's a Chinese fighter jet, as well as a C-130 Hercules transport aircraft. Multiple cruise missiles have also been destroyed, according to the technical analysis done of the targets that were struck by India. Several UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, have also been hit during Operation Sindoor. Okay, we have Colonel S.P. Raghav joining us on the broadcast as we get you the details. In fact, more and more details emerging. They continue to emerge. Colonel Raghav, your assessment of the full picture that's now unfolding.
All right. During Operation Sindoor on 6 and 7, Pakistan suffered a significant military losses, damaged the headquarters of terrorist university, that is their terror camps, where they were organizing, training, directing, that is 9 training headquarters of militants or terrorists were damaged, and 11 base. Pakistan suffered, leading to a substantial losses, and air 6 aircraft, their fighter jets, they were shot down, and 2 high-value aircraft were also suffered losses. Number 3, there is a 10 unarmed combat vehicle were also shot down, and 1 C-130 was also shot down. Besides this, there is a ground installation losses and the forward losses also, the forward areas were in LOC. And there was a significant losses in the POK as well as in the Punjab, as well as it goes to the Sindh.
Yeah,
that is
some more breaking news update. Colonel Raghav, just stay with me, sir. I have another breaking news update that I'm getting in right now, where my colleague Shawan Sen is also joining us with more details. Shawan, is this also being acknowledged now by Pakistan? The number of jets that were shot down, have they gone on record with that number?
So, first let me explain, Niranjan, how do we really come to this kind of a conclusion with regards to what the Pakistanis have lost? Now, this is an assessment that has been based on some of the responses that have come in from the Pakistani side. In fact, tenders have already been floated by the Pakistanis with regards to the damages that have been inflicted upon them, particularly about the airstrips. And of course, you also have several of their hangars in these very air bases that have been completely destroyed. And because of that, we are given to understand that there is an initial assessment that has been made by the intelligence agencies here in India. Now, the other important aspect is with regards to what the Pakistani Air Force has also admitted publicly with regards to the damages that have been inflicted upon them. While they say that, this is part of the damage that was inflicted after. This was during the Operation Sindoor, but they basically passed it on by simply saying that we've had more aircraft losses. But the reality is this, that their own tenders that they have basically floated right now is a clear indication of the losses that they have incurred. In fact, they are also putting in some money as far as rebuilding Bahawalpur is concerned at the headquarters.
Shawan, there is a breaking news in this regard. Just stay with me because I have a breaking news in exactly this regard, because we're getting in news now that NOTAM, let me tell you what NOTAM is. NOTAM is Notice to All Airmen. Pakistan has issued a new notice to airmen over Rahim Yar Khan. Over Rahim Yar Khan, the runway is offline till the 20th of June, which is another acknowledgement, another confirmation, Shawan, that they have been hit hard by India even over Rahim Yar Khan. I have the NOTAM, that is the Notice to Airmen. Basically, airspace over Rahim Yar Khan and the runway will be, shut. There is a restriction over Rahim Yar Khan, the usage of the Rahim Yar Khan airspace. And from the details that I have, the runway is not available for flight operations due to work in progress, WIP or work in progress, which is a confirmation and admission that their airbase was hit hard. The runway was destroyed in the precision strikes. Shawan.
Well, in fact, multiple airstrips, not just Rahim Yar Khan, Nurian Khan base, also the Skardu airstrip, all of them have been completely damaged. Now, the worst has been inflicted upon Skardu because remember, from Skardu, they essentially carry out all such operations. In fact, remember when the swarm of drones that we saw coming towards the northern side, most of it was actually coming in from Skardu. We are given to understand that over the next couple of months, not just 1 or 2 months, several months put together, the airstrip in Skardu will be completely non-functional. This is in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So what we are given to understand is that tenders have now been floated where they have given a contract period of 6 months to basically redraw these airstrips, make them functional as soon as possible. But if you simply go by the tenders, they are not going to be operational for the next couple of months, which, remember, cripples their entire air functioning. In fact, their air operations, particularly in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, has been completely crippled. And they are basically looking at alternative sites to ensure that some sort of surveillance can be carried out from those very areas. There have been multiple meetings that have now been called by the Pakistani Air Force. In fact, there was a joint committee meeting that was conducted in Pakistan to basically look into how they can perhaps salvage the situation, because they are in no position to be able to complete the work in the next few weeks.
Yeah. In fact, we had those videos and photos also with us, Shavan, and, which was also shared and acknowledged by the Pakistani media, the Pakistani reporters as well of the Rahim Yar Khan airbase when we struck it. It was completely flattened. You will remember those pictures. Now, these are also some other pictures of the Rahim Yar Khan air. That is the runway that you see there. Precision strikes on the runway. There is a precision of the strike that was conducted by our armed forces, hitting the runway, hitting critical military infrastructure. And the impact has been such that it's still under repair. They have closed airspace over Rahim Yar Khan till the 20th of June, which means another almost 2 weeks. 2 weeks and more. 2 weeks and more, the runway will remain shut. And this is a big setback for Pakistan. Shavan is still with us. We'll try and go across also to Major General J.D. Bakshi, who will be joining us live. But Shavan, coming back to you, this was one of the... And the Prime Minister had also made that statement. Shavan, the Prime Minister had made that statement saying that Rahim Yar Khan airbase is an ICU. You remember that statement he made a few days back when the first time when he spoke, I think it was in the Bikaner rally. The Prime Minister said Rahim Yar Khan airbase is an ICU, right? These are acknowledgements that are being done almost a month into the strikes.
Well, in fact, the other important aspect is that in part of their propaganda material, they inadvertently perhaps let the world know that they've got struck at various other places, not just the places that we spoke about. And additionally, about 7 to 8 such locations where they've actually got hit. And that is the reason why the Pakistanis are in complete trouble at this point in time. Because remember, their air operations, particularly as far as Rahim Yar Khan is concerned or Noor Khan base, these are bases that have been completely demolished. And this is not very far away from their military headquarters. And that is the reason why, remember, they are in a worried situation. Now, there are several reports also suggesting that the Americans had actually stepped in for some sort of an assistance. Now, these are reports really coming in. The Pakistanis have not really spoken much about it. But having said that, remember the clear picture basically emerging right now, that their air operations have now been crippled to such an extent that over the next few months, not just 1 month, over the next few months have taken a huge toll. And that is the reason why these tenders have now been floated by the Pakistanis, where the clear tender, contract terms that have been put, that over the next few months itself, they are supposed to complete the work. They've invited the contractors. We are being told that at least in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is where they want to basically start the work first, because they believe that they've been left completely vulnerable at this point in time, which means that our air bases, particularly in Awantipura as well as in Srinagar, can carry out any kind of surveillance, and more importantly, look at the fact that if at all there is any sort of an escalation at any given point in time, because India has always maintained that Operation Sindoor is not over. And that is the reason why for the Pakistanis right now, it is clearly a situation where they're extremely vulnerable. They've also reached out to the Chinese, as what we are being told. There have been meetings that have taken place over the last 48 hours with the Chinese, seeking for some sort of an assistance on this entire issue.
Yeah. Okay, Shravan, thank you for joining us. In fact, the first time that they shut the runway was, immediately after the strikes. They said that the runway is inoperational till the 6th of June. Today is just the 4th, and they're saying it's still inoperational till the 20th, which tells you that they're in a bad shape, essentially. Let's move on now. And we have a big story lined up. The Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, has defended the collegium system and has also cautioned judges accepting post-retirement jobs. Well, he is defiant. Kamal Hassan, actor, politician, despite being pulled up by the court, getting slammed, he's defending his statement that Kannada was born out of Tamil. What a shame.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public place.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. You wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of the most iconic statue of Mujib in Dhaka from the famous street named after Bangladesh's liberation, the Bijoy Sarani. The rioters had also stormed the Bangabandhu Museum in Dhanamonde area, which was the residence of Mujib, and also the place where he was assassinated in 1970.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
This should not come as surprising or shocking, the removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. You wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of the most iconic statue of Mujib in Dhaka from the famous street named after Bangladesh's liberation, the Bijoy Sarani. The rioters had also stormed the Bangabandhu Museum in Dhanamonde area, which was the residence of Mujib, and also the place where he was assassinated in 1975 by the Pak-backed rebels in the Bangladesh army. Once Hasina was ousted and exiled, the erasure of Mujib and his legacy became institutionalized. His portraits and pictures were removed from all government offices and buildings, and once Yunus and his advisors took control, they went systematically after other markers of Mujib's legacy. The national holidays to mark his birth and death anniversaries, for example, were scrapped.
साल का कार्यकाल देखिए, टेक अ लुक एट द 11 years ऑफ हिज टेन्योर, हमेशा सरेंडर करते हुए, बड़ी बड़ी बातें, काला धन सरेंडर, बेरोजगारी खत्म कर देंगे सरेंडर, किसानों की आय दुगुनी कर देंगे सरेंडर.
Narendra is not India. India is not Narendra. Congress's surrender jab at Prime Minister.
राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता. हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता हैं जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं.
BJP takes on Congress after Narendra surrender jab, says Congress is echoing Pakistan's sentiment.
Impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma is a matter related to the corruption in judiciary. So there is no scope for any politicking. There is no scope for taking a separate political position for every party. So
Parliamentary Affairs Minister confirms impeachment against Yashwant Verma to be introduced in Parliament monsoon session. CGI BR Gavai Defence Collegium System cautions judges accepting post-retirement jobs. Despite Karnataka High Court pulling up actor Kamal Hassan, he refuses to apologize over Kannada remark. Bilawal Bhutto's rant on Indian Muslims backfires, reporter cites Operation Sindoor unity briefing. Welcome back, viewers. We are getting breaking news at the moment. According to sources, the BSF Jawan confronted people who were trying to illegally enter into Indian territory through the Chapai Nawabganj border area. Now, when this was happening, the BSF Jawan stopped them to enter into the territory. He stopped them from entering the territory just because they were in large numbers. Those Bangladeshi locals took advantage of that and dragged the BSF Jawan. The BSF Jawan, though, is back. The incident took place this morning at around 8 a.m. These are the exclusive visuals that we bring for you, viewers. On your screen, you can see that how this brave BSF Jawan, who was there standing alone confronting large number of Bangladeshis who were trying to illegally enter India, he confronted them, though the Bangladeshis who were trying to enter the Indian territory were in large numbers. They dragged him to their side. However, the BSF Jawan came back and is now fine. The incident took place around 8 a.m. in the morning. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Akhil. Akhil, you've got that news break for us. Tell us more about what really transpired today at around 8 a.m. when these Bangladeshi nationals were trying to illegally enter Indian territory.
Well, that's right, Madhurima. If you see what has happened this very morning at around 8 a.m., that when large number of Bangladeshi immigrants were trying to enter into our space from the Malda area. If you see, it's a part of the northeastern belt of the West Bengal. So at that point in time, if you see the Chapai Nawabganj area, basically it touches the border of Malda area and Murshidabad district area in the Indian region. So from there, what was happening, that large number of Bangladeshis were trying to cross the Indian border side. And at that point in time, what has happened, that the vigilant BSF Jawan who was posted over there tried to stop them. And taking advantage of that situation, what has happened, that those locals nabbed the BSF Jawan at that point in time, and they held him hostage. And in that video, you can see it's clearly visible that they have tied his hand on a tree. And after that, what we have seen, that the BSF team over there basically took a stringent action in that direction, and the larger team has been moved over there. And after that, the BSF Jawan was basically took out from the hostage of those locals. Because if you see, this is not a new problem. What we have been seeing, even this morning, if you see, Madhurima, what has happened, the Northwest District Police team.
Akhil, I'll come to you for more details. We're joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. He's live from the newsroom. Abhishek, we've seen those visuals coming in from the border there in the state of West Bengal, where this brave Jawan is trying to prevent these Bangladeshis coming in. This has been a big problem, but we have been fighting it hard, specifically within India and at the borders.
Well, you see, this has to stop, and the Muhammad Yunus regime in Bangladesh has to understand that impatience on Indian side is really running dry. The manner in which our Jawan was manhandled by Bangladeshis who were trying to actually come inside, he was just stopping them, and then because they were more in numbers, the Jawan was alone on duty, that they have behaved with him in the manner that they have. This is absolutely not allowed. This is something which is condemned, and India has taken serious note of this. I am getting it from my sources that there would be repercussions even in this episode, and if it happens next time, then maybe at a higher level. What we are seeing is that while we are carrying out this campaign to get as many Bangladeshis living illegally in India back to Bangladesh, some people there are not liking this. We have seen those rabid radical elements, making speeches against that, and that's also getting reflected in the manner in which Dhaka is winking when our Jawan is manhandled like this at one of those border crossings from where these illegals were trying to get in. So I think this is something which should be, brought to the notice of authorities there in Dhaka, that they have to tell the border guards Bangladesh to behave better. Though of course the Jawan is back. He was rescued, so to say, by the Bangladeshi side and given back. But the way this whole issue of illegals is really panning out, something has to be done by Dhaka, and they better do in a time-bound manner. Kishala is joining us from our Bangla Kolkata newsroom. Kishala, how many times has it happened that over the last month we have seen, while we are trying to push illegal Bangladeshis back on the other side, there is resistance coming in from those people who are trying to get in, resistance coming in from people who are being sent back, and in fact resistance coming in even from border guards Bangladesh.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, this happened last week only twice. Illegal Bangladeshis were being pushed back, and there were problems not only in West Bengal but in Assam as well. There was almost a clash between both the sides, where they were not agreeing to take these illegal Bangladeshis back in Bangladesh. So they were just discarding them, and we were trying to push them back because they were illegally trying to infiltrate our land. Now, this particular video, which has been also viral in the social media, we see that the Bangladeshis who tried to infiltrate in the Indian side in Choppa, in Nambavaganj area on the Bangladeshi side, and in the Indian side, this is the Malda-Murshidabad border. So this is already a sensitive border. A lot of infiltration happens, and not just infiltration for the reason of smuggling cattle and men as well. Also in this area, there are a lot of terrorists who try to come in. There are terrorists of ABT, Ansarullah Bangla team, ABS, Ansarullah Bangla Islam, and other teams and other terrorist organizations which are almost a wing, almost are wing organizations of other terrorist organizations such as Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. All these terrorists also try to infiltrate in these areas because these are very sensitive. So this particular Jawan tried to stop it, but then he was dragged away because they were more in numbers. Now he is back, but this needs to stop, as you were saying rightly, Abhishek. But we have seen several times there were resistance when we tried to push back illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators, and this is continuing, and this needs to stop as soon as possible, Abhishek.
Right. I think this is happening even as there is a parallel campaign going on to nab as many of these illegal Bangladeshis who are living across the country. In fact, early in the morning there was an episode in Delhi where the law enforcement agency crackdown zeroed down on a place where many of these illegal Bangladeshis were living. For more on this, let's go to Akhil again. Akhil is getting more information. Akhil, from where in the national capital these Bangladeshis have been apprehended? How many are there in numbers? For how long were they living? And what happens next? Are they being deported immediately?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. This is a fresh development that we have seen this very morning, that Northwest District DCP Bhisham Singh has made a press conference, and in that he has clearly mentioned that there were 18 Bangladeshis who were living in the Northwest District area for a very long time. And if you see in that, what we have seen, that there were 4 women as well. And prior to that, if you see in the Southwest District, which is headed by DCP Sridhar Chaudhary, what has happened that last week 88 Bangladeshis were basically identified from from that very district. And if you see, out of those 88 people, what we have got to learn that some of them were even living in those areas for approximately 15 to 16 years. So this is not a new menace which we have been witnessing. If you see earlier, what we have seen that Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah has given an order after the immature order. What we have seen that a sustained campaign was launched by the Delhi police in the national capital as well. And apart from that, what we have been seeing that in Assam as well, and if you talk about Uttar Pradesh, there have been a sustained campaign run by different state governments in that direction of identifying those Bangladeshis who have been living in India illegally. And if you see in this very process recently, what we have seen that through the FRRO process, those Bangladeshis have been sent back. And today what we have seen in the fresh development, 18 Bangladeshis were identified, and the FRRO process has already begun for sending those Bangladeshis back home into their state.
Right, Akhil. I mean, this is a major crackdown. This is a national crackdown. And in fact, today's episode is from the national capital. We keep close track of that. For the time being, I'm handing it over back to Madhurima in the studios.
Well, moving on, viewers, Elon Musk, father of tech billionaire Elon Musk, is set to visit the Ram Temple in Ayodhya today, accompanied by his daughter Alexandra Musk. Their itinerary includes visit to the Ram Temple and the nearby Hanumangiri Temple. Now, Republic spoke to Elon Musk. Take a look at this interview.
Came through in 1983 when they were small, very small.
As you have come first time to India?
First time to India.
What do you say to India culture?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's amazing. I'll be back very, very soon.
Anything evoke to you from after coming in India?
Oh, I just love the people and the culture and the food, and I'm excited to see more.
And can you give an example?
An example?
Yeah. That's anything evoke to you after coming in India?
It's very welcoming. Everyone's very, it's a very exciting place. A lot of opportunities. So
If only everybody could be like this. It would be wonderful.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
John Kimmel and Tosca came through in 1983 when they were small, very small.
As you have come first time to India?
First time to India.
What do you say to India culture?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's amazing. I'll be back very, very soon.
Anything evoke to you from after coming in India?
Oh, I just love the people and the culture and the food, and I'm excited to see more.
And can you give an example?
An example?
Yeah. That's anything evoke to you after coming in India?
It's very welcoming. Everyone's very, it's a very exciting place. A lot of opportunities. So
If only everybody could be like this. It would be wonderful.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Denying relief to leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi in a defamation case over his alleged remark on the Indian Army. The Allahabad High Court has observed that freedom of speech and expression does not include freedom to make statements which are defamatory to the Indian forces. A bench of Justice Subhash Vidyarthi thus rejected Rahul Gandhi's plea, who had moved the High Court challenging the defamation case as well as the summoning in the order. The order has been passed, passed in February 2025 by an MP MLA court in Lucknow. Joining me live on this broadcast is my legal executive editor, Ridham Anand Bharadwaj. Ridham, now Rahul Gandhi is in trouble. The court has made it abundantly clear that there is a difference in freedom of speech and making defamatory remarks against the armed forces.
Absolutely. Madhurima, let's tell our viewers a 25-page order from the UP court passed. Para 22 very crucial, where these were statements made at a press conference where the court says it is evident Rahul Gandhi made these defamatory statements knowing that they would be heard by the press, where he had stated that not a single question is being asked from the press about the China capturing certain Indian territory, alleging that certain soldiers had been killed or trashed at Arunachal Pradesh He also says Indian press was not questioning this. This is during the Doklam crisis. This case has now reached the High Court, and the court has said that we believe it's a fit case for defamation. They've also said very interestingly, and I think we should tell our viewers, Rahul Gandhi filed this affidavit disclosing there are 24 cases. He has 24 criminal history cases pending against him, and he has also been convicted for the offences under defamatory sections. He has a stay order passed in his favour in one case. We have to see how the court will proceed, but a very strong indictment coming once again for Rahul Gandhi, who will have to face trial in this case.
Well, thank you, Rudham, for those updates. Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to more news coming in from across the length and breadth of the nation in this edition of Bharat in 5. In a major crackdown on Bangladeshi infiltration, the foreigner cell of Northwest District Police has apprehended 18 Bangladeshi nationals found to be illegally residing in the national capital. In a proactive and intelligence-led operation, a successful raid was carried out as part of ongoing efforts to identify and act against unauthorized foreign nationals residing in the national capital. Out of total apprehended 18 Bangladeshi nationals, 6 were adults, 12 were children who violated the provisions of the Foreigner Act of 1946 and other relevant immigration laws. The police have also seized one smartphone with banned IMC app and 4 Bangladeshi national ID cards. Tribal outfits in Ranchi observed Jharkhand Bandh over ramp construction near a sacred site in Ranchi. The protesters blocked the Ranchi-Dalotganj road near Bijupara this morning and staged a demonstration as part of the Bandh. Several organizations took a torchlight procession demanding the immediate dismantling of the newly constructed ramp in Siaram Toll, claiming that the structure obstructs access to their religious site and could impact its sanctity due to traffic movement. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met Australian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence Richard Marles in the national capital. Both Rajnath Singh and Marles had bilateral talks focusing on defence cooperation and bilateral ties between India and Australia. Rajnath Singh also emphasised on working towards the growth in the strategic ties between Delhi and Canberra, while Australian Defence Minister Richard Marles said that Australia's relationship with New Delhi is of highest priority.
I hope that in the coming years, we work with a renewed momentum, effectively contributing to growth of bilateral defence relations. Excellency, today is the 5th anniversary of elevation of our relations to comprehensive strategic partnership. I appreciate the significant strides made in our bilateral relationship across a wide range of sectors, from political exchanges to defence partnership.
A rescue operation aimed at evacuating 113 stranded tourists from North Sikkim's Lashan was called off due to adverse weather condition. An Mi-17 helicopter carrying 9 NDRF personnel took off from Pangong Airport at 6 a.m. but was forced to return without carrying out the mission. The tourists have been stranded at Lashan for over a day as incessant rainfall triggered multiple landslides, blocking key roads and cutting off access to the area. The Met Department has issued a red alert for North Sikkim, warning continued of heavy rainfall over the next 3 days. The Indian Army has been at the forefront of relief and rescue efforts under the ongoing humanitarian mission Operation Jal Rahat 2 in Manipur. Army columns have evacuated over 1,560 people so far. Major evacuation have taken place in Venkel, where 584 individuals were rescued at JNIMS hospital, where 569 people were rescued. The rescue teams have also evacuated 65 individuals from Lamlong and 75 from Haijang, where operations included navigations through challenging terrain and a fast flood stream due to breach in the bund of Imphal River, equipped with rescue boats, medical teams and essential relief materials. The army troops have been operating in close coordination with the Assam Rifles, NDRF, SDRF and the civil administration. Protest over border fencing turned violent in Manipur's Senapati, and the office of Superintendent of Police was vandalized and his official vehicle was overturned by agitated protesters. According to sources, a scuffle broke out following a confrontation allegedly triggered by non-compliance from the Superintendent of Police, leading to a heated scuffle. The student leaders alleged that the district SP gave order to CRPF personnel to load the gun and threatened the student leaders, that led to overturning of his vehicle. Congress's jibe of India is not Narendra. BJP hits back at Congress. More on this after a short break. BJP takes on Congress after Narendra surrender jab, says Congress is echoing sentiments of Pakistan.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
This should not come as surprising or shocking, the removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statue.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
फिल्म ही आए तो और
क्रिकेट फैंस
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. We wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Now, viewers, Congress has passed a jibe against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying Narendra is not India. Now, this has met with a very strong response from the Bharatiya Janata Party that has went ahead and said that the Congress party is echoing the sentiments of Pakistan. We'll get you more on this, but after the headlines.
आप इनके 10 साल का कार्यकाल देख लीजिए. टेक अ लुक एट द 11 years ऑफ हिज टेन्योर. हमेशा सरेंडर करते हुए बड़ी बड़ी बातें, काला धन सरेंडर, बेरोजगारी खत्म कर देंगे सरेंडर, किसानों की आय दुगुनी कर देंगे सरेंडर.
Narendra is not India. India is not Narendra. Congress's surrender jab at Prime Minister.
राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता. हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता है जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं.
BJP takes on Congress after Narendra surrender jab, says Congress is echoing Pakistan's sentiment.
Impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma is a matter related to the corruption in judiciary. So there is no scope for any politicking. There is no scope for taking a separate political position for every party. So
Parliamentary Affairs Minister confirms impeachment against Yashwant Verma to be introduced in Parliament monsoon session. CGI BR Gavai defends collegium system, caution judges accepting post-retirement jobs. Despite Karnataka High Court pulling up actor Kamal Hassan, he refuses to apologize over Kannada remark. Bilawal Bhutto's rant on Indian Muslim backfires. Reporter cites Operation Sindoor Unity briefing. Viewers, breaking news coming in a controversial move. The interim government of Bangladesh has issued an ordinance amending the National Freedom Fighters Council Act, redefining the term freedom fighter and effectively excluding Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the founding father and the leader of Liberation War, along with 4 national leaders of Mujibur government from official recognition as freedom fighters. The amended law issued by the Ministry of Law and Justice and Parliamentary Affairs reclassifies them as collaborations of the liberation of war and introduces sweeping changes to 10 sections of the original act. This move comes days after Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's face was dropped from Bangladeshi currency notes. So yet another controversial move by the interim government led by Yunus, where they are making an attempt to change the history. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Kishalay from our Bangla newsroom. Kishalay, yet another controversial move by the Yunus regime. What more can you tell us?
Well, it's not just controversial, but it's shocking. The whole liberation war of Bangladesh, which is also known as Mukti Juddho in Bengali, was started by this man. This man was the primary figure of Mukti Juddho, or the liberation war of Bangladesh, Bangabandhu Mujibur Rahman. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was the key force behind the whole movement that brought in the freedom of Bangladesh with the help of India at that point of time in 1971. Now Sheikh Mujib Rahman has been declared as Mukti Juddhe Shohojogi, which means associate of the liberation war. So he is not the primary person of this whole liberation war that happened. He is not a Mukti Jodha. He is not the warrior. He is not the person who has done it. He has helped in the process. And the whole definition of Mukti Juddho, the liberation war, has been changed. And also the definition that the new ordinance brought by the Bangladeshi interim government led by Muhammad Yunus has now changed the way in which Mukti Jodha, or the warriors or the fighters of this liberation war, will be defined. So the whole perspective is now that Mukti Jodha are only the ones, the warriors or the fighters are only, the freedom fighters are only the ones who has actually taken a gun in their hand and fired in order to kill a Pakistani soldier or whatever was there at that point of time. So a person who has not held a gun will not be considered as a Mukti Jodha or a freedom fighter according to the new law or ordinance. That's what our sources are telling us in this new ordinance. So Sheikh Mujib Rahman, the key force behind this whole liberation war of Bangladesh, the war of independence of Bangladesh, India helped him, and in 1971 Bangladesh separated from Pakistan and got its independence. Now he is only a helping hand in the process of that liberation and not the key person. This is how they are distorting the history and destroying all the evidences or all the historical facts, and now creating a new history of their own. That is what Muhammad Yunus is doing. Back to the studio.
Giving us those details, it's clear that this is a distortion that should not happen. Freedom Fighters Act has been revised in Bangladesh. Thank you for joining us with those details. There is more breaking news that's coming in at the top of this hour. Breaking news coming in as rescue operations continue in the flood and landslide affected areas of Sikkim. The army has released fresh visuals and a video statement from the site, with the brigade commander providing a detailed update on the situation. Stranded tourists are being assisted by army personnel. Efforts are being made to restore connectivity the area. Meanwhile, the search for missing individuals remains ongoing as part of the coordinated rescue and relief operations. Is the top focus that we have at this time. I'm also going to be joined by GP Sharma on the story, but we continue to stay with the Sikkim rescue. But first, I'm going to go and take a reaction of Brigadier H.S. Lider, the brigade commander that's coming in.
I'm at the location where there was a massive landslide which occurred on the night of 1st of June. But as a prelude to this, I must tell you that very, very heavy rains have been experienced in this area from 30th of May onwards. And the rains were so heavy and unprecedented that if you take your attention, which is on this on the other side of the mountain, you can see this huge waterfall and the huge river which has been created on the landslide, which never existed before. And because of which we carried out certain precautionary evacuations. However, this area being stable and totally nothing was anticipated here. So there were around 50 to 70 personnel who were residing here. But on the unfortunate night of 1st of June, there was a very heavy landslide because of which we had to carry out evacuation. But unfortunately, 9 of our personnel, the nature got the better of them. And in this period, in the last 3 days, we mobilized all our resources and we've been able to recover 3 mortal remains.
I am now joined by our guest who's joining us live, GP Sharma, SkyMet President. Mr. Sharma, what do you think will be the situation like in Sikkim in the next 10 to 15 days?
10 to 15 days in the monsoon season over that area, particularly Sikkim, Sub-Himalayan, West Bengal region, the weather conditions, they change quickly, rapidly. They never stay stable for longer durations. That's what has happened now also. It was the just onset phase of monsoon, and whenever the southwest monsoon ingresses and advances over these parts, obviously it gives heavy to very heavy rainfall. To tell you, yes, it was like last 2-3 days of May and 1st of June, it was a very, very heavy rainfall. But relatively, the situation has improved now as far as the rains are concerned. Okay, whether it is the northeast floods or the Sikkim, the rains have definitely reduced now. Intensity and the spread of the rains have both reduced. There are some reasons for that. Okay, but then the complexity of weather conditions in that pocket is because of the difficult terrain as such and the geographical features of the terrain. Even if after the rains stop, the water bodies, the catchment areas, the water flow from those areas, that continues. So therefore, it takes quite some time to improve the flood situation, which is what is happening at the moment. As far as Sikkim is concerned, this rescue operation, obviously the aeroplanes are able to, helicopters are able to take off. They are landing on the site, close to the site. Weather conditions will surely improve over that area. Okay. But then the altitude of that region, which is about 10,000, 12,000 feet in Lachin and that area, that adds to the degree of difficulty. Okay. Yes. The weather conditions during daytime, definitely yes, they improve a little, that's say in the forenoon hours, afternoon, but then later on they pack up again. Okay, that's the situation, yeah.
That's right. And this is something we'll continue tracking with you, Mr. Sharma, also. Thank you for being with us here. The Army's conducted rescue operations in Sikkim. The condition in the next few days is going to be seen. Also, individuals that are missing are going to continue to be searched for. It's going to be a part of the coordinated rescue and relief operation. Because the other top focus now, in a major update that's coming on the Noida Thar Road rage case, SHO Shyam Babu Shukla and outpost in charge Jagmohan Singh have been suspended. They tried to play havoc. They tried to hide this incident from their senior officials. A department inquiry has been initiated against both these officers. Meanwhile, 5 police teams have also been formed to track down the accused, and Sector 24 police have also seized the Thar vehicle that was there across those roads. I'm also going to be joined by my colleague Akil, who's been tracking this incident. We have Akil with us live. Akil, we saw those visuals first on Republic TV, where we saw the eyewitnesses say the argument turned violent before the Thar driver deliberately accelerated, mowing down the incident. What are the details you are picking up? Because now we're told that the SHO tried to hide this incident, this indiscipline, this negligence. He was trying to hide it from the senior officials.
Well, that's right, Rhythm. If you see at this point in time what has happened, that the SHO of that region has been suspended by the by the Gautam Budh Nagar Police Commissionerate. Because if you see, the incident took place on 2nd of this month. And after that, what we have been seeing that the incident came to limelight after we broke this on the national television or yesterday itself. And after that, you see a major action has been taken in this direction, and a fine of 68,500 rupees has been slapped on the main accused who was driving the vehicle at that point in time. Apart from that, if you see, a 5-member team has already been formed by the Gautam Budh Nagar Police Commissionerate. And in the latest, what we have seen that earlier when that incident took place, the incident basically took place due to a very trivial issue. There were two different groups, and due to a social media post regarding an Instagram post, this incident took place. One group was saying that you are supposed to delete this post. Another group restrained from deleting that post, and after that, a brief altercation basically changed into a physical assault. And then when one group two people were there in that group, they were trying to move away from the Sector 24 police station jurisdiction. At that point in time, there were 18 to 19 people from the second group. They basically moved in that direction and they thrashed him. After thrashing him, what we have seen that an SUV was used, and the SUV deliberately tried to mount down that person. And after that, what we have seen that the person fell into a pit nearby. And in this case, what we have seen, the Noida police team is still trying to find out the main accused where he is right now. But the vehicle that was used by the accused has already been seized by the Noida police. The physical
altercation out on the street, and there's negligence from the police, has to be probed properly. Thank you, Akhil, for giving us those details. Moving on, 2 days from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will travel to Jammu and Kashmir to inaugurate what is a shot of nothing and engineering marvel. The inauguration of the Chena Bridge, the world's highest railway bridge, will be followed by the opening of the Katra-Srinagar Vande Bharat train service. Here's what you need to know.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating the Chenab Bridge on June 6th. This is the world's highest railway bridge located in Jammu and Kashmir. The bridge is a part of the Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla railway link, a 272-kilometer long railway project. The iconic Chenab railway bridge, the world's highest railway arc bridge, will be part of this Katra to Sangaldan stretch, connecting New Delhi directly to Kashmir via Katra. Situated in the Riyasi district of Jammu and Kashmir, the Chenab Bridge is an engineering marvel, standing at a height of 359 meters above the riverbed. It will officially connect the Kashmir Valley with the rest of India via rail for the first time in history.
Has now expressed concern over the atmosphere in Jammu and Kashmir following the attack, attributing it to a divisive narrative driven by the RSS. He's warning this environment is not confined to Jammu and Kashmir alone, and this is saying that it's unsettling. He's seeing similar sentiments everywhere. A narrative that is trying to be created. I want to first put out that reaction by the NC leader, and then I want to go across to my colleague Zeenat.
आपने अभी बताया, मैं अभी मीटिंग से निकला हूँ, अभी आपने बताया तो इसके क्रेडेंशियल्स चेक करते हैं और एक माहौल जो आपको पता ही है जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों के खिलाफ बिलखुसूस कश्मीर के लोगों के खिलाफ कैसे बनाने की कोशिश की गई थी, राइट विंग के ज़रिए, RSS के ज़रिए। इस पहलगाम में जो इंसिडेंट हुआ उसके बाद, और बहुत सारी जगहों पे, देहरादून में भी, उत्तराखंड में, दिल्ली में या चंडीगढ़ में भी इस तरह के इंसिडेंट्स आपने देखे। ज़्यादातर हिंदुस्तान के लोगों ने इस तरह की साजिशों का या इस तरह के हालात को धकेला, उसको कबूल नहीं किया। मगर एक जो राइट विंग है, RSS, BJP, जो उनका इकोसिस्टम है, उनने अभी भी इस पैटर्न पे जो है काम करना बंद नहीं किया है। कश्मीरियों को कश्मीरी होने के लिए और कश्मीरी मुसलमान होने के लिए तो वो दुश्मन समझते हैं और उनको असॉल्ट भी करते हैं, हमला भी करते हैं, न सिर्फ उनकी जान पे, कश्मीर के हुकूक पे भी। तो ये एक इकोसिस्टम का एक पूरा पैटर्न है, इकोसिस्टम की एक पॉलिसी है, जिसमें BJP एक जमात है जो हाकिम है, उनके पास एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, जो ये होने देना चाहती है। और ये रोकने के लिए मुझे नहीं लगता कि इस हुकूमत।
Let me go across to Zeenath, who's joining us. It's once again the NC MP, Zeenath, who's at it again. Rullah provokes again. He tries to give a communal spin, and he's blaming BJP RSS for the post-Pahalgam sentiment. It's again a certain section trying to create a false anti-national narrative.
See, Rhythm, we need to understand that the NC has neither distanced itself from the NC MP, rather, or not have denied the statements that have time again come from the NC MP from the Budgam. We have been seeing the statements like this coming from Agarullah. This time he was making a statement that the post-Pahalgam attack, there has been a narrative that has been created by BJP and its right-wing RSS, that they feel that the Kashmiri, and being the Kashmiri Muslim, they feel that they are the enemies and they have an agenda for which they try to push Kashmiris to the wall. Although the kind of narrative that the BJP and RSS has created in the mainland, the people have rejected that idea. But he also has also targeted the BJP, saying the vicious atmosphere is being created if you're a Kashmiri Muslim. Now the question is that on the one side we are saying the Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who comes from the National Conference and is also Agarullah is a part of the National Conference mandate for which they won this seat from the Budgam. We are seeing that distance is being maintained. No distance is being maintained, nor the denial has been made from the National Conference when NC MP has been making these statements, because the Omar Abdullah, we have been seeing time again now after he was elected as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, he has been rubbing shoulders with the power corridors. He has been in the meetings. He has been in the meetings of the Prime Minister. He has been has met the Home Minister and has been taking all the privileges from the central government, and in fact had been praising that we have to walk the talk with the central government. Now comes the same MP from the same party is taking another line when it comes targeting central government.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Zina. There is more breaking news that's coming in right now. We're also going to go Dogra Front activists staged a protest in Jammu against Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann for mocking Operation Sindoor. The protest erupted after Mann had questioned operation and took a one nation, one husband jibe. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann drew fire from the BJP after he directed a cross remark at Prime Minister Modi over Operation Sindoor. He cited the PM's invocation of the Indian airstrikes to avenge the Pahalgam attack, restoring the honor of the Sindoor. He also questioned if it was part of a one nation scheme in the most cross manner. We're also going to try and go across to those elements that we have. But Mann mocks Operation Sindoor. And this is the worst manner in which the Aam Aadmi Party can try and trivialize the Operation Sindoor that brought us immense pride and patriotism. Let us listen in to that shocker coming in from Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann.
ਐ ਯਾਰ ਸੰਦੂਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੰਦੂਰ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਜ਼ਾਕ ਉੱਡਿਆ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੰਦੂਰ ਵੀ ਭੇਜਾਂਗੇ ਹਰ ਘਰ 'ਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਘਰੇ ਆਊਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਤੂੰ ਲਾ ਲੇਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿ ਦੇਗਾ ਵੀ ਆ ਲੈ ਮੋਦੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਦੂਰ ਲਾ ਲਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਨ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਨ ਹਸਬੈਂਡ ਇਹ ਸਕੀਮ ਹੈ ਐ ਯਾਰ ਸੰਦੂਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੰਦੂਰ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਜ਼ਾਕ ਉੱਡਿਆ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੰਧੂਰ ਵੀ ਭੇਜਾਂਗੇ ਹਰ ਘਰ 'ਚ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਘਰੇ ਆਊਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਤੂੰ ਲਾ ਲੇਗਾ, ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿ ਦੇਂਗਾ ਵੀ ਆ ਲੈ ਮੋਦੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਧੂਰ ਲਾ ਲਾ। ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਵਨ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਨ ਹਸਬੈਂਡ ਇਹ ਸਕੀਮ ਹੈ।
And a honeymoon in Meghalaya has turned into a heartbreaking tragedy for the family of a newlywed couple from Indore. 8 days after they were reported missing, the decomposed body of the husband has been recovered. The search for his wife continues. The family is demanding a CBI probe alleging foul play.
What was meant to be a celebration of new beginnings has ended in sorrow and unanswered questions. 30-year-old Raja Raghuvanshi and his wife Sonam had travelled to Meghalaya's scenic Sohra region for their honeymoon. But on May 23rd, they went missing. On Monday, Raja's highly decomposed body was recovered from a deep gorge near the waterfall. His wife is still untraceable. The circumstances surrounding their disappearance remain murky, but Raja's family believes this was no accident.
यहाँ कहीं सीसीटीवी कैमरा कहीं पे है नहीं। दूसरी चीज़ जो पार्किंग यार्ड जहाँ पे से बॉडी मिली है वो कुछ बहुत मतलब करीब साल या 2 साल से बंद है, जहाँ पे कोई कैमरे नहीं लगे हुए नहीं है। और इसमें जब तक सीबीआई नहीं आएगी तब तक मुझे लगता नहीं है कुछ सुराग मिलेगा, क्योंकि किसी पे डेफिनेटली हम लोग बोल सकते नहीं इसने ही करा है।
Meghalaya police have confirmed Raja's identity but are yet to provide clarity on the cause of death. They say investigations are ongoing, but the family isn't convinced. Meghalaya police have recovered the suspected murder weapon, a dao, along with a mobile phone from the deepest gorge. The family of Raja Raghuvanshi, however, have demanded a CBI probe into what they believe is a case of murder linked to robbery. A honeymoon has turned into a nightmare.
वहाँ पर बारिश काफ़ी हो रही थी, उसके बावजूद वहाँ के पुलिस एनडीआरएफ ने मिलकर और उसके शव को खोजा है। हमें लगता है उनकी पत्नी की भी तलाश की जा रही है। मध्य प्रदेश सरकार, केंद्र सरकार, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और वहाँ की सरकार तीनों ने मिलकर वहाँ पर प्रयास किए हैं। हमारे सांसद जी भी वहाँ गए थे और मैं भी लगातार टच में हूँ।
And now the demand is for answers, accountability, and above all, justice.
And there's a breaking news coming in. BJP leader JP Nadda has now attacked Rahul Gandhi, saying Rahul Gandhi calling the unmatched valor and courage of the Indian army a surrender is not only unfortunate but also a grave insult to the Indian army, the nation and 140 crore Indians. If any Pakistani had said this, we would have laughed at him. But after the way Operation Sindoor wreaked havoc in Pakistan, no one from the people of Pakistan to its army and even its Prime Minister dared to say this. But Rahul Gandhi is saying this. This is nothing less than treason. These words coming in from the BJP leader who takes a jibe on Rahul Gandhi. Rahul's remarks are unfortunate and an insult to the army. The BJP chief JP Nadda condemns Rahul Gandhi's controversial remarks on the Indian army and says that this is a grave insult to the nation and to the 140 crore Indians. We're going to track that story coming up after a short break. Bilawal Bhutto's rant on Indian Muslims backfires. Reporter cites Operation Sindoor Unity briefing. And Parliamentary Affairs Minister confirms impeachment motion against Yashwant Verma to be introduced in Parliament monsoon session.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned an ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. We wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of the most iconic statue of Mujib in Dhaka from the famous street named after Bangladesh's liberation, the Bijoy Sarani. The rioters had also stormed the Bangabandhu Museum in Dhanamondi area, which was the residence of Mujib, and also the place where he was assassinated in 1975 by the Pak-backed rebels in the Bangladesh army. Once Hasina was ousted and exiled, the erasure of Mujib and his legacy became institutionalized. His portraits and pictures were removed from all government offices and buildings, and once Yunus and his advisors took control, they went systematically after other markers of Mujib legacy. The national holidays to mark his birth and death anniversaries, for example, were scrapped. The father of the nation was being reduced to just another political participant of the Bangladesh Liberation War. By the way, does Mujib's assassination date ring a bell? He was killed on August 15 in 1975, which is also India's Independence Day. The Pakis were sending a message that when India celebrates, Bangladesh should be mourning. Though Mujib cut his teeth with the student politics of Jinnah's Muslim League and was active participant in the Pakistan movement, he realized early the fallacies and failures of the ideology. He turned a rebel.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना
ये मिला
हाँ हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी मानते हैं ना विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
This should not come as surprising or shocking, the removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from Welcome friends to this 4:30 p.m. live and breaking. And is the Congress party suffering from a foot in the mouth disease? Because when they speak, somehow it ends up going against the tide of national sentiment, as it happens in the case of Narendra surrender jibe of Rahul Gandhi, when the nation is proud of its armed forces, is in fact looking up to them for the manner in which they have taught Pakistan a lesson. Rahul Gandhi somehow sees surrender. The BJP, of course, hitting back at the Congress. That's our focus. Breaking coming in on the other side. Let's begin with the headlines.
आप इनके 10 साल का कार्यकाल देख लीजिए. टेक अ लुक एट द 11 years ऑफ हिज टेन्योर. हमेशा सरेंडर करते हैं. बड़ी बड़ी बातें, काला धन सरेंडर, बेरोजगारी खत्म कर देंगे सरेंडर, किसानों की आय दुगुनी कर देंगे सरेंडर.
Narendra is not India, India is not Narendra. Congress's surrender jibe at the Prime Minister.
राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता. हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता हैं जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं.
BJP takes on Congress after Narendra surrender jab, says Congress is echoing Pakistan.
Impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma is a matter related to the corruption in judiciary. So there is no scope for any politicking. There is no scope for taking a separate political position for every party. So
Parliamentary Affairs Minister confirms impeachment against Justice Yashwant Verma to be introduced in Parliament in monsoon session. CJI BR Gawai Defence Collegium System cautions judges accepting post-retirement jobs. Despite Karnataka High Court pulling up actor Kamal Haasan, he refuses to apologize over Kannada remark. Bilawal Bhutto's rant on Indian Muslims backfires. A reporter cites Op Sindoor unity during a briefing. All right, let's begin with a breaking news development, which is on the Narendra surrender jibe of the Congress party. BJP President JP Nadda has now launched a sharp attack on the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, accusing him and his party of having a legacy of surrender. In a strongly worded post on X, Nadda says, Rahul Gandhi, you may be used to surrendering, your party may have done it, your leaders may have done it, because that's your history, but India never surrenders. Nadda went on to list several instances where, according to him, the Congress surrendered, from the handling of the 1962 war with China to the Shimla Agreement of the 1971, after the 1971 victory, the Indus Waters Treaty, and even during India's independence, when, as he claims, Congress gave in to the Muslim League. And this seems like a political big jiao turning out between the Congress and the BJP after Rahul Gandhi's relentless attacks on the party, the ruling party, and even the Prime Minister. Yesterday it was Narendra surrender. Today he's saying Modi is not India, India is not Modi, and that's let's look at some of the reactions that have come in, and then we go to how the BJP sees it. Let's listen to what Rahul Gandhi has said first.
बीजेपी आरएसएस वालों को अब मैं अच्छी तरह जानता हूं. इन पर थोड़ा सा दबाव डालो, थोड़ा सा धक्का मारो, डर के भाग जाते हैं ये लोग. जैसे उधर से ट्रंप ने एक इशारा किया, फोन उठाया, कहा मोदी जी क्या कर रहे हो? नरेंद्र सरेंडर. और जी हजूर करके नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ट्रंप के इशारे का पालन किया। इनका कैरेक्टर है ये सारे के सारे ऐसे हैं। आजादी के समय से सरेंडर वाली चिट्ठी लिखने की आदत है। एक सेकंड में थोड़ा सा दबाव पड़े, भैया ये लो, कांग्रेस पार्टी सरेंडर नहीं होती है।
All right, taking a cue from his leader, Congress's Pawan Khera, in fact, added to this and said a country's identity cannot be conflated with that of the Prime Minister. Listen in.
ये देश 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का है, सबका उतना ही है जितना नरेंद्र मोदी का है। तो ये मत सोच लीजिएगा कि नरेंद्र मोदी इज इंडिया एंड इंडिया इज नरेंद्र मोदी, ये गलत है। आप इनके 10 साल का कार्यकाल देख लीजिए। टेक अ लुक एट द 11 years ऑफ हिज टेन्योर। हमेशा सरेंडर करते हुए दिखेंगे, चीन को लाल आंख दिखाएंगे। अब चीन पर तो क्या ही बताएं आपको। चीन के बारे में तो ये इनकी हालत हो जाती है कि मुंह खुलता नहीं है चीन के लिए, और जब मुंह खुलता है तो क्लीन चिट देते हैं। अभी पिछले हफ्ते चीन पर साहब बोल रहे थे, नाम नहीं लिया चीन। चीन का नाम लेने में इतना डरते हैं कि अपने ही देश के एक बहुत बड़े भूभाग की बेइज्जती कर देते हैं, क्योंकि एक शब्द नहीं बोल पा रहे चीन।
All right, BJP, of course, hits back at Congress, labeling the Congress MP a self-proclaimed, self-styled supreme leader, and criticized him for casting aspersions on the Indian armed forces and the success of Operation Sindoor, the military's response to the Pahalgam terror attack. Listen to Sudhanshu Trivedi of the BJP.
राहुल गांधी जी का यह कहना सेना का सरासर अपमान है। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहता हूं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता की घोषणा सेना ने की है, भारत सरकार ने नहीं की है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के किसी प्रवक्ता ने नहीं की है। जैसे आपके प्रवक्ता अब अचानक सोकर जागने लगे, अपने जमाने क्या क्या बातें बोले, तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, आपने सरेंडर शब्द यूज करके सेना का अपमान किया है या नहीं? राहुल गांधी जी, केवल 2 साल पहले आप विदेश में गए थे और आपने कहा था, वाई द डिफेंडर्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी अमेरिका एंड यूरोप आर साइलेंट एंड नॉट इंटरफेयरिंग इन इंडिया। यह था सरेंडर। 15 जुलाई 2011 को आपने कहा, इट्स इम्पॉसिबल टू टोटली कंट्रोल टेररिज्म। यह था आतंक के आगे सरेंडर। 26/11 के हमले के बाद आपकी सरकार ने शर्म शेख में कहा कि कंपोजिट डायलॉग प्रभावित नहीं होगा आतंकी घटनाओं के साथ। यह था आतंक की मानसिकता के साथ सरेंडर। 1995 में नरसिम्हा राव सरकार के समय एक फोन आया और भारत ने अपना एटॉमिक एक्सप्लोजन रोक दिया। यह था सरेंडर। 1971 में 93,000 प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर थे। 1971 में 93,000 प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर थे। फिर भी पीओके क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया? छंब का 160 किलोमीटर का एरिया जीता हुआ क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया? 13,000 किलोमीटर पाकिस्तान के पंजाब और सिंध का जीता हुआ क्यों सरेंडर कर दिया? राहुल गांधी जी, आपकी पार्टी और आपके खानदान के कारनामे आजाद हिंदुस्तान के कैलेंडरों में सरेंडर से भरे पड़े हैं।
All right, moving on to another breaking development coming in as part of ongoing Operation Sindoor against Pakistan. India has vehemently opposed any Asian Development Bank financing and to Pakistan and expressed deep concerns about potential misuse of those ADB funds by Pakistan, especially for military spending rather than development. Remember, this comes on the back of reports that Pakistan is all set to get about $800 million worth of loan or development funding from the Asian Development Bank, Manila-based bank. This comes on the back of about $2.4 billion coming in from the IMF. It's really unfortunate that it's happening. Let's go to Shawan Sain for more on this. In the newsroom, he's going to join us live in just about 20 seconds time. And this objection that India took is essentially because these financial institutions remain oblivious of the manner in which Pakistan indulges with terror and perhaps even siphons off these funds for terror-related activities. In fact, Shravan is joining us from the newsroom for more on this. Shravan, just about 10 days back, we had IMF issuing a $2.4 billion worth of loans to Pakistan, and now the ADB. India, of course, objects. You think we should take it to the next level and be more proactive in terms of making sure that at the upcoming FATF plenary, Pakistan is clearly grey listed?
Well, in fact, one of the key concerns that was raised by India was with regards to what are the funds really being used for? How exactly is it being utilized? As far as the ADB funds are concerned, remember, whether at all it has been used for development projects or not, India has essentially highlighted that large amount of the fund that has essentially been received by Pakistan has been diverted for military expenses. And not just military expenses, it has eventually been used by terror groups. Now, that is something that India has also highlighted at multiple platforms. Secondly is with regards to how there has been a clear decline in the GDP as far as Pakistan is concerned, and it does not consummate with the funds that have essentially been received over the last several years. Now remember, these funds that have essentially come to the Pakistanis are not a one-off loan. In fact, there have been multiple tranches of loans that have been given to the Pakistanis. What India has essentially been able to do is basically correlate each of the funds that have been received by Pakistan and where it has been diverted. If I take you to one more important point that India has basically raised, it has basically highlighted the fact that there has been poor implementation and the fact that it has largely been used for purposes that they have cited but have not actually used it for. And that is the reason why, remember, what India has essentially done has taken it to the next level with regards to the fact that how Pakistan has essentially misused this. Something that they have raised this during the FATF plenary too.
All right. Thank you so much, Shravan, with those updates. India, of course, going to pursue this at FATF also to make sure that once Pakistan is grey listed, these kind of loans do not come or become more expensive. Moving on for now. And the national capital, where 13 members of the Parbatya Chattagram Jana Samiti. Okay, this is information from Tripura, in fact, a breaking news development where 13 members have been held for illegally entering India. These are essentially Bangladeshis, members of the Parbatya Chattagram Jan Samiti, and this is a tribal political party from Bangladesh's Chittagong hill tracts. They were detained in Tripura for illegal entry. The group, 11 men, 2 women, they were apprehended from a rented house near Tripura Medical College in Hapania. They allegedly crossed into India seeking medical aid after being injured in an armed clash with rival group UPDF on May 14 in Bagachari, Rangamati. In fact, we have our Bangla newsroom. Okay, we'll try and connect with our Bangla newsroom in a bit and then perhaps come back to the story. But moving on for now, back to New Delhi, where Prime Minister Modi met with the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, Richard Marles. Both leaders had a productive discussion on deepening the India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. Remember, the two nations are also part of the Quad, and in fact, they are marking their 5th anniversary of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. The Deputy Prime Minister Marles, he's also the Defence Minister of Australia, earlier had delegation-level talks with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and the two leaders, in this case Prime Minister Modi and the Deputy Prime Minister, discussed sharing vision for a stable, secure and prosperous Indo-Pacific. And that vision essentially continues to guide the collaboration between the two nations, India and Australia, both part of Quad, both part of the larger Indo-Pacific cooperation tie-up, and the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia there meeting Prime Minister Modi. The picture coming in from Prime Minister's office. Moving on. All right, 2 days from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will travel to Jammu and Kashmir to inaugurate what is nothing short of an engineering marvel. The inauguration of the Chenab Bridge, the world's highest railway bridge, will be followed by the opening of the Katra-Srinagar Vande Bharat train service. Here's all that you need to know about this engineering marvel made by India.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating the Chenab Bridge on June 6th. This is the world's highest railway bridge located in Jammu and Kashmir. The bridge is a part of the Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla railway link, a 272-kilometer long railway project. The iconic Chenab railway bridge, the world's highest railway arc bridge, will be part of the Katra to Sangaldan stretch, connecting New Delhi directly to Kashmir via Katra. Situated in the Riyasi district of Jammu and Kashmir, the Chenab bridge is an engineering marvel, standing at a height of 359 meters above the riverbed. It will officially connect the Kashmir Valley with the rest of India via rail for the first time in history.
All right, let's look at some other stories from across the country in a wrap in Bharat in 5 minutes. In a major crackdown on Bangladeshi infiltration, the foreigner cell of the Northwest District of Delhi Police apprehended 18 Bangladeshi nationals found to be illegally residing in Delhi. In a proactive and intelligence-led operation, a successful raid was carried out as part of the ongoing efforts to identify and act against unauthorized foreign nationals residing in the National Capital Territory. Out of total apprehended 18 Bangladeshi nationals, 6 were adults and 12 children who violated the provisions of the Foreigners Act 1946 and other relevant immigration laws. The police have also seized one smartphone with the banned IMO app and 4 Bangladeshi national ID cards. Tribal outfits in Ranchi observed Jharkhand Bandh over ramp construction near a sacred site in Ranchi. The protesters blocked the Ranchi-Daltonganj road near Bijupara this morning and staged a demonstration as part of the Bandh. Several organizations took out a torchlight procession demanding the immediate dismantling of the newly constructed ramp in Siram Toli, claiming that the structure obstructs access to their religious site and could impact its sanctity due to traffic movements. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met Australian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence Richard Marles in the national capital earlier in the day. Both Rajnath Singh and Marles held bilateral talks focusing on defence cooperation and bilateral ties between India and Australia. Rajnath Singh also laid emphasis on working towards growth in strategic ties between New Delhi and Canberra, while the Australian Defence Minister said Australia's relationship with New Delhi is of highest priority.
I hope that in the coming years, we work with a renewed momentum, effectively contributing to growth of bilateral defence relations. Excellency, today is the 5th anniversary of elevation of our relations to comprehensive strategic partnership. I appreciate the significant strides made in our bilateral relationship across a wide range of sectors, from political exchanges to defence partnership.
A rescue operation aimed at evacuating 113 stranded tourists from North Sikkim's Lachen was called off due to adverse weather conditions. An Mi-17 helicopter carrying 9 NDRF personnel took off from Pakyong Airport at 6 a.m. but was forced to return without carrying out the mission. And the tourists have been stranded in Lachen for over a day as incessant rainfall triggered multiple landslides, blocking key roads and cutting off access to the area. The Met Department has issued a red alert for North Sikkim, warning of continued heavy rainfall over the next 3 days. The Indian Army has been at the forefront of relief and rescue efforts under the ongoing humanitarian mission Operation Jal Rahat 2 in Manipur. Army columns have evacuated over 1,500 people so far. Major evacuations have taken place in Wanki, where 500 plus individuals were rescued, and at JNIMS hospital, where 570 people were rescued. The rescue teams also evacuated 65 individuals from Lamlong and 75 from Hien-Jang, where operations including navigating through challenging terrain and fast flood stream due to a breach in the band of the Imphal River. Equipped with rescue boats, medical teams and essential relief materials, the army troops have been operating in close coordination with the Assam Rifles, NDRF, SDRF and the civil administration. Protests over border fencing turned violent in Manipur's Senapati, and the office of the Superintendent of Police was vandalized and his official vehicle was overturned by agitated protesters. According to sources, a scuffle broke out following a confrontation allegedly triggered by non-compliance from the SP, leading to a heated scuffle. The student leaders alleged that the district SP gave the order to one CRPF personnel to load the gun and had threatened the student leaders. That led to the overturning of the vehicle and the ensuing melee. All right, Tesla CEO and billionaire Elon Musk slams Donald Trump's tax cut and spending bill and called it massively outrageous. This comes a week after Musk left Trump administration, criticizing what he called the bill as either could be beautiful or big, not the two together. Here is a report.
Tesla titan Elon Musk hits out at Donald Trump's tax cut and spending bill, calling it a disgusting abomination. Musk said that spending and tax cuts proposed in the bill would balloon the US national debt. His comments come a week after Musk abruptly left the Trump administration. Further, Musk called the bill massively outrageous. The tech billionaire left the administration abruptly last week after 129 days working to cut costs with his team known as Doge. Musk also supported Trump in last year's presidential elections with donations more than $250 million. Interestingly, this comes at a crucial time for Trump's big and beautiful bill, which needs to be approved by the Senate if it is to become a law. The deadline ends today, which can define his second term and set the course for the US economy.
All right, a short break, and on the other side, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju confirms impeachment against Justice Yashwant Verma. The motion to be introduced in the upcoming monsoon session of Parliament.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
This should not come as surprising or shocking. The removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which brought Yunus to power themselves saw Mujib's statues being brought down in the most demeaning manner from public places. We wouldn't have forgotten the tearing apart of the most iconic statue of Mujib in Dhaka from the famous street named after Bangladesh's liberation, the Bijoy Sarani. The rioters had also stormed the Bangabandhu Museum in Dhanamonde area, which was the residence of Mujib, and also the place where he was assassinated in 1975 by the Pak-backed rebels in the Bangladesh army. Once Hasina was ousted and exiled, the erasure of Mujib and his legacy became institutionalized. His portraits and pictures were removed from all government offices and buildings, and once Yunus and his advisors took control, they went systematically after other markers of Mujib's legacy. The national holidays to mark his birth and death anniversaries, for example, were scrapped. The father of the nation was being reduced to just another political participant of the Bangladesh Liberation War. By the way, does Mujib's assassination date ring a bell? He was killed on August 15 in 1975, which is also...
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी.
This should not come as surprising or shocking, the removal of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's picture from the currency notes of Bangladesh. This is part of the well-planned and ongoing effort by the usurper Yunus regime to erase and banish the legacy of the man who is known as the founding father of the Bangladeshi nation. Mujib was the national hero of the 1971 Liberation War. He spearheaded the movement to liberate what was then the eastern wing of Pakistan from the Punjabi hegemony and vice-like grip over power that the western part had over the Bengalis. It is a double jeopardy for the well-meaning Bangladeshis that this is being heaped upon them. Since coming to power, Yunus government has been seeking to systematically remove Mujib from public memory. The protests which...
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. It's 5 p.m. and getting you the headlines this Wednesday evening on Republic. Narendra is not India, India is not Narendra. Congress has surrendered jab at the Prime Minister. There's a big political fight over it.
राहुल गांधी जी किसी के आगे सरेंडर कर दें, कांग्रेस ने किया होगा, मगर भारत किसी के आगे सरेंडर नहीं हो सकता। हम विश्व की एकमात्र ऐसी सभ्यता हैं जो हजारों सालों के आक्रमण के बाद भी आज जीवंत हैं, जिसे आप मानने को तैयार नहीं।
BJP takes on Congress after Narendra surrender jab, says Congress, echoing Pakistan, arming Pakistan.
Impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma is a matter related to the corruption in judiciary. So there is no scope for any politicking. There is no scope for taking a separate political position for every party. So
Parliamentary Affairs Minister confirms that impeachment against Yashwant Verma will be introduced Parliament session in a few weeks from now. Chief Justice of India defends the collegium system but cautions judges who accept post-retirement jobs. Despite the Karnataka High Court pulling up actor and politician Kamal Haasan, he refuses to apologize over the Kannada derived from Tamil comment. Bilawal Bhutto's rant on Indian Muslims backfires. Reporter cites Operation Sindoor unity briefing. Getting in some breaking news on the caste census that was announced by the government. According to sources, we are getting in details now that the nationwide caste census will begin in 2 phases. While the national rollout is scheduled to start from the 1st of March 2027, the process will begin earlier from October 2026 itself. And this process will begin mostly starting from the hilly northern states of Himachal Pradesh, in regions like Ladakh, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand. And this early start is aimed at ensuring that the census can be completed simultaneously across the country. So that's a big update coming in on the caste census. A timeline finally and where the caste census will begin. Republic picking up some details about the caste census. Aishwarya, my colleague, is on the phone line. Aishwarya?
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. This is what is happening, what we are being told by our sources and rather being confirmed, that the caste census will technically begin from the 1st of October 2026. That is next year, just a bit more than 12 months. And it will begin from the states of Ladakh, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, and then Uttarakhand. And then within the next 12 months, that is 2027, it will begin nationally. What we are being told that the government intends to begin in the hilly states of northern India and also in certain states of northeast a year prior, or to be very specific, 10 months prior, is because they want nationally the caste census to conclude together. That is in the year of 2029. And that is what the government is aiming. And these are the dates which are coming in. 1st of October 2026 for 4 hilly northern states, including that of Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, Himachal, and Uttarakhand. And then for the rest of the country, it is 2027 March. Niranjan.
Thank you for those details. Aishwarya Kapoor joining us with details of the caste census. The exercise itself fully beginning from 2027 March, but the groundwork will begin. In fact, it's on October 2026 is when it will begin in some northern states. Rescue operations continue in the flood-affected, landslide-hit areas of Sikkim. Army has released fresh pictures and a video statement from the site. The brigade commander providing a detailed update on the situation, especially in Sikkim. Stranded tourists are being assisted by army personnel
efforts also to restore connectivity underway. Search for missing individuals is ongoing as part of the coordinated rescue and relief mission that is now on in the Chaten region of Sikkim.
I'm at the location where there was a massive landslide which occurred on the night of 1st of June. But as a prelude to this, I must tell you that very, very heavy rains have been experienced in this area from 30th of May onwards. And the rains were so heavy and unprecedented that if you take your attention, which is on this on the other side of the mountain, you can see this huge waterfall and the huge river which has been created on the landslide, which never existed before. And because of which we carried out certain precautionary evacuations. However, this area being stable and totally nothing was anticipated here. So there were around 50 to 70 personnel who were residing here. But on the unfortunate night of 1st of June, there was a very heavy landslide because of which we had to carry out evacuation. But unfortunately, 9 of our personnel, the nature got the better of them. And in this period, in the last 3 days, we mobilized all our resources and we've been able to recover 3 mortal remains.
Also in Assam, the NDRF is conducting search operations on a war footing to rescue those who are still trapped. Roughly 3 million people are affected in Assam. Here's a ground report.
The flood situation continues to remain grim across the state of Assam, though some relief have been witnessed from the floods in Upper Assam. Most parts of Lower Assam as well as the Barak Valley remains underwater. Right now we are reporting from the border areas of Morigaon and Mongoloi district. These are the riverine waters of the Brahmaputra, and I would like to show you the visuals, the exclusive first glimpse of the riverine area. These areas are not accessible anymore now, and Republic TV is the only channel which have managed to come to this remotest riverine area on the heart of Brahmaputra. Then you can see these visuals here. Each and every house have been completely inundated. The entire village in the riverine area have been completely submerged. Most of the people have went to the safe locations in search of food and rehabilitation. You can see this vegetable farms completely destroyed by the floodwaters. Here boats are the only way of transportation now, and people are living in immense hardship. Some people have made their homes on this tilted bamboos, and on this bamboo stills now they are living day or night. It doesn't matter here because all that they can see 24/7 in this riverine area is the rising level of the Brahmaputra. The flood have so far claimed 6 lives across the state of Assam, and the situation continues to remain grim.
Former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla, part of the multi-party delegation to OIC countries, stated that nations like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Algeria and Kuwait, long considered sympathetic to Pakistan, were receptive to India's first-hand briefing on Operation Sindoor and the Pahalgam attack. Highlighting a shift in global perceptions, he noted that these countries appreciated India's outreach through a cross-party delegation and acknowledged a new normal in India's counter-terror posture.
So you're right in saying that all of these countries are members of the Organization of Islamic Countries, the OIC, and they all are also influential in many other multilateral and international forums. For example, Kuwait, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are members of the Gulf Cooperation Council. They also, GCC is a member of the Financial Action Task Force. Bahrain will be a member of the Security Council next year. Algeria is a current member of the Security Council. Algeria is also the second largest economy in Africa, so it's an influential member of the African Union. So all 4 countries have a certain importance, not only from a regional and global perspective, but also, as you mentioned, in terms of their influence or the influence that they can bring to bear on Pakistan. So from that perspective, I think all of these 4 countries were receptive to our first-hand briefing of them on Op Sindoor, the heinous attack at Pahalgam, our response, and our future policy with regard to terrorism as in a new normal. I have to say, of course, that the fact that we had a high-level all-party parliamentary delegation visiting these countries also had its own resonance, because all of these countries, I think, appreciated the fact that India had sent a delegation all the way to their countries to brief them in person. Secondly, of course, my own sense as someone who's been in diplomacy for the past almost 4 decades is that there is a great change in the way many of these countries view India. Our relationship with the Gulf countries, in the past has been one of, a certain level of mutual suspicion and indifference.
Please tell us about the entire visit and how you had gone ahead and exposed Pakistan.
At the outset, let me tell you that it's a great feeling to come back to Indian soil. And having said that, let me tell you that we had gone to 5 countries, as you know. We went to Japan. Thereafter, we went to the Republic of Korea, then Indonesia, then Singapore, then Malaysia. And in every country, one heartening thing was that all segments of population had tremendous regard for the efforts of India, which is making giant strides on the path of progress. And they did appreciate our case. And the case was April 22nd in Pahalgam. Reprehensible act of terrorism took place, and we all in one voice talked about the fact that Pakistan has been peddling lies and creating false propaganda as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, and we have to set the narrative right. So we put the facts before them straight away. We talked to them about the zero tolerance for terrorism, which is our policy now. We talked about the new normal that we are talking of, and at the same time, I must tell you that we did request them, they being the member of the Organization of Islamic Countries and the Financial Action Task Force, we did request them to put forth our views on terrorism and the role of Pakistan in instigating terrorist activities in India in these forums, since we are not members of these forums. So I think the best part was that all the countries have their own set of internal issues, but despite that, all the countries issued unconditional statements in favor of India, and they understood the plight of India. We also tried to talk about our complete focus on development. We are trying to become a developed nation by 2047. That is the agenda before us set by Prime Minister Modi and his government.
Getting in a story now from Mumbai, pictures now coming in of a fight that reportedly broke out between security staff and drivers over a parking issue at the Mumbai International Airport. The CISF there, present at the scene, trying to resolve the matter. The Mumbai police have also registered a case and detained a few individuals. The investigation is underway. Here are some of the pictures that came in. And let me go across to my colleague Sandeep, also joining us with the details. Sandeep.
Niranjan, this dispute broke out between the cab drivers out there on the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport and the security staff of the airport out there that is managed by Crystal Group of companies. And in fact, there was a dispute between them, and in fact, following which the verbal spat, the clashes broke out, and in fact, a physical attack was also done, happened between the cab drivers and the Crystal staffers out there. And following which the CISF has to intervene, and later on all these individuals who were involved in this very kind of a physical attack. They were detained by the Mumbai's Sahar police station, and following which an FIR has already been registered in this case. Notices have been served and investigations are underway by the Mumbai police right now.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those details. Getting in more news on the show this evening. Those were pictures that came in from Mumbai. Let's move on to the next big story. Australia's Deputy Prime Minister and also the Defence Minister, Richard Marles, has again underscored Australia's full backing for New Delhi's fight against cross-border terror. In his meeting with Prime Minister Modi, the Australian minister has reiterated that Australia stands with India against any forces that use terror as a state policy, read Pakistan, and pledged closer defence and intelligence coordination between both India and Australia. Statement that's coming from the Deputy Prime Minister and the Defence Minister Richard Marles, who's in India, has scored his country's backing for India's fight against cross-border terrorism without referring to Pakistan directly. He said that his country would stand with India against anybody, any nation that uses terror as state policy, and pledged closer defence, intelligence coordination. Australia, also a member of Quad, already has a close security understanding with the Indian establishment. Elon Musk, father of US tech billionaire Elon Musk, is set to visit the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, accompanied by his daughter Alexandra Musk. Their itinerary includes visits to the Ram Mandir and the nearby Hanumangadi temple. Republic spoke to Elon Musk.
Kimmel and Tosca came through in 1983 when they were small, very small.
As you have come first time to India?
First time to India.
What you will say to India culture?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's amazing. I'll be back very, very soon.
Anything evoke to you from after coming in India?
Oh, I just love the people and the culture and the food, and I'm excited to see more.
And can you give an example?
An example?
Yeah. That anything evoke to you after coming in India?
It's very welcoming. Everyone's very, it's a very exciting place. A lot of opportunities. So
If only everybody could be like this. It would be wonderful.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Kimmel and Tosca came through in 1983 when they were small, very small.
As you have come first time to India?
First time to India.
What you will say to India culture?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's amazing. I'll be back very, very soon.
Anything evoke to you from after coming in India?
Oh, I just love the people and the culture and the food, and I'm excited to see more.
The story of a honeymoon in Meghalaya which has turned into a heartbreaking story. It's tragedy for a family, a newlywed couple from Indore. 8 days after they were reported missing, the decomposed body of the husband has now been recovered, while the search for his wife continues.
Three young men, Amritpal, Husanpreet and Jaspal, who had been kidnapped in Iran a month ago, have finally been rescued by the local police from Tehran, the capital of Iran. The youths belonging to Hoshiarpur, Sangrur and Navan Shahar in Punjab had gone completely out of contact for several days. The families had no clue about their whereabouts until one call brought the much needed relief. The families received their message of safety, bringing tears, prayers and overwhelming emotions back home.
ਜਦੋਂ ਕਾਲ ਆਈ ਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਇਹੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਛੁੱਟ ਗਏ ਆ ਜੀ ਤੇ 2-3 ਸਕਿੰਟ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ, ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ। ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨੇ ਫੋਨ ਕੱਟਤਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਘਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਉਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਾਲ ਆਈ ਆ।
ਫੋਨ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਗੱਲ, ਤਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ 8-10 ਦਿਨ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹਦੀ ਫੋਨ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਪੈਸਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਮੰਗ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ, ਹੁਣ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਛੁੱਟ ਗਏ ਆ।
The families alleged that their sons were kidnapped by Iranian dock workers who demanded lakhs of rupees as ransom for their release. These youths were reportedly trying to reach Australia through an agent who had...
Getting in some breaking news now from Bengaluru. There As crowds gather in large numbers, fans of RCB gather in large numbers, we're getting in reports that there has been a stampede that has been reported in Bengaluru as the people of Bengaluru, fans gathered in large numbers, thousands of them gathered for a victory march. There's been a stampede and some reports suggesting that a few lives have been lost. We are waiting to get more details. There is a stampede-like situation at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. There was a victory parade that was scheduled to take place this evening. Getting in reports of a stampede that has taken place right outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Some reports suggesting that a few people are also injured. Now, these are not confirmed reports. Once again, these are not official. These have not been confirmed. We are waiting for official details to come in. But from the initial reports that we have through our Republic Kannada teams as well, we hear that a few people are critically injured. A few people are critically injured. We don't have the exact details of how many were stuck in the stampede, but this was right outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium as thousands of fans gathered to get a glimpse of their fans, of their stars who won the IPL trophy last night after 18 years. It was the first trophy win for RCB. Now, these are very, very disturbing images that are coming in, ladies and gentlemen, from Bengaluru. We are hearing that this stampede was at the Chinnaswamy Stadium during the RCB victory celebrations. Some numbers suggesting that over 25 people are injured. The condition of 6 people believed to be critical. There are some reports that suggest or put that number of those who fell, who were trapped in that situation outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium at 3, saying that 3 lives have been lost, but this is not on record. Okay, we have a first report coming in that at least 3 people have died in the stampede. At least 3 people have died in the stampede in the RCB victory march in Bengaluru, ladies and gentlemen. Heartbreaking pictures coming in of young people who had gathered there to cheer on, to get a glimpse of the team that won the IPL trophy. And this is exactly what we didn't need at this point of time. Now, these are first pictures coming in of those who are injured being taken into the vehicles, being rushed to emergency centers and hospitals close to the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And very disturbing images, ladies and gentlemen. Just viewer discretion is advised. We are picking up these pictures from our Republic Kannada channel and the local media in Bengaluru, from news agencies, and from the initial reports, we are hearing that at least 3 people have died. At least 3 people. We don't have an official detail or coming in or official statement that is coming of how this happened, the circumstances that led to the stampede. But from the initial pictures that we have, this is the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and you saw thousands of people lined up on the sides of the Chinnaswamy Stadium. This is on MG Road. This is the heart of the city, and this is where the victory march was scheduled to take place. Look at that. Those are images that you're seeing there of the situation in Bengaluru, where thousands of people have gathered in that entire area. And that is the entrance of the Chinnaswamy Stadium that you see there, right opposite the Cubbon Park. And the police presence, there are hundreds of policemen, not sure about the kind of arrangements that were in place to check the crowds that were gathering. But there was a victory march that was scheduled to take place at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And these are very, 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 very disturbing images that are now coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Stampede during the RCB victory celebrations in Bengaluru. And from the first details that we have, I'm getting in details that at least 3 people have lost their lives in the RCB victory march. The cricket team landed this afternoon, and the cricket team is being felicitated, and this is something that nobody expected. Large crowds had gathered at the stadium right outside, lining up the footpath outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Look at that. That's the footpath, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Chinnaswamy Stadium. We had a shot there where you saw hundreds and thousands of people lined up along the boundary wall of the Chinnaswamy Stadium trying to cross over trying to cross over the fence. That is the main road. In fact, it's otherwise a very, very crowded road that leads on to MG Road and goes towards the more business districts of Bengaluru. And just when these people had gathered, these fans, thousands of them, you can see some of them trying to revive those who were caught in that stampede. And these are images that are now coming in, and very tragic reports that we have picked up this evening, that at least 3 people, at least 3 lives have been lost, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting for more details. This was meant to be an RCB victory celebration, and we are still trying to get some details of what kind of arrangements were made to ensure that such a large crowd that had gathered there, were there enough measures taken to ensure that there was adequate arrangement to control the crowd. Now, look at those pictures. In one of those pictures, you can see people who had gathered along the Chinnaswamy Stadium trying to jump over the fence, trying to jump over the footpath and get into the road as the bus perhaps was passing by. And 3 people we are hearing. Over 20 people injured, that's the number that I have right now. According to reports, once again, these are not official details that we have, but we are going by reports that over 20 people are injured, and at least 3 lives have been lost in the stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. There were celebrations inside the stadium. In fact, a few minutes back, there was a felicitation that was held for the RCB team at Vidhana Sauda, which is the secretariat. At the secretariat, the team was called, honored as the champions of RCB, and thousands of people had gathered. There are some drone pictures also that we have. I'll try and get those aerial pictures that show you the kind of crowds that had gathered there. Now, what we don't know is how many people had. Okay, there are some live pictures coming in from Republic Kannada. I'd like to go across to those pictures. These are live pictures from Republic Kannada. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, look at that. That's a live shot. Live shot from Republic Kannada. This is the situation inside. Look at that. The situation outside. People are trying to jump over the stadium. That's the fence. They're trying to jump over the fence. Thousands of people are outside trying to jump. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Chinnaswamy Stadium is the main stadium. This is the RCB home stadium, and this is where all the RCB players were brought. They were to be felicitated inside the stadium. They were taken to the Vidhana Sauda and then brought inside the stadium in a bus. And thousands of people, you can see in one of those pictures that you just saw, a live shot where people were trying to jump over the stadium. We are not sure whether that was because of seats being filled inside the stadium or whether they were denied entry for some other reason. Now, at the Chinnaswamy, look at that. That's a shot of the kind of the crowds that had gathered there. Hundreds of them trying to jump over the fence. There are some barricades also placed there. We'll also try and go across to our reporters from the Republic Kannada team. The police there seen in this particular visual. In this shot, the police trying to stop the crowds from entering. Another shot that you saw, the live shot of those who are injured being carried on shoulders to perhaps get first aid treatment. Now, from the initial details that we have, 20 people are injured. Now, that's another shot of the Chinnaswamy, one of the gates of the Chinnaswamy stadiums. Look at that. There's a lathi charge there. Lathi charge as the gates are shut. This is the stadium where the RCB team is being felicitated inside. Inside the stadium, felicitation ceremony is on. Outside the stadium, thousands of fans have gathered trying to enter, and in their attempt to enter the stadium, as large crowds gathered, look at that, they're slamming the gates shut, and in that stampede, at least 3 lives have been lost. Over 20 people have been injured. Now, look at that. You can see that there are the organizers here, seem like they are the organizers or members of the Chinnaswamy Stadium, the staff, along with the police, trying to slam the gates shut as they try to stop people from entering the Chinnaswamy Stadium. There's another shot where you can see the bus. Look at that. That's the shot. That's the shot that's the live shot that you see, ladies and gentlemen, where you can see that they're trying to shut the gates as... Okay, that's another live shot that I have there. Live shot of people trying to climb over that pole. Okay, that's a live shot from inside the stadium. So we're getting different shots from both inside and outside the stadium. Now, initially it appears that the entry was free inside the stadium, and those who were not being allowed inside because of the crowding, the large number of crowds that had gathered, they were kept outside. And just as the gates were being shut, okay. Okay, these are live pictures coming in, more pictures coming in from Republic Canada. So we're getting in live updates, constant updates. So we are trying to get you as many pictures as possible. This latest picture coming in of another person who was caught in the stampede, who was injured in the stampede, being taken and being helped by some of the fans. They're being taken to the gate to get first aid treatment. Now this is a live shot that came in a few minutes back. And we are playing out pictures as we get them from the Republic Canada team. And in this shot, okay, that's a live shot of the bus. The first shot of the RCB bus as it was entering. So that's the first shot that we have of the RCB bus entering the Chinnaswamy Stadium. So this was perhaps minutes before the stampede or moments before the stampede when the bus was entering the Chinnaswamy Stadium. That's the first shot that I have. As the bus is trying to enter, there are two buses, the RCB buses, trying to enter the stadium, one behind the other. And you can see that the media team and the police trying to cordon these buses and ensure that the bus enters the stadium and they slam the gate shut. And that's perhaps also the time when those who were stuck inside, the fans were trying to enter the gates and were caught in the stampede. Okay, these are two shots, one inside the stadium on the left of your screen. That's a live shot from inside the stadium before the felicitation. The felicitation itself has not begun. On the right of your screens, the situation from outside the stadium, outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium in MG Road, Bengaluru. This is the home of the RCB, the Royal Challengers Bengaluru, the team that won the IPL last evening, and they were to be felicitated inside the stadium. And tragic scenes that we are picking up from outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium on MG Road. This is, look at that, that's one of the gates being slammed shut on the fans of the RCB. Also, some of them were lathi charged. We saw those pictures as they tried to enter the gates. They were lathi charged, forced to stay outside, perhaps because of the overcrowding issue. Not sure of the kind of measures that were put in place. And at least 3 lives have been lost, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first report that we have, that 3 are, okay, the number could increase, but from the first number that we have, 3 people have lost their lives, over 20 injured. Okay, my colleague Shavan is also joining us live on the broadcast. We're picking up more details from different sources. The Republic Canada team trying to get us all the minute-by-minute updates. Initial reports also suggesting that seven have died in the stampede. Shavan, that number has gone up. I don't have the full details in hand. You were in the newsroom. What more are you picking up? How many people are injured, or how many casualties are we looking at here?
Well, in fact, we can now confirm that 7 reported dead, 50 injured. Now, what we have on your screens, these are just minutes before the felicitation actually was supposed to take place. Now, there is a clear mismanagement if you simply go by the images that we've just got into our newsroom, because it appears that as the bus was basically moving out, that's when the gates were basically being closed. And on your screens right now, this was the very moment when you see that this area was basically cordoned off. But it appears that as the players were basically moving inside the stadium, the gate was being closed. There was an entourage of media that was also present there, and as fans were basically trying to move closer to the gate, and when they had abruptly shut the gate, and we are given to understand that led to a massive chaos. As of now, as far as the numbers are concerned, 7 people are dead, is what we are being told. Some fresh visuals are also coming in, Niranjan, right now.
Shavan, I have a confirmation that there was a lathi charge that precipitated the situation. I saw that picture, that video of the police lathi charging, which perhaps also led to the situation getting out of hand. It was already out of hand, and there was a lathi charge that just turned the situation. I mean, it just went out of hand. And these are pictures of the bus entering the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Entering the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Shavan is also here. Shavan is going back. Shavan, I think he's just picking up some more details from the newsroom. I'm going across to the Republic Canada teams as well. First shot of the bus entering the stadium. First shot, look at that. As this was happening, as you saw the pictures of the cup, look at that. They're waving the cup. They're holding the cup. There is a celebration inside, and there are deaths outside. There is a celebration inside, and there are deaths being reported outside. From the initial reports that we have, 7 RCB fans killed in the stampede, have died in the stampede at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, as a celebration is announced for the team at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Look at that picture. They're all entering the stadium, and these are live pictures coming in. I'm picking up these pictures from the Republic Canada team as well. Now, I'm not sure whether the players know what is happening, but this is appalling. The kind of arrangements that have been made. Why were fans lathi charged? Initial reports putting it at 7 deaths due to the stampede, over 20 people injured, at least 26 injured. Inside the stadium, there is a celebration. Buses are being brought. Thousands of people outside, some trying to jump over the Chinnaswamy Stadium compound. I'm not sure about the kind of police arrangements that were in place at all. Was this planned? What kind of police deployment was made? What kind of arrangements were made for the fans to gather in an orderly manner? Look at that. That is at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. At the Chinnaswamy Stadium, where there is a felicitation that is on. There is a correction, ladies and gentlemen. That's not the stadium. That is Vidhana Sauda on the left. That is not the stadium. I'll just correct that in a second. That is Vidhana Sauda. That is not the stadium on the left side. That is not the stadium. That is the Vidhana Sauda, the Secretariat. These are pictures of the celebration at the Secretariat that happened earlier this afternoon. And this afternoon, the players were first, after they landed in Bengaluru, they were given a 5-star welcome, hero's welcome by the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, whose name is D.K. Shivakumar. And then they were all brought here to the Vidhana Sauda, and all the political leaders were present to give these cricketers a 5-star gathering, a 5-star felicitation. Look at that. Those are pictures of them celebrating. And thousands of people had gathered even outside the Vidhana Sauda. There is an aerial shot. I'll try and get that aerial shot. And on the right, while all of that was happening, we don't have the exact number, but the capacity of the Chinnaswamy Stadium is minimum 50,000. And if the stadium is full, if there were 50,000 people or more, and perhaps much, much more, because there were seats, the stadium was filled, the gates were shut, and people were forced to be outside. So, conservative estimates, putting it anywhere between 50,000 to 1 lakh people who had gathered at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And these are the pictures from outside. We've seen at least 10 to 15 people being carried away after being caught in the stampede. Visual after visual coming in from outside the stadium. Visual after visual coming in from outside the stadium as they are stuck in that stampede that was caused at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, where the RCB players are being felicitated right now. We just saw the bus entering a few seconds back. And, okay, I'm getting in an updated number. And Republic Canada is reporting that 11 people have died in the stampede, ladies and gentlemen. This is an initial report that I have. That's a shot that I have. Once again, that is not the stadium. That is Vidhana Sauda. Can we please change that? It's not the stadium. I'll just remove that live bug. It is not the stadium. It is Vidhana Sauda. It is a secretariat. Please take it off. It is not the stadium. Those were pictures from earlier today. But I'm going back to the big breaking story. Now, the big breaking story is there has been a stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. This is the home ground of the RCB, the Royal Challengers Bengaluru. This is where they play. This is Bengaluru's cricket stadium called Chinnaswamy Stadium, in the heart of Bengaluru on MG Road, where the felicitation for the RCB, the team that won the IPL trophy last night, is on. But outside the stadium, ladies and gentlemen, at the gates, there are people who have died because of a stampede, because of a situation that was not controlled, because of a situation that was allowed to get out of control. 11 people. Now, this is the breaking news update that I have, that 11 people have reportedly died. The local media and Republic Kannada is reporting this story live, and Republic Kannada is putting it at 11. 11 deaths have been reported, over 20 people injured, and visual after visual coming in of people who have, once again, it's not inside the stadium. Please take off the windows. And those are pictures coming on the right of your screen. The fire brigade that you see there, that's the fire brigade that is usually placed inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium for any emergency measure. So all of these pictures that you're seeing is of a stampede that took place at the gates of the Chinnaswamy Stadium and inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. So there has been a stampede inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And this was a felicitation that was organized by the Karnataka.
Yes. So there was any number of injured or the casualty happened during the stampede? The stadium
just now from the I had to bring the secretary and the president in my vehicle. The crowd was so much. So
how did a lapse like this happen, sir?
We had arranged more than
And that was a live shot. I can't believe if they're going ahead with the celebration, then questions will have to be asked. Will they go ahead with the celebration? And what exactly will they be celebrating if 11 lives have been lost in the stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium? Those are pictures that you're seeing on the left of your screens. The Karnataka state government decided to felicitate the RCB team outside. Now, this is a picture that came in from Vidhana Sauda a little while back. When they landed at the airport, they got a welcome. They were brought first to the Vidhana Sauda. This is the secretariat where they got a hero's welcome. And even here, thousands of people had gathered. From here, the buses carrying the players were taken inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And that is where the felicitation was to be held. And thousands of fans were also allowed entry inside the stadium. But what a tragic turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if they go ahead with this celebration, now that will be the biggest tragedy. 11 lives have been lost. We don't know the kind of situation that is outside, because minute by minute, we're getting in live updates of the situation outside the stadium. We're getting in live updates that 11 lives have been lost and 10 of them are in the ICU. I repeat that, 10 of them are in the ICU according to the reports that we're getting in from Republic Kannada. And the death toll reportedly is now at 11 for something that the state government was adamant on doing. They wanted to felicitate the team. It's fine. There's nothing wrong in felicitating a team. But what kind of arrangements were made when they knew that thousands and thousands of people, over 1 lakh, the capacity of the Chinnaswamy Stadium is 50,000, at least 50,000. Now, if the gates were shut, that means the stadiums and the stands were full. Now, if the stadium and the stands were full, how many people actually gathered at the stadium? Now, that is a question that we will have to ask. Now, if this was a state government organized event, state government organized felicitation, what kind of measures did the state government of Karnataka take to ensure that the fans were safe, to ensure that the people were not caught in a stampede-like situation? Now, after 11 lives are lost, will they still go ahead and celebrate? And what will they celebrate? Will they celebrate 11 lives being lost? Over 50 injured in the stampede. We have another update. That number, which was 26 earlier, we're getting in an update now that 54 fans have been injured, 11 fans have lost their lives in the stampede at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru as the state government decided to hold this last-minute felicitation. This last-minute felicitation, the team won the trophy last night. They decided this morning that there will be a celebration. They decided this morning that all of them will be brought in front of the Vidhana Saudha and there will be a huge trophy ceremony. And then they decided that they will all be then taken to the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And then inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, which is a cricket stadium, home of the RCB, they decided that they will allow fans, that they will get somebody from inside the stadium, that they will line up all the fans inside without having made adequate arrangements. And there are many pictures that we have received, visual after visual, sequences on the right of your screens that you're seeing of tragedy unfold outside the stadium. Now, this is a shot from inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium where those who are caught in the stampede are being taken out. Now, the tragedy is that most of the victims here are youngsters. Let me go across to Smita. Smita is joining us from the Republic Kannada newsroom. Smita, what is the update that you have? Where did the stampede happen? Give us the details.
Exactly, you are the gate number 18 of Chinnaswamy Stadium.
करते रहे धन्यवाद थैंक यू सर
Okay. Smita, go ahead. Smita, go ahead.
Yes. If you're hearing that there was a huge crowd and the gates of the Chinnaswamy Stadium was completely locked. But once the gates were opened, we got to hear that near the gate number 18 of Chinnaswamy Stadium, there was a huge stampede.
ಗಾಡಿ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ನಿಮಿಷ ಬೈ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಗಾಡಿ ತಗೋಬ
See, the entire Karnataka is excited. We are very happy to all the Karnataka youngsters and all the section of the people, from old age to youngsters. They prayed, they loved, they gave their strength, and after 18 years long, we could succeed. And I would like to congratulate Mr. Kohli, who stood like a rock for this. His loyalty to Karnataka has paid royalty. He has given his heart, he has given his love, he has given his youth and all his strength to this success. I hope this will be the beginning, and days to come, the years to come, we are going to achieve the same cup remains with RCB.
Okay, that was the chief minister. That was the deputy chief minister of Karnataka when he gave a soundbite outside the Vidhana Saudha. Now, tragically, you just heard people behind him shout slogans praising him, and not a single word was said about the tragedy. Now, we are not sure whether this was before the stampede or after the stampede, but if this was after the stampede and not a single question was asked and not a word spoken on the stampede, then it is tragic, because this was a state government organized event. State government organized event, and this was at the Vidhana Saudha, and all of them as we speak are inside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium is where the RCB team is being felicitated. 11 players who played the game last night, 11 fans have died in the stampede. 11 players being felicitated inside the stadium. 11 fans have died in the stampede. Smita is coming live. I'm going across to Smita. Smita is joining us live from the Republic Kannada team. Smita, tell us about where the stampede took place. Smita. We can hear you, Smita. Go ahead.
Yes, Niranjan, if you can hear me, the death number has been raised to 11, and there is a fear of more number of people who may lose their life, as we are getting the number that more than 10 are admitted in multiple hospitals, in the ICU and getting the treatment. 50 plus members are admitted in hospital and getting treatment. As I was saying previously, there was a complete failure of the security system. Government knew, police department knew that there will be a huge crowd right in front of Vidhan Sauda, also near the Chinnaswamy Stadium. But the police department, the police personnel who were deputed for the security reasons seemed to be very less number, as we also got the visuals where the people from the police department were literally struggling to control the crowd. They had only lathis in their hand by which they tried to control the crowd. They closed the gates of the Chinnaswamy Stadium, which led to more massacre, which led to more massive stampede. 11 deaths as of now, Niranjan, and I was saying, the fear of the death number may go up is there constantly. More than 10 people are in ICU getting the treatment exactly near the gate number 18 of Chinnaswamy Stadium, where the first gate was open. From morning 6 o'clock, Republic Kannada is running live about the crowd and the enthusiasm and how the entire Bengaluru street, especially near Chinnaswamy Stadium and also near Vidhan Sauda, how people were gathering in more number than the expectation. We are continuously showing the live visuals, but the government was completely busy meeting the players, greeting the player, taking selfies, videos. Didn't the government, especially the Home Ministry, notice that the crowd is, gathering beyond the expectation, beyond the range of the capacity of the police personnel who are deputed there for the security reasons? Couldn't the government, could have taken more measure instantly to increase the police or to, divert the crowd is the biggest question which is haunting us. Now, even we heard D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, reacting to the media. He didn't mention the death. He didn't mention the stampede. He only said that it is a pride moment for all the Kannadigas, especially for the government of Karnataka, to host an event with all the RCB players in Chinnaswamy Stadium and also near Vidhan Sauda. But unfortunately, D.K. Shivakumar, seems to be blindfolded. He didn't even mention about the death. He said that, yes, there was a, lapse in the security and the other arrangements by the police department. But immediately the government took decision to stop the parade. Instead of the parade, they decided to only host 2 programs, one near Vidhan Sauda and one more in the Chinnaswamy Stadium, cancelling the open vehicle parade. But D.K. Shivakumar didn't mention about the deaths. D.K. Shivakumar didn't mention about the stampede. Well, we also saw that BJP, the state BJP, has already started the politics over this. We can see the tweet from BJP Karnataka's official Twitter handle that the moment which was supposed to be in the pages of history for celebration is turned out as a black day in Karnataka. 11 deaths and many more may be fear to happen. Many more people may fear to lose their life only because of the lapse, only because of the...
Okay, 1 minute. I'm getting in some breaking news right now. I'm getting in some more breaking news right now that all the metros, I repeat, all the metros were running in their max capacity today. So there was a little bit of a very, very, very overcrowded situation in the metros operating in Bengaluru. In the Bengaluru metro, there was overcrowding that was witnessed through the day in all the metros leading up to MG Road and the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And there are reports, and I'll wait for a confirmation of that. I'm getting in another breaking news update now that the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, is heading towards the Bowring Hospital where the injured are being treated. Now, this is an initial input that has come in. I'll wait for more confirmation on that. But this is a big breaking news update. If the Deputy Chief Minister, look at that, that's a live shot. That's a live shot of people who were stuck in the stampede. Let's go full frame to those pictures. Those are pictures of the footpath outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Do we have an audio of that? Do we have an audio of that? Please put up the audio. I'll translate over it. full frame on that. That's a moment of the stampede, ladies and gentlemen. Moment of the stampede that has been captured on camera. That is a video that was shot the moment the stampede took place. Look at that. That's another video that I've accessed coming into the newsroom right now, where thousands of people and they're trying to jump over each other. People stuck in the stampede, trying to just get out alive somehow. That is the stampede video that I've just accessed coming into our newsroom, and on the right of your screen, the aftermath of how they try to revive them. But this is the moment that shows you how many, look at that, you just saw that youth jumping over, being pulled out of the stampede, of the overcrowding situation, of the stampede situation, as hundreds of people had gathered there. In this shot itself, there are hundreds of people. Overall, anywhere between 50,000 to 1 lakh, perhaps more than 1 lakh. We don't have the number. Now, this was the situation outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru a few hours back. And that's the stampede video that has just come in. Hundreds of people trying to pull each other out of that situation. You saw another shot of the footpath right outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, where people just moments after the stampede trying to just get out alive, trying to gather their breath after the crowds had moved away. I have Muthu joining me. Muthu is live. Muthu, what is the latest update, Muthu?
So we have, as of now, we got the 11 people who are in crowd, they are dead. So हम लोग अभी भी एक information मिले कि 11 लोगों की मौत हुई है, 27 people को अभी सीरियस इंजर होके वो सभी अभी हॉस्पिटल में वो लोग दाखिल हुए हैं। और उसमें अभी 11 लोग जो अभी मौत हुई उनकी, उसमें एक बच्ची भी है, जो जिस बच्ची उसके माँ बाप के साथ स्टेडियम के पास आई थी, वहाँ पे पूरा भीड़, पूरा वहाँ पे जो प्रॉब्लम हुई उसके वजह से 11 लोग जो मौत हुए, उसमें एक बच्ची भी है। ये पूरा फेलियर है यहाँ के स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और पुलिस की, उसके साथ साथ आरसीबी की मैनेजमेंट की भी पूरा फेलियर है, क्योंकि इतना क्राउड आने का पहले ही उन लोगों को इन्फॉर्मेशन था, फिर भी ये जहाँ पे लोग जाने के लिए सही रास्ता नहीं था, उसके साथ उनको कंट्रोल करने की इनके पास जो कोई इनका मेंबर भी नहीं था वहाँ पे। इसके साथ किसी को भी इंजर हुआ तो उन लोगों को ट्रीटमेंट देने के लिए यहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल का कुछ भी लोग भी नहीं थे। जब लोगों की मौत होने की माहिती उनको आई है, जब इंफॉर्मेशन आई है, तब ये लोग एम्बुलेंस लेके यहाँ पे सभी लोगों को यहाँ से शिफ्ट करने के काम किए हैं। फिलहाल अभी 11 लोगों की मौत की इंफॉर्मेशन अभी मिली है और 27 लोग जो सीरियस इंजर है, उनमें भी 4 से 5 लोग का क्रिटिकल कंडीशन है। फिलहाल अभी देखना चाहिए कि अभी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के डीसीएम जो डीके शिव कुमार अभी भी मीडिया के साथ बात किए, वो बोल रही थी कि फिलहाल अभी तक हम लोगों को मौत के बारे में कुछ भी इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है, जब इंफॉर्मेशन आएगी तब हम लोगों को बताएंगे। मगर जो आज का जो मौत का अभी नंबर्स है, वो नंबर्स बढ़ने का चांसेस बहुत है अभी फिलहाल भी।
तो कैसा ये लास्ट मिनट हुआ था, लास्ट मिनट पे अरेंजमेंट हुआ था, दिस वाज अ लास्ट मिनट मेजर, दे डिसाइडेड टू फेलिसिटेट देम, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ अरेंजमेंट्स वर मेड, वर पीपल टोल्ड वेयर टू कम, कहां पे आना था, उसका कुछ अनाउंसमेंट हुआ था?
तो ये पूरा जल्दी में ये लोग अरेंज किए, इसी की वजह से पूरा ये मौत का कारण है, क्योंकि ये लोग टाइम ही ले सकते थे 2 दिन बाद, क्योंकि जो इनको पता था क्राउड बहुत आती है, जो क्राउड ज्यादा आई तो यहाँ पे कंट्रोल नहीं हो सकता है, सबको पता था, इंटरनल इंफॉर्मेशन भी था। फिर भी ये लोग अर्जेंट में ये क्या किया, यहाँ पे जो लोग आने की संभावना थी, फिर भी ये लोग अरेंजमेंट में फेलियर हो गए हैं। कम से कम 3 लाख लोग जो है स्टेडियम के आसपास पूरा घूम रहे थे, जो 3 लाख लोगों को फ्री एंट्री थी, इसे फ्री एंट्री की वजह से अभी मौत का नंबर बढ़ रहा है। ये लोग प्राइस फिक्स कर सकते थे, या जो पास है, किसके पास एंट्री पास है, उनको अंदर छोड़ने का प्लान करना था, मगर इनका पूरा एक अच्छी में जो इवेंट बनाने जो इनका उम्र था, ये पूरा 11 लोगों में बच्चा भी मौत हुआ है। अभी भी फिलहाल अभी 2 से 3 लाख लोग अभी भी स्टेडियम के बाहर है, और एम्बुलेंस की नंबर बढ़ रही है, जो इंजर जो हो रहे हैं उनका भी नंबर बढ़ रहा है, उन लोगों को बाहर लेके जाने के लिए भी नहीं रहा, इतना क्राउड रास्ते में अभी फिलहाल।
ये कितने बजे अनाउंसमेंट किया था मुत्तू? अनाउंसमेंट कितने बजे हुआ था? व्हाट टाइम डिड दे अनाउंस एंड हाउ मेनी पीपल हैड गैदर्ड? व्हाट इज द कैपेसिटी ऑफ द स्टेडियम? हाउ मेनी पीपल आर इनसाइड? हाउ मेनी वर आउटसाइड?
अभी स्टेडियम के अंदर है सर। अभी 40 से 50 हजार लोग अभी अंदर है। 3 लाख लोग अभी भी स्टेडियम के बाहर खड़े हुए। दोपहर के 1 बजे इन लोगों का प्लान हुआ कि फ्री एंट्री देना है। उससे पहले इनका प्लान था जो पे करेंगे उनका अंदर छोड़ने का। इनका वेबसाइट में आज हम लोग रोड शो बना रहे हैं, रोड शो बना रहे हैं, उसमें सब लोग आके गैदर एक तो के लोग हैं, आसपास के लोग हैं, सभी विधानसभा।
Okay, Muthu, I have a bad line with you. Stay with me. I have a bad line with you. I'll get you back. I have Smita joining me live once again from the Republic Kannada newsroom. Smita, what time did they announce this? What kind of measures were taken? It appears prima facie that they were not prepared to handle this.
Exactly, Niranjan. The government was not prepared. Even the police department was not prepared. It all seems like the government was in a hurry to take the credit, of which they are in no way eligible. The cup was owned by the RCB team. The fan base was crazy. There was no way where the Karnataka government could climb the credit of this trophy. But it was very clearly visible that the Karnataka Congress government was in a hurry to claim the claim the credit of facilitating and giving this awards and also to run a huge show in the Chinnaswamy Stadium. We have seen DK Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, being very actively commenting on the social medias. He himself ran to HAL airport to pick the players who came from Gujarat, but didn't he just for 1 minute sat down and thought what will be the arrangement in such short notice? What will be the, the crowd controlling measures to be taken for such a huge crowd? Niranjan, we are getting visuals continuously from yesterday night 11:30 that police were literally failing to control the crowd. Just when the, the RCB fans got the news that RCB has won the trophy after 18 years, we saw almost all Bangalore streets were crowded. People were dancing crazy. Even we also got the visuals from yesterday night that when police personnel tried to clear the crowd from the streets, even the crowd lifted the policeman. They halted the police vehicle. This was the craziness that people were showing. And when the government announces that the players along with the trophy will come to Bangalore and people can see them directly, didn't the government...
Okay, 1 minute. I have the IPL chairman on the phone line with me right now, Arun Dumal. Are you, Mr. Dumal, are you there?
Yeah.
Mr. Dumal, this is tragic. Did IPL give permission for any of this to happen?
Very, very tragic indeed. I just got to know about this news. We were all going back from Ahmedabad after a great game, but it is indeed very sad, and I would like to convey my heartfelt condolences to all the families who lost their loved ones. Very, very sad indeed. We had no knowledge of any victory parade. I don't know who organized it, how it was planned, and how it went through. But very sad indeed. And
Sir,
I hope...
Mr. Dumal, will you let the celebration continue? Why can't you tell RCB to call off the celebration? What is there to celebrate when 11 people have died?
No, I have no knowledge. Who's organizing it? What is their program? I will check into the facts and I'll speak to all concerned. This can't be a moment to celebrate now with all these loss of life. I need to check up and find out how did it all get organized.
Is there anything you can do to speak to the RCB? Why can't IPL speak to RCB and ask them to call it off? There is a lot of anger. People are asking, how can you celebrate when 11 people have died, over 50 injured?
Definitely, we will speak to it. I have no knowledge of who organized it and how it got organized. But we will look into it. I am very sure BCCI, IPL, KSC had no role to play in this. Whether people came on their own, they were called, we have no knowledge of this, but we will speak to them and, get it sorted.
But my last question, Mr. Dumal, when there is a celebration involving an IPL team, does the IPL not have to be informed about the celebration?
No, this was nothing. It is not part of the IPL. IPL has finished last night with them winning the trophy. Now, all of them were supposed to go back home. Few of the players are required to fly to England to play the test series. We have no knowledge of who organized this event and what is happening there. I've just got the news from your reporter only.
Now, I'm also hearing, Mr. Dhumal, because Arnab also wants to, just ask you a couple of questions. He's just coming on the line. But this was a state government organized event in Karnataka. This was called in the last minute. Now, I just heard you say that you've just got the information and you will find out and that the BCCI will also release a statement. Is that correct? BCCI and IPL will give out some sort of a communication on this?
Definitely, since we've just got to know about it, like I told you, all the officials would be going back from Ahmedabad to their respective cities.
Yeah.
In between this tragic incident has happened, we got to know about it. And we have no knowledge as to who has organized it and how it got organized, whether people came on their own, hearing the story that the trophy is coming there. So we have no knowledge of no knowledge of it, and we'll find out.
Sir, this is a repute of the game at stake here, Mr. Dhumal. So I want to ask you as the IPL chairman.
That is why I started with this thing that we can't celebrate when you have this kind of loss of life.
Exactly.
And, I would like to convey my heartfelt condolences to all the families. And we'll speak to all the RCB management. We have no knowledge as to is it still going on? What is the program like? So
I can confirm to you that it's still going on. It has not been called off.
Okay. We'll speak to them and we'll check with them what is the program like. How did it happen?
Okay, that's a breaking news update there. Mr. Arun Dhumal saying that he will speak. Okay, Arnab wants to ask you a question, Mr. Dhumal. Arnab is on the line. Arnab.
Mr. Dhumal, this is Arnab Goswami here.
Yes,
Mr. Dhumal, this is Arnab Goswami here. I just want to ask you why this celebration has not been called off and why you as IPL chairman have not called the RCB team to call off the celebrations. People are extremely angry. 11 people have died, and among them is a 6-year-old girl. Why is the celebration not being called off, Mr. Dhumal? What is there to celebrate?
I told you, reporter, I just got to know about it. There was no plan of any such celebration. We are all going back from Ahmedabad to our respective cities.
No, I know, but you can call the RCB team right now to call it off, Mr. Dhumal. You can call them right now.
I have to call off this interview, then get on with somebody on the call.
Yes, you please get on the call.
I'll be the reporter only.
Thank you. So we're sharing with you. I request you tell them because this is sending a very wrong message. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, big breaking news update. Arun Dhumal, IPL chairman, saying he's going to get off the phone line after speaking to Arnab, getting off the phone line, saying I'm going to make a call, saying there is nothing to celebrate. IPL saying they were not informed of any celebration at all. Not informed by RCB, not informed by anybody about the celebration. They are against any celebration after 11 lives have been lost in the stampede. Smita continues to be with us. Smita, where are those who are injured being taken? How many people are injured, Smita?
50 plus people were badly injured. Out of them, 10 were in ICU. And as we are getting, many were taken to Bowring Hospital, where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will also be visiting the hospital very soon. And a few others were taken to nearby private hospital, where we got the information from the official sources from the hospital that in that private hospital, 4 were brought death. Niranjan, 4 were brought death straight from Chinnaswamy Stadium, where, crores of RCB fans wanted to witness, the moment of historious victory, but the entire Bangalore, I'm saying this out of great concern and out of great sadness, that entire Bangalore turned out to be a massacre spot where more than 11 people lost their death, who just simply went there to watch their favorite players, just went there to see the trophy which they were waiting for 18 years. But only because of the mismanagement of the, police department and also the home ministry, and also, let me tell it very clearly, the urgency by the state government.
I'm getting a live shot.
Innocent people
I'm getting a live shot.
Life.
I'm getting a live shot. I don't know whether there's an audio on that. Virat Kohli is speaking, which means the celebration is on.
Back him, support him, and I said one thing very clearly, this guy's going to lead us to the
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. There are laughters, there are smiles inside the stadium as they continue with that celebration. That celebration continues inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. They have not called it off. They have decided to go ahead with that. And despite 11 lives being lost outside, and that number could increase, over 10 people in the ICU, 11 people have died, and the celebration is still on inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. That's a live shot that you just saw. Virat Kohli, all smiles, inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and they have decided to continue with the celebration despite what is happening outside. Over 50 injured, 11 people have died, and that celebration will go on because cricket and IPL is way bigger for these people than the 11 lives that have been lost outside. People who are trapped because the state government couldn't handle the situation. Smita, I saw that picture. I think that's a live shot. They have decided to continue with the celebration.
Who will give the information, Niranjan? It's a basic question. The government, the police department was supposed to call off this celebration. But I think by the visuals we are witnessing that the state government is clearly trying to hide the reality from the RCB players and also the fans who are sitting there innocently inside the stadium, enjoying the moment of the victory, but they are clueless. Let me tell you very clearly, they are clueless what's happening outside. The police department didn't give the information to the IPL. The state government didn't give the information to the IPL players or the management. They just tried to take the credit. Even the BJP is, made a tweet very recently saying that the Congress government was busy, shooting the reels, taking the photos with the players when 11 innocent RCB, fans were losing their lives, and many admitted in the hospitals, many in ICU, struggling to save their life. But the entire Congress government is busy taking the photos, making the reels, shooting the videos inside the cricket stadium. And I guess even the IPL players and the management is left without any clue. The state government is trying to cover up the whole event. We also heard DK Shivkumar very smartly not reacting much on the incident, only reacting that it is a pride of Kannadigas, it is the pride of Karnataka, and it's the pride of their government to have the cup and the trophy and the winners on the ground. This is what exactly the Deputy Chief Minister, who knew that stampede has happened, who knew that people are losing their life, reacted only about the victory, reacted only about the trophy, but very smartly he tried to cover up entire stampede, entire people losing life. He just tried to cover up, and he just decided to continue the celebration. The visuals are on the screen. What more tragic scenes
I'm getting in some more breaking news updates. 1 minute, Smita. There is a breaking news update. The BJP has called for the resignation of DK Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, who was in the front, right in the front, and all his fans, not fans of RCB, fans of DK Shivkumar next to him saying, yay, they were all clapping for DK Shivkumar. They were all clapping as he was speaking to the media. Believe it or not, fans, sycophants of the Congress were all clapping for DK Shivkumar for holding such a celebration. As people were dying, in one of those sound bites, people were clapping, saying he's done a great job holding this celebration. And what a tragedy it's turned out to be. The BJP is asking for the resignation of DK Shivkumar. That is the big breaking news update coming in. I have a breaking news update. Are you? And I'm also hearing about the metros being overcrowded. Metros being overcrowded. There were some reports that even the metro to Vidhana Sauda, metro to Chinnaswamy Stadium, reports of them extremely overcrowded. And there was some situation there. Any update on that, Smita?
Niranjan, we have seen the roads. You have also seen the roads which are connecting Vidhan Sauda and Chinnaswamy Stadium. They are max 200 feet, where it can handle up to 5 or maximum 10,000 people. But the crowd was more than 25-30,000. And once the stampede started, people running
I have
to
a live
save
shot.
their
That's the metro visual. Smita, if you can see the visual, that's the metro. That's the metro. That's the madness. People are jumping over the metro. People are jumping over the metro. The metro is overcrowded. I saw some people jumping over them as well, not paying the tickets. This was the situation in some of the metros. Look at that. Look at that. What's the situation now? Smita?
we are also getting the information. I'm just waiting for the confirmation that there is a stone pelting. I'm just waiting for the confirmation, but as of now, we are getting the information that there is a stone pelting happening near Vidhan Sauda. People are getting more and more angry on the mismanagement of the government. People are getting angry because they saw people losing their life in front of them. People saw, many others running to save their life just right in front of them. So I'm just getting the information that there is a stone pelting, and if you allow, I will also read out the BJP's tweet, Niranjan. 7 dead, many are battling to save their life, but the Congress government was busy shooting reels and hoogling a limelight with cricketers. Shame on this photo op Congress government is what BJP is calling. This
okay, can you 1 minute? Can you tell me 1 minute? I'm getting in. You're telling me about stone pelting. Can you confirm what do you have on record? Officially, what do we have?
Just now I received, from one of our reporter who is on the ground has, sent us a message that there is a reported stone pelting near Vidhan Sauda. We are just rushing near, our reporter are rushing near Vidhan Sauda because most of, our reporters were on the ground near Chinnaswamy Stadium and also near the, the hospitals where the injured were taken. I'm just waiting for the confirmation, Niranjan. As soon as I get that update, we'll be saying more about it. But now, as you were saying, the celebration inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium is still going on. The players are inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium and more than 25-30,000 people are still inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. I don't know how these people are going to come out safely, how they are going to reach their home safely. Even if when there is a match in the Chinnaswamy Stadium.
I have a breaking news update. 1 minute. I have a breaking news update coming in. Smita, be with me. I have a breaking news update right now. I have a breakup right now. 27 have been taken to the hospital. This is the latest official on-record number that I have. 27 have been taken to the hospital. 11 have died. So if you're watching this visual today, the story, ladies and gentlemen, in Bengaluru, politicians decided to call for a celebration to honor 11 cricketers who won their team an RCB IPL title after 18 years. 11 of them. That celebration is to celebrate 11 of them. On the right side of your screen, 11 have died. 11 fans have died. Ashok Gowda is joining me on the phone line of the BJP. Ashok Gowda, I have a confirmation that of the 11 who have died, 7 were brought dead to Bowring Hospital, 4 were brought dead to the Vaidehi Hospital, 19 of them brought to the Bowring alone, of which 7 have died. 8 of them were brought to Vaidehi Hospital in Malya Road, of which 4 have died. I've confirmed that. Ashok Gowda.
Yes. Niranjan, what has happened is yesterday, in fact, when we went on the road we were also in the city center and we were also watching the match there. And when I was heading back home, which was 5 kilometers away from the Richmond Circle, I saw that whether it was in Adgodi, Kormangla, or in Madiwala, or in BTM layout, in all the places people had gathered. There were no places which we found police to be there, except for one police vehicle in front of Adgodi police station. And that too, the policemen were helpless. What does this indicate? This directly indicates that the police and Home Minister and the government of Karnataka, that is Congress-led government, was not prepared that RCB will win, and what will be the scenario after RCB wins. Part 1. Part 2. Today, whatever the celebrations were there, they knew, intelligence knew that how many people are going to come, or if they did not know, it's an intelligence failure. And when the intelligence knew that people were fleeing, I was just there in the MS building when the celebration had started. Even during that time, just people were parking their vehicle, two-wheeler, four-wheeler, everywhere, and they were just walking towards the Vidhan Sauda and towards the stadium. If in all this scenario, what was the Home Minister doing? What was the Chief Minister doing? What was the Deputy Chief Minister doing? This just indicates that the Home Minister is inactive, the Chief Minister is not bothered, and even the Deputy Chief Minister is not bothered. They have left the Home Ministry department as earlier there was Kempanna who was ruling the Home Ministry. Now there is in every district we can find one Home Minister. It is Priyanka Kharge, DK Suresh, several others. Everybody gives their own statements. In Bangalore also, there is several parts in Bangalore and which is divided into different zones, and all have become their own Home Ministers. So this is the problem in Bangalore, and this has seriously led to the law and order crisis. And because of the law and order crisis and the Home Minister not being active, Chief Minister not bothering about the Home Ministry, this is where the problem has happened. And this is just a reflection. We have been saying when women were hacked to death, we have been saying when the talwars were shown, we have been saying when the banks were looted, we have been saying that across Karnataka, rapes have happened, and this is just a reflection that 11 people have been killed only because of the Congress government's failure. Only because of the Congress government's failure.
Okay. Ashok Gowda, yes, there is absolutely, there is confirmation now that this was mismanaged, a clear case of mismanagement. I'm going across to the live pictures that are coming in. Thank you, Ashok Gowda, for joining us. That's BJP's Ashok Gowda. You saw the pictures of inside the hospital where some of those who were caught in the stampede, they were taken to two hospitals, Bowring and the Vaidehi hospital close by. And there are several hospitals in that area. Vaidehi hospital, Bowring hospital is where most of the victims were taken. And those are pictures. Look at that. They continued with the celebration. Nobody stopped the celebration. The smiles continued inside. They continued the smiles, the celebration inside. And none of them stopped to even pay condolences to the 11. They should have stopped that celebration. They did not. They continued with the celebrations inside. And fans left to die outside. The stadium is not equipped to take so many people. I'm going to look at that. You have clear footage of lathi charge on the fans. Why were the fans lathi charged? They should have made the arrangements. The arrangements were not made. The police were not ready for a situation like this. Then why did they give, or why did they support, why did they give the political leaders, the political leadership in Karnataka, the government, the go-ahead to hold such a felicitation at such short notice? People had no idea what to do in this situation. All of them just flocked without a semblance of organization of an event of this scale. And let me go back to Smita. Smita, what more are you picking up? There is a picture. I saw that picture that there was some chaos even at the Vidhana Sauda when people had gathered. So let me get this right. When the players landed at the airport, the Deputy Chief Minister goes, gives them a red carpet welcome, picks up the trophy, brings them to the Vidhana Sauda, right? They get a VIP clearance. They come straight to the Vidhana Sauda with no traffic. And there is complete chaos. I saw some pictures of, some stone pelting there as well. I will wait for those pictures. But from there, they were taken to the Chinnaswamy Stadium. At the Chinnaswamy Stadium, completely overwhelmed, cannot handle the situation. Fans are lathi charged. Doors are shut. Gates are slammed on them. Half of them outside. And they have been forced to go through what they have. Now, is there any other update that you have? Are they still inside? Are the celebrations still on?
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, yes, it is going on. The celebration is going on. Even the fans who are inside, who are literally locked inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, are also clueless and enjoying watching the players and the trophy. But where exactly the situation is opposite in the hospitals where the people are struggling to save their life. Niranjan, as you are rightly saying, the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar himself rushed to HL Airport. 1:32 p.m. Probably the players reached airport. From there they were escorted to Taj West End Hotel where they stayed for 2-3 hours. They took rest. Niranjan, 2-3 hours was more than enough to notice the situation outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Those 2-3 buffer hours were more than enough to witness the situation outside the Vidhana Sauda, Niranjan. But as I said previously, the government was completely lost in taking selfies, was lost in taking videos, so blinded that they didn't even see the massive crowd which was gathering right in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium and also in front of Vidhana Sauda, which it again is a very narrow road, in between Vidhana Sauda and High Court, which is right opposite to Vidhana Sauda. There is only 2-lane road where maximum of 10 to 15,000 people can gather. But there were more than 30,000 people gather. Didn't the government see the crowd right in front of Vidhana Sauda? Is a big question. When the crowd witnessed a stampede-like situation in front of Vidhana Sauda, also Niranjan, hopefully you will get those videos also very shortly. We have updated it in Kannada. People are watching it in Kannada Republic. People in front of Vidhana Saudha, started throwing slippers. Niranjan, slippers and stones right towards Vidhana Saudha. And in those visuals, we can also see that those slippers and the stone reached until the stage where
they're still celebrating. 1 minute, I want to interrupt you there. Because the celebrations are continuing. I'm shocked to see those pictures inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. That was DK Shivakumar. I just saw him. I just saw DK Shivakumar holding the trophy with all the players and celebrating. The celebration continues. They have not called off the celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, we will rewind those pictures. I will just show you the pictures. There were pictures of the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka lifting the trophy and celebrating with them as people have died outside. 11 people have died. Celebration should have been called off. Celebrations were not called off. And I just saw him there picking up the trophy and celebrating inside a few seconds back. And this is the same Deputy Chief Minister who said that, all was well. He did not give details of how many people had died. But despite speaking to the media, going inside, continuing the celebration, this is pathetic. And I'm not sure, and I think a few victims' families have also spoken to Republic Kannada in the last few minutes. What are they saying, Smita? What are they saying about what is going on?
What can they say? They are just, they are just on tears, Niranjan. They are still sitting on the streets near Chinnaswamy Stadium, crying, helpless, hopeless, just because of the situation, just because of the irresponsible situation created by the state government. You are right. Our Deputy Chief Minister, who is one of the most powerful minister in the entire government, he's not that dumb that he can't get the information about the situation outside the stadium. I'm sorry if I'm using harsh word, but I don't have guilt saying this. He's not that dumb. DK Shivakumar is not dumb that he will not get the information. He know exactly what is the situation outside Chinnaswamy Stadium, but yet he is choosing to celebrate. He is still there holding up the trophy as if it's his own victory, as if it's his own government's victory. Niranjan, he should be shameful. He should be shameful. He should, if at all he had a slight of responsibility, slight of concern towards the people who are dying outside, he should have immediately called off the program. He should have rushed to the hospitals where the people injured have been admitted, which is not too far from the Chinnaswamy Stadium, where he is celebrating. Fake celebrations is going on. It's just few meters away. Both the hospitals, Vaidehi and Boring hospitals, are very nearby. DK Shivakumar, if at all he was a responsible people representative, shouldn't have been there celebrating for the reason for which he is no way responsible.
Yeah,
Niranjan.
I'm getting a picture right now. Look at that. There's a family member of one of the victims. On the left of your screen, the celebration continues inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. They're all smiles. They're giving flying kisses and all smiles inside the stadium. Almost like an achievement, isn't it? Like a lifetime achievement. All of them very happy. And on the right side, I want to show you the picture that just came in from the morgue. I think it was a morgue at one of the hospitals in Bengaluru. Can we play that picture again of the body of the victim being wheeled inside?
The hospital.
Numbers on the death toll.
No, I can't.
Only 5,000 police personnel were deployed, sir. You said the crowd that came in was running into thousands, sir. Was this enough?
It was not thousands, it was lakhs.
Sir,
ನಾನು ಯಾರನ್ನೋ ಸಿ ನೋಡಿ
ಬಿಜೆಪಿ
ನೋಡಿ ನಾವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೋ ನಮ್ಮವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. I don't blame my police department. They have done their best. But ನೀವೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲೇ ನೋಡಿದಿರಿ, ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ನೋಡಿದಿರಿ, ಯಾರು ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ದೊಣ್ಣೆಗೆ ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಡೆಯಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊಸೆಷನ್ನ ಓಪನ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು. ವಿ ಡಿ ನಾಟ್ ಅಲೋ, ನಂಬರ್ 1. ತಿರ್ಗಾ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿತ್ತು, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವ್ಯಾರು ಭಾಷಣ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಗೌರವ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಕೊಟ್ಟು. ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ. ನಮ್ಮ KCA ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೆ. within 10-15 minutes we should close the function ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡದೆ ಒಂದು ರೌಂಡ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂತವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಾಡಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಜಲ್ದಿ ನಾವು ಮುಗಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ, ಭೇಟಿ ಹೋಗ್ತೇನೆ. Yes.
Smita, over to you. Smita.
Niranjan, we just heard yet again a blunderous statement from Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. He said, what more arrangements could have been done by the government? They were innocent fans. We were not supposed to, raise the lottery also. So there is no failure from the police department, no failure from the, the government arrangement. We just wanted to celebrate the victory of the RCB team. We did it.
This is the visual of the stone pelting. Smita, if you can speak over these visuals. We've accessed that visual that you are referring to. Please speak over these visuals.
Yes, these are the visuals from in front of Vidhana Saudha. That's what I was explaining a few minutes before, Niranjan. While this video was captured, the entire RCB team was right there. And also the entire ministry, the state government ministers were sitting there in the grand stairs of Vidhana Saudha, where people, witnessed a stampede-like situation. They lost their cool and people started throwing stones and slipper. You can see those stones reaching the stage where the dignitaries were made to sit. The stones and also the slippers were thrown right, targeting the Vidhana Saudha. This is how people reacted. They already knew. This is before, the stampede near Chinnaswamy Stadium. This was on the time nearly at around 4:30 p.m. when the government had hosted a program to felicitate the award-winning team. And also you're seeing one more visual right in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium. This was captured when the stampede was happening. People struggling to save their life, people trying to run away from there, and few people struggling to help others, trying to rescue those who are stuck inside in between the crowd. These are the horrifying visuals, Niranjan. But yet our Deputy Chief Minister, or Honorable Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar says that there was nothing that the government could have done. There is no failure of police department. There was no failure of the government decision. He is shifting the entire blame on the crowd, on the innocent people who came there from far, far away places. Niranjan, we also took the reactions of people coming from different states in the morning just to witness the victory of RCB. Those innocent people are returning back to their homes with the scenes, with this horrifying scenes in their mind, which will haunt them for lifelong. But our Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar chose to blame the crowd for losing the cool, for losing the control. He's not ready to accept the truth that it was the government's urgency, government's irresponsibility, which directly led to this kind of horrifying incident, a shocking incident, a celebration turned into the, death scene where 11 people, including an innocent child of 6-year-old, also severely injured, and her parents are also sitting crying helpless in front of hospitals. Niranjan, our government, Karnataka's Congress-led government, says that this is because of the crowd, not because of government, not because of police department's failure. D.K. Shivkumar wants to make the entire scene as the irresponsible behavior of the fans. He's not ready to take the blame that even though he knew the situation is going out of control, even though he knew that people are dying outside, he chose to continue the program of celebration. He chose to post 2 photos and videos lifting that trophy, and coming out with all his cool and calm gesture and saying that It is not government responsibility. It is not the police department failure, but the people gathered outside were in huge number, more than expectation. And instead, answering to the question of the reporter, he chose to question back the reporter, saying that, didn't you witness the crowd? Didn't you see the crowd outside Chinnaswamy Stadium? What could have been done? What could the police department do for such crowd control is the question that are, very responsible. Let me call him out. Very responsible Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar is saying. One more unfortunate thing that Niranjan, hope you also notice, the Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwar, who is very famous for reacting that he don't know, and he will get to know the information and react later for every situation in Karnataka, was also part of the situation. Was also part of the celebration inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium when people were losing life because of the stampede. We saw him smiling. We saw him smiling to the cameras which were in front of him and lifting the trophy, and also standing behind D.K. Shivakumar. There, our Home Minister, Dr. G. Parmeshwar, was also part of celebration where the police department was supposed to be given directions, where he was supposed to give the instructions to the hospitals to improve the facilities, to take care of those who are injured. Our Home Minister...
Ambulance facility was not there. And they themselves were rushed to the hospital, to the Boring Hospital now. So I demand Chief Minister to take up the responsibility, and he should refer the matter for the judicial inquiry and let Chief Minister decide who has to take up the responsibility. Let Chief Minister decide. But he has to refer the matter to the judicial inquiry.
We have party president of BJP, Mr.
Smita, he also there went on to praise the police. And he said they haven't done anything wrong.
BJP is also trying to take the political advantage. Unfortunately, with this situation, Niranjan, we heard BJP State President Vijayendra speaking that it is completely the Congress government failure that the situation turned into stampede and also people losing their life. Clearly, there is yet again, there is a tutu-meme game between Congress and BJP in such horrifying situation. Also, not even a single responsible statement, not even from the government, not even from the opposition. This is the fate of Kannadigas. Unfortunately, people are trying to save the life of their dear ones. They are struggling to get the medical facilities. They are trying to get the admission in the better hospitals. But our politicians, our great people representatives are busy doing politics over the dead bodies of innocent people. We heard Vijayendra saying that the police department did their job, but it was only the government which didn't inform them, didn't instruct them, didn't guide the police department, and didn't allow the police department to do their job, is what BJP is saying. But we have also seen that police were very less number. They were very less number police who were struggling to control the crowd, Niranjan. We have those visuals. Only hundreds or 150, 200, policemen struggling to control the crowd of lakhs. As D.K. Shivakumar himself quoted that there were lakhs of people, not even 1,000, lakhs of people gathered near Chinnaswamy Stadium, and police who were deputed to, take care of the security were in hundreds. The number of the policemen who were deputed there for the security reason was in hundreds. This is the clear picture of where exactly did the government, where exactly did the police department fail. We also saw that the commissioner, Bangalore Police Commissioner, B. Dayanand rushed himself near the site. He was there right in front of the Chinnaswamy Stadium while the RCB players were escorted from Vidhana Sauda to Chinnaswamy Stadium. He stood there and he made sure that there was no traffic hurdle to the special bus which was arranged for those RCB players to get inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. B. Dayanand stood there to witness that there is no hurdles in between the road connecting Vidhana Sauda to Chinnaswamy Stadium, who took care of that. But instead, he should have been there when the situation was going out of control. He should have been given clear instruction without caring for or without waiting for the government instruction for his fellow policemen to control the crowd in a better way. But the complete situation turned to be opposite, Niranjan. Within a few moments, within, in a span of 30 to 35 minutes, 11 people lost their life, 50 people got injured and were taken to hospital. Unfortunately, as Vijayendra was also quoting, Niranjan, complete roads, which were, the main roads of Bangalore, including the roads in front of Vidhan Sauda and also Chinnaswamy Stadium, were completely blocked out. No vehicle movement, not even ambulance. We also ran a story in Republic Kannada in the afternoon that ambulance was struggling to cross the road for 30, which was stuck in the in between the crowd for 30-35 minutes. This was much before this stampede thing. At least by then, police department could have, grasped the situation, the seriousness of the situation. A single ambulance, which was, we got the visuals of the ambulance which was stuck in between the crowd and was struggling to cross. And after the stampede happened, even though the hospitals wanted to provide this, first aid facility or the ambulance facility, there was no space. People were just rushing, running towards, the metro station, towards Vidhan Sauda, towards Chinnaswamy Stadium, where not. Just to save their life, they were running and there was no even a little space left for the ambulance to reach the spot near Chinnaswamy Stadium so that they can pick people who are injured and take them to hospital. We also saw the visuals where many other people who also came to witness this, celebration event were carrying those who were injured on their shoulders. They were literally, the injured were taken on the shoulders, Niranjan, till the hospital. They were running, rushing. 4 or 5 people gathered together, lifting those who were injured in hands and trying to find a vehicle just to shift them to the hospital nearby. This was no doubt a complete failure of the management. Didn't the government knew that there will be crowd? Didn't the government knew that there will be a massive crowd? The basic ambulance facility, the basic, the police facility was not taken care by the government, was not arranged by the government. This is a complete failure of the both Home Ministry and also government in total, which has led to the death of 11 people, including a 6-year-old who is, seriously injured and is struggling in the hospital bed to save her tiny life, Niranjan. And also now, as I was saying, there is a political blame game which is starting in the land of Karnataka, where Congress is, not ready to accept the opposition party's allegation that it was a Home Ministry and also the government failure, whereas BJP is not stopping blame game. The BJP leaders are also saying that it is a failure of the government and blaming the Congress government. This is the political blame game which Karnataka people are witnessing now. But what we are more concerned is about the visuals, what our audience are seeing on their screens right now. The horrifying situation during the stampede near the Chinnaswamy Stadium today at around 5:30 p.m. Niranjan, you can also see how people were in the mid-shot, in the middle of the screen, we can see how people were struggling to get out from the crowd, one climbing on the other, trying to save their life. And in another visual, the other people trying to save those, trying to pull them out, those who are stuck in between the stampede-like situation. In one more visual, explaining the tragedy of the incident, explaining the intensity of the grief, the pain that those who were stuck in the stampede were facing. Is the other visuals where we are seeing on the screen. This is what we are getting to see, and we are also waiting for the latest update about the condition of those who are injured and taken to hospital. 2 hospitals primarily, one the Bowning Hospital and one more Vaidehi, a private hospital where more than 50 people have been admitted, 10 still in ICU. The death toll is now 11, and we are also seeing few visuals where people were trying to save those who were injured in the stampede, trying to get some vehicle so that they can shift those who are injured to the hospitals. When they failed to get any vehicle, the people decided to carry them by hands to the nearest hospital. This was a literally horrifying incident, Niranjan, we are seeing on the screens as of now. And now BJP, the state BJP leaders are demanding, the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar and also Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwar. One more shocking thing is, this news broke out at around 5 p.m. today in the evening, and now it is 6:45, more than 1.5 hours since this tragic incident. Not even a single statement from Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and also Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwar. It was only D.K. Shivakumar who came in front of media second time saying that there is no failure of government, saying that there is no failure of police department. It was only the crowd who overreacted, and it was only those crowd and those people who came there to witness the celebration are responsible for the entire situation. Is the official claim or the official statement by the Karnataka state government that is done by Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar. Unfortunately, people of Karnataka who were eagerly waiting for the trophy to come home after 18 long years of waiting, we had seen a complete celebration visuals yesterday. The visuals of celebration, the night visuals of the firecrackers bursted all over the city sky, went viral, and everybody, a cricket lover, non-cricket lovers, every Kannadiga was celebrating this till today afternoon. But a massive shocker happened, and now entire Karnataka is under grief. But our government is still under celebration mode, where the Chief Minister, I don't know where he is missing. We got the information that he will be visiting Bowring Hospital. Our reporters are waiting, in front of gates of Bowring Hospital to take the reaction from Chief Minister. But Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is not seen anywhere in the scene. Chief Minister of Karnataka is missing right now, and the Deputy Chief Minister is busy shifting the blame on others, on innocent people, and also busy taking selfies, videos, posting it on the social medias. And the Home Minister of Karnataka is also clueless, and he was standing behind D.K. Shivakumar while he was lifting up that trophy in Chinnaswamy Stadium. Complete irresponsible behavior from the state government of Karnataka is what, unfortunately, the people of Karnataka are witnessing right now. Complete insensitive mode of celebration, which Karnataka people didn't even dreamt of. They just wanted to see the trophy, see those celebration visuals, take some videos, go back to their home, share those videos with their friends, family members, and wanted to be the part of the history of celebration of this, the RCB Cup. But the situation turned down. It completely turned to be a very sad day in their life, where people will never forget what exactly they saw in front of their eyes. Instead of the trophy, they saw the dead bodies. Instead of the celebration, they saw people getting injured.
Stay with me, Smita. I'm taking a short break. We'll take a short break, and we're coming back with the live pictures of how the celebrations continue despite the tragedy, despite the stampede. Live coverage on Republic. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Afternoon, everyone. Breaking news, Elon Musk and I agree with each other. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination. Every single Republican who voted for the one big, ugly bill should be ashamed of themselves. I haven't spoke to Elon Musk. I'm not sure what the reasons are for this extraordinary statement, but we're in complete agreement. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with one answering present. The bill is passed. USA, USA. USA.
We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill, but the beautiful is because of all of the things we have.
This bill is going to contribute significantly to the debt, and that is one of the limitations that some of our members of Congress are very concerned about. And so they're a little concerned about adding $3.8 trillion to the debt. And that's an appropriate concern.
Thank you. A very special, that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation.
How mad do you think President Trump is going to be when he finds out that Elon Musk said...
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Afternoon, everyone. Breaking news, Elon Musk and I agree with each other. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination. Every single Republican who voted for the one big, ugly bill should be ashamed of themselves. I haven't spoke to Elon Musk. I'm not sure what the reasons are for this extraordinary statement, but we're in complete agreement. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with one answering present. The bill is passed. USA, USA. USA.
We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill, but the beautiful is because of all of the things we have.
This bill is going to contribute significantly to the debt, and that is one of the limitations that some of our members of Congress are very concerned about. And so they're a little concerned about adding $3.8 trillion to the debt, and that's an appropriate concern.
A very
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Afternoon, everyone. Breaking news, Elon Musk and I agree with each other. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination. Every single Republican who voted for the one big, ugly bill should be ashamed of themselves. I haven't spoke to Elon Musk. I'm not sure what the reasons are for this extraordinary statement, but we're in complete agreement. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with one.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ?
है ना अंकल? टिम्बर इनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पैडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Afternoon, everyone. Breaking news, Elon Musk and I agree with each other. The GOP tax scam is a disgusting abomination. Every single Republican who
Welcome back. Getting in breaking news now that the Karnataka Chief Minister in a few minutes from now will be holding a news conference on the stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru, where the celebrations continue despite the stampede. Now that you had the Deputy Chief Minister come out and say it was just a 10 to 15 minute celebration, just a 10 to 15 minute celebration. Why did the celebration continue? Emergency press conference of the Karnataka Chief Minister, who was not to be seen after the stampede, getting in a confirmation in exactly 30 minutes he will be speaking to the media. Smita continues to be with us from the Republic Kannada newsroom, which is leading the coverage from Bengaluru this evening. Smita. We'll be getting Smita in just a short while from now, but we're getting in.
Niranjan, if you can
yes, go
hear
ahead.
me.
Go ahead. I lost you there. Go ahead.
Yes, if you can hear me, just few minutes before I was saying that Chief Minister of Karnataka is missing, and also the Home Minister of Karnataka, Dr. G. Parmeshwar, was missing. After 2.5 hours, Niranjan, let our viewers know this. After 2.5 hours, after this massacre, after this huge tragic incident, finally Karnataka government has called an official press meet, where they will try to, explain, or again, I don't know whether they will start again the blaming on the crowd, and again they will start blaming on the opposition for making the government responsible for this. We don't know, but after 2.5 hours, finally the government is awake. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is going to address the press. Via that, he is going to address the people of Karnataka, and just we are also getting to know that the Home Minister will also accompany Chief Minister of Karnataka, the Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwar, who is silent, who is completely silent since 2 hours, will speak at 7:30 is what we are getting. And we also got to know that Chief Minister is heading towards Bowring Hospital, trying to meet those who are injured, and also meet the people from the family where they lost their loved ones in this stampede. Chief Minister of Karnataka along with Home Minister will be visiting Bowring Hospital, and also we are also getting information that all the roads still remain closed. People are struggling to go back to their home safe. Metros stopped, roads closed. There are no vehicle movements. People are trying to go back home by walking. Niranjan, they are not getting any, the cab service, auto service. Many people didn't even find the parking places near the stadium, so they had left their vehicles somewhere far places. They're not able to reach the place where they had parked their vehicles. Still the moment of confusion. There is still the situation of confusion on the streets of Bangalore as the Chief Minister of Karnataka is trying to get time, trying to make out time to address the press and also people of Karnataka. At that time, people are still there waiting in the street, expecting some help from the city, from the, administration or from the state government to reach back home safe. There are many, young girls, women, children, even the elderly people who came out today to see the celebration visuals, to witness the celebration event. They are still in the road since morning 6. Niranjan, as I was saying, since morning 6, people from throughout Karnataka and also few from outside Karnataka were in the streets of Bangalore. And also, just in the break, I spoke to one of the BJP local leader. He was saying that the police, now the government is also trying to cover up the issue, but the police people were made to continue their duty. Those who were in the night shift yesterday, controlling the crowd, celebrating the victory of RCB, the same policemen were deputed. They are stretching their working hours since yesterday evening till today evening. Those policemen were made responsible to stand there to control the crowd. As we also know that Karnataka Police Department is, less number. There are many pending, vacancies where which the state government is not trying to, hire people into. There are lot many confusion, corruption in the hiring process also. That is entirely a separate, story to be, put in front of the audience. The police people are also overstrained. They are just stretching their duty from yesterday evening till now. But
भीड़ उमड़ पड़ेगी तो ये अचानक हुआ हादसा है जिसको लेके सारे लोग दुखी हैं और जो भी जितनी मैक्सिमम मदद हो पाएगी मृतकों के परिवारों की और जो घायल हैं उनके वो सब करने का प्रयास हो रहा है।
डीके शिव कुमार ने सर अपॉलॉजी भी इसको लेकर मांगा और कहा कि हम लोग अभी डिटेल्स ले रहे हैं।
हाँ वही सारे अभी डिटेल्स ले रहे हैं। मेरी बात भी चल रही कर्नाटका गवर्नमेंट से भी पुलिस से भी फ्रेंचाइजी से भी बीसीआई के लोगों के आपस में तो सारी बातचीत चल रही है। उसके बाद जो पता चलेंगे आप लोगों को अवगत कराएंगे।
चीफ मिनिस्टर शुड रिजाइन। व्हाट डू यू
नहीं देखिए इसमें रिजिग्नेशन ये सब फिर पॉलिटिसाइज करने की बात है। ये पॉलिटिक्स की बात थोड़ा ना है।
अब एक सवाल अलग से दे दूंगा। कितने देर में हो गया रहता? एक मिनट सर
Yeah, saying there's no politics. Now, how can he say there is no politics? This was a political event. This was a political event organized by the state government of Karnataka. It was a political event. Rajiv Shukla has his own reason why when a question is asked on whether there should be resignation, he says there is no need to politicize the issue. Another soundbite coming in. Let's cut across.
हो गई है तो सब लोग इसमें जो है ये दुख व्यक्त कर रहे हैं।
Mr. Rajiv Shukla, do you think it's a failure of law and order because the BJP is demanding that the resignation of the chief minister?
Police had an assessment keeping that in mind.
Okay, that was Rajiv Shukla. Then I'm going back now. This was all-out political event because you saw that there was a race of who will go and receive the team. There was a race. DK Shivakumar wanted to be seen first frame with the team, went to welcome them, and even when they came to the Vidhana Sauda, the secretariat, he was right there up in front, and the chief minister was also seen much later. So he was competing in a way, competing for the celebration, competing to be in the frame, competing. Now when the stampede happens, he blames the crowd completely, washes his hands off, blames the crowd, absolves the police, saying the police did everything possible and it's not possible to control the crowd. If it's not possible to control the crowd, why did they call for a celebration? If you can take us to the sequence of events, Smita, sequence of events of how they messed up today, leading to the deaths of 11 fans.
Well, I will start from yesterday evening, Niranjan, when, RCB won the cup, people in huge number came to the streets in the Bangalore. Every prominent roads were filled with people. Police personals, police staff were on duty from yesterday night, trying to control the crowd. Even yesterday night, police department was struggling to control the crowd, where it was not an official event, where there was no official award program or celebration program, which was called by the government. It was only the individuals, the individual people, RCB fans, coming out to the street, celebrating, making the vehicles to halt in the main roads. There was a huge traffic jam also on the road, and being a responsible government, they should have got the sense that the situation might turn more worse if we try to arrange two events. Niranjan, let our audience also know that it was not only one event, but there was two events organized by Karnataka government in a very short notice of time. Yesterday night at 11:30, the match got over, and after that, today morning, all of a sudden, DK Shivakumar wakes up with all those smiles on his face and, cheerful photos on his social media, congratulating the RCB team. And he also announces in the social media that RCB players will be in Bangalore. He himself, called the RCB fans to gather in Vidhan Sauda, gather in Chinnaswamy Stadium to witness the celebration event organized by state government of Karnataka. Karnataka under his leadership. Niranjan, let me tell it out very clearly. It was the same person, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivakumar, who now very innocently trying to shift the blame to the people, to the overcrowd. He himself called the people to gather near Vidhan Sauda, to gather near Chinnaswamy Stadium to witness the celebration. Two huge events in a single day with a short notice of time. How could the police department, who were already on the duty from yesterday night, can manage such huge crowd? Didn't the simple question stuck to the mind of D.K. Shivakumar? Didn't this simple question haunt to the Home Minister of Karnataka? How did they decided to arrange two massive events in a single day with such crowd on the street from yesterday night, which clearly gave the indication that if the RCB players come to hometown, if the RCB players along with the trophy come to Bangalore, the situation may get even more worse. Didn't the government get the simple thought in their mind is the bigger question that people in the street today are asking. Now the government and the representatives of the government are trying to act very smart, very innocent, saying that looking at the crowd, how can we even expect the police department to, to ask them to control the crowd? But didn't the government sense this, that when the crowd was massive yesterday night, it will grow even more if they call for two major events in a single day within a span of 10 to 12 hours. If they call for two massive events, will the situation be able to be controlled? Then this question, the simple basic question, then why didn't Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, why didn't Home Minister Parmeshwar, why didn't Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar think about this? The answer is very clear. There was as you were rightly saying, there was a race to get the credit. There was a race to get the first photo with the team. There was a race to, the pose with the players into the cameras. There was a clear race to get the complete credit of hosting an event, just to get the sentiments of the Kannadigas, just to hold on to their vote banks, saying that they are pro-cricket, they are pro-sports, they are sentiments of Kannadigas, by hosting two events, unplanned, unstrategized event. They just wanted to gain the credits. They just wanted to add on to their table that they hosted the event. Just for this reason, the government, now has blood, as BJP is saying, has blood on his hands of 11 innocent fans who came to witness the victory but saw death. Niranjan.
In fact, there are new videos coming in, and as I lead into the soundbite of D.K. Shivakumar, there is a lot of anger on the streets of Bengaluru where people are furious with the kind of shameful arrangements made. And look at this video, ladies and gentlemen. Inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, you see people running, holding those who are injured and perhaps dead in the stampede outside, running from inside the stadium to outside the stadium, which proves that there was a stampede not just outside, but even inside the stadium. So not just the police, even the KSCA, the Karnataka State Cricket Association, the state government, the police, the Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister, who himself has taken credit for holding this event, should answer. This is what he said a few minutes back.
I don't blame my police department. They have done their best. I have spoken to the police commissioner and all the people. I'm also going a little late to the hospital because now a lot of trouble is there. I don't want to disturb the doctors who are trying to take care of the patients. And only the exact number has not been still this one. So we are at it. We appeal to all of them to be calm.
How many people died?
That is why we cut off a lot of programs were there. We didn't want to continue with the program. Only within 10 minutes with one round we just closed it. And we appeal even in the metros, whatever the metros has been jammed. We are not able to start. We are taking a little bit time to see that everything comes to the normal position.
That was him saying that we cut short the celebration for just 10 to 15 minutes. Saying we just celebrated for 10 to 15 minutes. Why did they have that celebration? Now, you've been live, and Smita's live from the newsroom in Republic Kannada in Bengaluru. What are people saying? What are people saying about the state government's handling of this, Smita?
While Niranjan, if I can come on frame and can show a video which our Deputy Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has posted a couple of hours ago. You know, if I can say it on frame, he is flaunting the flag of RCB, holding in his hand, putting out from his, car's window. Celebrating the victory.
Bring it close to the camera, please. Bring it close to the camera.
This video is visible. This is the responsible Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, who is still in the celebration mode. Unfortunately, he is still in the celebration mode and he still wants publicity from this event. He said the event was cut short to 10 minutes. Wasn't it enough? Just 10 minutes before those 10 minutes of celebration, there were 11 people dying in the streets of Bangalore. Was not that seen to Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar? He's busy, he and his team are busy doing his PR, are busy posting videos, these glittery photos and videos in his social media. This is the responsible Deputy Chief Minister of, Karnataka, who is still in the celebration mode. He said that he will be visiting the hospital later on. I don't know what else more important event is still on his plate, whether he has promised a luxury dinner party to the players to celebrate the victory. We are not sure. He said that he don't have time now. Indirectly, he will be visiting the hospital later. Why? Is he still waiting for some celebration is a question that people of Karnataka are asking, as you were also asking about the mood of the people in Bangalore. Obviously furious, obviously disappointed, and obviously they are clueless. And people all over in social media also are blaming for the complete, unplanned and complete irresponsible organization of the events. And those who lost the life of their loved ones are still there sitting on the roads in front of the hospital gates, who never ever imagined that a celebration event can turn into this kind of tragedy. They are still under shock, Niranjan. Still many people, thousands of people are still there on the ground, they're on the roads, struggling to get back to their home. There is massive traffic jams in all the connecting roads, and also there is a problem in the internet and the phone connectivity, as the crowd was huge. Many people are not, who are those in home, they're not able to, connect over a phone call to those who came to, see this event in the Chinnaswamy Stadium. There is a complete, network problem in and around Chinnaswamy Stadium. So they are not even able to connect to their people at home and tell them that they are safe. They are still under confusion. But our government needs time, to visit to hospital and just to address the press. Our government needs time. Maybe there is one more dinner party, luxury dinner party, which is still awaiting, which D.K. Shivakumar will finish, and later on he will go and see those who are injured and those who are dead. Maybe this is what is right now running in his mind, Niranjan.
Smita, be with me. I need to take a short break. I'll take a short break and come back with the live coverage, because there is a news conference scheduled with the Chief Minister of Karnataka, expected to take some questions. That's at 7:30 p.m. In 12 minutes from now, the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will be addressing a news conference. We'll take a short break. Stay tuned. "11 killed in the stampede, but they continued their celebrations. There's anger across India. We'll tell you how the celebrations continued, even as bodies were being taken outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru."
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ।
है ना अंकल, टिम्बरनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पेडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
बरोबर कन्फर्म ಮಾಡ್ಕೊ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಾಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
माही सर, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
तो फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ।
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
तो और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಾಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊ
Latest updates coming in that the death toll has increased to 13. It was 11 a couple of minutes before we got in the information that 13 people have faced the death in the stampede which happened near Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore here. People were there gathered to witness the celebration, but now 13 people saw the death. More number of people are still there, injured, trying to take the treatment in the hospitals nearby. 10 still in ICU in prominently 2 hospitals, Bowring and also in one of the private hospital. More than 50 are there, admitted, injured, and trying to, the doctors and the medical team there trying to save life of the people. But the latest update that Republic Kannada has accessed from the hospitals that the total death number is raised to 13 is what we are getting to hear. We are just waiting for the Chief Minister to address the press and give exactly the picture, the numbers, and, the complete picture of the scene. And, we heard the Deputy Chief Minister, DK Shivakumar saying that it's not the police department failure, it's not even the government failure, it was the crowd which came in massive number. So the situation went out of control. So it is the people who gathered there, those innocent RCB fans who gathered there are being, blamed now for the stampede, for the loss of death. Now at 7:30, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah was supposed to hold a press conference. At 7:32, still, media is waiting there to get the reaction from Chief Minister of Karnataka and also from the Home Minister of Karnataka, Dr. G. Parameshwar. As of now, 11 is the official number given out from the police department, but our reporters there standing right in front of the hospital are saying that 2 more deaths has been confirmed by the hospital, but yet the state government and the police department is not set out the clear numbers. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah visited the Bowring Hospital along with the Home Minister Dr. G. Parameshwar, but the Deputy Chief Minister, who was busy entire day, with the red carpet, welcoming the RCB players in the HAL airport and also escorting them to Vidhana Saudha, and from then there to Chinnaswamy Stadium. In between all these horrifying incidents, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, DK Shivakumar, has not yet got the time to address the issue, to go there to the hospitals and see the situation on his own, to meet the people who are there admitted in the hospital taking the treatment, or meet the people or the family of those who lost their life in the stampede. The Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka is still very, very, very busy. He says to the media very calm and coolly that he will be visiting the hospitals later on. He will be visiting the hospitals later on. Let me tell you, it's been 3 hours since this incident happened, but the state government of Karnataka is too busy managing managing the answer, trying to shift the blame to the crowd, trying to blame the opposition who is demanding for the resignation of the Home Minister, who is demanding the resignation of the Deputy Chief Minister. The government is busy in making the answer and trying to make out the blame game. The government is totally busy, in shifting the blame to the people. Viewers, those are the visuals from the spot where this completely tragic incident happened today in Bangalore near the Chinnaswamy Stadium. It was about 4:30 p.m. when the people outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, a massive crowd waiting to get inside the stadium to witness the celebration event organized by the government of Karnataka. The gates were shut, massive crowd.
The Prime Minister's office has tweeted, I'm just sorry to interrupt you there, I just wanted to break this information that the PMO has tweeted, the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi has said the mishap in Bengaluru is absolutely heart-rending. In this tragic hour, my thoughts are with all those who have lost their loved ones. I pray that those who are injured have a speedy recovery. The Prime Minister of India has just tweeted, and this is a tweet that has been put out exactly 2 minutes ago. So there's a breaking news update. The Prime Minister of India has tweeted. PM Modi, monitoring the developments, has just put out a tweet saying that the mishap in Bengaluru is absolutely heart-rending. In this tragic hour, my thoughts are with all those who have lost their loved ones. I pray that those who are injured have a speedy recovery. Attributed to the Prime Minister of India has just been put out by the PMO handle on the social media platform X, which means there is a much more detail. The Prime Minister has been monitoring the developments and he has just put out a response. How many more people are in the hospital, Smita? How many more in the hospitals?
27 as of now are in the hospital in the OPD section, and 7 are in the ICU as of the numbers that our reporter Mutturaj is giving us, who is there near the Bowring Hospital, and also Deepthi Tolpari, another reporter who is near the private hospital. Niranjan, I got the information that those who are in ICU, their health is getting way beyond critical. No doubt the hospital staff are trying to, get honed on their situation, are trying their max to save the lives of the people who are, admitted in the hospital. But the situation is still critical. 7 in ICU, struggling to, the hospital staff is struggling to save their life. But government, Niranjan, we also knew that 7:30 was supposed to be the time where Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, was supposed to address media. It's 8 minutes and we are still waiting. Hopefully in a couple of minutes he will be addressing the media and will be saying the official numbers of death and also of those who are injured and admitted to the hospitals. And we are also waiting for the official statement from the Home Minister, who is silent till this minute. Niranjan, this incident happened at 4:30 today evening and the time is 7:30. The Home Minister of Karnataka has not said a single word. Not even a single word from the Home Minister of Karnataka. We are just waiting whether he will come out and say what exactly went wrong, whose decision was that to host a 2 massive, a huge celebration events by the state government in a very short notice of time. Whose decision was it to not to, inform the police department about what should they do, where should More updates are coming ahead, and we are also waiting for the Chief Minister to address the media. I hope it's a
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity.
benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडे एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ.
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ.
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना.
ये मिला.
हाँ, हुंडे कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडे ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು In fact, there's a statement that has been put out by the Chief Minister of Karnataka. The Chief Minister of Karnataka in his tweet has gone on to say, and it's a translated tweet, so I'm going to read out from it. The Chief Minister of Karnataka has said that the tragedy took place due to a stampede. Stampede took place due to the crowds that had gathered near the stadium. Saying that he appeals to the public to understand that life is more important than love and affection and to give safety and priority, safety first priority. The Chief Minister essentially has gone on to blame the crowds completely, just like the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, who also said that it was the crowds to blame for this. The Chief Minister has also said that the stampede took place because of the crowds that gathered. So they have completely shifted the blame to the crowds that had gathered, washing their hands off completely washing their hands off the entire management of this felicitation, this celebration that was called by the state government of Karnataka. They claim it was only the crowds to blame. Crowds to blame. None of the ministers, Home Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, saying they had no role to play. Their government had nothing to do with this stampede. We spoke to Arun Dhumal, the IPL chairman, when the stampede broke out. This was when the stampede broke out. We asked him whether the IPL body knew about the celebration. He said we have nothing to do, and that we will try and stop the celebration. Celebration should not go on. This is the conversation, but the celebration did go on. Listen in.
Mr. Dhumal, this is Arnab Goswami here. I just want to ask you why this celebration has not been called off, and why you as IPL chairman have not called the RCB team to call off the celebrations. People are extremely angry. 11 people have died, and among them is a 6-year-old girl. Why is the celebration not being called off, Mr. Dhumal? What is there to celebrate?
I told you, reporter, I just got to know about it. There was no plan of any such celebration. We are all going back from Ahmedabad to our respective cities.
No, I know, but you can call the RCB team right now to call it off, Mr. Dhumal. You can call them right now.
I have to call off this interview, then get on with somebody on the call.
Yes, you please get on the call.
I'll from your reporter only.
Thank you. So we're sharing with you. I request you tell them, because this is sending a very wrong message. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, Siddaramaiah is trying to blame the crowd for gathering there, and yet again the same statement from Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also. He was supposed to address the press at 7:30. Now it's 7:46. Let's wait. We'll slip into a small commercial break and more updates follows.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊ ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊ
And in a few minutes from now, Arnab Goswami will be joining the live broadcast. But everyone is in shock over the response of the state government of Karnataka to this tragedy that has unfolded outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. They tried to take political credit for it, tried to put their faces right in front there with the players, trying to make it a advertisement for their political party, for their hunger for the chair, and eventually when the stampede happened, they all tried to wash their hands off and tried to blame the crowds for the stampede. Here's what the Deputy Chief Minister said, D.K. Shivakumar, and then we have more breaking news updates.
I don't blame my police department. They have done their best. I have spoken to the police commissioner and all the people. I'm also going a little late to the hospital because now a lot of trouble is there. I don't want to disturb the doctors who are trying to take care of the patients. And only the exact number has not been still this one. So we are at it. We appeal to all of them to still to be calm.
How many people died?
That is why we cut off a lot of programs were there. We didn't want to continue with the program. Only within 10.
Press conference of the Karnataka government. The Chief Minister of Karnataka right in the middle. To his left, the Home Minister of Karnataka, G. Parameshwar. To his right, D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. Now all three ministers, the Home Minister responsible for the law and order, the Chief Minister of the state who has blamed the crowds, D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, who also blamed the crowds and gave the police a certificate for doing a damn good job. All of them are there. Let's listen in. There is an audio.
DGP ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ನನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಕ
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಧ್ಯರಾತ್ರಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಟಾಟಾ IPL match final ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು.
There was an IPL final last night till midnight.
ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ವಿಜಯೋತ್ಸವ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅವರು
to celebrate the victory of the RCB team, the Cricket Association, he says Cricket Association had planned the celebrations.
ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಏರ್ಪಾಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Even the state government helped organize this event.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವಿಜಯೋತ್ಸವ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ
And while celebrating
ಚಿನ್ನಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿ
at the Chinnaswamy Stadium,
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದುರಂತ ನಡೆದಿದೆ.
a big tragedy has unfolded outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium this evening.
ಜನ ಕಾಲು ತುಳಿತಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿ
Several people were involved in a stampede.
11 ಜನರು ಮೃತಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
11 people have died, is what the Chief Minister says.
ಮೂವತ್ಮೂರು ಜನರು ನೋವಿಗೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
33 people are injured. He says 33 injured, 11 dead.
33 ಜನ.
33 injured.
ನಾನು ಬೌರಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ
I went to the Bowring Hospital.
ವೈದೇಹಿ ಮಲ್ಯ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ
I went to the Vaidehi and the Malya Hospital
ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ.
and checked on those injured.
ಈ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ
While celebrating,
ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ದುರಂತ ನಡಿಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು.
this should not have happened. We could have stopped it.
ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಬಹಳ ದುಃಖವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
The government offers its condolences. We are very sad at what is unfolded.
ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗೂ ಮೀರಿ
There were people who turned out beyond our expectations.
ಜನ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು
Unexpected number of people turned up for the celebrations.
ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಸುಮಾರು 1 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನ.
Outside the Vidhana Saudha itself, over 1 lakh people had gathered this afternoon.
ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧ ಮುಂದೆ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿಲ್ಲ.
When the function took place outside the Vidhana Saudha, there was no untoward incident that was reported.
ಆದರೆ ಚಿನ್ನಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ
But at the Chinnaswamy Stadium,
ಈ ದುರಂತ ಆಗಿದೆ.
there has been a stampede. There has been a tragedy.
ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
None of us expected this tragedy.
ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
The Cricket Association didn't expect this.
ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Neither did we anticipate it.
ಕಾರಣ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ 35,000 ಜನ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಸನ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
The reason we didn't anticipate it is because there were 35,000 people who could have accommodated inside the stadium.
ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿನ್ನಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ 35 ಆಸನಗಳಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಅದು.
There are 35,000 seats inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium.
ಆದರೆ 2-3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The Chief Minister says 2 to 3 lakh people turned up. 2 to 3 lakh people turned up today.
2-3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
2 to 3 lakh people were there at the celebration.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ನಡೆದಿರೋದು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
The match took place last night. The decision was taken this morning.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Nobody anticipated such a large crowd turning up at the stadium this morning or this evening.
ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
We didn't expect the number of people who turned up this evening.
ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬರಬಹುದು, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಬರಬಹುದು.
We thought the capacity of the stadium, which is roughly about 35,000 people, only that many people will turn up. We expected only that much.
ನಾನು ಸತ್ತ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ವಾರಸುದಾರರಿಗೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿರೋರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಯುವಕರೇ.
Most of the victims are youth who have died in the stampede. There are some women who are among the victims today.
ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Both men and women, young girls and boys have died in this stampede today.
ವಾರಸುದಾರರಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಿಹಾರವಾಗಿ.
So the state government, the chief minister there announcing a compensation of 10 lakh rupees to the next of kin of those who are killed in the stampede.
ಸುಮಾರು 11 ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 11 ಜನರಿಗೂ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು
11 have died, and to each of these 11 families we are announcing 10 lakh rupees.
ಯಾರು ಗಾಯಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಉಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
And for all those who are injured, we are giving them free treatment.
ಖಾಸಗಿ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಖರ್ಚನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರನೇ ಭರಿಸ್ತದೆ.
The government will take care of the expenses of the treatment.
ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಉಚಿತವಾದಂಥ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಾಯಾಳುಗಳಿಗೆ 33 ಜನ.
33 people have been injured,
33 ಜನ,
and we will take care of the treatment for these 33 people. 11 people have died.
33 ಜನರು ಕೂಡ ಅದೃಷ್ಟವಶಾತ್ 47 ಇಂಜರ್ಡ್. 47 ಕೆಲವರು ಔಟ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೊರಟೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
He's saying many have already been discharged from the hospital.
ಹೊರಟೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Some have been treated in the
ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ 47 ಜನ.
Total 47 have been injured, he says. 47 injured in the stampede this evening.
ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೇಂಜರ್.
He says all 47 who are injured are out of danger.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕೂಡ ಸರ್ಕಾರನೇ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತದೆ.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, the horrific celebrations continued in the Chinnaswamy Stadium, even as fans died outside the stadium. Showing off the IPL trophy is certainly not worth more than the lives of the people, but that is what the organizers did. And at 9 p.m. tonight, no security arrangements, complete mismanagement in the post-IPL final celebration event. Who is responsible for the stampede? There has been a terrible incident at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru, where today, in the post-IPL final celebrations where RCB won the trophy, there were thousands and thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of people who had turned up. We're told 30 to 40,000 people turned up at the stadium. The metro stations were full. It was a terrible situation. There were people lined up. Of course, people were excited about the victory. But I must start by saying tonight that I am absolutely, without a doubt, I believe tonight that people who make money out of cricket don't care about the lives of the fans. For them, it's all commerce. And the politicians who organized that event at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, D.K. Shivkumar, all of them, are obviously there because they want to take mileage out of the victory. Political mileage is more important than the lives of the fans. And in this country, ladies and gentlemen, stars don't care, celebs don't care. Virat Kohli is laughing, smiling, enjoying himself. And while he does that, it is impossible that he does not know that at least 11, now 13 people have died, 54 people are injured. That a 14-year-old girl is among those who has died. And these were just fans. I'm not saying that the cricketers were responsible. I'm not saying IPL was responsible because they didn't organize this. But I am saying tonight that I was personally horrified when Mr. Arun Dhumal, the IPL chairman, told me when I called him, and this was at least 45 minutes after the event, that he hadn't even heard of it, that all of them were just leaving from Ahmedabad after being there for the final. And when I asked him, why aren't you calling off the celebrations at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, he says he doesn't even know who the organizers are. You see, they all passed the buck. I had to tell the IPL chairman, Mr. Dhumal, why don't you call RCB and tell them to stop the celebration? How much of a time would that have taken? But even that didn't happen. And the organizers decided that while people were lying there dead, and while people were still in hospital, and while there were dozens of people fighting for their lives, and 13 people had died, at that very moment, the organizers decided to go ahead with a massive celebration inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And the whole country must ask these people, what were you celebrating, Virat Kohli? What were you celebrating, RCB? You see, for these cricketers, and for these boss men of cricket, and for the politicians, all that matters is self-importance, money, commerce. And the fan is a cog in the wheel to be used circumstantially. And their view must be that where there are thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of fans, what do the lives of 13 fans mean? Not even a moment's silence inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Why not, Mr. Organizers? Why not Virat Kohli? Why not a word for them? You see, I do not believe that the players did not know. I know they will come out now and say that while they were celebrating, taking selfies, looking happy, that they had no idea that 13 people had died. These are people who do Twitter 24/7. They're on every social media. I refuse to believe the organizers did not know. The fact is not that they did not know. The fact is that they did not care. They couldn't have cared less about the lives of the fans. Because you see another IPL, another tournament, another thousands of crores, lots of money, lots of sponsorship, lots of television time. Just 11 fans who die. And then 13. How does it matter? People were suffocating. They were celebrating. People had fallen on the ground. They were walked over by the crowd. These organizers of the celebrations of the RCB victory inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium knew that people who were being dragged into the ambulance, people had to be given CPR on the spot. They knew everything, but they went ahead with their celebrations. And that's the kind of ride that these people, these cricketers, these cricket bossmen, these politicians take. These fans lined up for one glimpse of people they considered their idols. But these idols let them down today. Because when 13 people died, when 50 were hospitalized, Virat Kohli was delivering his victory speech, clicking pictures with Anushka, clicking and smiling for the cameras. The RCB players didn't pause for a minute. They continued their celebrations. And it's impossible people did not know that there were others who were breathing their last outside the stadium, hoping to catch one single glimpse of these players. Why did you do this, Mr. Siddaramaiah? Why did you do this, DK Shivakumar? A 14-year-old girl lay dead outside, and he said the win is for the people of this wonderful city. He was giving speeches, and he said we need to show our trophy. That's what they said, not a pause for the dead. Not a word of condolence today, not a word of condolence, just a trophy to show, more hits to get, a crowd to entertain, and a crisis and a tragedy to ignore. That was their choice, because for them, their explanation now will be that the show must go on. Even if bodies are being pulled from the crowd, the show must go on. Inside, we must have lights, glamour, speeches, celebrations, film stars. And outside, there'll be common people, dead bodies, screams, death, ambulances. RCB knew, the cricketers knew, they continued to sway in their celebrations. I refuse to believe that RCB did not know, that Virat Kohli did not know, that the news was all over the social media. Sirens were blaring outside. Did they not hear? It was as if nothing happened. This is not a lapse in communication. It was a deliberate decision to look away from a tragedy that involved the common people. Who do these celebrities care about anyway in their ivory towers? You know, ladies and gentlemen, IPL continued for 2 weeks after the Pahalgam attack. Then we were forced to criticize the IPL and the insensitivity of IPL. It was called off only after the criticism. Just a couple of days before the launch of Operation Sindoor. Where was the empathy? Where was the humanity of the Bollywood stars? None. Where is the humanity, the empathy of the cricket stars and the cricket bossmen? None. Where is the sense of accountability for the country and the fans who kill for their coffers? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to open the phone lines tonight. I believe what has happened this evening is the most insensitive episode in the history of Indian cricket. And I refuse to believe that the politicians didn't know, they knew. That the cricketers didn't know, they knew. That the cricket bossmen didn't know, they knew. Ladies and gentlemen, they knew and they wanted to celebrate. Let's debate.
Outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Fans gasping for air. Stepping in to perform the CPR. People climbing over each other, scrambling for a shot at safety. Little children in the arms of police officers, children dressed for their biggest moment to celebrate their idols. As the ICU beds booked up at the nearby hospitals a kilometer away from the Chinnaswamy Stadium, ambulance sirens replaced the cheering in a deafening cutting moment for India. But inside, the contrast was as gutting. As body bags were being readied, the so-called stars of Indian cricket and the Karnataka government were celebrating. gleaming speeches by Virat Kohli and company. The Deputy Chief Minister cackling from Vidhan Sauda to the stage at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Look at this contrast outside the stadium and inside. When Arnab spoke to the IPL chairman, he claimed he didn't even know.
Mr. Dhuman, this is Arnab Goswami here. I just want to ask you why this celebration has not been called off and why you as IPL chairman have not called the RCB team to call off the celebrations. People are extremely angry. 11 people have died and among them is a 6-year-old girl. Why is the celebration not being called off, Mr. Dhuman? What is there to celebrate?
I told you, reporter, I just got to know about it. There was no plan of any such celebration. We are all going back from Ahmedabad to our respective cities.
No, I know, but you can call the RCB team right now to call it off, Mr. Dhuman. You can call them right now.
I have to call off this interview, then get on with somebody on the call.
Yes, you please get on the call.
I'll be the reporter only.
Thank you. So we're sharing with you. I request you tell them because this is sending a very wrong message. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The Deputy Chief Minister went on PR overdrive in this last-minute celebration. The Deputy Chief Minister who went on PR overdrive in this last-minute celebration proceeded to blame the fans.
I don't blame my police department. They have done their best. I have spoken to the police commissioner and all the people. I'm also going a little late to the hospital because now a lot of trouble is there. I don't want to disturb the doctors who are trying to take care of the patients. And only the exact number is not been still this one. So we are at it. We appeal to all of them still to be calm.
How many people died?
That is why we cut off a lot of programs were there. We didn't want to continue with the program. Only within 10 minutes with one round we just closed it.
The fans came out of their loyalty to those who they have made their icons. But the fans went back in body bags tonight. Fans as little as 6-year-old. The icons did not stop their celebrations. The administration blamed the people. And now those responsible face the wrath of the people. The nation wants to know who took the decision not to call off the celebrations. Let's debate.
18 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಕಾದ ಮೇಲೆ
Okay, starting tonight with Surabhi Hodigare, BJP spokesperson, Ramakrishna Upadhyay, senior journalist, Bhavna Belegare, Kannada actress, and they are against the celebration happening. And those who do not blame the cricketers, the cricket bossmen or the politicians include Bhavna Ramanna, who's pro-Congress, Atul Vasan, former India cricketer, and Savita Raj Hiremat, she's a filmmaker. So, Surabhi, I refuse to believe that the cricket bossmen, the politicians, the RCB owners, the team, and the cricketers did not know. The fact is that they knew that 13 people had died, that potentially many more could be dead, and that there was, there was a very large number of people who were seriously injured, but they decided to go ahead with the celebrations regardless. Do you believe they did not know?
Arnab, I think that I can't answer at this point whether the RCB management knew or not. But here's what I can answer. I know who knew this. I know that the government in Karnataka absolutely 100% knew that there was going to be lakhs of people who want to get a glimpse of the players. DK Shivkumar, Deputy Chief Minister, 100% knew that there was a tragedy on the streets.
Absolutely.
He made a statement. before he went and celebrated in the stadium. He knew, the Congress government knew that there have been police officers in Bengaluru across the entire night making sure that there's been safety, yet he put them back at work with a limited capacity when lakhs of people were entering. The Congress government knew that they are going to do a celebration in Vidhan Saudha where the ministers and their families, the MLCs, the MLA, what are the ministers' families doing in a government event? They were sitting in the function there while all of the common people, the actual fans were sitting outside within the crowds. The government of Karnataka knew.
Ministers' wives and ministers' family can also be the fans.
I know you're very, very hasty to defend a government that is culprit.
Bhavna, just wait a minute. Let her finish. Bhavna, let her finish. Bhavna, let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
I will not accept anything less than that. Today, we have seen a government that cares about publicity over its people. That is the government that we have. What was the need for a celebration in haste? CBD. You're laughing today when 13 people have died. CBD is an area that has already high traffic, already has an increased amount of crowds. Did you not anticipate?
No.
Did you not anticipate that people are going to come out
All
of the
MG
streets?
roads.
No, 1 minute. Bhavna, I'm requesting you, let her speak. Bhavna, let her speak. Let her speak. Let her speak, and after that, I'll come to you. I will come to you after she finishes. What's your hurry?
You cannot defend the negligence on the part of the state government today, because if this was a private function, you could have said police permission, something happened. This was a government event in the footsteps of the Vidhan Saudha, and then the deputy chief minister, after the tragedy within the stadium, present. The government cannot wash its hands away from this. Where was the planning? Where was the planning? And how were tickets sold or not sold? Who was in charge? Who was in charge, ma'am?
Before I get in Bhavna now, I want to make a comment briefly. These are the pictures from outside Chinnaswamy Stadium, ladies and gentlemen, the place where the stampede has happened. It's been a terrible tragedy. 11 people have died. Earlier we were told 13, but official confirmation of 11. Now, people were crushed to death. What we are debating tonight is why the politicians and the cricket bossmen and Virat Kohli and all these cricketers continue to celebrate. What were they? Bhavna, let me complete. Let me complete, and I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. I will make my point and then you comment, right? The fact is, viewers, the politicians knew, because when DK Shivakumar was there felicitating RCB, felicitating Virat Kohli, the information was all over Bangalore, all over the country, right? And stones were being hurled. People were angry because stones were being hurled in the Vidhan Sabha, because people were angry that people had died, but inside the celebration continued. It's a Marie Antoinette kind of tyrannical approach. RCB and the politicians celebrating while the bodies lay outside. Now, nobody can say we did not know. It was a call that was taken, Bhavna Ramana, a call that was taken that the celebration needs to continue. They could have said no celebrations. Fans have died. What are we celebrating? But they said, no, we need to show our trophy.
That's something very personal. I cannot comment on that. That's something very personal. To do
what is personal?
Stars of cricket or anyone. It is completely personal.
What is personal?
We cannot talk about it.
No, 1 minute. What is personal, Bhavna?
No, nothing is personal. No, it is the wrong information.
Louder, I can't hear.
The whole MG road was blocked. The Vidhan Sabha road was blocked. And then you must know there are so many gates to the Chinnaswamy Stadium. It is the first time this kind of a mishap has taken place in Chinnaswamy Stadium. I'm really surprised that it's such a tragic thing which has taken place. And nobody can be proud of these situations, right? And that will happen in your own city and where you've grown up. And then Chinnaswamy Stadium that we are very proud of, something that is so nostalgic.
1 minute. This is the boss. Sorabhi, 1 minute. Bhavna, you need to listen here. See, this is a strange argument. Listen to me. This is a strange argument that you're putting out. I would request you not to at least appear so gleeful tonight, because a tragedy has happened.
I completely
laughing.
No, even your gleefulness. I know you're a Congress person, but this is what makes people angry about the Congress.
And so that has nothing to do with the Congress or BJP or anything, any government.
No, it's a Congress government. It's not any government.
What are you laughing about?
1 minute. I'm getting in. Bhavna, just 1 minute. Bhavna, just 1 minute. I'm getting in Ramakrishna Upadhyay. I am on only one point, Ramakrishna ji, and I will get Atul Vasan on it. The cricketers are not responsible for the stampede. But when the stampede happened and people died, they knew. RCB knew, the cricketers knew, the politicians knew. The problem in this country is politicians, cricket bossmen, cricketers are all part of one power elite, and they don't care about the people. People will die. They could have, Atul, I'm coming to you. Atul, when they knew, they could have said, we're only going to, since you're all inside, we'll have a moment of silence and we'll leave. There's no need for this tamasha, showing the trophy, laughing, taking selfies. It's terrible.
Yeah, I got it. I got your point. I think I know what you believe, and you don't believe that they actually knew and they didn't know. But so I'll tell you what I believe. I think there are three parties to this problem. One is the politicians and the government. Second is the RCB franchise owners, and the third are the cricketers. And when I say the cricketers, why don't you just subsume all the cricketers and we call Virat Kohli? Okay, so it'll clear the debate so that we don't digress here and there. So I think knowing Virat Kohli personally, is no chance in hell that he knew and he kept at it, because he is not the kind of guy, and he is doing this. He agreed to be part of this, first of all because he wanted to give back to the fans that they know. Because
I'm sorry, but you're trying to make an assumption out here. How do you believe? Forget Virat Kohli. Let's not talk about Virat Kohli alone. You may like him. I'm saying all the cricketers. Are you saying that the cricketers are on planet Mars, where there is no social media, there are no phones, they don't know?
I'll tell you.
Oh, they absolutely know.
Let me
You don't tell me the cricketers don't know and try to make them look innocent, Atul.
There are only two parties who could have benefited from there. One's the RCB franchisee, because they would have bumped up the endorsement rates next year because of this big euphoric celebration. Second, politicians.
Are you saying endorsement rates and money is more important than 11 people dead?
The government's wet dream coming true.
No, forget the government. You have just Atul, listen to me. Atul, you have just admitted in a way. You have admitted in a way that this celebration is either for the advantage of two groups of people. 1 minute. Atul, let me complete.
No.
Atul, let me speak, man. You're not letting me talk, Atul.
No, please, let me finish.
You're not listening to my point of view here. 1 minute.
Give me 1 minute. Let me finish thing.
You give me 30 seconds, I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay,
listen to my 30 seconds.
It's
okay,
not
Atul, see.
from you.
All right, that's all. We know each other for a long time.
30
Listen
seconds,
to me. Atul, listen to me. Atul, listen to me. I give you 30 seconds after that.
Okay,
see, Atul, the point is, two groups of people benefit. The RCB franchise, the advertisers, the sponsors and the investors, because RCB value goes up, more money is to be made. One.
Yes. Agreed.
Second, the politicians, because every politicians like to sit with a successful cricket team or Bollywood stars, they'll get votes.
Thank you. Okay.
Now, 1 minute. But don't tell me the cricketers are in a world where they don't have phones. They all knew also.
No, please.
Come on. The cricketers don't know.
Okay. Why the time?
They won't know. Absolutely ridiculous.
Can we agree to disagree that when you
say we agree to disagree, man. No problem. But it's the worst thing in the country has happened today.
Okay,
yes,
they have let the people of the country down, and we're not going to forget it.
Our infrastructure, state governments have to be blamed totally. They want to have all kinds of events in the country, and they are not prepared for anything.
But you cannot blame them. Please, you cannot blame them for the deaths, because in spite of all the things,
I am. 1 minute. Atul, I repeat. 1 second. Atul, listen. Am I mad to blame them for the death? I'm not blaming them for the deaths, but I am blaming them for not raising their voice even when their own fans died.
The cricketers or any of the
their fans have died.
Unfortunate thing that's happened.
Children have died.
I know that. But you can't blame it.
Yeah, and they go ahead and celebrate. And these people who are so social media hungry, who are so image conscious, these people don't care. I want to know which PR team they're going to hire now to undo this damage. It shouldn't be access they should not have. I want to get Ramakrishna Upadhyay tonight. Ramakrishna Upadhyay.
Saudi Arabia every year. Go after Mohammed bin Salman. Go after MBS. Every year 500 people die in Saudi Arabia.
Can I come in?
Ramesh.
Hello?
Yes, Ramesh.
Have the guts to go to MBS. Yeah.
Arnab, in less than 24 hours, Bangalore city of joy has turned into a deep mourning. Cup of joy has turned into a cup of mourning. I mean, this is a tragedy. And it has to be blamed on the police and the state administration. They knew that they had not done any kind of preparation that was required, and they just wanted to bask, in the glory of the cricketers. What kind of arrangements have been made? Nothing.
Cricketers don't make their events.
Siddaramaiah had organized an event at the Vidhan Saudha. So Shiv Kumar went to the airport to receive them. So there is one-upmanship within the government, and these two, cannot get over the,
How
rivalry.
can the politicians
So,
resist?
and in the middle of this, there was no
this free
arrangement
eyeball?
made as to how to
It's a
conduct
wet
this
dream come
event.
true for them.
The police, the administrator should have sat with the police and then found out how do we do this? How do we go about it?
It is just
Initially they
overnight
said
thought.
there will be a
They
parade
knew
of
two teams
cricketers
on the
taken
final.
on a
If they were
open
so
bus,
keen on
and that should have been
they could have
sensible enough.
organized it
That would
before.
have given the fans to have a chance to look at the stars and the cup. And that was, stopped, and they didn't go ahead with that. You see, if only
First
people
of all,
had got a
this kind of
chance,
euphoria
half the
and
crowd would have
celebrations,
melted.
I was
But
amazed.
instead of that, you
India won
organize
the World Cup or not.
passes. You tell them you take a pass in the morning, and people are queuing out 4 or 5 in the morning, and then you could not enter because the gates were closed. And I mean, it's a disaster to organize the Chinnaswamy Stadium in the middle of the city. I mean, people who have seen the city will know that the Chinnaswamy Stadium this was kind of a tragedy that was bound to happen. Even during IPL matches, we see,
Which means
it has a capacity of 30 to 40,000.
Now you're seeing those
There will be
crowds
2
there,
lakh people.
Ramesh.
How many
Ramesh,
saris and how many
Atul, okay, Atul's coming in.
as
One
a
verse.
political party
Atul,
to get this kind of
Atul,
crowd?
I'll let Atul come in. Atul, yeah.
So you can't blame the politicians for this freebie, how many free meals you have to distribute for a politician to get this kind of people to come to a
we are
rally?
talking about
So these
the
politicians,
I think
it is the easiest thing for them,
Atul, 1 minute. Ramesh, 1 minute. Atul, I want to say this.
And they should have called out the celebration.
Just one point. Just one point.
And they should have, mount the.
One point. Ramesh, I know politicians very well. I've dealt with them for over 25 years. I'll tell you one thing about politicians. Wherever they see a crowd,
yes,
they want to take advantage. And in this case, I want to share one bit of exclusive information with everyone on. My information is there is one very powerful politician in Karnataka. I am told from the ruling party who has hired a PR company. I won't tell you the name of the company, but somebody should investigate it. And that PR company has told the politician for the last few days leading up to the final to wear T-shirts of the team, to wear insignia of the team, to wear the colors of the team, right? One minute. And the PR company has said wear the jersey of the team, wear the flags of the team. And they were also responsible for the planning of what happened in Chinnaswamy Stadium. This was a, I'll tell you one thing. This was a PR stunt being done. There's a PR stunt being done. I have got information on this. And anyway, 1 minute. As far as politicians are concerned, I'll tell you, 1 minute, Atul.
Politicians are human too.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Forget that they're not human.
No, these politicians are not human. They are most inhuman.
Not human at all.
These are most
sir, I'm
inhuman.
not agreeing.
I want to get in Bhavna Belegari into this. This was a political stunt being organized. Bhavna, fix your camera.
Am I audible?
You are audible, Bhavna.
No, I'm Savita Raj here.
Yeah, go on.
I need to completely tell this victory has become a tragedy, complete whole tragedy. I don't support this at all. And then I completely blame, like Arnab, you're representing, you're telling that government should, and also cricketers here, should have been more alert on this. A simplest or smallest of the celebration, say a birthday, we take so much of precautions and we make sure that people go happy with a smiling face. No, Bhavna, you're completely wrong. You're taking a very wrong step here. I don't agree with you. And then in the shortest of the notice, if DK Shiv Kumar, Mr. DK Shiv Kumar had told buy tickets and then come and visit your fans, see your fans, take selfies or do whatever, enjoy the pride that the cup is ours. But when he made it open, imagine.
Okay, Bhavna Ramana, louder, yeah. Yeah, Bhavna. Bhavna Ramana, 1 sec. Not both of you, please. Miss Belegari, please wait for a while. Bhavna.
Sir, listen to me here. If it was supposed to be ticketed, then the government would be blamed because then they would be saying that government is making so much of money out of it, and then also.
No, you're wrong here, Bhavna. Again, why? Because I'm interfering.
One at a time. You can't have both equal.
And nothing should be bought. It's just a celebration. Nobody intended it to be a tragic thing. And you're making it as if they wanted people to be dead. They wanted people to be
1
suffering.
minute. Bhavna,
It's
either you don't
not
understand
something,
English or you're not getting what I'm trying to
calculated.
tell you. 1 minute. Bhavna, 1 minute. I need to be there on the screen. See, Bhavna.
Bhavna you're talking?
Bhavna, please understand one thing, yeah, right? I don't want to be quarrelsome
I've
with...
never spoken this much, sir, on your
Yeah,
show.
but I'm
today
coming
I
in.
can really stand because I
I'm
know
asking
they've
you
all
something.
said.
You are on my show not to make suo moto comments, but to answer my questions. You can answer the question. But let me ask you. 1 minute. I know you're showing your allegiance to Congress party, but you got to listen to me. This is, first of all, you should not appear amused, and I'm asking you something. My question to you is this. Nobody is saying the politicians wanted them to die, but the politicians created a situation. Along... Now, don't interrupt me, man. Bhavna, I'm telling you for the last time now, please. The politicians created a situation. The politicians created a situation knowingly where if you see the crowds in the metro stations, you can't blame it on the fans. And I want to tell the people from Bengaluru, you don't let the politicians get away on this. They are going to blame you. The problem is everyone on. You see, viewers and people in Bengaluru, the politicians are going to blame you. The people are not responsible. The politicians and the RCB franchise is responsible for this.
No. There are so many events have taken place in Bangalore city with this big number. And even in the film...
Yeah, this big number without the arrangements. Without the arrangements, you cannot organize these things in a hurry. IPL champions... so we need to capitalize on this. We need to wear the T-shirt. Within 2 days, we need to organize an event so that we take political and business mileage out of it. That is terrible. Terrible.
Mileage now that they're getting.
Savita.
This is an only that they're getting. They're not getting any mileage.
I think we need to actually blame the state. Absolutely, they have not organized the event. When the state knows this is a kind of a rush and this is a kind of event, this is a stature of event, it's the finals happening here. They should have taken double precautions. And it is definitely not, I don't know whether cricketers were aware of this mishap or not, but then this was a small event and the trophy was handed over to them. But again, politicians were aware of that and they were there and they were not stopping even to get a picture with the team. Why do we blame cricketers for that?
No, 1 minute. Savita, 1 minute, please. Savita, 1 minute. Let's get a little rational here. Royal Challengers Bengaluru had put out a tweet saying that Victory Parade will be followed by celebrations at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Okay? Then they say we request fans to follow guidelines set by the police so that everyone can enjoy the roadshow peacefully. Then they say free passes, brackets, limited entry, available on shop.royalchallengers.com. So which means you will go to the Royal Challengers website, you will get traffic, you are increasing the scale of your franchise.
Yes,
it's a clear business decision. It is, Surabhi, without doubt, a clear business decision to increase the franchise value of Royal Challengers. They cannot say we are not in the part of the organizing team. They are part of the organizing team, Surabhi.
And they were making
Surabhi and Bhavna.
Rally like that.
Infantile comments that politicians are people laughing on a show when there is a tragedy. These are not representative of views of anybody. Congress supporters must get their heads straight. Please, ma'am, let me speak. I'm already getting comments on social media to attack you. The people are unable to understand your comments. Please, people have died. What do you mean politicians are people? Politicians didn't know. How are they going to take mileage? Why was a DCM present at a function after a tragedy has occurred? What was the need to have an event at Vidhan Sauda? Tell me this. What was the need to have an event in this haste? Crowds, let me please answer some questions that you have raised over here. Do not speak over me. Crowds will
completely open place. It opens to Kaban Park, which is nearly around 300 to 400 acres of land.
Understanding of politicians and administration, how it works. Their job is to preempt. Job is to plan. The police job is to protect. It is not to just happen.
Louder for Surabhi, I need the audio fix. Increase your audio monitoring in the PCI, for God's sake.
Is in this government's purview. Do you understand that? Law and order is the state government's purview. After yesterday's celebration, it must have been preemptively planned. There are a lot of people are going to show up. That is why there are certain protocols for disaster management. There are protocols for when things go wrong. There is none of that done. Within 12 hours, something has been planned like this.
Bhavna, louder, Bhavna.
So when there is a governor present at the place because there is already a protocol. Without the protocol, nothing happens. Okay, you can say chief minister and then you can call them politicians. But
Ramesh, audio, Ramesh.
When India won the Champions Trophy, the Indian cricketers were taken around Mumbai. How organized it was. And Mumbai is a much more crowded city compared to Bangalore. So beautifully organized. So why couldn't the Bangalore police do it? And why couldn't the administrators think about how to...
Bhavna, Ramana.
You must know that. Somewhere, Ramesh sir, you don't speak when you don't know the geography of the city and the nature of the city and the nativity of the people and the emotions of the people. You don't speak about it.
Surabhi.
Was fully covered.
Bangalore. Don't try to lecture a Bangalorean about Bangalore. I know exactly where Chinnaswamy Stadium is. I know exactly how the CBD area is. All of that. Do not blame this on the fans. Do not blame this a tragedy on anybody else. Have the courage to blame the state government. Have the courage. Be a responsible public person. Don't laugh at shows like this. Have the courage to blame the government. Tell him to take accountability. Give us answers. Who planned this celebration?
If it was your government, then I would have blamed it probably. But I wouldn't have blamed any government being here in Karnataka itself because no government is that bad. I've seen them myself. I know all of them myself.
There is a government sitting here in power that is just as bad. That is there is a government sitting here right now. Today people have died, not yesterday, day before. For their publicity, for their PR, for the fact that they want to be, vultures on a celebration that the people are doing. You have allowed for Congress ministers, their families, MLCs, everybody to get a photo.
There's nothing wrong. That's what I'm telling you, Surabhi. Anybody can be a fan
the
of
decision was taken. Now, Bhavna, please pull back. Our first caller is Sonali from Navi Mumbai. The issue tonight is that there was an entertainment program going on inside and a celebration while bodies were lying outside. And everybody knew, but there was a business commitment by RCB and a political commitment and obviously things to be gained by the ministers and government, which is a Congress government in Karnataka. And therefore, for them, the cricketing / political / entertainment spectacle is more important than the lives lost in this incident. This tells you the mentality of these people. Sonali from Navi Mumbai is our first caller. Sonali.
Good evening, Arnab.
Good evening.
And this is really, really a sad event. And I don't know how come people are sitting over there and saying that this is all right. These were fans who were trying to celebrate. None of them came to die.
No, you're wrong.
None of them came to die. And most important, we have certain laws in the country.
Bhavna, don't speak over her. Visuals have to be non-stop, producers. Yeah.
We have the chief minister and so many people over there. A small procession needs police permission.
No, I'll tell you, Sonali, I'll tell you one thing. Sonali, let me intervene and say this. It was a Congress government, visuals on. It was a Congress... one minute, Sonali, 1 minute. Let me go to Gopal from Chennai. Viewers, remember, it was a Congress government in Telangana. There was a movie screening. Allu Arjun, Pushpa 2 screening. There was a stampede. And Allu Arjun was arrested. You remember that, Surabhi? Everyone on, please. You remember that? Now, I dare Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar to either arrest themselves or arrest the RCB. I want to see who they arrest. Because they immediately arrested Allu Arjun.
Yes.
Right? And Rahul Gandhi supported that action.
Yeah.
We all remember that. We exposed that hypocrisy. Gopal, what do you think? Gopal from Chennai. Gopal.
Hi, Adnab. How are you?
I'm very well. Very sad about this today.
These two together. Crazy country as regards cricket. Unfortunate incident. They should have stopped it, condoled the death, and probably postponed the celebration to some other day. It would have satisfied everybody.
Precisely, they didn't do that.
We won't be discussing it.
No.
Is that fine for you?
We would still be discussing it. But when there are so many people dead, including a girl who is in class 9, and Bhavna Ramanna, who's pro-Congress, comes and has a big smile on her face, right?
I'm not smiling for that.
Well, I don't know what you're smiling for tonight. Surabhi,
In this moment of tragedy,
not just to support the state government.
How are you smiling in a moment of tragedy?
That's okay.
Simple question.
Sneha from Bengaluru. Sneha is calling in from Bengaluru. Sneha, what do you think?
Yeah.
Sneha.
So I was there. I was a part of celebrations last evening when it happened, when the
Please listen
RCB
to
had
Sneha,
won.
everyone. Yeah.
And, there was a lot of chaos that was happening, and it was getting out of the police hands as well. And if they couldn't manage such a small crowd, then obviously they would have gone crazy after seeing, the fans, the cricketers coming to Bangalore and having a rally. So they should have organized it better. At least assessing from the situation that has happened the previous evening or the previous night, they should have assessed the situation and they should have think. And for what Bhavna is saying that, even the politicians are human beings, they are at that governing level because they are supposed to govern such a huge crowd. And if they are not capable of governing such a huge crowd, then they shouldn't be at that position.
No, the fact is that they knew. You see what's terrible. And I go on to Kapali from Bengaluru. The fact is these people knew. These people knew. Viewers, please remember, these people knew that people were suffocating. They knew a young girl had died. They knew people were being taken in ambulances. They knew everything. The people who had fallen on the ground and they continued their celebrations. And there is no way that in 2025, in the age of social media, they did not know. So if they say that, don't believe them. That's the worst excuse they can make.
That's why they called off and they had to rush. They had to rush off and they had to leave the place. In fact,
Bhavna, your argument does not hold because they themselves said that we shortened the celebrations, which means they were part. 1 minute, Bhavna, you can hear me for a while. They were part of a decision between politicians, RCB franchisee and the cricketers that we'll shorten it a bit, but we'll go ahead with the celebrations anyway. So they were part of a decision.
And then Mr. D.K. Shivkumar has to say that he is going to go visit later on. Why? He has to go for a luxurious
Because he has to finish the
party,
celebrations
dinner,
and then visit the people who've lost their loved ones.
Visit the patients there, injured people there, dead people there, and their families. What are you saying, Bhavna? How can you even give this such a reaction?
Then what you would be doing? You become a chief minister and a DCM, then you speak about it.
No, why do you give a short notice and then call crazy people? They do come. They are crazy fans of cricketers here.
Nobody didn't know that even RCB is going to win. They only came to know the last minute when they're going to win at the 18th over.
Where is the protocol? Where is the security here? There is only given securities for the VIPs. And they're
Arnab, the fact of the matter over here is that this is an incredibly irresponsible state government that has made a decision in haste for their own publicity and nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. If the RCB team was given permission to do this, finally, the accountability rests with the government. The police were completely tired after yesterday's celebration. And mind you, the city celebrated yesterday.
The casual attitude of the state government and the casual attitude of Siddaramaiah is evident from the fact that what he has said now, he says that such incidents happen in many places. I'm not going to defend it by comparing them and saying it happened here and there, but 50 to 60 people died in Kumbh Mela. I did not criticize. If Congress criticizes, then it is a different matter. Did I or the Karnataka government criticize? Says Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. This has been reported somewhere. Now, this is the attitude. And people will now say that people's emotions, right? What Bhavna is saying is that people's emotions are responsible for killing people. Fans are emotional, so they will die.
May I please put this important point across? Ask me the same questions about the Kumbh Mela. I will tell you what the disaster management plan was.
I will tell you when it's much better. I'll speak in Kannada itself. Then you can have a translator underneath, you know?
The Chief Minister cannot get away blaming this on the crowds. We knew crowds are going to come through. We knew a stampede-like situation would be possible. What was your preparation?
Has anybody related to a top businessman or top politician died in this? No, it's common people.
And Arnab,
that's why this level of insensitivity. And I want to tell people who are crazy about fans and film stars, I want to know where that woke Prakash Raj is tonight. Will he have the guts to speak on Siddaramaiah? No. Where is Prakash Raj? Huh, Bhavna? Where is he?
I don't know. I haven't called him. If you had told me, then probably I would have found out.
You don't know. And hiding somewhere.
Sad. How is he comparing with Kumbh?
He doesn't have to hide somewhere. He's
he should go and hide in shame somewhere.
No, I think I have to take a short break. But I'm going to take a break, and when I come back, who's to blame? No security arrangements, complete mismanagement, and what happened is this. They decided they need to do a huge event as quickly as possible after the IPL final, within 48 hours. And they made no planning, which means they knew that people were guinea pigs, and they took a chance that even if people die, they must make commercial and political mileage out of this. That's the way the common man is treated in this country. When I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar, and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management,
where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर. अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ.
है अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ.
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही.
जस्ट पैडल्स.
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला.
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया. क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं. तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम. आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर. तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ.
है अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ.
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला.
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
RCB's IPL title celebration turned into nightmare. 11 reportedly dead, but government celebration carries on. Police lathi charge, stampede and horror. Who is responsible? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-powered by Best Internationally Recognized Hospitality Education Brand in India.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ।
है ना अंकल? सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पैडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest story of the day, and I'd like to deal with it here on the nation's sharpest opinion. The biggest story of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is what happened in the Chinnaswamy Stadium. We all know the incident that happened. The point to be understood tonight is that the organizers knew, RCB knew, the politicians knew, and I believe the cricketers knew completely that people had died in the Chinnaswamy Stadium trying to enter in a stampede at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, that 11 people had died, 54 people were injured, and despite that, despite knowing that people had died, the organizers, that is RCB, the government of Karnataka, that is DK Shivakumar, Deputy Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and the players all decided unanimously among themselves that the party needs to go on. And hence, the contrast in visuals must be shown now. That while the bodies were being taken out, the celebrations were going on. While people died, while people had suffocated, while despite 15 to 20 minutes of CPR, people were not responding, and those visuals are there with us. This celebration was going on. It first happened in the Vidhan Sauda, and then that celebration continued in the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Now, if you ask the organizers, they will say, we made a commitment. And we had to keep our commitment. The commitment the organizers made, and if the correct pictures can be shown, please, Pradeep. The commitment the organizers made was to money. Because the more publicity around their franchise, the more the value of their franchise. And for them, therefore, I would have said without doubt, and I say without doubt, that for RCB, brand value, money-making, valuation, extraction of commercial value, maximizing the craze, and as a result of maximizing the craze, taking the commercial advantage was important. You see, this win means a lot to them commercially and as a brand. I have no doubt about it. There's nothing wrong with that. But when people die, what matters more? Does the brand matter then? Ladies and gentlemen, this is crossing the limits. I've always believed that in the name of cricket, people in this country are taken for a ride. And people who know me know that I have broken the IPL scam in the past. But this crosses every line where you treat people, you treat your fans like fodder. Not even cogs in the wheel. The common people mean nothing to them. When there are millions of fans, what do 11 fans who have died matter? What does the death of a 14-year-old girl in class 9 matter to RCB? And they will give us all speeches tonight, woke comments, left liberal stuff. But the fact is, did Virat Kohli not know? Did the cricketers not know? Did RCB not know? They knew. They knew, and they went ahead with the celebrations. Let them have the guts to face me and say, we did not know. And I will ask them, if you did not know, how is it that the event was shortened a little bit? That means you knew, you decided to go ahead with the celebrations. You knew when you were in Vidhan Sauda, you knew when you were entering the stadium. You knew that when you were entering the stadium, the same gates you were entering through is where 11 people, including a 14-year-old girl, had died. You knew. You knew everything. But you said, we made a commitment to the politicians. You see, how can the franchise upset the politicians? And if you ask the cricketers, they'll say, oh, we get millions of dollars from our franchise. How can we upset the franchise? So they can all collectively, the politician, the government, the franchise, and the cricketers, You know who they can take for granted is you. Is you. You're the ones they'll take for granted. After all, as Lalit Modi said, IPL is entertainment. And he was right, IPL is entertainment. And entertainment matters more to them. The celebration of an entertainment event matters more to them than the lives of the people. Not even symbolism. Not even symbolism. And I can tell you this, if any of those people among those 11 who were dead were related to a politician or a top businessman, then the party would not have gone on. But you see, the people who died were common people. They were not celebrities. So why should the team care? Why should the cricketers care? People are there to be lathi-charged. And when people are lathi-charged, when there is panic after that, when metro services are mismanaged, when there are metro crowds overflowing, when victims devoid of all dignity are carried on the backs of other people, Virat Kohli and team take selfies and celebrate. And the problem is that you are so taken with cricket glamour that for you, even someone like Arnab saying this is not acceptable. But the insensitivity of the celebrities will be acceptable to you. Ladies and gentlemen, what can be more shameful than what happened today? Victims carried on the backs of other people, given CPR on the road and dying. And Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar coming out and saying, well, people died in Kumbh, why are you making a big deal of it? Remember what Rahul Gandhi said during the Kumbh stampede? Where is Rahul Gandhi today? These are facts that we cannot ignore. If people want to be taken for a ride, they will. In this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, this was completely avoidable. I blame the cricket stars. I blame the cricket franchise. I blame the state government. I also blame IPL and the organizers and the BCCI, because when I called Arun Dhumal today and I said, Mr. Dhumal, you're the chairman of the IPL, why don't you call off the celebrations? He said, Arnab, I don't even know about it. This was about 45 minutes after the stampede. He said, I don't know, we're just leaving Ahmedabad. The first time I'm hearing is from your reporter. How can that be? And I said, Mr. Dhumal, why don't you call off the celebrations? He said, why don't you get off the phone so I can call them? I said, I'll put down the phone in the hope that he would call and the celebrations would be called off. But no, the celebrations just continued. And that is why I would say this. IPL is entertainment. It's not cricket. It's a pure entertainment format that has been put there to beguile you, to entertain you, and get you into a craze. But remember today what happened in Bengaluru. The way in Bengaluru, the people have been treated with contempt by their organizers should make you think about what value you as a citizen of India have in the minds of people who want to make money off you and who want to do politics around you, and those who want your likes. Ladies and gentlemen, without a doubt, there are lessons in what happened in Bengaluru. It's time you speak up. It's time you share this. It's time you raise your voice. Let's debate.
They came to Chinnaswamy Stadium to make a memory of a lifetime. They came to see from the stands their childhood heroes. These visuals should haunt every politician, every icon in their ivory tower. Because while these families wept at the hospital, Virat Kohli led the victory speeches and DK Shivakumar led the felicitations. The Congress party made RCB's victory effectively a private event, their gold star moment that ended in funerals of ordinary Indians. The Congress government rolled out the red carpet for the RCB team. All top ministers sitting on stage hogging the limelight, relatives, sons of ministers being paraded to meet IPL stars. On the heels of the stampede outside Chinnaswamy Stadium, A clear political event. Celebration of the regional franchisee's victory at the State Assembly. Personally overlooked by no less than the Deputy Chief Minister himself, turned into a fateful event that has reportedly claimed 11 lives. From the moment the team got off the HAL airport to the mega political stage set outside the State Assembly for a government photo op even before the fans. The politicians of the Congress government flanked the RCB team at every corner. Reportedly, an open bus parade was cancelled just minutes before its scheduled time by the Bengaluru Traffic Police. Traffic advisories issued last minute as a sea of RCB fans overwhelmed the streets. The police clearly was underprepared to handle such a mega gathering at immediate notice. Reports suggest there was a lathi charge that might have triggered the stampede that claimed 11 lives. However, DK Shivkumar is defiant.
I don't blame my police department. They have done their best.
The same Deputy Chief Minister who flanked the RCB at every step was reluctant to visit the hospital to meet the victims of a man-made disaster.
I have spoken to the police commissioner and all the people. I'm also going a little late to the hospital because now a lot of trouble is there. I don't want to disturb the doctors.
The BJP is blaming the haste of the Congress state government to announce the RCB victory rally behind this mishap.
State government has to take complete responsibility on this tragedy. Without any proper preparedness, state government's urgency to organize victory rally is the cause for this big tragedy. And state government never bothered about preparedness.
While initially reluctant to visit the hospital, after Karnataka BJP president went to the Lady Curzon Hospital to meet the victims, DK Shivkumar was immediately dispatched.
Oh, they are there to allege. We are there to protect.
You are going to a hospital, sir?
Yes, yes.
You are meeting those patients?
Yes, yes, I'm good.
Clueless fans braved the rains to get a glimpse of their champions inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Others, who weren't fortunate, braved the lathi charge of the police and a stampede that ensued. The big question, however, remains: who is responsible for this man-made disaster? Is the nonchalant attitude of the Congress administration acceptable?
There should be a police case against the state government. Aruna Sham is my first guest tonight. We have Gaurav Bhatia, BJP national spokesperson, TDP national spokesperson, Jyotsna Tirunagiri, Brinda Adige, well-known activist. We have Waris Pathan of the All India MIM. I'll be joined by T.R. Prasad Gowda of the Congress in a minute. Aruna Sham, I think there should be a police case against the state government because the state government organized it, because Siddaramaiah organized it, DK Shivkumar organized it. And they organized it very quickly because they wanted to take political mileage out of this incident. They wanted to take maximum mileage. They wanted to take political advantage. They did not take care of any of the precautions. They just wanted to gain from the frenzy of the fans politically. So why is there no police case on the state government today? That's my first question. Aruna Sham, to you, please.
Very unfortunate incident has taken place today. The government is completely responsible for this incident. And it was very unorganized, very unplanned program organized by the government. There was absolutely confusion at all. And then all of a sudden they planned an event, and then DPR came up with the notification saying we are celebrating it. Initially there was no permission and there was no plan. Once they decided to celebrate in Chinnaswamy Stadium, then all of a sudden they announced it to celebrate in front of Vidhan Saudha. So there was no proper, or there was no sufficient force at all. The department was not prepared. There was no safety measures.
Improve your
There was no proper ambulance service, no fire service, nothing. And the crowd was a jam-packed, and very unfortunate incident has taken place because of the unorganized program or event conducted by the government. They wanted to celebrate it, they want to encash it, and they were ultimately committed this murder of 11 people at least.
Okay, we'll open this up. I'm just saying to my producers live on air that I want all the visuals to be played. I do not want only the edited visuals to be played. People at 9 o'clock need to see what has happened today. We need to have all our guests on air, right? And my second question is to Gaurav Bhatia on this. I'm opening up the debate. I hope T.R. Prasad Gowda of the Congress will come and not run away tonight. But Gaurav Bhatia, you have BJP people in the BCCI and the IPL too. Why did I call Arun Dhumal? And I told him, Mr. Dhumal, why haven't you called off the celebrations? He said, Arnab, I don't even know what happened. This is 45 minutes after the incident has happened. It's all over the social media. The IPL chairman does not know. I told him, why don't you call the RCB? He said, if you get off the phone, I will call. But the celebrations went on anyway. And now the BJP is criticizing. After that, the BJP is criticizing why the celebrations happened. There are BJP people in the BCCI and the IPL. Where were they, Gaurav Bhatia? Where were they?
So, Arnab, first of all, on behalf of the BJP and myself, I offer deepest condolences to the family members of the deceased persons. And it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy which is Congress-made. And it is most irresponsible on part of Siddaramaiah to say that it is an unexpected tragedy. Arnab, as a citizen, I felt pained that this Congress party and the government, who are responsible of the law and order to ensure proper arrangements are made, have completely failed. And when D.K. Shiv Kumar, being the Deputy Chief Minister, even got the news that there has been a tragedy and human lives have been lost, he continued to avail of the photo op opportunities that were there. That, I think, is lack of empathy. That, I think, is not being a human. And you very rightly said, a criminal case, because this is criminal negligence, should be registered against the Chief Minister and D.K. Shiv Kumar. And who would register the case? That is the point, because ultimately the police reports to the government, the Chief Minister and the Home Minister. And I'm sure that is why they're not taking this entire tragedy seriously. Now the BJP, as a very responsible opposition, Mr. Vijayendra had visited the hospital, and we will raise this issue to ensure that all culprits, including the Chief Minister
but will you tell the
and Deputy
BCCI?
Chief Minister,
will you tell the
booked,
BCCI? Will you tell the IPL? Will you tell the IPL chairman? Will you tell the IPL organizers? I am told Rajiv Shukla is being made the IPL CEO or the IPL boss. Is this why he is being made? I am told he is being made the BCCI boss. Is Rajiv Shukla going to be made BCCI boss as a celebration or as a promotion for this event? There is no accountability. Why is Rajiv Shukla not being pulled over the coals by you? Why is there a system of convenience? Because Rajiv Shukla is friendly on both BJP and Congress side. This is also selective, Gaurav.
Let me come in on that.
Rajiv Shukla maintains his relations with BJP, Congress, everyone. So don't question Rajiv Shukla. Why, Gaurav?
Why wouldn't? I am answering, Arnab. Just bear with me. First of all, every individual who is responsible, including the Cricket Association, has to be questioned, and also the team RCB. But I must tell you as a lawyer, Arnab, when I was reading the Constitution, and I refer to it every now and then, law and order is a state subject. That's why I asked you, who is responsible to ensure that there are proper arrangements? The police is there. The advisories, traffic advisories are issued
changing on the right. Do I have to say that?
The lathi charge is not to take place on the citizen. And I will make it very clear. It is ultimately the state government and the police.
No.
So therefore, you are right when you say questions have to be asked of the RCB as well.
I don't buy
But at
that,
the same
Gaurav.
time, the
I don't buy that. I blame all the politicians, all the
Yes,
parties.
with
The
the
all-party consensus of the BCCI is the biggest problem in Indian society. That when it comes to cricket, I'm the only person who will say this on air. There is an all-party consensus between BJP and Congress. Jio or Jeene do, we'll fight in parliament, but 1 minute, everyone on. When it comes to BCCI, we are all in it together.
Please.
You know, we are all in it together, the people be damned.
What makes you say that?
What makes me say that is that today Rajiv Shukla is not the focus of your attack, because Rajiv Shukla is on good terms with BJP. And now you are going to make him, I've heard he's going to be made BCCI chief. If Rajiv Shukla after this, I'm telling you this, if Rajiv Shukla after this, 1 minute Gaurav, if after this Rajiv Shukla is made BCCI chief, the people of the country will be told a message. If after this Rajiv Shukla replacing Roger Binney is going to be made the BCCI chief, and where is Roger Binney today?
According to you, Arnav, you are absolving Siddaramaiah.
I am not absolving Siddaramaiah at all.
Of the Constitution.
I am not absolving Siddaramaiah at all. I've been.
So then why aren't you saying
I am going.
Law and order is a state subject?
Law and order is a state subject, but who did the IPL know about this or not know? You're saying IPL did not know? Did Rajiv Shukla call RCB and say don't celebrate today? Did Rajiv Shukla call the RCB?
I'm not here to defend any individual.
No, I know you're not, but I'm saying this, that Rajiv Shukla, I'm the only channel, we are the only channel that asks straight questions. Did Rajiv Shukla call RCB and say, stop the celebration, people are angry?
Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar should not be booked under the criminal law of the country. Are you saying that?
You have not heard what I have said, Gaurav. On the contrary, I have begun by saying, and I told Aruna Sham today that in my view, there should be an FIR.
It is the police that gives permission.
I know
and DK Shivkumar was saying that, my police has done a good job.
Okay,
so
Gaurav,
and I'm concerned about that.
Gaurav, listen to me.
But
you see, I believe.
Not absolve.
Okay, 1 minute, Mr. Gowda, are you there? 1 second, Gaurav. Gaurav, listen, learn to get criticism. I will criticize. I'm a free man. There's an independent network. We don't care about anything or anybody. We will ask everybody the questions. We are not answerable to any political party. What I'm saying is the reality is that people of the country should open their eyes and see there is a all-party consensus when it comes to cricket. Have you ever wondered why? Have you wondered why? You're the viewers. You watch IPL. You are crazy about these people. The business people put in the money. The channels make the money. The BCCI gets the money. And what happens when the fan dies? To the 24 hours circus over. And Mr. Gowda, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Now tell me something, Mr. Gowda. About 8 days back, hear me, Mr. Gowda. About 8 days back, I asked a question. Does the Congress party have an office in Turkey? And by mistake, for 1 second, a wrong picture of went from Turkey. And next day, 24 hours later, 48 hours later, your wonderful government in Karnataka sent 20 people to Delhi to arrest me. They changed the provisions of the case which Aruna Sham represented. 10 people came to outside my house and another 10 people or so came to my office. Right? And you had made preparation under non-bailable sections. Arnab Goswami has criticized Rahul Gandhi. He must be arrested. They went away. Of course, as usual, you people lost in court because you don't know how to fight in court. We know how to fight you in court. And we won. You lost. But the fact is, today, DK Shivkumar is celebrating. This whole event in Bengaluru, Chinnaswamy Stadium, was organized by DK and Siddaramaiah. Their children are there. It's a fanboy moment. Everybody is having fun, taking selfies with Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli is taking selfies with Anushka, blowing kisses to the people. All this nonsense is going on. They knew that people died. Now tell me, Mr. Prasad Gowda, tell me one thing. If a common citizen says today that, if a common citizen files a complaint in a police station in Bengaluru against DK Shivkumar or Siddaramaiah, who will arrest them? In my case, within 5 minutes of a Congress party complaint, you turned it into an FIR and took action and sent policemen to arrest me.
No.
Because I criticize Rahul Gandhi. 1 minute. Now I am asking you, 11 people have died. You organized the event along with RCB. Which politician from the ruling party will be arrested tonight?
Let me start with the condolences for what has happened today in Bengaluru. Let me express my condolences.
These are fake condolences, sir. We don't buy them. These are fake condolences. We don't buy them.
No, you don't buy. But we will give it to the people of our.
People will reject it, sir. The people will reject it, Mr. Gowda.
Yeah. No. You don't buy it. I don't mind, and I don't care also. But as you don't care about us, I will not care about you also.
No, it's not like I don't care about you. I care for the people, Mr. Gowda. 1 minute, Mr. Gowda. 11 people died. Why was the celebration going on? Why was the celebration going on after the people died? Answer me.
Mr. Arnab Goswami, listen to me carefully. See, when you directly went in, attacking me like this, today's program, and when it is a cricket, everybody will come unite, and we have, irrespective of the caste, creed, and other things, people and young, crowd was excited, totally excited.
Let me listen.
Entry into the cricket stadium is free, and even the age factor is between 20 to 30 years.
Oh.
So everybody wanted to go and occupy the seats, and it has happened. Equally, we feel sorry for the things which has happened today. At the same time, we have taken utmost care to protect the interest of the young crowd. And we are all happy that
Mr. Gowda,
cricket.
Mr. Gowda, I'll get Jyotsna on the left. Mr. Gowda, listen. Let's be very practical about this. You have just revealed your whole strategy. 1 minute. Now you listen to me, I listen to you. Jyotsna, 1 minute. Look at his words. When cricket happens, everybody unites, which means in one place, everybody will be there. Okay? And a certain age group people are there, 20 to 30, he says. Look at the mind of a politician, Jyotsna. You are also a politician. Big crowd, young people, potential voters are all there. Okay, so we must organize an event even if we break every rule. Even if we don't make any arrangements, even if we know there can be a stampede, let's organize it. It's worth the risk. We have to gain a lot politically. Right? So we'll go ahead with it. And when people die and Arnab Goswami asks you questions, you'll say, listen, I'm giving my condolences. But a party must go on. At 7:45 today, I'll tell you, Jyotsna, there is a minister at 7:45. Incident happens 2 to 3 hours earlier, about 4:45. At 7:45, there is a minister in the Congress government. What's his name? Zahir Ahmed puts out a tweet about how much fun he had. He and his son meeting Virat Kohli and all the players. He puts out some nice glam pictures. People have died. You expect some dignity to the dead. Their minister is talking about what a great time he's had at the celebrations. Jyotsna is on the debate. Lines will be open. Jyotsna.
Arnab, can I come in?
No, let Jyotsna come in and then you can come back. Jyotsna, you're muted. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Arnab?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. The point, Anandji, is first and foremost, I'm not offering any fake condolences. I mean when I say I condole the death of my fellow citizens. First thing, as a mother, I'm deeply pained. I'll tell you why. Those are, as rightly quoted by the Congress spokesperson or whoever it is there, Congress panelist, they said the age group of people 25 to 30, yes. And Anandji, they just lost their life for whose sake? Here, couple of questions. Out of politics, there is absolutely nothing political in this, in the questions that I'm asking. It's the same government, same Congress government in the state of Telangana, which has actually booked a case against a film star Allu Arjun for the same thing. If you remember, Arnabji, stampede happened in one of his fan rallies when he was coming to a theatre, and I think a criminal case was lodged against Allu Arjun and he was arrested. So who needs to be arrested now? Aramji, because I question the government in the state of Karnataka, who organized it? Is it RCB that has organized it? Is it the state government that has organized it? Or is it
RCB and state government, in my view, have both organized it, Jyotsna. But I asked the question, one minute. Stay with the visuals. Don't have to put that graphics up and take the visuals away. My question is, my question is, Pratibha, one minute. Brinda. One minute, Jyotsna, let me get Brinda in. A very relevant question asked tonight. I had asked it in the last section. I'm asking it again. Brinda, everyone on. You see this hypocritical Congress party arrested the superstar Allu Arjun when there was a stampede, and Allu Arjun, Revanth Reddy doesn't like him, so he filed a case. He got him arrested immediately, dragged him from home because of the stampede. Now 11 people have died. No. Who will you arrest now? Mr. Gowda, you arrested Allu Arjun. Will you arrest D.K. Shivakumar? Will you arrest Siddaramaiah? Will you arrest the RCB owners? Who will you arrest? Who will you arrest? I'm asking you tonight, who will you arrest? You arrested Allu Arjun. Oh God. Now when it comes to you, who is the organizer here?
You are narrating the whole story hypothetically.
I am not. There is nothing hypothetical in what I have asked, Mr. Gowda. Brinda, is this hypothetical? You arrested Allu Arjun. What are you doing now? Will you arrest your Congress state government? Will you arrest the IPL organizers? Will you arrest the BCCI? You won't, because you have an all-party consensus when it comes to cricket. Will you arrest the members of the franchise? Will you arrest the cricketers for their insensitivity? Who will you arrest? No. You called tonight. No, you're not getting away on this.
RCB is connected to the people of Bangalore. Originally,
Waris, wait a minute. Brinda.
It does not matter how they are connected, and all of us know there's not a single Kannadiga on the RCB. That is another argument for another day. Now that said and done, do you not want to take responsibility for the stampede and the 11 lives that have gone? And the city administration, the RCB, the BCCI, and the government. Don't you want to take responsibility? What would have happened if 1 or 2 more days RCB could have stayed back? The city administration could have got all their act together, made all their preparedness, and then gone ahead with your victory parade or whatever it might be.
I am not politicizing it. One minute. It is a political issue. 1 minute. Mr. Gowda, it is, Mr. Gowda, how can you say, 1 minute, Mr. Gowda, it was a political event, was it not? Was it a political event or not?
Shall I tell you something?
Was it a political event or not? You first answer my question. You first answer my question. Was it a political event? You first tell me, was it a politically organized event or not?
More than 30 people have died in the Delhi airport.
I am asking you, was it a politically organized event or not? And did the event continue after the death of the people? Answer the question. You want me to open the lines and tell you what the people think about you? Mr. Gowda? Was it a political event? Own up for it.
In Delhi airport, what has happened? The people, when you left the, trains to Prayag, more than 30 people have died unstamped.
Okay, now 1 minute. Before I get Gaurav back on that, I want to counter you on that. Let me tell you. Imagine a situation. What is coming to 1 minute? 1 minute. I'm addressing that specific point. 1 minute. Don't speak over me because I'm going to give it back to you. Listen to me. If there is an incident in Delhi airport where people die, but after that, listen to me. After that, if the people and the people who are supposed to take care of the maintenance at Delhi airport go to that place and have a celebration, what would you call them? You have done that. You've organized an event, people have died, and then you've celebrated after that. Do you even understand what you've done?
My question is, when you organize the train from Delhi to Prayag, train to Prayag, that time stampede happened. 30 people have died.
Why did you celebrate?
You have left that.
No. 1 minute. Now imagine one thing. Now imagine one thing, Mr. Gowda. I take this back to Gowda. We can reply. Waris can come in. Imagine if in the sight of a tragedy, the people responsible for the tragedy go and have a party. What would you say to that? Waris?
Allow me.
Well, Arnab, it is a very unfortunate and heartbreaking incident that 11 people who have come there to celebrate the win of RCB have lost their lives. My deepest condolences to the family of the deceased persons, and I pray for the betterment and for quick recovery of the people who are taking treatment in the hospital. Now, who is responsible for this, Arnab? Very well knowing that so many people will be attending the ceremony, the state government should have taken steps to ensure that the people will be coming, and they must ensure the safety of the people, the responsibility of the state government. Now, very well knowing that the Chinnaswamy Stadium has got a capacity of 40,000 only, and here more than 1 lakh people are coming there, they should have. So, whichever state it happens, whether it happens
No, 1 minute. Waris, wait a minute. Waris, wait a minute. Wait a minute, yaar, wait a minute. 1 minute, you wait now. You wait. Now listen to me. Everyone on. There is a soundbite of Revanth Reddy, Mr. Gowda, where Revanth Reddy criticizes Allu Arjun for continuing to pose even after the stampede in which people had died. Now here, Virat Kohli, the whole RCB team, the entire RCB management, the politicians were continuing to post, take selfies. You want me to show the picture? Show it. Enjoy themselves and show how much they are enjoying when they knew that people had died.
So now they say they've initiated a magisterial inquiry and the 15 days report will be coming.
Forget the magistrate. I know in this country how much that actually will conclude. Gaurav is back on the debate. 1 minute. Gaurav.
Accountability to be fixed on those organizers.
Ask Gaurav. Ask Gaurav.
Arnab.
Ask him.
It's very serious, Arnab.
Arnab, today there are parents who've lost their children.
Or whether in Aam Aadmi Party.
Can I complete my point? Waris bhai, you'll have to be quiet for a while. I heard you. Allow me to make my point, please.
You have to put the accountability.
Allow me to make my point. Please do not interrupt me.
On this point, I am very much with you.
I am saying you have to listen to me.
Versus fight.
So be quiet first. Hear me out. I waited for my turn. Thank you. So Arnab, we have parents who've lost their children. But what does the insensitive minister, Zamir Ahmad Khan, the post that you were talking about, he posts around 7:45 p.m. and he says, he had a good time alongside my beloved son Janab Zayyad Khan. Is this not insensitivity? Is this not insensitivity that DK Shiv Kumar, when he was aware that human lives have been lost, rather than just cancelling the event, rushing to ensure that citizens who are feeling,
this is very serious,
stampede there, he should go and help. No, he continued with the selfies and the photo ops. And Mr. Gowda, when he is talking about politicizing the event, Arnab, please do not speak in between. This is not the way. This is not the way. Please. Waris Patel,
Waris, just wait. Gaurav, just wait a minute. Waris, what's your point that you need to intervene right now? Can't you wait 10 seconds?
I want to make one point very, very clear to Gaurav Bhatia and to you and to everybody. See, I am here. I just want to put accountability. The state government was responsible. It is the responsibility of the state government who have organized the event. They're not taking the responsibility. 11 people have lost their life. Earlier in Delhi, we saw people standing on the platform losing their life. Hathras people have lost their life. So here is the point. Accountability must be fixed, otherwise we won't be able to stop such kind of incidents.
No, this is not the point.
Register FIR, arrest them whosoever is responsible for this.
I will tell you what the point is. If you hear, Arnab, please ask him to be quiet for 30 seconds. Please.
Yeah.
The point here is this. Mr. Gowda was right now mentioning about the airport roof collapse. But the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu reached the spot immediately and nobody was celebrating. Siddaramaiah, rather than taking the responsibility about the lapses that have occurred, he said in Kumbh Mela also there was a stampede. That is the irresponsibility. The irresponsible behavior. Why should they be put behind bars? Because there is criminal negligence on part of the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as well as DK Shiv Kumar, and they are not taking the responsibility for the lapse. Rather than taking responsibility, they are celebrating, and that hurts everybody the most. Today, we need to ask them that when you took oath under the Constitution, did you not promise the people of Karnataka that you will serve them best to your ability. Where is Rahul Gandhi today? Has Rahul Gandhi even uttered a word about the failures of Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar? And what about Mallikarjun Kharge, who hails from Karnataka? What action has he taken against Siddaramaiah? Why should he not be sacked if he can't serve the people of Bangalore?
No, I will go to more specifics than that, Gaurav. I will go to even more specifics than that. But before that, I want to get in Pratibha Prahlad as a citizen voice on the program. We all know Pratibha. She's a legendary artist. Pratibha, your thoughts on this? Who do you think is responsible?
Arnav, I've been hearing what everybody's been saying. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, yeah.
Yeah. So it just happens that I'm in Bangalore just now. I came yesterday, and yesterday there was so much celebration in Bangalore. All of Bangalore was rejoicing. And today, all of Bangalore is in dismay because of the exact same points that all your panelists have been speaking about. First, there was no consideration of the number of people who are going to come, and there were no protocols in place. Most of the people who died in front of gate number 7. Why were the gates not open? And why were the people not let in when they know that that's a rush hour and that lots of traffic? I mean, in Bangalore, traffic jams are like legendary. So why weren't the people allowed to go and take their seats? Point number 1. Point number 2, when they say that there's going to be a motorcade, from Vidhan Sauda to Chinnaswamy Stadium, that's a small road. There were no barricades on that road because I passed by that road 2 hours earlier. There were no barricades for people to stand. There was nothing happening. There was just some traffic diversion. That's all that was happening over there. So people were just coming in hordes over there, and and word of mouth, people were telling people don't go on that road because there are huge crowds coming in, and you don't want to get stuck there and things like that. Not on Twitter, not on Facebook, not anywhere were there any announcements as to the traffic regulation, as to how people have to navigate their way, what was going to happen, where was this motorcade going to come in from, and where would the people stand and watch these cricketers and watch the people that they came to celebrate with. There was nothing in place. Okay, so that's point number 1. Point number 2 is that when this happened, this horrible tragedy, my thoughts were with those people. And I kept thinking that, okay, now the function is going to be cancelled because that is what you expect of a responsible government. And that is what you expect of responsible people, because you have to, first of all, have humanity. There are people who are dead over there, people in ICU, people who are, trying to fight for their lives. And here you go and celebrate. So I think the cricketers are responsible. I think the RCB is responsible. I think the state government is responsible. I think everybody is responsible, including the public. Because, in India, you and I know that people don't even have sensitivity to the other person behind you or in front of you. There's so much pushing and pulling and, that kind of a thing happening. So a stampede, people in India are not disciplined. They don't stand in a line. They don't go in a way that in the manner in which they're supposed to go. So that is why the stampede happens. Something happens, people are rushing, pushing another person. There's no value for human life. And that is what upsets me the most. That's what anguishes me, that there's no value for human life. I would have expected, first of all these arrangements were made, and they could have had a proper kind of a reception for the cricket team. They could have had all of Bangalore, all of Karnataka celebrate.
What was the hurry? What was, Pratibha, the question to be asked to Mr. Gowda is, what was the hurry?
What was the hurry?
That you 24 hours you need to organize this event.
And also, why take political mileage? Because this, cricket belongs to everybody. No, and all of Bangalore was happy yesterday.
What was the hurry, Mr. Gowda?
No, you are asking me what was the hurry to the government to organize the event.
Yes.
You should have advised me, board should have organized me. Maybe,
You're trying to be cheeky about it, Mr. Gowda, with me? You're trying to be funny about this? It's a very serious question I'm asking you.
Let us be very fair. Please listen to me. let's not politicize the issue.
I am not politicizing in the least. I am asking you what was the hurry. Can't you answer the question simply? It's a simple question asked to you.
Can you listen to
No,
me?
elementary question asked everyone on. What was the hurry? What was the hurry to organize this within 24 hours?
The same cricket now.
If we don't ask you questions, who do we question for the complete failure?
See, the cricket.
Please tell us, Mr. Gowda. I want to understand from you. If we don't ask the government of the day, who do we question? Can you bring back those 11 lives? Can you bring them back?
No, Mr. Gowda, let me ask you further than that. Well, Mr. Gowda, let me ask you further than that. 1 minute. Mr. Gowda.
The responsibility.
Mr. Gowda, hear me. Hear me. Sir, hear me, sir. Sir, hear me, sir. Don't be so arrogant. What was the hurry? I'll tell you why I'm asking you the question. Because at 3:38 p.m., listen to me, everyone on. At 3:38 p.m., Mr. Gowda, the Bengaluru Traffic Department puts out a tweet announcing traffic restrictions for the RCB ceremony to be held at Chinnaswamy Stadium between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Which means the traffic advisory is put out on Twitter 1 hour and 22 minutes before the official scheduled time of the celebration in Chinnaswamy Stadium.
RCB1.
Are you even listening?
Young crowd was excited, and if BCCI would have advised me, organize it after 2 days, we would have agreed. I would have agreed.
Aman, can I have a point, please?
Is it
Let Brinda come in. Brinda. Now he's saying BCCI should have told me, I wouldn't have organized the celebration.
I advise you.
Brinda.
This is the Silicon City with this thousands of cameras all over. You want to tell me that nobody, not a single police station, not the intelligence saw the hordes of people coming via metro, coming by bus towards this Chinnaswamy Stadium, and they had no clue that they are coming for this program?
No, I'll give you one more example here. 1 minute. Brinda, let me be more specific. Brinda, everyone on. I'm opening up to calls, but my point I want to make is that the open bus parade planned by RCB, they had actually planned an open bus parade. You know how much chaos they were going to create? Why is the RCB ownership not been arrested today? I'm asking you today, the plan was to take a victory parade from Vidhan Sauda after a photo op with the government gets mileage, and then do a victory parade all along the road to Chinnaswamy Stadium, a distance of 2.5 kilometers. And as per news reports, the news of the cancellation came at 2:50 p.m. That is the time around which the major news outlets broke the news. That is 40 minutes ahead of the scheduled parade time. Do you understand this was completely avoidable? The DCP Traffic West tweets at 2:44 p.m. that due to celebrations decided by KSCA at Chinnaswamy Stadium, people arriving should come by public transport due to limited parking. That is 2 hours and 16 minutes before the event, which is to happen at 5 p.m. I want to know who from KSCA has been arrested, who from state government is arrested, who from RCB is arrested.
Shall I tell you?
No, you don't care. Aruna Sham, why don't you respond to him?
Shall I suggest something whom to be arrested first? Who is the A1 here?
That is, every state must put accountability. Wherever such kind of incident happens, the person responsible to arrange such kind of...
Aruna Sham!
Yes. Responsible for that.
Aruna Sham, we got to take callers. Aruna Sham.
Yeah. There is a statement given by Siddaramaiah, Chief Minister, that we were not aware of the celebration in Chinnaswamy. I have shared it with the studio. It can be played for the viewers. There, Siddaramaiah makes a statement that we were not aware that the celebration is going to happen in Chinnaswamy. How can a responsible CM can make such a statement? That shows the irresponsibility.
Well, I've given the facts here. There was no deployment to control the crowd. The early signs were visible in the Bengaluru metro. I got a horrific picture. Do you have the Bengaluru metro picture? Because I saw this picture about the Purple Line trains, especially at SV Road, Indranagar, Halasuru, Trinity, packed beyond capacity. There was no planning. There was nothing. The feeling was, listen, we are the feeling was, Aruna.
And school-going children were there in the mob.
Aruna.
It is nearby the High Court.
Aruna.
I could see that.
No, we are seeing, Aruna, on air, please, Pradeep.
Because of the confusion of the state government, it happened rather. Because the celebration was supposed to be in Chinnaswamy. Once again, the venue was shifted to the Vidhan Sauda. Then people started moving here and there. That is how the incident happened.
Aruna, the politicians, the businessmen, the IPL bosses don't come by the metro. They won't die in a stampede. Their family members won't die in a stampede. They don't care. Sai from Bengaluru is the first caller tonight. We'll take 4 quick calls. Sai.
Hey Arnab. Hope you're doing well.
Hi.
First of all, I would like to take 2 minutes. I've been in Bangalore. I've been born and brought up in Bangalore, and I've been here for the last 4 decades. This is collective failure. Let me take 2 minutes to help you understand step by step. Number one, see, we've seen victory parades when Mumbai Indians won the IPL. They went all through Marine Drive. It all happened. Why is it a problem in Bangalore? First thing you need to understand, Bangalore is a very compact place. The road opposite to Chinnaswamy Stadium is so small. It cannot take a capacity of 3 lakh people.
But don't they know that, Sai? They know that. They know that. You think the KSCA does not know that? Karnataka State Cricket Association? By the way, who's the head of KSCA? Who is the head of KSCA?
The reason why I'm telling this is
who is the head of the KSCA now? Who are the bosses of the KSCA?
The reason why I'm telling this is a collective failure. Number one, you are telling the tickets to the stadium is free, and you are having people who are waiting for 18 years to see RCB win, and then are in a rush to reach there. I mean, that is an invitation for a stampede, for God's sake. Number one. The second thing, they won the match yesterday, and today in the evening we have events.
Sai, I am with you in this, but where is Raghuram Bhatt the head of KSCA? I don't know. Is he the head of KSCA?
I think, yeah, maybe.
He's the president. Where is he? Why is he not talking? Anyway, Shruti is calling from Mumbai. Shruti, what do you think? Shruti.
The Congress spokesperson said that he was paying condolences to the people who have lost their lives. I'm sorry. Your seriousness is evident to us because the celebrations did not stop, the clapping did not stop, and the pictures were still being taken.
Absolutely.
If it was not...
Absolutely. Shruti, I'll have to cut you short tonight because I've got too many callers from Bengaluru also. We got Srinath from Bengaluru. Srinath?
Good evening, Aruna.
Good evening.
This is Srinath from Bangalore.
Yeah.
First of all, I would like to extend my condolences to all the people who lost their lives in this stampede. Because I am from Bangalore, I am also a cricket fan. See, first question is, what was the need to organize this celebration today itself? Yesterday, RTV has won the match, hardly 11:30 p.m. and not even 24 hours. What was the need for them to arrange this? And we have an experience. People talk that the government here is experienced. People in the government, they should have taken time. They know the crowd will be there. They could have arranged security and then organize this.
Yeah, so I asked that question last, to everyone on. The most relevant question, right, Pratibha? What was the need to do this?
What was the need to do it today? That's exactly what we've been asking.
Some PR team must have advised some politician to do it.
Correct. And then tell everyone it's a free event, so everybody come. So everyone's calling everyone on WhatsApp and saying, come, it's a free event.
Yeah,
so
because what will happen is when this happens, then they think that people are fools. They will forget all the corruption, all the scams, and see their politicians with the cricketers, and the politicians will become popular. And ladies and gentlemen, that's terrible. You see, there is
the politicians were not responsible for the cricketers' win. So
I'll say this. I will say this at the end, that, and with everyone on, I'll just say this: there's an all-party consensus in our country when it comes to cricket. So politicians will never really take the people seriously. Cricket followers, remember this: you are not taken seriously by the people who run cricket. Today has proved that you are not even taken seriously by the cricketers. Second point is, there is a consensus of money and power when it comes to IPL. I feel IPL is a combination of entertainment, money and power. There's entertainment, money and power on the one side and the people on the other. The people have been deprived of their basic dignity tonight, not even dignity in death. I'll see you tomorrow evening. Good night and goodbye.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर. अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ.
है ना अंकल? सिंगर इनेबल सन.
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही.
जस्ट पेडल्स.
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला.
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया. क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं. तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम. आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने.
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर. अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ.
है ना अंकल? सिंगर इनेबल सन.
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही.
जस्ट पेडल्स.
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला.
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया. क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं. तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम. आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, the horrific celebrations continued in the Chinnaswamy Stadium, even as fans died outside the stadium. Showing off the IPL trophy is certainly not worth more than the lives of the people, but that is what the organisers did. And at 9 p.m. tonight, no security arrangements, complete mismanagement in the post-IPL final celebration event. Who is responsible for the stampede? There has been a terrible incident at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru, where today, in the post-IPL final celebrations where RCB won the trophy, there were thousands and thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of people who had turned up. We're told 30 to 40,000 people turned up at the stadium. The metro stations were full. It was a terrible situation. There were people lined up. Of course, people were excited about the victory. But I must start by saying tonight that I am absolutely, without a doubt, I believe tonight that people who make money out of cricket don't care about the lives of the fans. For them, it's all commerce. And the politicians who organized that event at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, D.K. Shivkumar, all of them, are obviously there because they want to take mileage out of the victory. Political mileage is more important than the lives of the fans. And in this country, ladies and gentlemen, stars don't care, celebs don't care. Virat Kohli is laughing, smiling, enjoying himself. And while he does that, it is impossible that he does not know that at least 11, now 13 people have died, 54 people are injured. That a 14-year-old girl is among those who has died. And these were just fans. I'm not saying that the cricketers were responsible. I'm not saying IPL was responsible because they didn't organize this. But I am saying tonight that I was personally horrified when Mr. Arun Dhumal, the IPL chairman, told me when I called him, and this was at least 45 minutes after the event, that he hadn't even heard of it, that all of them were just leaving from Ahmedabad after being there for the final. And when I asked him, why aren't you calling off the celebrations at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, he says he doesn't even know who the organizers are. You see, they all passed the buck. I had to tell the IPL chairman, Mr. Dhumal, why don't you call RCB and tell them to stop the celebration? How much of a time would that have taken? But even that didn't happen. And the organizers decided that while people were lying there dead, and while people were still in hospital, and while there were dozens of people fighting for their lives, and 13 people had died, at that very moment, the organizers decided to go ahead with a massive celebration inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And the whole country must ask these people, what were you celebrating, Virat Kohli? What were you celebrating, RCB? You see, for these cricketers, and for these boss men of cricket, and for the politicians, all that matters is self-importance, money, commerce, and the fan is a cog in the wheel to be used circumstantially. And their view must be that where there are thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of fans, what do the lives of 13 fans mean? Not even a moment's silence inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Why not, Mr. Organizers? Why not Virat Kohli? Why not a word for them? You see, I do not believe that the players did not know. I know they will come out now and say that while they were celebrating, taking selfies, looking happy, that they had no idea that 13 people had died. These are people who do Twitter 24/7. They're on every social media. I refuse to believe the organizers did not know. The fact is not that they did not know. The fact is that they did not care. They couldn't have cared less about the lives of the fans. Because you see another IPL, another tournament, another thousands of crores, lots of money, lots of sponsorship, lots of television time. Just 11 fans who die. And then 13. How does it matter? People were suffocating. They were celebrating. People had fallen on the ground. They were walked over by the crowd. These organizers of the celebrations of the RCB victory inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium knew that people who were being dragged into the ambulance, people had to be given CPR on the spot. They knew everything, but they went ahead with their celebrations. And that's the kind of ride that these people, these cricketers, these cricket bossmen, these politicians take. These fans lined up for one glimpse of people they considered their idols. But these idols let them down today. Because when 13 people died, when 50 were hospitalized, Virat Kohli was delivering his victory speech, clicking pictures with Anushka, clicking and smiling for the cameras. The RCB players didn't pause for a minute. They continued their celebrations. And it's impossible people did not know that there were others who were breathing their last outside the stadium, hoping to catch one single glimpse of these players. Why did you do this, Mr. Siddaramaiah? Why did you do this, DK Shivakumar? A 14-year-old girl lay dead outside. And he said the win is for the people of this wonderful city. He was giving speeches. And he said, we need to show our trophy. That's what they said, not a pause for the dead. Not a word of condolence today. Not a word of condolence. Just a trophy to show. More hits to get. A crowd to entertain. And a crisis and a tragedy to ignore. That was their choice. Because for them, their explanation now will be that the show must go on. Even if bodies are being pulled from the crowd, the show must go on. Inside, we must have lights, glamour, speeches, celebrations, film stars. And outside, there'll be common people, dead bodies, screams, death. Ambulances. RCB knew, the cricketers knew, they continued to sway in their celebrations. I refuse to believe that RCB did not know, that Virat Kohli did not know, that the news was all over the social media. Sirens were blaring outside. Did they not hear? It was as if nothing happened. This is not a lapse in communication. It was a deliberate decision to look away from a tragedy that involved the common people. Who do these celebrities care about anyway in their ivory towers? You know, ladies and gentlemen, IPL continued for 2 weeks after the Pahalgam attack. Then we were forced to criticize the IPL and the insensitivity of IPL. It was called off only after the criticism. Just a couple of days before the launch of Operation Sindoor. Where was the empathy? Where was the humanity of the Bollywood stars? None. Where is the humanity, the empathy of the cricket stars and the cricket bossmen? None. Where is the sense of accountability for the country and the fans who kill for their coffers? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to open the phone lines tonight. I believe what has happened this evening is the most insensitive episode in the history of Indian cricket. And I refuse to believe that the politicians didn't know, they knew. That the cricketers didn't know, they knew. That the cricket bossmen didn't know, they knew. Ladies and gentlemen, they knew and they wanted to celebrate. Let's debate.
Outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Fans gasping for air. Fans stepping in to perform the CPR. People climbing over each other, scrambling for a shot at safety. Little children in the arms of police officers. Children dressed for their biggest moment to celebrate their idols. As the ICU beds booked up at the nearby hospitals a kilometer away